Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, From the Ashes. In a certain part of the underworld, a barren, scorched plain with burning trees and rivers of molten lava weaving a glowing tapestry across the landscape, stood a castle. Its towering walls, burnished with a sunset orange upon the deep crimson-red brickwork, stood like a mirage upon the horizon. In the courtyard were perfectly trimmed trees with the tips of the branches burning with a golden flame, with picture-perfect hedges of some variety of blood-red shrubbery fenced up around them in circles, forming an unnervingly beautiful pattern that left all who looked upon it simultaneously awed and subtly ill at ease. Further inward, the palace glowed with regality, all gold-rimmed and rich red furnishings, the color almost bleeding into your vision as you stepped into the great hall, with its many twinkling chandeliers upon a cream sandstone interior, with a sweeping set of staircases leading into a grand gallery, where every piece of furniture lining the walls lay studded with real gold and rubies, reinforced with a pulsing wave of enchantments, mystical and charming, and front and center a tapestry with a sigil, a firebird curled upon itself like a feathered Ouroboros. It had an aura of authority and extravagance to it. Yet if one were to walk in today, they would find it hard to admire it all, amidst the screeching moans of pain echoing across the estate. And the cursing, loud and irate. Satan's damn it reign, just do it already. I'm dying here. Lady Phenex snapped at her husband, as her hands, already morphed into claws, dug into the plush upholstery, tore it apart in her struggle, or should I ask Revel, my own son, to help deliver his brother? Rubila, dear, patience. I'm just drawing up the lines. It's important. Lord Phenex cajoled her, carefully finishing up the markings upon her stomach, before capping the Sharpie. You'd think by the third time you would have gotten used to it. It doesn't get any less painful the third Timfuak. Motherfucker. She groaned, the bed frame cracking under her grip. Hurry up already or I'll crush your balls, Rain. Now, keep talking like that and we might just have a fourth one on the way soon enough. He flirted back, with a soft chuckle. Satan's no. Never again. You said that the last 2 times too, and yet here we are. So is it really so bad? It's like getting kicked in the balls, only 100 times worse. That can't be true. Women are always wanting more children. I've never heard a man say, please kick me in the nuts again, ... He laughed jovially, and finished taking a measure of her stomach as his hand morphed into a ruby red claw, its tip burning red. You're sleeping in the guest bedroom till next year. She glowered, her immaculate face scrunched up like goblin, something he adored deeply, between deep breaths and muffled gasps, flames rising at the edges of her mouth in tiny plumes. With how you've left the bed frame, so will you. Lord Phenex teased, before he steeled himself. Raising his clawed hand, and with one smooth and precise motion he sliced apart her stomach, ripping through her guts and entrails like a hot knife through butter. Blood and viscera spewed forth everywhere, staining the now not so pristine white sheets red. And yet as she bled, flames sprung up at the edges of her wounds, and they began to rapidly close, regenerating at a visible pace. Oh no you don't, Lord Phenex whispered softly, as he dug his arms straight into her womb and tore it apart like a stoner with his third pack of chips mid-buzz. With a swooping motion he reached into her, wiping away the womb lining to reveal a milky white cocoon. An egg. A curious feature of their bloodline, a holdover from having descended from true phoenixes, that all pureblood members of their bloodlines were born in their mother's wombs as eggs, something utterly incompatible with their now humanoid reproductive system. If it hadn't been for their immense and near-immortal regenerative powers, their clan might yet have gone extinct, for it was no small feat for a devil to conceive. Even they, in all their 600 years of life had managed to have but 3 children, and not for a lack of trying. This was a miracle in and of itself, for he had seen more than half of the Goetia go extinct in his time, from sheer lack of fecundity. For the third time, as he watched his beloved wife writhe around in pain, he felt the desire to curse his creator, the first Satan Lucifer, that dead bastard himself, for the shoddy conception of his line. He pulled it out of her, swaddling it closely, before placing it in a nursery, before letting out a relieved sigh as he watched and waited for his wife to recover, leaving the egg unhatched. Satan's forbid he make that mistake again. The last time she had given him the cold shoulder for a full 8 months because he dared to hatch his son before her. He smiled fondly, looking upon his wife and child lovingly, soaking in the little moments of domestic bliss that he cherished with all his heart. POV. Consciousness came to me gently, yet with the prickling intensity of a beam of sunlight sniping you through the curtains at the ass crack of dawn on a nice Sunday morning. I began to wake, groggy, half asleep still with my eyes glued shut, and yet something felt unfamiliar. My wits took their time returning to me as the sensations became clearer. I felt all warm and wet, and sticky. What was that I was feeling? Was that uncured jello? Did my hashtag $% and percent prank, wait, my who? Who am I? No. I know who I am, I tried opening my mouth to yell out in terror only for the jello to flood in. Bruac. I tried hurling but somehow the taste of it, the jello, was I dunked into a vat, what? A dizziness, soft yet comforting like a lullaby began to set in and I could almost feel my memories washing away, slipping through my hands like sand. No. I don't want to forget, no please no. I clung onto my memories like drowning men to driftwood, begging, pleading, clawing with all my mental might against the dizzying whirlpool tearing them away. At the same time, something changed, as if an instinct guiding me towards the light. Escape, it screamed. Go. Out. But I refused. Not without my memories. Not without me. My identity, my personality. What made me who I was? I refuse. My mind battled against instinct, man against beast, until finally, it split into two, and both sides lost. One clutching at the pearlescent remains of who I was, the other fumbling outward, escaping whatever cage it so despised, even as the ground seemed to cave beneath it, shifting like a surfboard on quicksand, until at last. Air. Fresh, blazing, burning dry. Pain. At hashtag $, and. My mind stuttered, man and beast, rational and irrational, faltering both as it registered. Pain. Lungs burned, fetching for a gasp of air that never came, from a mouth clawed shut, and a throat drowned in amniotic fluid, and yet every inch of me burned. Pain like no other I had felt before racked through me. Burning pain. Burning. Indignation. Something stirred deep within me, something raw and primal. And it seethed with fury. Burning. Me. Indignation. Instinct overtook thought. White-hot fury began to replace the pain as the flames of primal rage stoked something within me, like a bellows to the still-lit embers of a primordial forge. Indignation. I do not burn. I am fire. I am flame. I am the ever-burning glory of hashtag $, and asterisk. My body spasmed, tremors flowing through it like a tsunami, and my eyes shot open, burning with a radiant, guzzling flame. I am. A suction force like the eye of a storm built up within my throat, and the air rushed in, blowing it open. I am. Screech. X. The stained glass windows of the castle trilled in harmony with the shrill cry, threatening to shatter, as the sound rang out throughout the castle grounds. Storm winds buffeted the courtyard outside, battering the trees and shaking the shrubbery like 1,000 dull maracas. An unholy symphony heralding his birth. Lord and Lady Phenex looked on proudly, as their son made his foray into life, albeit with much more flair than his brothers had in their time. Yet, it was heartening to see him so hale, yet born. They smiled. He truly is, / I am. A phoenix. Author's note. Hey guys. I'm back and participating in Fanfic Fiesta with this book. So if you like it, please add it to your library. Also, donate your power stones to it too, it motivates me to write more. Thanks for your support. Hope you like it. Tell me how you feel in the comments. Happy reading. CYA. Chapter 2, from the Diary of Riser Phenex, optional. Okay, so this chapter is a bit of a clunky info dump. I have written an alternative regular chapter ahead of this, so if you like to skip these info dumps, you choose to, but do read this through and tell me what you think and whether I should keep this or not. Thanks. Dear Diary. 10 years have passed. And I do age. Quite fast too, at an almost human rate, considering I'm a devil, a species with a minimum lifespan of 10,000 years. I guess the aging stops at some point, given that my father looks 30 at 670 years old. Which brings a rather funny thought to mind. Sirs X Lucifer is 560 years old. Out of 10,000 years of lifespan. Our leader is the human equivalent of a 5-year-old toddler. Hey, God save, OW. A piercing headache rang in my skull at the mere mention of Big G. Right, the taboo. I still forget sometimes. Even from beyond the grave his curse on our species keeps a tight grip. Gwyn, the Lord of Sunlight's move. I sigh. Regardless, the last 10 years of this new life have been fruitful. Initially, I worried that they would find out that I was an imposter in their son's body, that they'd disown me at best and destroy me at worst. I didn't even know if I could act like a baby convincingly enough, and yet, somehow, it all worked out fine. My early speech, attributed to the devil's ability to communicate in all languages. My curiosity about the world, even in detail. Just a child's voracious appetite for curiosity. And I played into it. I made cute little gestures, mastered the art of begging with those puppy dog eyes all children have, and even, slowly but surely, began to see them as my own family. My past life, my identity, it being lost at birth, perhaps it made it all the easier to see myself as one of them, that I did not have two contesting identities vying for control, no dissonance of being, no existential horror. Just one solid state of continuity, with my vague and broken memories of having a past life slotting straight into the continuation of a new one. Like a new game plus. Being a devil noble wasn't exactly hard on that transition either. I wasn't some lowly, no-name corporate slave anymore, scraping out inches of time on my weekends and limited days off to pursue what little hobbies I could afford. And my crippling TTRPG addition. You think gotcha's bad? Try Warhammer. Sheesh. And I couldn't even find any groups to play with. A sad, pathetic, peasant life. Now, I was a supernatural creature, and at the top of the ladder too. Was it prideful? Yes. Arrogant perhaps. Absolutely. But who cares? I'm Riser Goddamned Phenex. I am filthy rich. I am handsome. I can fly. I can speak all languages. I am handsome. I can use asterisk magic asterisk. And did I mention handsome? No. Well, I am. Perfectly sculpted devilish features, glowing, flowing blonde hair and those deep, mysterious dark blue eyes, straight out of a modeling magazine. I could just stare in the mirror all day. Oh. And magic, oh what a joy that little bonus on this perfect cake of life has been. Teleportation, telekinesis, summoning lightning, storing away stuff in my very own pocket dimension. And having demonic power, magic by imagination, like fairy tales arc of embodiment, only way, way better. It was my wet dream, as a D&D sorcerer main, those golden days when I made my DM cry with horribly min-maxed characters. Mwahaha. Those sweet, sweet DM tears were just so delicious. He quit D&D that year. And was never seen again. Shame. But I loved it. Magic was the holy grail of every geek and nerd. So I did not let a single moment go to waste. Every waking moment of my last 10 years I have spent on mastering magic, studying magic theory, hiring stray magicians to teach their own styles and buying research off of all sorts of little hedges and covens and even negotiating with some of the larger magician groups like Golden Dawn for their new and improved modern magic. It even came with a magical programming language which, though crude, provided some very useful insights, which would be invaluable for my future plans in this world. And of course, planning. The moment I realized I was in DXD, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. The original Riser Phenex may have been a minor antagonist, a stepping stone for the main character. But, I am no such thing. Any who dare step on me with find me a caltrop that will rend their flesh and pierce deep, such that they will never walk on both legs again. I will not be a gag, a stepping stone, to be used and mocked like a clown. Frankly, I don't understand how the original Riser lost to the MC in the first place. The man was born rich, powerful, had years of training on him and had one of the best devil traits possible, the miraculous 4-in-1 Phenex trait that can make you a one-man army. Hellfire, wind control, regeneration, and Phoenix tears. Mobility, defense, offense and support, all in one person, where other clans like the Vapula with their lion taming and Furcas with horse taming struggle to even pull up one aspect of their powers. That's just pathetic. I know it was plot contrivance, the MC always wins, because plot armor, and it is genuinely unfair to expect a character to know the genre of their story, which in his case was a comedy, with Riser being the butt of the joke. Of course, I have also never seen the DXD anime, or read the novels. Or the manga. I really only know of DXD from the copious amounts of fanfiction and wiki drifting I consumed in my college days, so maybe he did put up a decent fight in the original. Nevertheless, that's not me. Nope. Never. Now that I'm here, there are going to be some big changes around here. I'm not about to waste a second chance at life, with, admittedly fragmented and mostly fanon, foreknowledge of the plot. Nah, I'd win. This life is my last life. Because I never plan on dying ever again. This life I want more than just a peasant's life. More than just denying my desires, telling myself it's all fine, I'm doing pretty great, no. I want more and more and more. I want to conquer the world. I want gold. I want wealth. I want power. I want women. I want powerful, golden, jewel-studded women, ahem. I got a little ahead of myself there. For now, I just have to wait and watch. For the moment my helicopter parents let me out of their stupid sights. Ugh. They have restricted my entry into the human world for the last 10 years, with excuse after excuse. It's too dangerous, we have many enemies, master magic first, you haven't even learned to use your traits. Which, in all honesty, were valid concerns. And it wasn't like I was going to be able to act on any of my half-remembered bullshit this early anyways. I had no power, I had no influence and I certainly had little in the way of leverage towards anything or anyone to get what I wanted. I did however manage to talk them into expanding their library with a section on the human world, filled with worldwide newspaper subscriptions, scientific research, economic journals, and even some stuff that wasn't available to the general public. Just some of the perks of being rich, I suppose. Every moment I wasn't practicing magic, I spent in the library, plotting out histories, lineages, myths, and conspiracies. Every tidbit of knowledge, a puzzle piece, filling in the gaps in my knowledge of this world, ever since, at age 4, when I learnt the inventory magic. Hundreds of notebooks, charts upon charts, messy webs of red strings and pinboards, all neatly stored away where no one but me can find them. And finally, today, on the eve of my 10th birthday, it was completed. My grand plan, every step meticulously calculated, every pawn complete with their own recruitment dossier, every piece of plot knowledge strung up with its corresponding leverage. Now all I have to do is accomplish it all without raising any suspicions, and I'll be on my way to the top in no time at all. Today, it begins. These next 10 years, my most crucial years, I will gather and train the most powerful peerage, make the most useful connections and then, when plot comes, it will answer to me. Because today, I get my evil pieces. And recruit the first member of my peerage. Heya! How are y'all doing today? I'm back with chapter 2, which just had to be a bit of an info dump, but worry not. Another chapter is coming in a few hours, and there we meet the first peerage member. Can you guess who it is? Tell me in the comments. Don't forget to donate your power stones, they motivate me to write more. And add the book to your library. It ranks us up in the fanfic fiesta rankings. Let's win this competition together. Thanks for reading. CYA in a few hours with the next chapter. Chapter 3, The Big Day. The last chapter 1 posted was a bit of an info dump and I think you guys didn't like it very much. So here's an alternative chapter. See if this pacing is better. And do tell me which one you prefer in the comments. If you like this one better, tell me if I should delete the previous chapter or keep it and just let this be chapter 3. Thanks for reading. CYA in the comments section. This chapter captures a family moment, and MC pretends to act his age to keep up his cover. Still the same MC, he's just acting cute and bonding with his new family. Crimson flames burned in an arc, as a figure flitted around the courtyard, dodging bursts of fire and nigh invisible blades of wind. Not fast enough. The woman at the center of the courtyard announced, flicking back her golden hair with one hand as she leisurely redoubled upon her attacks as the courtyard was reduced to rubble, deep gullets carved into by the wind blades and ash and dust raised into air from the fireballs. Just watch, I know I've got it. The figure of a young boy with matching golden hair and wine-red shirt and shorts became visible as he deflected the fireballs with a flurry of waves, whipping up gales that steered the fire away. I'm not seeing it here, his mother teased with a gentle smile. Almost. The boy teleported from one end of the courtyard to the other, as a wall of chilly winds began to gather around him, trailing the flames behind him, feeding them into a tornado of dust and ash. There. That's better but dash, his mother spoke, her eyes tracing his form, until all of a sudden, the tornado of dust exploded with a blinding flash, disorienting her for the briefest of moments, and that's when she felt it. 5 sharp talons digging into her shoulder blade, mere fractions of an inch off from neck, and with them the tumbling 10-year-old to whom they belonged barreling into her. She stumbled from the impact, almost instinctively reaching out to grab her son, her motherly instinct overtaking her, as she lost her footing, taking both of them down to the ground. She looked down at the little boy, his once beautiful coat and shorts, scattered into ash, his back charred to a crisp, actively regenerating, but it still hurt her to see him like this, and then she saw it. The pained, yet triumphant smile beaming upon his face. Her loss. She smiled. I win. He jumped of her, ripping his claws out of her shoulders as he ran around in a cheer. Yes, dear. You won. She reached out and grabbed the young boy, pulling him into her lap as she teleported to a bench nearby, but at what cost? The boy looked down at his tattered clothes and shrugged nonchalantly. Fashion is a small price to pay for the sweet, sweet glory of victory. He pumped his fists into the air. She pouted, hugging him tighter. This boy. Humph, he doesn't even care about the pain. He seemed to notice her expression as his face softened. He knew his mother didn't like to see him hurt. It'll heal up soon enough. I'm a phoenix. Aha. She intoned and poked his back, right into middle of the burns, and let out a pained yelp, and what'll you do about the pain? Pain is inevitable, suffering is a choice. He quoted the Buddha, putting on a pondering expression only to be flicked across the forehead. Your opponents won't give you the choice. She scolded, and pain can cause you to lose concentration. How will you fight without your magic then? He lowered his gaze and she felt a little bad. At least he improvised, she thought. It was great tactic. Using my attacks to break the sandstone and create dust and ash, and then using it to trigger a dust explosion to blind me. But if you were fast enough to teleport from one end of the courtyard to the point of explosion, why not just teleport behind me and attack? She asked as they reviewed the training exercise. Because then you'd see me coming. It's predictable, he said, preening. I also glided on the wind to cover my tracks. He added proudly, and she couldn't help but sigh. Mao, so reckless. Both you and your oldest brother. Why couldn't you be more like Regal and be reasonable? She ran her fingers through his hair as she complained, defeated. Because I want to be the greatest. And great men take great risks. He parroted another quote. You're spending too much time in the library. She giggled softly, in that way parents do when you say something unexpected, her voice like a wind chime, and yet somehow not nearly enough. But no more suicidal attacks. She added sternly, her finger wagging authoritatively in his face. But Mum dash. No means no. Promise me. She said, with the same certainty that Asian mother talks when you don't pick up their first 10 calls. I promise. Riser complied. And don't think I don't see you crossing your fingers behind my back. Ack. Riser muttered, caught again, I mean oops. Rabila shook her head and sighed. Fine. Just make sure you don't get in unnecessary trouble. Can you at least promise me that, baby? Okay. He agreed, reluctantly, and his mother patted his now healed back. Now come, let's go get you changed. It's your big day. It certainly is. A magic circle appeared before them and a man with similar features emerged from within it. Riser Phenex, the second son of the Phenex clan, and one who rarely visits home due to the nature of his duties managing their clan's holdings in the human world. A true and through workaholic, but his work could not be disputed, for he had nearly tripled their mortal holdings since he had taken over. And even though he wasn't the strongest or the most social, there was something to be said about his unusually high talent in management. How's my favorite little brother? Riser Phenex asked, ruffling his hair. But I'm your only little brother. Exactly. Riser replied with a mischievous smile. Well, screw you too. Riser playfully stuck out a tongue at him and jumped down to kick his shins, only to be dodged. Ah, and here I thought I would be welcome at my beloved little brother's 10th birthday. But what is this, I'm being attacked. He feigned a swoon and swirled on his leg, pretending to fall, I guess I'm not wanted here. Maybe you don't want my gift either. Riser's eyes perked up, what's the gift? TCH, TCH, TCH. Riser wagged a finger, so greedy. I am a devil. Riser shrugged. Of course, you are. And that's why I have a very special present for a very special devil. He said, as he pulled out an envelope from thin air. Is that what I think it is? Riser's breath hitched in excitement. Contracts. Only the first of many. Riser smiled, but enough to raise you to the bare minimum standard of high class. Contracts, the specialty of the devils. It is how they gain power, prestige, and influence over their world. When a devil is summoned by someone to a job, they get paid in proportion to the difficulty of the job, and alongside that, they get a minuscule boost to their demonic power as well, an effect that seems small at first but compounds with the number of contracts a devil fulfills. So, the more contracts a devil has, the more powerful they become. And aside from becoming more powerful, they also grant benefits in tiered classes of social hierarchy, from the bottom feeders that make up low-class devils to the ruling leaders of the devil faction, the Satan class Mao. The most prominent benefit of this class system is, of course, the evil pieces, the tools used to reincarnate other creatures into devils subservient to their holder, their king, forming their peerages, each based on one set of pieces on a chessboard from queen to pawns. Usually, to get access to evil pieces, a devil has to earn the rank of high class, before they are trusted with the devil faction's crowning achievement, and allowed to form their peerages. However, as with all governments, nepotism and privilege open many doors closed to the general public. One such door was the lowered requirements and a little grace in quality and power given to the children of the 72 pillar clans and other assorted nobility. It was why people like Rias Gremory could have entire peerages filled before their actual power even reached middle class, by way of unsigned contracts. Contracts that a family member or their peerage gathered, completed, and left unclaimed specifically for their clan's younger generation. The only problem was, this was usually done in secret, days before the ceremony, to allow for the gain in power to settle down. But Riser being Riser, well. Only, you'll have to spend the rest of the day signing them all if you want to make it in time for the ceremony. That part one can't do for you. He added, tapping his watch, and oh, look at that. Just enough time if you start now. Riser. His mother protested, you were supposed to bring them over yesterday. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Riser sighed. Oh, no need to thank me. What are brothers for, if not to torment you on your best days? Riser stifled a laugh, as a line of magic circles lit up behind him, and from them appeared a host of women wearing typical office lady attire, each with a brooch labeled Sexy Secretary, and carrying file boxes stacked one on top of the other. "Girls, why don't you help my little brother get started on his chores? I hate you." Riser groaned as he walked over to the secretaries, following them inside. "Love you too, chubby cheeks." Regal smacked him on his exposed butt, further enraging him. "See you tonight. Bye." Regal Rain Phenex, that was completely inappropriate, don't you dare dash, but before Rabila could finish, Regal had already formed a teleportation circle. "Love you too, Mom, bye." He added before instantly teleporting away, giggling like a maniac, leaving only an echo of hee-hee-hee in his wake. A sound spell, purposely made to irritate Riser, no doubt, but there was nothing he could do about it now. "Brothers, ha." He sighed, "Well, better get to work. Those evil pieces won't wait for me." Chapter 4, The Big Day Part. Up the sweeping staircases of the Phenex Castle, just beyond the gallery, stand two ornate double doors, carved intricately from hellborn ebony and gilded with pure aged gold imported from the immortals of the Jade Dynasty. Behind that door, the office of the Lord Phenex. Exquisitely furnished, with a grand desk at the front, 3 high-backed chairs couched with blood-red velvet matching the gold inlaid satin cloth covering the desk, and with a tall, imposing bookcase behind it, 2 golden lamps burning with flickering golden flames on either side of it. Fun fact, these lamps had started a fire in the room twice before they had the good sense to enchant them with wards against tongues and sparks. To one side of the desk, well lit with a great window for natural light and lush lapis curtains inseamed with more gold, sat a circle of sofas and ottomans around a coffee table carved from pure ruby gemstone. Yes, one singular gemstone the size of a Great Dane. To the other side, closer to the side door leading into the master bedroom, sat a smaller, less ornate desk, usually manned by a secretary. Today, however, it was enthroned by a 10-year-old boy, nearly buried up to his knees in messy piles of papers. Yours truly. Phuck. I planted my face into the contracts, resentfully eyeing the coterie of sexy secretaries having a little tea party on the sofa, while I suffered under the weight of the contract work. Is this how I spend my birthday? Dying under a pile of paperwork. I groaned. I can't even cramp up my wrist writing all this up, because that's just how overpowered Phenex regeneration is. It's pure mind-numbing boredom. Well, not entirely. I eyed the latest contract. Another in a long line of .com executives and middle management asking for a bailout. The bubble was crashing in with them, the overinflated stock values of all these new and burgeoning, red-bloated, internet companies. They'd spent their investors' money flagrantly, until of course, they ran of other people's money to blow on blow. And who do they turn to when their life comes crashing down? When the world turns their back to them? Us. The same way people don't pray when in times of plenty. They remember their gods only in times of need. So too are they unwilling to entertain us until it is too late. Until there are no other avenues of retreat left, no doors left to open and no windows to jump out of. Then, they call us. Only then are they ready to make a deal with the devil. And that suits us fine. Desperate people means greater leverage, and greater leverage means better contracts, for us of course, not them. And watching this crash, these jobless middle managers and coke-addicted programmers coming off the high of the 80s and 90s, soon to be unemployed, gave me an idea. I had planned for something like this of course, and so had our clan, all clans really. Who do you think caused the crash? Encouraged reckless spending on meaningless growth. Heh. A few sweet words here, a false tip there. Anonymous braggarts, engendering jealousy, competition, feckless expansionism. Keeping up with the Joneses but at a corporate scale. We knew what we were doing. The Great Depression, the World Wars and the proxy ones, both cold and hot, the market crashes and collapse of the gaming industry in the 80s. The sickening greed and lust for power, gluttony leading to rot leading to destruction. And we, the devils, rising, all of us kings of the ashes. We, the oldest service industry, create our own customers. We are, after all, creatures of sin. Made to induce the fall of humanity, remade in our own sinful image. Of course, we don't always succeed. Sometimes, the forces of heaven intercept us, foment dissent, and misfortune does tend to get their attention after all. And it's not always bad, like that one time some genius had the light bulb of an idea to fake a nuclear war to raise interest in their big bunker scam. Stupid bastards. Thankfully, some Russian submarine operator just happened to be blessed with the good sense to double-check the readings and the world was saved, left alive to be corrupted some other day. And the devils responsible, well, let's just say, they got themselves a one-way, all-expenses-paid trip to heaven's premier water park, and a great time was had by all. No one else had tried anything similar ever since. Well, until now, at least. Because soon, I'll be trying something even more ambitious and sinister. But first, the contracts. Still 3 more bundles left. I bitched. It's not like you need all of them, now do you? A voice rang, and I looked up to see a tall, blonde, well-built man in a cream suit, with a wine-red shirt and a tasteful, Fanta orange pocket square leaning on the open door. Of course, I do. I said softly, gesturing towards the secretaries on the opposite end of the room. I need to get to high class before the ceremony. Ah, but that is more of a guideline than a hard and fast rule. It's supposed to show that you're a responsible and trustworthy devil, because so many people trusted you enough to make a contract with you. The men feigned ignorance, and they, by extension, can trust you to not abuse the evil pieces system. Doesn't stop most from doing it anyway. I grumbled, gesturing at the women again. That's none of our business. As long as we do right by the rules, that's all that matters. He said, before nodding and turning to the ladies. He clapped his hands. Girls, break's over. Go help my mother with the party prep. Yes, Lord Ruvel. They took the hint, and got up, bowed respectfully, and filed out of the room, closing the door behind them. Now, what's keeping you? Ruvel asked again. The contracts. I said, laying on hands towards the piles of paperwork. We both know you don't need this many contracts. We are nobles, we are high class by birth. He pressed, I know public scrutiny has increased recently with Devil TV and such, but we're still powerful enough that we don't need to worry about it. Be ashamed to waste all that hard work Regal did. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow, amused, such a caring and responsible brother. Yup, I'm the best, sweetest and coolest brother ever. I grinned. Of course you are. He chuckled, reaching out to pinch my cheeks. But that was reckless. In the yard. He added, Ravel was watching. You know how much she adores you. She copies everything you do. She even sticks around the library, just out of sight, like a lost puppy, even though the books make her eyes spin. I know. I sighed, but I had my reasons. Pray tell. Tonight, people from all across the underworld will be here. I started. You say tonight, as if it isn't 15 to 7 already. The guests will begin arriving here in less than an hour. He interrupted. And they will bring with them questions. Small and secret at first, but once the wines begin flowing, they will get bolder, the probing will get tougher to ignore, in such numbers at least. I explained, I have no doubt, they have eyes and ears in the castle already. All the more reason to give them our best showing. You didn't even use half of your power back there. Ruvel pointed out. Would it have changed anything? I asked coolly. Nope. Exactly. Mom would have still wiped the floor with me, and the only thing that would do is reveal all of our cards to our enemies. But taking Mom by surprise. At least I keep my progress a secret, get to defeat Mom and cultivate a reputation. A reputation for reckless behavior. He poked. A man's reputation is worth his weight in gold, but a reputation sheathing a hidden dagger. That is worth doubly so. I quoted, tell me Ruvel, are we weak? Would me exposing my progress give us any actual advantages aside from a marginally higher social stock? Fair enough. He slumped back in his chair, relaxed. A great showing, on the contrary, would put the other houses on guard. The third son of the Phenex clan is a prodigy, will be read as, the third son of the Phenex clan is a potential threat. A sign of a future powerhouse. Tell me Ruvel, how well has that fared for you? On probation for ultimate class for over 4 decades. I'm sure you'll become ultimate class any day now, I teased. Touché. Ruvel shriveled up, frustration and disappointment in his eyes as he sighed, but you didn't have to put it like that. It's been nearly 50 years and they have cock-blocked your application for ultimate class at every turn. It's a running joke by now that it'll be a century before they finally approve it. Petty bastards. He spat, couldn't win against me in the rating games and now they're being generational sore losers. Hate those pencil-pushing nerds, throwing around their family's political weight around like it's their own damn dick. Amen to that. I nodded in agreement, everyone hates those limp-dick bureaucrats. Doesn't change the fact that they'll do the same to me if they see another Ruvel Phenex rising up. However, a reputation like, reckless but resourceful, and, decently talented, as befitting the Phenex clan, would douse suspicions, especially with how many stray devils have been mysteriously disappearing around the territory. I added. Of course there was another benefit to that reputation. By the time the reputation for, reckless but resourceful, reaches the ears of those in power, by virtue of the long game of telephone, it will be stripped of all nuance and end up becoming reckless and simple-minded, causing people to underestimate me, even when making contracts. After all, would you comb over a contract for loopholes if the person you're contracting is a simpleton? No. People don't even read the 4-sentence instructions on their medicine bottles and 1-page house deeds, and then they complain when they realize they got roped into an HOA. Hell, people push doors with a clear 1-word direction to pull written in bright red ink, right before their eyes. And don't get started on the terms and conditions on software and gym subscriptions. With this rep, I will have to worry about neither political hurdles nor contractual ones. You've really thought this through, huh? That's good then. You have a better sense for politics than I had at your age. He said, looking proud. That reminds me, I have gathered the next batch of practice dummies for you. Ruvel added. Already. I couldn't help but be surprised. Stray devils are strays precisely because they're good at hiding and running. They are devils, usually reincarnated ones that betray their masters and abandon their duties to run away. The pitiful part is, they almost always end up trying to get back home, from where they were forcefully kidnapped and press-ganged into service. Mostly intelligent supernatural beasts and creatures like the yokai or lesser spirits. And it is because of this predictable behavior that they get caught just as easily again. That rumor about a stray safe house worked wonders on the less intellectually inclined members of their population. Ruvel said, with a chuckle. I see. I ruminated for a moment in silence, before asking, say, do you ever think about how messed up and broken this system is, what with the steady stream of stray devils and declining quality of life for the lower classes? Ruvel looked at me, his eyebrows quirked up in concern. Where did that come from? Don't tell me you've suddenly developed a conscience after all those experiments you put those strays through. No, nothing of the sort. I shook my head, cracking my knuckles with a pop as I stretched in the chair. My concerns are purely logistical in nature. Fears of rebellion and riots are reasonable if such trends continue, and those will certainly damage our assets, an eventuality I'd like to prevent if possible. You should know that too, shouldn't you, flamed Tyrant Ruvel. Ruvel's face ran pale. He cringed, burying his face in his hands in embarrassment. You've been watching my old rating games, haven't you? They finally committed them to VHS tapes last month. I chuckled, it's pretty interesting, seeing your transformation between then and now. No. He groaned and buried his head in the paperwork. Though I have to admit, you really rocked the leather. I teased. I regret being born. He deadpanned and I couldn't help but laugh. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, laugh it up at my misery. No respect for your oldest brother. He rolled his eyes in frustration, crossing his arms across his chest in a pout. 2,000 words. Phew, what a long chapter. Anyways, this is further world building, explaining Stray Devil, the reasoning for why MC was acting all cute with his mom last chapter and a little character exploration on Riser Phenex's delinquent youth phase. This will be the last of the family bonding and slice of life chapters. All members of the Phenex clan have been introduced and explored. It's all scheming and action from here on out as the plot picks up. Tell me what you think of the story till now, and next chapter we'll finally get to the party, the evil pieces and the first peerage member. Stay tuned. Remember to donate your power stones and add this book to your library if you haven't already. What are you waiting for? It's all uphill from here, baby. Strap in and strap on for the ride. Also, if we reach 500 collections or 200 power stones, I'll post an extra chapter each, so they're a little incentive for y'all. See you later, skaters. Chapter 5, The Big Day Part. So what do you want to do about the stray devils? Ruvel asked. Obviously, we can't move them today, and I know you'll be mentally drained from the party tomorrow, so do you want them at the usual spot, say, the day after? I thought for a moment and shook my head. No, I don't think I'll be needing strays anymore. Get rid of them. I said, slumping back into my chair. Oh, but keep the rumor going for a while before you raid the safe house. It'll keep the image of that hope alive and keep the suspicions off us, the next time we need to catch some. Ruvel nodded and leaned in, elbows over the desk. I take it you finished that spell. I smiled, and lifted a finger. Instantly, a thimble-sized crimson-orange flame the color of the setting sun sparked to life at the tip of it. But if you looked closer, you could spot the faintest outline of a pale, cyan blue at its edges. Soul-burning hellfire. A flame that leaves the vessel untouched and burns away the soul itself. Amazing. Ruvel exclaimed with joy, slapping the table in excitement. I'm so proud of you, Riser. Thanks. I smiled cockily. I'm really proud of myself too. Ruvel laughed and ruffled my hair. Precocious little brat. You really are something. He let out a sigh, his expression shifting to somewhere between nostalgia and sourness, and so much faster than me too. Took me till I was 28 to even conceive of the idea, to even think to look into the nature of our hellfire. Well, I didn't do it all on my own. Without your help getting the strays, it would have taken at least another year. Another year. So 11 years old. You damn overachiever. He snorted. So what is next for our resident genius? I looked up at him, and gave him a curious look. Human experimentation, mostly death row inmates and particularly vicious criminals. I want to see if I can get the flame of punishment and flame of sin to work. You made up the theories. Oh, I made up more than just theories. I scoffed, and crossed my arms over, leaning back into my chair. So, when were you going to tell me? What are you talking about? Ruvel asked, confused. Oh, don't play coy. You know what I'm talking about, the true origin of our clan. His tensed up for the slightest moment before he hid his expression behind a mask of ignorance. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's how you're going to play it? All right, how about this? I'll start talking and you tell me when I'm wrong. I cleared my throat with an ahem and he leaned back amused. Enlighten me. Okay, so, magic is an imitation of our demonic power. And our demonic power is an imitation of divine magic, miracles at work. It is the power of imagination because our creator, Lucifer, was the first to imagine a world beyond his own creator's instructions. The deals we make in exchange for a price, how are they different from, say, a genie granting a wish in return for release, or the gods answering prayer in return for sacrifices, or even the miracles that heaven bestows upon those who keep faith? It is an imitation of the same old ritual. Give and take. I paced about as I spoke. The reason we can fly despite our wings being too small to generate enough lift for creatures our size. The principle of, I have wings, therefore I can fly, the imitation of flight. We speak all languages so we can communicate with, make a deal with everyone, just like how gods possess all speak, so they may spread their faith without borders. An imitation of divine communion. I see you've mastered advanced magic theory. Ruvel commented. Ah, ha. I nodded, and went back to pacing around the room as I spoke, so imagine my surprise when I got to our clan's traits and something didn't quite add up. Our flame that is just like a phoenix's, we brag to everyone. Immortal like a phoenix. And yet we also have things a phoenix doesn't, something curiously missing from both the Phoenix and the official guide to Devil Society's chapter on clan traits, almost as if has been purposely obfuscated. Our ability to manipulate wind. On top of that, 4 creatures so aligned with fire, the biting winds we summon carry with them an ominous chill, almost antithetical to the heat of flame. And I could see the faintest hint of a smile on Ruvel's face. I couldn't quite square this circle for a while there, until I remembered Ravel's birth. Why was it that Dad went in alone to assist Mom in the birth? How come we didn't get any midwives, so secretive? And when I got into the room after, what do find, or rather, don't find? Eggshells. No trace of them. No shells, no yolk. Nothing. You know how humans sometimes keep a piece of umbilical cord from their children, yet we are so careful as to wipe any traces of our births before anyone else may see it. That's when it clicked. Why we can change our hands into talons, why we give birth to eggs despite being humanoid in form. Why our wings remain feathered and colorful, unlike the rest of Devilkin's leathery wings. Why I forgot my past life's identity at birth. Though this, I left unsaid. It was the linchpin in my theory. It really tickled my D&D power gamer instincts. I just knew there was something hidden there. I just needed to roll that nat 20 on the insight check. What, amongst all mythologies, causes one to lose their memories in their transition to a new life? A lot of things, but it wasn't hard to narrow it down to one liquid, like the amniotic fluid filling my egg, that took on its properties. Granny Meng's soup. Our flames, they aren't just like a phoenix's, are they? Not the Western phoenix at least. That one is a beast, sacred, yes, but just a beast nonetheless. But there is a creature that matches those traits to the dot. A mythical bird that can transform into a human, who manipulates both flame and wind, though its nature is beyond sacred. A divine bird. In imitation of which we wield the flames of Du, summon the black winds of misfortune, though ours never really match up to the original. Ruvel sighed. Feng Huang. The ever-burning glory of Huang Di, the Jade Emperor. King of all birds, Lord of ceremonies. He who ushers in violet winds from the east, laden with blessings. He whistled, half defeated, half proud, you really figured it out. Lucifer, that crazy bastard really managed to steal a Feng Huang from right under the Jade Emperor's nose, huh? I ran a hand through my hair, do they know? Of course they do. They're not idiots. Ruvel said. Then why dash? Do you really think the Jade Emperor would risk public humiliation by admitting that a foreign pantheon managed to steal his prized bird god? Those people are all about face. Respect, public image. The dignity of the mandate of heaven would be irreparably damaged if it got out. Which is also why we do everything we can to keep it secret. Including distracting people from the truth by comparing ourselves to the Phoenix. I snorted with a chuckle, our clan name itself is a red herring. And here I thought we couldn't name ourselves the Phoenix clan for the same reason we can't invoke his name. The Feng Huang is the ancestor of the phoenix and the vermilion bird, so it's not technically wrong. Ruvel said, before adding, that's why you should also realize what will happen if we fail to prevent it from becoming public knowledge. We'd be served grilled next to the Banchan at his next celestial feast. I joked. Ruvel nodded gravely. He'd have to take action to save face. He'd claim ignorance, and demand justice, and the new government would gladly throw us under the bus. It's not that we are weak, but that the Jade Emperor's court is just too strong. This is a fight we cannot afford. You don't have to worry about me keeping a secret. I assured him. I know. He sighed, but it is my duty to warn you, as your older brother. Still, you could have waited until after the party to drop this bombshell on me. So when did you figure it out? I asked, excited. I didn't. He said. What? Mom and Dad told me, when I hit a wall in my training. So is it an air-only secret or? Regal doesn't know, if that's what you're asking. He barely even bothered to train to high class, much less train the special aspects of our hellfire. On that note, I was wondering, our hellfire, if it is related to the flames of DU, couldn't we try for something more? Not flames of absolution, of course, that's too holy. I was thinking more flames of reincarnation. The 5th level spell Reincarnate was one of my favorites to play post-battle, reviving all of our fallen enemies as 5'0" Busticat girls. The DM hated me for that. I think at one point I had something like 23 DMPCs and big bads transformed into a Tabaxi mini-army. That's when he quit playing for good. To strip your enemies of their powers. He instantly figured out my line of logic, not to mention its feasibility, the cost itself would too great. You'd need to match them pound for pound in terms of demonic power and then exceed that by an inch or two. He calculated, how much is that soulfire costing you? Almost a quarter of my demonic power for a flame the size of a candle. I replied, dejected, but I'm still refining it. I think I can get the costs down as low as an 11th of it. Still too costly to use in battle, but a great tool to have in your arsenal. He nodded appreciatively. I tried something similar when I found out too. Which one did you try? Flames of Fortune. But wait, that's even element-wise dash. Yeah, it didn't pan out. He said, then I tried mixing tantric magic into the mix. There was this spell to avoid untimely death. I know, we're immortal, hear me out. It was to create something similar to what Surzex does. You know how he turns himself into pure destruction. I nodded, and he continued. I tried doing that, but with hellfire. Ruvel laughed. It went about as well as you'd expect. Wow, you were really in it to win it, huh? I chuckled. Well, I'd gotten into the top 10 of the rating games and I thought, why not try for number 1? Maybe even get to Satan class while I was at it. Ah, the folly of youth. He spoke wistfully, that Surzex really is something, being able to do that. You sound like an old man. Shut up. Ruvel smiled. You see, what I found from all those experiments, is that we can't tap into the true powers of the Feng Huang. We lack one crucial component of his physiology. Divinity. I guessed. Yes. Only divinity can match divinity. Since our version of the Feng Huang's powers are tinged with the essence of hell, we'd ideally need a blessing from an underworld deity. Is that why you used that tantric spell, praying to an underworld god to tap into that domain? Interesting, but pretty much impossible. Everyone hates devils. No way they'd bless one with anything. If I had half the sense you have, Riser, I'm just telling you this so you don't repeat my mistakes. He unbuttoned his shirt, pulling it aside to reveal the faintest hint of a scar. It was barely visible, you wouldn't notice it unless you were looking for it, but there it was. A razor-thin black line from his right pectoral to the center of his ribcage. Thanatos' scythe. Ruvel spoke, almost wincing from the memory. I charged Hades to demand a blessing, and Thanatos put me in my place. He gave me this, a reminder of the difference between us and them. I reached out to touch and felt the chill of death coming from it. Gnarly, I couldn't help but admire his courage. I wouldn't have had the guts to do something so patently stupid. That's not how you're supposed to react. Ruvel gave up mid-sentence. You're smart enough to know not to do that. I am. I smirked, and I could see it grated on him. Arrogant brat. He said, when he noticed the clock, we spent too much time chit-chatting. Go and get ready, it's time. Yes, I know. I said this chapter would have the party, but I got carried away with this conversation. Sorry. In return, I will write the final part of Big Day today and give you a second chapter. Also, tell me what you think of the chapter. Am I dropping too much lore and world building too fast? What should I change or improve? I appreciate your ideas. If it's not too much to ask, could you guys also leave good reviews on the FIC? I'm in it to win it, just like Riser Phenex. Let's win together. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones, add the FIC to your library and come back in a few hours for Big Day Part 4. Thanks for reading. Bye. Chapter 6, The Big Day Part. The night was young and the ballroom of Castle Phenex was dazzled with both artifacts and people of beauty. The wine was flowing, the banquet spread stretching the entire length of it. A magnanimous, extravagant celebration, the likes of which only the richest house could afford, and even then for special occasions, for in their long lives, devils held little regard for the usual birthday celebrations. But today was a special day, and it came with very special guests. As I made my way across the room giving greetings, tending to the guests and socializing as was expected of me, I spotted from the corner of my eye, my father, up in the gallery giving me the signal. 3 fingers raised. T-3 minutes. Finally. I nodded and turned to the newest and last pair of guests I'd have to entertain. Lady Visego, Lord Amon, thank you for gracing my celebration with your presence. I bowed. How could we miss such a thing? You'll only be 10 once. Lord Amon laughed jovially, his rather large belly jiggling the hems of his coat like a ship's sail. And congratulations. May you live a long and prosperous life. She said, brushing her deep blue hair to the side, before she snapped her fingers at a nearby attendant. He nodded and began to bring out a series of trays, full of gifts, covered with the finest satin. Oh, you shouldn't have, my lady. I made the polite gesture to refuse. Of course I wanted gifts but, you know. Nonsense. With your friendship with Anili and Iolava, you're practically family. You wouldn't refuse gifts from family, would you now? I was close Anili, sure, but family. Pfft. We both knew the real reason they were here. And he would be here any minute now. How can I, when you put it so tenderly? Which reminds me, where is Eni? I asked. Oh, she should be around here somewhere. She waved a hand and looked around before crying out, Eni. Her voice was soft, yet by some magic it found exactly its target, disturbing nary another soul. Their clan trait, nostalgia, the ability to find and bind both objects and people depending on the time they spend with them. A terrifying trait, when used right, as it possessed the power to enslave anyone, given enough time. The ultimate prep time power. A little girl, the spitting image of Lady Visego in a 1:3 scale, scuttled over, clutching her flowing rose-pink dress in both hands. Her eyes lit up when she saw me. Riser. She jumped on me, pulling me into a bear hug, squealing in a cute voice, happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Thanks, Eni. I patted her back before gently prying her off me. I am not weak of will but no way am I falling for the world's most obvious mind control, though she may not mean it. Where were you? Her mother pinched her ear. I was looking for Iolava. He's ran off again. Ha ha ha, he's just messing around with his friends, no doubt. Lord Amon laughed. Don't worry, Eni. When I find him, I'll send him straight your way. I assured her, before turning to the 2 clan leaders, I'm sorry I must excuse myself. But the ceremony is about to begin. Don't let us hold you up, now. Go on. Lady Visego said, and waved me off. I bowed again and politely excused myself. Just as I made my way to the gallery, I saw a magic circle appear at the top of the stairs, bearing the symbol of the guest of honor, 2 overlapping Tau symbols with a devil tail curled around them like the neck of a swan. From it emerged, a bewitchingly beautiful man with lime green hair and soft, almond eyes. Ajuka Beelzebub. My father and the red-haired gentleman beside him, bowed slightly in greeting before my father rang a spoon on his glass attracting the attention of everyone who hadn't already noticed the Satan's presence among them. A hush fell over the room, as all eyes turned to the gallery. My father walked up to the edge of the railing and raised his glass. Beautiful ladies and gentlemen of the underworld. Lord Ajuka. Lord Zeoticus. First and foremost, allow me to thank you all for coming all the way here, to witness this celebration. Lord Ajuka, thank you for personally making the journey, and taking the time out of your busy schedule to share in our joy. We are extremely grateful for your consideration. Ajuka Beelzebub lazily waved him off, awkwardness oozing out of every pore of his body. It was no matter. I was free for the evening. He replied casually. This guy, he's just really laid back, isn't he? Well, I don't dislike that. I likewise walked up to them and bowed. Lord Ajuka, Lord Gremory. Thank you for coming to my birthday. And they nodded in acknowledgement. I didn't mind. This was no time for small talk. My father spoke again. Today is a special day, not only because it is my son's birthday, or because it is the day he gets his evil pieces, but also because we have another announcement to make. But all in due time. Let us first commence with the ceremony so as to not waste Lord Ajuka's time. Ajuka Beelzebub nodded, and walked over to me, kneeling beside me at eye level. He flicked his hand and from thin air, pulled out a tombstone-shaped slate made of some type of dark obsidian. Usually, you would have to go to Agrias to get registered as a king and obtain the evil pieces, but just for today, I have made an exception. Ajuka explained, pointing to the slate, this one-time use artifact is connected to the Monument of Kings on Agrias. All you have to do is drip your blood on it, and it will summon your evil pieces for you. In truth, I had already gone and secretly registered on Agrias last week, but father wanted to show off our wealth, and promised a few favors to the government, including clearing out a portion of their war debt, yes, from the Civil War 500 years ago. That was still a thing, despite their best efforts. It's just the nature of governments. The post-war reconciliation campaign wasn't cheap either. All in order to reinforce the impression of our power. He was so extra sometimes. Still, it was a brilliant move politically. I have no doubt that after this and the other announcement, Clan Phenex will have secured absolute authority within the eyes of the rest of Devil nobility. Now, to do my part in this charade. I transformed my left hand into a claw, and decisively slashed off my right hand at the wrist, without so much as a whisper. It took all I had to contain myself from crying out in pain, and my teeth clenched so hard I could almost hear them creak for a moment as they ground against one another, mitigating the waves of pain racking my body. I could see both Zeoticus and Ajuka wince at that, but what came next shocked them even more. Catching the severed hand midair, I squeezed it into little more than mangled paste, draining the blood onto the slate, in a show of utter ruthlessness. It was a message. We don't hesitate to do what is necessary. No matter the cost or pain. A masterclass in politics. As the last of the blood drained into the slate, it seemed to absorb it all hungrily, like an insatiable sponge. Then, it began to shine, emitting an eerie blood-red light. And from within the slate, began to emerge sleek, bone-white chess pieces, marbled with wine-red veins of blood that seemed to pulse as if they were alive. 15 of them. Then Ajuka Beelzebub's perfect eyebrows perked up in surprise. I followed his gaze to see a pawn emerging at the end of the slate with an additional set of gray veins alongside the red ones, like calcite upon marble. A mutation piece. He pointed out. How rare. Zeoticus Gremory added, shame it's just a pawn. A mutation piece, the bug in the evil pieces system. It was a special kind of piece that contained far more power than usual. It was said that if a member of their peerage required more than one piece to reincarnate, a devil could substitute all those pieces with a single mutation piece. Though, it was just as rare as it was overpowered. Only 1 in 10 devils had a single mutation piece in their set, not to mention more than one. I'm happy there's at least one. Doesn't matter if it is a pawn or not. I said, I will cherish it all the same. Well said, son. My father patted my back. He then turned to Ajuka Beelzebub and thanked him again. Lord Ajuka, I would like to thank you once again for doing us this favor. Don't mention it. Ajuka once again waved it off. Though, if you wouldn't mind, we would like you to stay with us for one more moment. We have an announcement to make, and we would like very much for you to witness it. That's fine with me. He shrugged, and slunk back from the foreground, as my father began his speech. As we said before, today, we have one more announcement to make. Tensions have been rising as of late, the number of stray devils. My father droned on as I retreated next to Ajuka, and grabbed his attention. If it isn't too forward of me, I would like to ask you a few questions. I whispered in a soft voice. Shoot. He replied nonchalantly, already lost in thought about some new invention most likely, zoning out. Can regular evil pieces change into mutation pieces later on? With that, I got his attention again. Sometimes, when a devil, reincarnated or otherwise, experiences explosive growth in power, their evil pieces can evolve into a mutation piece. But this is even rarer than the chances of a mutation piece appearing in a regular set. I can count the number of times it has happened on my fingers. Which is? I pressed and he gave me an amused look, and used to such interrogation from others, in fear of his status. 8 times. A lot more than I thought. I mused. And what if I used the evil pieces on myself? And finally, he stood up straighter, eyes peeled on me, intrigued. That is, certainly a novel view. But as the pieces are tied to you, you cannot gain anything even if you use them all on yourself. They are a part of you, so doing that would be no different of self-cannibalization. But isn't there one piece missing in the set? There should be a king piece too, right? I asked innocently, and for a moment his face flashed with suspicion. But then, it subsided as quickly as it came. There is no king piece. He said, his expression softer now, and he pressed one finger to my chest, because you yourself are the king piece. Heh. So, he has already invented the king piece, huh? Guess, I was a little off about the timeline. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Kuo sooner rather than later. And what if someone has already been reincarnated, but their master is dead? Can they be reincarnated into a new peerage then? In that case, what happens to their original piece? Is it like trading peerages or do the pieces merge? And what if dash? I think that's enough curiosity for one day, little Phenex. He cut me off, and pointed at my father, you might want to pay attention to what your father is saying now. I returned my attention to my father and Lord Gremory and saw them holding hands, raised high. And in that spirit, we would like to announce the union of our 2 great houses, through the engagement of my 3rd son, Riser Phenex, and the heir to the Gremory clan, Rius Gremory. A wild cheer erupted from the crowd, and my father called me up forward, but I noticed something they hadn't. Father-in-law. Where is my child bride? I asked. Lord Gremory looked behind him, and saw no sign of his daughter. He let out a sigh, muttering, "Satan's damn it," Rias under his breath, while an unexpected peal of laughter rang out from behind me. Puffed. Fwahahaha. Ajuka Beelzebub was laughing, clearly amused, as he pointed at me. "I like this one." Lord Gremory just shook his head and held up a finger. "Just a moment." He cast a magic circle on the ground, and from it emerged a red-headed little girl in a pure white dress, going just full hog on a piece of strawberry shortcake. As the light of the teleportation circle subsided, the little gremlin froze mid-bite, like a deer in headlights, scanning over us from the corners of her eyes before slowly taking one last bite, and swallowing the entire half of the pastry that was left, whole. "Why are you like this, Rias?" Lord Gremory groaned, rubbing his temples in disappointment. Rias Gremory, 5, being an adorable little gremlin. Riser milking Ajuka. That's all, folks. Tell me what you think about the chapter in the comments. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. And please write some reviews for the FIC, please 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 please. 500 collections, 1 extra chapter. 200 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. Every constructive review, 1 extra chapter, max 10. See ya. Chapter 7, the big day part. The extra chapter for writing a review, as promised. Everyone, say thank you, weird_stuff. Why are you like this, Rias? Lord Gremory groaned, rubbing his temples in disappointment. Like what? She asked, innocently, licking the frosting off her lips, before she reached for the hem of her frock. Not on the frock, Rias-Zeoticus tried in vain, but he was too late. She wiped her strawberry shortcake-stained hands on her pure, white frock. Ajuka Beelzebub snorted out with more laughter and wiped a tear off his eye. Lord Phenex, I must thank you for inviting me. This has been a truly enjoyable night. He snickered as he spoke, but now I must bid you adieu. My father just gave him an awkward smile, while Lord Gremory all but wilted in embarrassment. My father turned to the crowd, and sneakily signaled the orchestra to start playing. Ladies and gentlemen, let us feast and dance the night away, what do you say, and leave our little couple to get to know each other. The hall filled with compassionate cheer with a few jeers mixed in, and the party got back on its feet within moments. On the side, however, Lord Gremory was trying his best to remedy the situation. Didn't I tell you to wipe your hands with a kerchief? Where is it? He snipped through grit teeth and frustration. Rias flapped her dress. This dress doesn't have any pockets. Ah, the age-old dilemma of women worldwide. No pockets. But devils can always store it in there. What happened to the one I stored in your spatial storage spell? Rias blinked cutely in confusion for a second, before she perked up with an ah. I forgot. Teehee. Wow. Just wow. Tiny tomboy Rias Gremory was not on my bingo card. I could just feel Zeoticus facepalming inside his head. This is my fiancée. I turned to my father and asked, she's tiny. I am not. Rias protested from the side, hoisting her arms and standing on her tippy toes. Rias is a big girl. What are you? 5. I asked, and she puffed up all proud. Rias is 5.5. More than 5.5. She preened, almost 6. Aha. She nodded, counting on her fingers for a moment, before she raised 4 fingers. Rias will be 6 in 3 months. Those are 4 fingers. I pointed out. She pouted. Almost 3 months. But you're raising 4 fingers dash. And there's the tears. It's 3 mons. She sniffled. I caved. Yup. Okay, 3 months it is. Behind me I could hear my father consoling Lord Gremory. He pointed at me and laughed jovially. At least he knows the golden rule of marriage. Happy wife, happy life. I shook my head, and reached into my own storage, pulling out a handkerchief and began to wipe her tears away. Such an adorable little thing. How she grew up to become that spoiled rotten princess, I have no idea. Right. Rias gave one final sniffle, and raised her hand to my face. I looked at her, confused. It's for kissing, silly. She jiggled her hand, like a prince. Is that so? Don't you read storybooks? Don't worry, when we get married, I will read you lots of bedtime stories. She replied and pressed her hand to my lips. There, see. Like that. I smiled, took her hand and this time, kissed it properly, much to her giggling joy. Why don't you two go out for a walk, get to know each other, while we clean up the mess here? My father suggested. Don't we need to dance? It's a ball, after all. I asked. No, she's too young. To be honest, I feel it was a mistake to introduce you two so young. We had planned to wait a few more years, but the situation demanded a bit more proactiveness. My father explained. Did that stray devil stunt of mine really cause such great ripple effects? Though it will be a while before you get married. Not until Rias is a woman grown. Lord Gremory added. I wouldn't have it any other way. I assured him. In fact, I wouldn't have it all, if it were up to me. Which it is. It's a shame really. She's such a sweet little girl, and I'm sure if I guided her right, we could make it work. Except there's one teeny, tiny, little problem. I'm not a pedo. Which really does work wonders for me, because I never planned on marrying Rias either way. Don't know how the original Riser didn't see it, probably because the pervert was too busy ogling teen Rias tits, but this whole situation, it wasn't just a red flag, it the whole Soviet Union. A wife that was not only more talented than him, with a ciscon super devil for a brother and a higher social status. Yeah, I am not becoming another Ialava Amon, should have been his first thought, if he had had the slightest shred of empathy. Or common sense. Or self-control. She'd have his balls in a death grip even if he had gotten what he wanted. No way am I signing up for that. But, as things are, I'm already stronger than the original Riser at just 10 years old. So I think I will let it play out as it is. With my plans as they are, I'll be far stronger than her brother by the time the marriage rolls around in 12 years. So it won't, in fact, play out like this. Still, after growing up together, no way will I be able to see her as anything other than cute little Rias. So should I take her to the garden or dash? The garden should be the farthest from prying eyes. My father said. And further humiliation. Zeoticus mumbled under his breath. X. As it turns out, Zio-chan had raised a flag, because the garden was not, in fact, further away from humiliation. Case in point, within moments of entering the garden we came upon a most peculiar scene. A thin, dark-haired boy, surrounded by 4 other boys, kicking him down. Where's security when you need them? I sighed. And stay down, you little shit. One of them cried. Know your place. A second one added, panting. No demonic power, no clan trait, are you even a devil? A third one taunted the boy on the ground, but he too appeared tired. Trash should stay where it belongs. The fourth one, someone I recognized, kicked the boy, who appeared to be no older than 9, mid-sentence, in the gutter. The boy lay on the ground for a moment, gulping down as much air as his little lungs could swallow. And then, still twitching from the pain, trembling all over, bleeding from what I could count, no less than 10 different places, he stood back up. A genuine feat for one so young. He squared up his arms and spat out a glob of blood, and through a thin, wavering grin, spoke. I can do this all day. All right, Captain America. Chill. That was when I interceded. I'd rather you not spit on my mother's favorite hellberry bushes. Oh, sorry. The mini Steve Rogers replied, surprised at my presence. And you? I turned to the 4 bullies, are you really doing this, here? On my birthday, you stupid jollof rice. Shut up, jerk chicken. Ialava Amon shot back, and sneered, and congratulations on joining the club. I'm not like Dash, I went to argue when Rias finally jumped out from behind a hedge and struck a pose. Halt, villains. Magical girl Rias-tan is here. Rias, I think it's too late for that. It's never too late to serve justice. She shouted, and jumped at Ialava, only to be smacked down like a fly. I caught her before she fell, and put her firmly in my grasp. That's enough. They're my friends. Ewan, but they were bullying him. Rias protested, how can you be friends with villains? It's complicated, Rias. An excuse, but what else can I do on such short notice? Liar. That's what Daddy says when Mommy is mad at him, but it's always because he forgets to play with her or give her gifts on her special days. She pouted and I couldn't help but pat her adorable little head. Who's the tiny hell panther? He asked, before recognition struck. Aha, your brand new ball and chain. That's no way to refer to your wife. I countered, oh wait, for some of us, it really is that, isn't it? That pissed him off proper, but I continued. I wonder what Eni will think when she finds out you prefer pounding down on twinks over your own dear little wife. He was about to speak, but I shut him up. They've started dancing, you know, in there. I thumbed at the lights in the distance. His face blanched, and he muttered under his breath, as he made for the ballroom. That psycho bitch will be the death of me. And take your 3 stooges with you. I shouted behind him. Riser, we didn't have anything to do with it. You know how Io gets, we just want to help him. One of them swore. You can't let my parents know, please. Another begged. I waved them off. That's no excuse for defiling my home with his blood, but, fine. Go. I turned to the first Avenger, I'll deal with him myself. I walked towards him, cracking my knuckles, as a flame lit up on their tips. Of course, I wasn't going to do anything to him, but a guy can have some fun, can't he? I could see the boy tense, alert and ready to bolt like stray cat. Now, how should I deal with Y dash? What is a twink? Rias asked before I could play. And, it's dead. The vibe is dead. She killed it. Great going Rias Tan. I sighed, when a brilliantly mischievous idea struck me. I turned back to her, and crouched down, patting her head. Why don't you go ask father-in-law about it? She blinked, confused as she processed my words. My father-in-law or your father-in-law? Lord Gremory. Okay. She beamed, waving at the boy, by Sai. By Rias-chan. He waved awkwardly. It's magical girl Rias-tan. She huffed, say it. He smiled, as if he had done this 1,000 times. Thank you, magical girl Rias-tan. Yay. Rias jumped happily, twirling on her heels, and struck a cherub pose, her devil wings sprouting from her back, magical girl Rias-tan away. With that she flew away, no doubt to give Lord Gremory his second dose of heart attacks today. Now where were we dash? I was just leaving. My hand clamped down on his shoulder with weight of a mountain. No, you're not. I spoke, a little louder, so whatever interlopers were lurking around could hear me clearly. Haven't you shamed the Baal name enough? Now you want to sully the name of Clan Phenex too. What will people think when they see you leave like that? The Phenex clan can't even ensure the security of their guests, is what? I dragged him along as I continued. No, you're coming with me. Where are you taking me? He asked, voice shaking as he tried and failed to break free from my grasp. I smirked mischievously, and his face paled so much, I think he almost fainted. Somewhere you won't embarrass anyone anymore, Sarord Baal. Riser matches Rias' mischievous gremlin energy perfectly. Magical girl Rias-tan makes her exit. Finally, we meet the first member of the peerage, Sarord Baal. The big day was supposed to be 2, maybe 3 chapters, but it has ballooned to 7 now, T to TT. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Tell me how you like the chapter, any suggestions etc. in the comments below. Chapter 8, The Mirror of Trauma. This is the extra chapter, as promised, for reaching 500 collection. Hooray! In a corner of Castle Phenex's garden was a pond of bubbling, boiling water. 20 feet across in all directions, it was made from a redirected hot spring, constructed partly to nurture the imported young-natured koi fish, and partly for the vanity of using a hot spring a decorative feature. In the middle of the pond, with small ebony walkway leading to it, sat a pagoda, made with rich mahogany and furnished with a tea table, turquoise-dyed, plush seats and most importantly, an enchanted climate control system, which cleverly hid behind it, a second set of controls for a pair of privacy wards. A place for having private conversations, away from the prying eyes and eavesdropping ears that penetrated every corner of the castle proper. Though, mostly, it was used by my mom and dad for an entirely different sort of penetration. I'd found a pair of towels and string of condoms in a hidden compartment some years back, and avoided the place since. This was where Ravel was conceived, if my calculations were right, and maybe even me, for all I know. Today, however, it was being used to plant the foundations of my future peerage. Here. I threw him a clean towel as I activated the privacy wards. To anyone else who saw it now, they'd think we were just having a regular conversation, or whatever else their mind conceived of as appropriate. A harmless little mind magic woven into the enchantment. Sure, it wouldn't work on anyone high class or above, but spies were hardly ever over mid-class. High-class devils are strategic resources. No one would waste them on infiltrating enemy camps. Sarord Baal looked at me with confusion. Clean yourself up. I explained, I have a spare tuxedo of mine that you can use. There's no need. I will just dash. Leave. Not until the party is over. I refused. If you go in like this, people will start asking questions. No, I meant dash. I didn't let him finish before shoving a vial of Phenex tears into his hands. Drink up. He looked down at the vial for a moment before he realized what it was. Flustered, he tried handing it back. This is Phenex tears. I can't afford it. Well, I can, so drink. I popped the cap and forced the liquid down his throat as he coughed in surprise. But it's Phenex tears dash, he spoke between coughs. Who am I? I asked him, deadpan. He fell silent for a second before replying in a soft voice. Riser Phenex. Exactly, and I, Riser Phenex, am rich. Filthy rich. This is like a drop in the bucket for me. I said, proudly, languishing upon the couch. Besides, did I ask you to pay? No. See, consider it a gift. I waved off his concerns. But it's your birthday. I should be the one giving you a gift. Did you bring me one? Show me already. He struggled to form a clumsy little magic circle, and ultimately failed, before pulling out a summoning slip, pre-charged with magic and summoned. A basket of apples. I looked at him, he turned down his eyes in shame. Poor boy, he's probably expecting me to judge him for it. Well, I'm not. I picked up an apple off the pile, and bit into it. It was crisp, sweet, and juicy. Mmm. Delicious. I said, loudly, and it was indeed, thanks, Serorg. But, that's it. He said sheepishly. That's it what? Your demonic power or the gift? He shrunk into himself almost like a turtle. Both. Well, I can't speak about your frankly abysmal amount of demonic power, but the apples, they're good. It's a good gift. But everyone else got you so much, and dash. Are you everyone else? I interrupted him. No. Of course not. It's a gift from the one and only Serord Bale. How can I compare it to any others? But nothing. Are there any other Serord Bales? No. His spirit seemed to lift a little. Exactly. And that's why it's a very special gift. Just for me. We sat in silence for a minute as I finished the apple and burnt away the core. Then he broke the silence. You're not as bad as I thought. He said, softly, a little more comfortable now. High praise. I teased and he blushed in embarrassment. That's not what I dash, he tried to correct himself. I patted his back and laughed. I'm joking. Relax. I summoned a piece of cake from my inventory and placed it in front of him. Here. I can't in good conscience let you leave without tasting the finest birthday cake in the world, now, can I? How did you know, Dash? That you hadn't eaten any? Is it hard to guess? No. No, it isn't. He took the cake and smiled a little. But this isn't the best cake in the world. He added. Oh ho. And which one is that? I asked, fully knowing the answer to that. The one my mom makes on my birthday. He spoke between stuffing his face. Well then I'll have to taste it someday, you little mama's boy. I replied. Really? He was surprised and his face flushed with excitement. Don't forget to invite me. I won't. He beamed, happily. Good. I summoned a juice box for myself as I waited for him to finish. Why are you friends with him? He asked once he finished. I lava. Serord nodded. He isn't so bad once you get to know him. I defended him, even though I didn't really consider him a friend per se. To me he was just a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy. His fiancée Anili Vasego was a close friend of Diodora Astaroth because their families were close, and I had only gotten close to him to get an in with Diodora once he joined the Cows Brigade. And even that was a backup of a backup plan, in case my dozen other ways of infiltrating that organization didn't work. Ialava Aman was a glorified guest pass into the Cows Brigade for me. My inner loot goblin squealed in joy at the thought. The Cows Brigade was a veritable treasure trove of useful powers and artifacts of great power, not to mention the connections I could make to all the different pantheons and groups that were involved in that whole mess. And when it inevitably collapsed, if I didn't topple it first, who else but me would be there to pick up the precious pieces of research they had done and the now unemployed stray magicians with talent enough to recreate entire devil bloodlines in a lab and even mass-produce Phenex tears without us. The power to make entire armies of Satan-class devils and monsters. That alone was invaluable. Shame how much they fucked that up on their own. But I had to admit, seeing it firsthand, Ialava really was a sorry creature. Is he worse? Serord joked. No, he's just pitiful. I chose that word carefully. Pitiful. Serord asked, puzzled. You probably already know this, but Ialava is the second son of the Aman clan. Serord nodded. It was common knowledge. And you know he is engaged to Anili Vasego. Yes, but what does that have to do with anything? He asked. The Vasego clan. Do you know what their clan trait is? Nostalgia. He said before the horror dawned on him. No. He whispered. Yes. It is a little-known fact, but by virtue of their traits, all Vasegos are borderline narcissistic sociopaths. I nodded, and knowing that, his father still sold him to the Vasego clan. Sent away from his family as a child, to live with strangers, and not just that, strangers who have the power to enslave him, screw with his mind, make him fall in love with them, no matter what they do to him. I continued. Abandoned by his family, abused by his fiancée. Only socially and physically for now, as far as I know, but how long before she starts to mess with his mind? She humiliates him in public, makes him dress like a dog, for now in the privacy of their domicile, but again, for how long, and treats him less like a partner and more like a belligerent pet. She denies him the very basic dignity required of a person, and even then only in private to save face. She'd neuter him if it was up her, and who knows, once they have a few children, she just might. And you know what the worst part of it is? When his older brother fell deathly ill, and the Amans had to look for a backup to replace him, they didn't come back for him. No. They adopted the youngest daughter of the Agliorept clan, Avi Agliorept. A girl who can't even control her own demonic power. They chose her over their own flesh and blood son. That sort of abandonment, you of all people should know how that feels, Sarowarg. Sarowarg hesitated for a moment before remembering something as he clutched his arm. So what, should I feel bad for him? He still bullies me. I'm not excusing his behavior, just explaining it. Sai, can I call you Sai? Sure. Sarowarg said with a conflicted look on his face. Why does he go after me then? Shouldn't he understand my pain too? He asked after a moment of thought. At 11 years old, Ialava has given up. He has accepted his lot in life. He feels broken. He feels like his family, his whole world has betrayed him, and he lashes out like a kicked dog. Especially when he sees you. Why me? Sarowarg cried, shaking now, with a mixture of trauma and anger. Because he sees himself in you. And he sees you, still fighting your fate, never giving up, even when the whole world is against you. When you don't even have any power, demonic or otherwise. He sees you, someone weaker than him and lower in status, fight desperately against your fate with all your might, and he feels jealous. He hates himself for not having the courage to speak up. To fight for himself. To even beg his family for help. To ask them why. Why did they abandon him? Why they chose a stranger's little girl over their own son? Why they never loved him the way they love her? Sarowarg was on the verge of tears now, resonating with the trauma of one just like him, the mirror held to his own life threatening to shatter his self. He subconsciously backed away from me, physically trying to escape his own trauma. And I landed the final blow. He is broken, Sarowarg. And he blames himself for it. Sarowarg broke down into tears, burying his face in his knees, ugly crying as I wrapped an arm around him, caressing his head gently. It's not your fault, Sai. I consoled him, it's not your fault. Sarowarg reached his hands around me, pulling me into a tight hug, and wept like the 9-year-old boy he is. I'm sorry, I didn't ask to be born this way. He cried, I'm sorry, please. Shoo. It's okay. It's not your fault, Sai. I rubbed his back as he buried his face in my chest. Fuck them all. It's not your fault. Yes, it's that scene from Good Will Hunting. It's absolutely brilliant writing and I just had to copy it. I was reading the wiki and realized this. Ialava's life mirrors Sarowarg's a whole lot. Gives gaslight fantasy a whole new meaning. Only Sarowarg had a loving mother who gave him the courage to keep fighting, even when the whole world was against him. Ialava had nothing and no one. I thought this was an interesting topic to explore. DXD did not explore any of this, these missing character arcs. They just said, and one day Sarowarg decided to pull himself up by his bootstraps and then he became strong. Missed opportunity. Well, I capitalized on it. Tell me if you liked it or not. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Thanks again to all of you. We reached 500 collections. Now if we could just also get to 200 power stones, then you all get another extra chapter. Next goal. 1,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. Chapter 9, it's pawning time. Nearly an hour later, Sarowarg had calmed down to sniffling and he separated from me, a little embarrassed and feeling a lot more relieved and at ease. I'm sorry, I don't know what dash, he flubbed his words, flustered. I cupped his face and assured him. It's okay. I wiped his tears, before lounging back properly in the seat. I turned to him. You know, I didn't mean all those bad things I said, about your blood and shaming the Bale clan. You didn't. He tilted his head cutely. Of course not. I just said that so they'd leave you alone. I explained. And also, to keep our interaction secret. There are spies from the other clans out here, today more so than other days, because we had to hire a lot more temp staff for the celebration, but even one normal days, a castle this big, needs a lot of servants to upkeep and we can't catch them all. Even if we did, they'd try to turn the ones we have or infiltrate in other ways, so we purposely let some spies be, knowing full well that we can feed them false information. Better the evil known and whatnot. And with a plan this risky, I can't afford it leaking. I don't like what they were doing either, but what can you do? That's just the way the world is. I sighed, it's a broken system that preys on the weak and benefits only those at the top. Those that have real power. Not that that isn't the nature of all systems, but hey, the best lies are made entirely of the truth. A system where second and third sons are sold for political favors, where the weak are treated like trash, where half-devils and hybrids are abhorred and shunned. I laughed self-deprecatingly, people like you and me, like Ialava, we are not strong enough to do anything about it. Our sin is our weakness. Don't get me wrong, I'm still in a way better place than either of you, but again, for how long? Who knows if Rias will grow up to be another Anili Visego? And then what will I do? Nothing. Because I can do nothing. That's the curse of weakness. In our world, the weak have neither the right to complain, nor the power to change anything. I looked at him as I spoke, his face downcast, digesting my words. Good. That's why, I want to become strong, stronger than the Satans. The strongest devil in the world. So, I can change this broken system. In my favor, was left unsaid. To inspire others, to show them they can change their lives for the better too. Serorg looked up at me, hope in his eyes. Is it possible? Sure it is. I am Riser God's damned Phenex. Nothing is impossible for me. But I can't do it all alone. I smiled, beaming with confidence, pointing at Serorg. Will you join me, Sai? The strongest devil should have the strongest peerage too, after all. But I'm not strong, I don't even have any demonic power, I can't dash. He hesitated, mumbling a half-hearted rejection. What did I just say? I smacked him on the head. Nothing is impossible for me. Who am I? Riser Phenex. You're God's damned right. I summoned my mutation piece, a pawn, twirling it between my fingers. There are other ways to become strong. See this, it's a mutation piece. Do you know what those are? He nodded. That's for you. I threw it to him, for the day that you finally want to believe. If not in yourself, then believe in the me that believes in you. He fumbled around trying to catch it, before looking down at it with eager, yet uncertain eyes. A beat passed, then two, and he mustered up the courage to ask. Why me? Because you are you. Because you never give up, no matter the odds. I said, pointing at him, because I saw you stand up, again and again after the world beat you down. I flicked the pawn in his hand lightly. Anyone I give this to will become powerful. But that kind of courage, that's something no money can buy. The will to chase that power, the will to defy fate itself. I poked his chest, stand over him. You have the heart of a lion, Sai. I know it. That's why I chose you. What if it doesn't work? What if even after, I'm dash, he didn't quite finish it, as if afraid of his own words. As I said, there are many ways to become strong. Even if your demonic power doesn't increase after using this, there's Tuki and Senjutsu that you can learn. In fact, I will make sure you do. I promise you, Sai. I will make you strong, as long as you have the determination to do what needs to be done. The only question I want to ask of you is this. What do you want more, to be the heir of the Baal clan, the clan that abandoned you, once again, or to become strong enough to protect your mother, to make it so no one can bully either of you again? Because if you take that pawn, you will never be able to become the heir to the Baal clan, ever again. My mother. He chose without hesitation this time, his eyes lit up with determination. I want to be strong enough to protect my mother. So no one can hurt us again. Good. Because if you had chosen the Baal clan over your mother, I might have just smacked the ever-loving shit out of you. I laughed, and punched his shoulder, and don't worry. As long as you can keep this a secret, that you're part of my peerage, I will see if we can do something about the Baal clan too. Really? Do I have to repeat myself every time? I am dash. Riser Phenex. Nothing is impossible for you. He smiled, pure and beaming with hope. He, you're learning fast, Padawan. Padawan. He blinked in confusion. You haven't seen Star Wars? I asked, and his expression answered for him. Oman, you are in for a treat. We're going to watch the whole series together. I think they're releasing the newest one soon. You'll love it. I'm sure I will. He said, and gave me one final hug. Thanks for believing in me. With that he pressed the mutation piece into his chest and accepted the transformation. A red and black magic circle appeared beneath him, spinning as it rose through him, making his skin glow. His hair flowed in the wind, and just as soon as it had appeared, it vanished, leaving him changed forever. I can feel something, it's different from before but... He tried to form the same magic circle he had tried earlier in this time. A magic circle appeared on the table and the basket of apples on the table teleported onto his hands. I have demonic power, he cheered, it's not much but, it's there. I can feel it. I think it'll grow after some training. Congratulations. I clapped, and he pulled me into a hug. Again. Okay, we're hugging now. Again. Don't you think you've had enough hugs for today? He giggled mischievously and replied. No. I sighed, and returned his hug, before quickly getting him back on track. Now, the party is ending soon, so I will need to go back out there to see the guests off. But you will have to wait a few more minutes before going back too. And remember, you can't tell anyone but your mother about what happened here today. Do it in private, where no one else, not even your servants, are present. Only to your mother. Only in private. Repeat it for me. Only to my mother. Only in private. He parroted with a nod. Don't start acting any differently now because you have power. No one can know, because if they do, they will try to suppress you harder, stop you from training, or even report it to your father. And that won't be any good. It'll put all our efforts to waste. So keep acting the way you were before. Act weak, until you are truly strong. Then you will show them. But not a single moment before, got it? He nodded again. Okay, now we need to talk about training. What do you do at the Bale estate? I don't live there anymore. He spoke with some hesitation. So where do you live now? A small mansion in the countryside. It's just me and my mother and a few maids. And what do you do there all day? I have classes in the morning, then I train myself. I have some books on boxing from the human world and I have VHS tapes from the raiding games. I watch them too. Then I practice magic with my mother in the evenings. These classes in the morning, you have a private tutor. What does he teach? Does it include magic? Yes, a local tutor. No, he only teaches me etiquette, math, science, and economics. My mother teaches me magic. Magic tutors are expensive. I knew they were on a shoestring budget, but sheesh. Not even a magic tutor. Well, it works out better for me anyway. I see. Okay. Keep learning what you are, but after you're done with the classes, I want you to start taking naps. Why? Explain this to your mother too, so she doesn't worry, but we are going to make everyone think you're getting the sleeping sickness. Because every night, you're going to come here and start training with me or my mother in both physical and magical aspects. This way not only will they underestimate you and write you off as no threat, but you will also be able to grow stronger, hidden from all those so vile as to wish ill upon you. I don't understand that, but I will ask my mom. He said in agreement. Good. Then I will see you tomorrow night. I asked full well knowing I would see both him and his mother no later than tomorrow afternoon. One does not simply turn the former heir of the Bale clan into a pawn and not expect consequences. And consequences I was prepared for. Missing out on a pawn like him, however, never. It was worth the price. Yes. He replied, sweetly, unaware of the trouble brewing on the horizon. As I stood up to leave, he spoke once again. You know, when I said earlier that I was leaving, I wasn't going to go back to the party. I was going to go back home. I'm glad I didn't. Looking like that. I snorted, do you want your mother to go gray from worry? I pointed at the spare suit I had taken out for him. Clean up and change before you leave. Don't worry your mother too much. X. As I walked back to the ballroom, I found another little boy, who looked like a younger version of Sai, maybe a year or a half younger, hanging around some nether roses, observing them gently. Do you like roses? Oh, yes. My mother likes them too, especially the ones she crossbreeds with monkshood. Those are a little ways that way. I pointed out. Ah. They must have a really beautiful purple hue then, or perhaps ringed with red, white, and purple. He replied excitedly. Why yes, she has both of those varieties. And a secret third one too. Can you guess which one that is? Ooh, that, He got lost in thought for a moment before he hesitantly answered, pure white. Ding ding ding. You are correct. I clapped. Yay. He cheered. And your prize is? I flicked my wrist as a piece of cake appeared in my hand, a slice of the world's finest birthday cake. Oh, no, phew. He almost gagged, no more. I ate too many. Ha 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 ha. I laughed, there's a reason why gluttony is a sin. But then again, we are devils. Please don't talk about eating enemo dash, he stopped mid-sentence before realizing, your Riser Phenex. The gifts. He looked around puzzled like a chicken before remembering he was in the garden, are with my mother. That I am. I said, and you are. He made a formal bow as he introduced himself. I am Magdaran Bale, heir to the Bale clan. My mother told me to find you and make friends. But I don't know how. He twiddled his little thumbs as he spoke. But haven't we had such a pleasant talk already? I think we're already friends, yes. Really? Of course. I replied, shaking his hands, but the party is almost over, so maybe we should talk again, some other time. Yes, yes. He tempered his excitement, do you also like plants? Not as much as my mother. I think you should visit us sometime. I'm sure my mother would love to show you around our garden. She has made some really fascinating combinations of plants around here. I will visit. He beamed, for sure. Well then. Until I see you again, young Lord Bale. I bowed, and made to walk away as he waved his little hands in his oversized peacoat, looking like an adorable little penguin. Please excuse me. Riserpon Serorg. Magdaran being an adorable little muffin. Next time on Rylap, Lady Misla Bale rips our MC a new asshole. And a new myth forms in the Castle Phenex Servants Union. Till then, thanks for reading, don't forget to donate your Power Stones, and leave a review. See ya in a few hours because guess what? Double release, baby. Whoop whoop. Chapter 10, A Family Plot. In a manse at the edge of Bale territory, Lady Misla Bale sat upon a chair by the heart, her fists clenched in rage, as her fingernails dug into her flesh, listening to the story her son was recapping to her. The more she heard, the more her blood boiled, veins popping on her neck threatening to rupture. The disgrace, the humiliation. For a Bale to fall to such lows that mere Marquis would dare turn him into a pawn. A pawn. She knew it was too good to be true. An invitation to a celebration, from a family they had no significant connection to. After they had been expelled from the main house, all of a sudden. She should have never let Serord go there alone. She should have known. She blamed herself. She cursed the sickness that had been slowly taking hold of her, such that even small excursions had begun to exhaust her. The sleep disease. Incurable, untreatable. A death sentence writ long. But if there was one thing she would do before she fell to it, it was to free her son from this nefarious plot to end oil their dignity among the rabble. With that, she sent a message to Lord Phenex, requesting, in no uncertain terms, a meeting to discuss his actions, or negligence thereof. And he said he wants me to start training with him tomorrow night. I'm so excited. Her son cooed. It truly heartened her to see him so happy, it was the cost at which it came that didn't sit right with her. She knelt down and picked up her son, putting him on her lap, and kissed his forehead as a deep pit settled in her stomach at thought of his birth, his life. If only she hadn't birthed him like this, if only she had let him inherit the power of destruction, perhaps. The guilt and shame battered against her pride, and each day she felt herself losing the battle. Her pride as the once great Queen Bale that kept her going had worn thin, her facade of dignity crumbling each day as she watched her son bear the insults and beatings. Now even low-class devils had come to see them as easy targets. And where once she could have leveled 1,000 of them to the ground with but a wave of her hand, now she grew weaker with each passing day, every gasp and breath she took. Every ear she reached out to, every hand she so desperately hoped to clutch had turned her away, unwilling to go against the will of Zekrom Bale. After all, what benefit was there in helping a boy without demonic power, a devil that wasn't a devil and a queen so fallen she had to all but resort to begging? Then came the sickness, and it pushed her to the brink of madness. Every moment she spent with her beloved Sai, she wanted to cherish, before the sleep disease took it all away from her. So when something so good, too good to be true came through, she knew it was a trap from a mile away. A plot to use her beloved Serord against his own blood. To spirit him away, mold him into a puppet ruler with their lowly fingers all over him. How dare they? Her mind began to crumble and madness took root. How dare they try to take him away from her? Her only son, her dear Serord. Why don't we go meet Riser tomorrow, to thank them for helping you so much? She suggested. Can we really? But he told me to take a nap in the afternoon. Her little Sai perked up in excitement. You can start training later. They won't mind. They better not. House Bale had not yet fallen so low as to need charity from a marquis. They were a kingly house. A king. A king does not accept charity from the peasants. He collects his due. With respect. And interest. With the party over, the family gathered one last time to take account of the events of the night and share any significant pieces of information they had gleaned, practically a family tradition at this point. And as the discussion came to a close, and Riser prepared to settle down for the night, his father placed one more issue at hand. Riser. He called out to me, how do you feel about your engagement to Rias Gremory? Do you understand why we had to do it? I raised a questioning eyebrow. Where was this coming from? Didn't we discuss this already? The Phenex clan's revenues, while diverse to a certain extent, rely heavily on the sale of our Phenex tears. About 40% of our revenue comes from the medical sector, that is, the Phenex tears, another 21% from our land and real estate holdings and about 13% from the taxes we levy on these lands. Our largest competitor, the Citri clan, however, own over 58% of all medical facilities in the underworld, more than double our 23%. They were also early to get into the media business and despite our best efforts, own a competing stake in Devil TV. By all metrics, we are wealthier, more influential, and have pound for pound better devils under us. We should have squashed them ages ago, if not for the one thing they have that we lack. Seraphal Citri, the Satan Leviathan. They have a Satan-class devil while we, even with our 3 ultimate class 1s, cannot match that power. If we want to keep our competitive edge, we too will need a Satan on our side. The Gremories have a Satan. Binding our families in marriage makes sense. Rias is a little young, but she'll grow up quickly enough. I rattled off. My father nodded. Good. You remember. He paused for a moment, hesitating, as if questioning himself. Riser, we just want you to know that we all love you. And we don't want there to be any misunderstandings between us. We are not trying to sell you to the Gremmaries. You're still our precious baby boy, and you'll remain so no matter what, no matter where you are. We would never abandon you. My mother added, holding my hand. We know what happened with Iolava. And I promise, if Rias grows up to be like that, I will break the engagement myself. Ruvel patted my knee. And if she ever abuses you, I want you to remember, you can always return home. Your safety and happiness are more important to us than anything we could gain from this alliance. Regal added. I sighed. It was obvious what this was. But also, it was genuinely heartwarming. I felt warm and fuzzy inside, hearing that. I smiled. You heard me through the privacy wards. They are keyed to me. I get alerted whenever they are triggered. Naturally, I have ways of spying through them. My father said, what you said in there, I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy, but I worry for you. I don't mind, Dad. It's okay. I shrugged. Besides, all that stuff I said, well, it wasn't a lie, but it wasn't entirely true either. I just said that to get Serord to join my peerage. Don't worry about it. I know. I love you all too. I would never keep something like that from you. Then you are ready to talk about what you did with the Bale boy? My mother asked. I know. I admitted, raising my hands. He's a little troubled and a lot of trouble, but he's a good choice. I like him. Yes, because that is why you chose him. My father looked unconvinced. Riser, you have great many admirable qualities, but your capacity for unfettered kindness and compassion is not one of them. I want to use him to get at the Bale throne. I came out and said it. I presumed as much. He sighed. Riser, do you realize how dangerous this game you're playing is? Serord may be all but exiled, yet he is still a Bale. I have already received a message from Lady Misla to meet her tomorrow morning. And that is nothing to say of the Bale clan proper. As unlikely as it is, if they come out and try to reclaim him, it would put us in hot water. He appeared unnerved, but I knew him well. My father was just trying to test me. See how deep my reasoning went. A regular feature of the back and forth among us, as he taught me the ins and outs of noble politics. We are the Phenex. Hot water is basically an ice bath to us. Besides, would they really go down on their pride to take back one such that they threw away? I mean, he barely has any demonic power, he has no clan trait, no outstanding talent or skill, save that which is his bloodline right to the throne, and even that is non-existent now that he has been delegated to obscurity in the countryside. At least that's what they know. Now, with the mutation piece on him, he has awakened his demonic power, and though he doesn't know it yet, because he has never felt it as such before, I clocked it the moment he used his first spell. It's at least mid-class, at the lower end of it, and it will increase with training over time, plateauing somewhere around the middle of high class at the worst, if my calculations are correct, maybe a little more. Though, I doubt that they would allow any member of another's peerage to become the heir in the first place. It does not matter. Lord Bale is a small, petty, and supremely prideful man. He'd go to any length to maintain his and his clan's pride. And then there is Zekrom Bale. Although he stepped down from the throne after the Civil War in a token effort to hand the torch to the next generation, it is an open secret that the current Lord Bale takes no decisions without consulting his senior. The mouth may be Lord Bale's, but the words are Zekrom's. His authority as one of the first and longest active devils is nothing to scoff at. Father, think about it. If Lord Bale does nothing without the approval of Zekrom, then that means Zekrom Bale approved of Serord's expulsion. It means he definitely won't cause any trouble for us. I caught the silver lining. What if he did that deliberately to instill a sense of desperation in Serord Bale, in the hopes that he awakens something, some sliver of power he could not in the comfort of Castle Bale? Regal considered. Now you're reaching. Ruvel laughed. Zekrom Bale is many things, but a fool he is not. He is one of the greatest minds of his generation. If it is him, I believe there is still a chance. Even better then. I said, that means he just gave up his golden goose without any justification. And now, once we have finished raising him, even if he wanted, he couldn't ask for him back. We'll be able to drag him to the negotiation table and get ourselves 1.5 pounds of flesh from him. And trust me, father, once I am done raising him, Zekrom Bale will pay anything to bring him back into the fold. And what if he turns out to be a dud? My father countered. I met the current Bale heir in the garden on the way back. He is a soft boy. I don't think he will be difficult to pull down. And even if Serord fails, we can still influence Magdaran. He likes plants, and has expressed interest, genuine interest, in visiting again. I think he is lonely at home, and his interests aren't encouraged. Knowing Lord Bale, he probably thinks his son's gardening hobby is a waste of time and below their station. Mom can work that angle with him, and that way we can keep our options open. I flipped a coin into the air and caught it mid-fall, grinning. If what I'm planning works, we will have a great king clan in the palm of our hands. Heads we win. Tails they lose. Trust my judgment, Dad. I know it can work. If nothing else, we will have a better relationship with the Bales anyway. Riser, you are 10 years old, you have no judgment. He said, rubbing his eyes, as he continued, you know there are fines for not registering peerage members within 3 months, yes. My father's expression had eased a fair bit by now and he began to see the potential in it, so I knew this was just a probing question, gauging my intent. We can just say we lost the paperwork, or forgot, or that he joined just recently and a number of other excuses. And even if all of that doesn't work, tell me father, what is the price of a few fines in the face of a great king clan's fortune? My father grinned viciously. Worth it. Couldn't agree more. Ruvel joined in. Are the two of you forgetting that we are talking about a child here? Where is your compassion? The poor boy may be a tool but at least treat him like a person. My mother scolded. I did just spend an hour consoling him. I pointed out. We'll treat him nice. Ruvel added. Practically like family. Regal chuckled darkly. See honey, such nice, compassionate children we have. My father laughed, causing my mother to sigh in defeat. Do what you want. She said, throwing up her hands, but if it blows up in your face, just remember, I want a bucket of popcorn to go along with the explosion. So we are keeping him. I asked for confirmation. We will see, if it isn't too much trouble. But when Lady Misla visits tomorrow, you will meet her, and you will apologize to her for what you have done, and then if she agrees, we will go ahead with it. If she doesn't, that will depend entirely on her attitude. He said, before adding in a serious tone, but you will let me handle her. Do not jump in with your harebrained schemes. You are a clever boy, I know, but this is not your battlefield. Leave it to me. At worst, we will petition Lord Ajuka to remove him from your peerage. Gotcha. I just know I am going to have to jump in, aren't I? I really gotta start putting a word count on these things, man. This was supposed to include the Lady Misla Bale crash out, and yet here we are. Next chapter, I guess. By the way, we reached top 10 in the fanfic fiesta competition. So close to top 3. Everyone, thank you very much. Y'all are the bestest. Keep adding it to your library and don't forget to donate your power stones. 1000 collection, 1 extra chapter. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 1 constructive review, 1 extra chapter. Also, it seems every time I post a chapter, like 30 people drop this novel. What kind of curse is this? T. Cast this spell on my competition, yo. Chapter 11, Lady Misla Bale has a very, very, very bad day, 4,000 word mega chapter. Yup, no more political chapters after this. Phew-uck. It took me almost 26 hours to finish. Y'all better appreciate it, all 4,000 words of it. I'm counting this as 2 chapters. Both the regular chapter and the bonus extra chapter 1 promised to Mr. Quack for his review. Everybody say, thank you Mr. Quack. Enjoy. At the gates of the Great Hall of Castle Phenex, a magic circle appeared, and from it emerged 2 figures. A beautiful woman with soft almond eyes, framed by smile lines, and flowing brown hair, dressed in a ribbed breeze shirt and deceptively simple, pleated brown long skirt. Yet despite her simple appearance, she exuded an aura of elegance and sophistication. Holding her hand was a small boy with dark hair and navy shirt over khaki shorts. Lady Misla Bale. The butler greeted her with a bow. Lord Phenex is expecting you in his chambers. Shall I take young Master Saror to play while you talk? Yes. She replied curtly, and bring the other kid along too. I would like to speak to Lord Phenex in private. She crouched down to Sarorg's level, and kissed his forehead. Sigh, why don't you go play with Riser, while I meet Lord Phenex? Okay mama. Will you come meet Riser too? Sarorg nodded and asked. In a little while, sweetie, in just a little while. She cupped his face and squished his cheek lovingly, before the butler led him away. Lady Misla took a deep breath and focused. Then, she walked in. Lady Misla. Welcome, welcome. Please, have a seat. Lord Phenex greeted her with faux warmth as she stepped into the office. So, you do remember that I am a Bale? She said scornfully. Who could ever forget, my lady? Lord Phenex laughed, politely ignoring the implied threat in her words. He took a seat beside his wife, who had a small pouch of candied popcorn on her lap. She waved cheerfully, before popping a handful in her mouth. Misla raised a questioning eyebrow at it and the other woman smiled. Don't mind me, Lady Misla. I'm just here to see this explode in my husband's face. She giggled, ignoring the distraught look from Lord Phenex. That, somewhat pleased her, in an odd way. Lord Phenex rolled his eyes and sat down, crossing his arms over the table. To what do we owe this pleasure, my lady? You know damn well, Lord Phenex. Misla spoke. If you are referring to the incident last night, let me assure you it was not noticed by our guards in time, and I am deeply sorry such an accident occurred under our watch. We have talked to the bully's parents and they are willing to compensate you for any distress their children may have caused you and your son, as are we. He feigned ignorance and filled time, gauging her reaction. She knew as much, and her rage began to boil. While I'm grateful that you saw to your duties as is only proper under guest right, we both know that is not why I am here. She said, her blood rushing to her head, or perhaps do you take me for a fool, Lord Phenex? I take you for a queen, my lady. And queens seldom have the caution of ordinary women in matters such as these. I just decided to spare those families your rightful fury. A queen shouldn't have to deal with such minor matters, after all. A threat in return, cloaked in sophistry. A beat passed in silence as they gauged each other, where she would have very much liked to gouge out his mocking eyes instead. Her grip on the armrest tightened. Then what do you have to say for yourself? Misla pushed. Would you believe me, my lady, if I said it was not my idea? Lord Phenex explained, it was entirely my son's independent imperative. Do you truly expect me to believe that your 10-year-old son did this on his own? She scoffed. You assume malice, my lady, where you would find but an innocent mistake, made in the heat of passion. He meant no will buy it, I assure you. Just a friend trying to help dash. Is that what you call it? Help. She interrupted, slamming her fist onto the table in anger, her voice dripping with indignity and condescension, to turn my son, a Baal, into the pawn of the third son of a mere marquis. Would you have preferred the queen peace? He tried to ease the tension, but to no avail. Have you no shame? He is 9. 9. She accused, and you dare try and fill his mind with delusions, you snake. To turn him against his own blood. To make him a puppet. What gall you have. Is that the folly you equate to me, my lady? He spoke with an even tone. My son is engaged, to be married, to the heiress of the Gremory clan. Their children will most likely inherit their mother, and by extension, their grandmother, Venelana Gremory née Baal's trait, the power of destruction. If I did truly have designs upon the Baal throne, which I do not, would I not simply put one of them upon it? My own grandchildren, my flesh and blood. Why would I bother to pull such obvious strings when I have a much better alternative at hand? I am a patient man and our lives are long. What's another 20 years? Oh, I have no doubt you will try that as well. She narrowed her eyes, but I do not dare underestimate your chutzpah. That you would roost your eggs in more than one basket, I trust in your cunning at least as much. Lord Phenex sighed, in mock defeat. Very well, my lady, what would you have me do? She froze for a second, not expecting such compliance so quickly. She thought for a moment and replied. Remove my son from the peerage, discreetly and as compensation, offer your support to his claim. What claim might that be, Lady Misla? Lord Phenex spoke, the same mocking cheer in his damned eyes. As far as I know, your son was ousted as heir, for having neither demonic power nor his clan trait. He has demonic power. She spoke, softer now. A little shame in her cracking voice. Yes, after using my son's only mutation piece. But once he is removed from the peerage, what is to say he won't return to the way he was? What sense would it make to support such a claim, not that it wouldn't then be antithetical to the entire reason for your visit? He had pinched her right where it hurt. She had to admit that. She had indeed come here, trying to strong-arm him into offering his support for the claim. As compensation, she would be a fool if she did not at least try. But to be called out like this, it grated on her. There are other paths to power. She countered, and though she held hope in that fact, her argument was weak and they both knew it. Yes, like the one we used on him. The generosity, you look down upon so derisively, my lady. He said, as for the other paths, which faction would support him gladly, to offer him access to their own power system, unchecked. Need I remind you of our reputation as a species amongst the rest of the supernatural world? She grit her teeth as he spoke, unable to refute his words. There are other houses, many would rally behind him. She tried to argue. Lady Misla, you have sent missives to 18 of the 40 pillar clans. Pray tell, how many have returned with a response? He had spies on her. That wasn't surprising. But it was alarming how much he knew. That shut her up. But not him. He continued. And your own clan, the Vapula. Has your brother replied to your missive? She lowered her head in shame, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her. They both knew what the answer was. My lady, let us dispense with the games. He said finally, pulling out 2 sheets of paper. She looked back up. This is what we are willing to do. He pushed the papers towards her. We will petition Lord Ajuka for the removal of Serord Bale's mutation pawn, and we will send a formal letter of apology to the House of Bale, regretting our involvement and clarifying that we did not intend to instigate anything untoward. The implication of his words wasn't lost on her, and neither would it be on Zekrom Bale. Fear gripped her heart, and before she could stop herself, she cried out. No. No. Lord Phenex reiterated, but it was clear from his tone that she had been caught. Between a rock and a hard place, the bull's horns threatening to gore her whichever way she chose, all but the way he wanted her to go. She had been trapped. Bastard. She and her son had been allowed to leave, to live in exile, only at the grace of Zekrom Bale. He had held the leash of all those who wanted to deal with her and her son more, permanently. For he was in no mood for kinslaying that day. Because he saw something in her son. Because they were no threat to them. Whatever his reasons, he had let them live. But if that letter reached him, he would no doubt get the message. If one clan could imagine to do such a thing, what was to stop another? At that point, they would no longer be just stains to be hidden, in his mind. They would be raised to a nuisance. And Zekrom Bale does not tolerate nuisances. The Phenex clan would get a sternly worded letter, perhaps sanctions. But her and her dear Sai. If he let go of the leash. She shuddered to think of such a thing. Shaking all over from fear, her mind began to muddle. Tears threatened to well up in her eyes, her breath hitched. She began hyperventilating. So lost in her own mind was she that she did not even hear the door open behind her as a pair of footsteps echoed into the room. "Are you all right, my lady?" Lord Phenex asked, in mock concern, signaling a servant to get her some water. She drank a little as someone rubbed her back, bringing her back, if only partially, to attention. Now, my lady, this is no matter to be so concerned about," he assured her, his tone softer now, yet more certain, as if it wasn't a request but a command, another hit to her pride. "Here's what we will do. My son will apologize to you for his indiscretion. And we will all keep this a secret for the time being. And when the time comes..." He didn't need to finish the sentence for her to know her worst fears had come true. And she was helpless to do anything in the face of them. "This is for the better," Lord Phenex reassured. She looked up and saw a 10-year-old boy with blonde hair standing before her. The source of this whole problem. Of all her problems. Her mind maddened, the storm of emotion brewing in her gut transformed with the crackling of thunder. An unwise idea began to form in her mind. "I am truly sorry, Lady Misla. I should have asked your permission before doing something like this." He bowed in apology, but his tone changed then. "But as his friend, I couldn't just stand by and watch him be bullied for his weakness. If I had to choose whether or not to do it, I would choose to do it again in a heartbeat." "What?" She was shocked at his audacity. "Riser." Lord Phenex warned him, but he didn't listen. Did you know he was being bullied? That he fought himself half to death every time. That he struggled with the weight of the failure of his birth, of how much he has suffered. "If you don't want him to join my peerage, that is fine, but don't rob him of his dream. He dreams of being strong enough to protect you. So no one would ever look down upon you. He dreams of glory, and I would grant him that. Achilles once had to choose, in the Trojan War, between going into battle knowing for certain he would die a glorious death and his name immortalized. But if he walked away, he would live a long life and his name would be forgotten. If you had to choose for your son, which would you say was more befitting a Bale? What kind of man do you want him to grow up to be? What kind of man?" She growled, fury threatening to spill from her mouth. "I want him to have the chance to grow up. To not die embroiled in one of your father's games. Lady Misla, forgive him, he is but a child." Lord Phenex tried to reason with her, but she was too far gone. "Riser. Shut up. And apologize." "I refuse." The whole room looked at the child in shock. "I am trying to help him. Why are you so hell-bent on refusing it?" he added. "Help him." She cackled, the thunderstorm of emotions in her gut burst out with fury, and she lost control of her faculties, as rage overtook her, her vapula trait flaring, as her lion sin of pride ran amok. She lost sight of all surroundings, her vision narrowing onto the child. He was the problem. "You're trying to steal my son away. You would have him die. Die in futile rebellion, risking his life while you dare not risk your own. They were trying to steal him, to kill him." Her dear Sai. Her Sai. Her. How dare they? Yes, this was the solution, her cracked, muddled mind, drowned in rage, whispered. Her demonic power flared, roiling off of her in waves, and before she knew it, she had her hands on his neck. The boy hung in her grasp in midair, pinned to the wall. She turned to Lord Phenex, a mad smile on her face. "Let's see how you like risking your own son's life. Lady Misla. You forget yourself. You forget your station," he shouted, his face a scowl of concern and rage. His demonic power flared. I will damn well forget whatever I want. I am the great Queen Bale. And you would do well to remember dash. A bag of popcorn dropped to the ground and a second aura flared to life. Let go of my son, bitch. Lady Rubila threw herself at Misla, but was blocked by a defensive spell wall. Lord Phenex walked across the desk to her, his hands burning with flame. You were great Queen Bale when your son was the heir. Now. We both know what you are, Lady Misla. So I recur. You forget your station. Lord Phenex reared his hand, readying a blow. Give up my son, and we will forget this ever happened. Never. She laughed. You won't be able to stop dash. That's when she felt something change. She heard the boy mutter something. What was it? The kid gloves are off. Suddenly, the temperature of the room increased manifold, the golden seams on the wall mount behind him began to melt and the boy he. Riser Phenex burst out with demonic power, vast as the ocean, radiant as the sun and crimson as the blood moon. An oppressive aura that threatened to drown out her own. She gulped in shock, even as she was struck mute watching it unfold. High class, no, it was something more. His wings flared to life, stretching twice the length of his body, each feather flickering like a different colored tongue of flame. In his eyes swirled a flame of 5 colors, not of malice but something different, judgment. Eyes within eyes, that stared into the very depths of her soul. He grabbed her wrist, where she had gripped his neck, with strength unbecoming of a child. She burned with indignation. Even a child was looking down on her. A child. She doubled her power holding him. You think you can escape me that easily, boy? Who do you think you are? What gives you the right dash? When something appeared on her hands, or rather on his. A bubbling crimson flame, tinged with an ominous darkness, its edges black as soot, swallowing like a starless night. It climbed up her arm like 1,000 tiny spiders, eating through her demonic aura like candy. And then, they began to burn, slick like a grease fire sticking to her no matter how much demonic power she threw at them, until finally. EAAF. She screamed in pain as she let go of the boy and fell to the ground, stumbling at first and then crawling, away from the boy, away from those eyes, those flames. Her spirit crumbled, her pride shattered. All that was left was a pitiful woman, driven to madness once, now hurled to the utter despair of sanity. Tears streamed down her face, her hair strewn and singed, as she accepted her fate. She closed her eyes and let the defensive spells fall away. And yet, the death blow she was expecting never came. Slowly, she opened her eyes, to see the boy floating over her as he spoke. I am Riser Phenex and I do not wait to be granted issue. A/N, issue being used here in the context of issuance of title deeds and land rights and such. He says this in response to her asking him, what right does he have? He is basically saying, I don't need your permission to do shit, bitch, just fancier. Seeing that he wasn't moving against her, she mustered up the embers of what was left of her courage to ask. Why? She cried, hysterical now, why does everyone just take and take and take from me, from us? Haven't I given enough? Why? All I have is my son, please, if you're already so powerful, why do you want to steal him from me? What are you so desirous of that you would covet my only treasure, please? She begged and the boy vanished his wings, landing softly on the floor before her. He pulled out a bottle of Phoenix tears and gently poured it over her burnt hands before he spoke. Lady Misla, I'm not trying to rob you of your son. I'm trying to help you. She looked up at him, confused and afraid. How can I trust you? You hold all the power, and I have nothing. If leverage is what you seek, and trust is what you desire, then let it be so. I will make a deal with you, Lady Misla, devil to devil. The boy, Riser Phenex, spoke. A contract appeared between them and he stated. I, Riser Phenex, do hereby solemnly swear, upon pain of death dash. Riser, don't. Lord Phenex shouted, grabbing him by the shoulder. Riser looked into his father's eyes, with ironclad determination. Dad, trust me, just this once. He wasn't going to budge on this. Let him be. His mother knelt down beside him, and assured his father, if he is so bent on it. Look at him. Nothing you say will convince him. His father clenched his teeth in frustration and anger, pounding the ground to vent. The whole room shook from the blow. Fine. He muttered, but you will not finalize anything without our agreement. Riser nodded. I, Riser Phenex, solemnly swear, upon pain of death, to abide by the following terms, pending approval by my parents, Lord and Lady Phenex, and under the condition of absolute secrecy being maintained regarding Serord Bale's admission or participation in my peerage to or by anyone that is not party to this contract. 1. I will help Serord become stronger. 2. I will not lead him unwisely into an untimely death. 3. 7 years hence, from the time of the actuation of this contract, I will discreetly release Serord Bale from my peerage and offer him my own personal support, to a reasonable extent, in reclaiming the heirship to the throne of King Bale. He will not owe me or anyone related to me anything he has not himself promised for these services rendered. 4. For the aforementioned 7 years that he is in my peerage, he will have my own personal protection, to a reasonable extent, in so far as he does not provoke malice or attack from anyone ultimate class or above, or their equivalent in power. 5. This contract may only be dissolved at the pleasure of Lady Misla Bale. 6. If at any point between now and the next 7 years, Lady Misla finds me to have been less than genuine in my promises or actions, she may tear up the contract and extract its toll as she pleases. He turned to look at his parents who were reading the contract through and waited for them to finish reading the contract before he asked, "Do you approve?" Reluctantly, the both of them nodded their heads. "I do not like this, but I approve," my mother said. "I will approve of this under the condition that Riser Phenex never again make a contract which includes any condition or term or mention of the phrase, upon pain of death, or any other term or condition or phrase that holds the same meaning or may lead to similar results as the aforementioned term," my father added after some consideration. I nodded and turned back to Lady Misla Bale. "Do you approve?" "Yes." Misla Bale plucked the contract out of the air as it fell, and looked upon it with eyes wide as a hen's egg, feeling the contract's hold settle over all parties involved. "Do you realize what you have done? What you have given to me?" She asked. "What do you think will happen if I just show this contract to Lord Zekrom? You know the contract doesn't stop me from just revealing it, right? Or if I tear it up right here right now?" X. Riser POV. "What do you think will happen if I just show this contract to Lord Zekrom? You know the contract doesn't stop me from just revealing it, right? Or if I tear it up right here right now?" I laughed and looked her in the eyes. "Then Serord will lose his only friend. And the contract will be rendered null. Though that underlies the presumption that it will work in the first place, because the contract was rendered null the moment it actuated from the 3 loopholes hidden in it. Though she herself does not know it yet. I have one. You are a vicious creature, boy. Vicious to others and even more so to yourself. Know this, I do not like you, and I never will. But this." She rolled up the contract, and wiped her tears. "Very well, I will trust you." She looked at me and then at my father. "At least one you has some honor," she said, as she stood up, and my parents made to hold her, but I interjected. "No, Mom, Dad. Let her go. Please." They sighed, but ultimately eased up. There was nothing to be done now. At the threshold now, she stopped, turned back, and looked me in the eyes. "So young and yet so powerful, boy, what do you want?" I grinned and looked back at her, my cardinal sin rearing its ugly head in all its glory as my eyes lit up, and I answered. "Everything." Misla Bale laughed, like a woman mad, loud enough to be heard outside the warded room. "Lord Phenex, you have sired a monster." She spat. "I pray you live to see the day this Leviathan swallows the world whole in his greed." My father scowled at her and then looked back at me as if calculating before he spoke. "I only pray he lives long enough to become one such as who can do that." Okay, so I know you guys will say some parts of this are out of character for the parents, but I will explain next chapter. Wait for it. Till then, tell me what you thought of this chapter. Donate your power stones. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. I will write the 1,000 collections chapter tomorrow, for a double release. Thanks for reading. See you later, skaters. Chapter 12, Family Time is Time Well Spent. Extra chapter for reaching 1,000 collections, as promised. My father sunk into the couch at the other end of the room, and we followed, letting go of the stress from the negotiation. Ha! He half sighed, half groaned, rubbing his face. "I can't believe that worked." "What were you thinking, Riser?" My mother scolded. "Your line was, 'I'm sorry, but Serorg is my friend. I don't want him to be bullied. Please come stay with us. House Phenex will offer you protection, right, Dad? But you, ugh. And what was that, upon pain of death? Upon pain of death. What madness drove you to put that in?" My father joined in. "We discussed this. I would make the contract, in the name of House Phenex, and you and your mother will guilt-trip her into agreeing. It wouldn't have worked. I tried to weigh in, but my mother cut me off. And provoking her. She could have killed you." "No, she couldn't," I pointed out. "We didn't know that." My mother slapped the coffee table. "And that made your reactions more genuine, more real. Really convinced her." I spoke. "You nearly gave me a heart attack." My mother grabbed me by the collar and shook me like a maraca. My dad stepped and gently pulled her off me, before turning to me. "Riser, explain yourself." "Right, so, if we went by your original plan, I'd beg you to grant them protection, and you'd present her with the contract, yeah?" My father nodded. Except she didn't trust you already, so she would probably want to go over the contract with a fine-toothed comb. That takes time. I explained. We had all the time in the world, Riser. We could have taken the entire day if needed. My father replied. But she didn't. I said, she suffers from sleep disease. Oh. My father realized the implications. Sarord told you this today. I nodded. He mentioned how his mother had been falling asleep a lot recently, and I realized our plan wasn't going to work if she was strapped for time. So I had to improvise. He didn't, but I had no other way to justify where I got the info and why I couldn't just tell them earlier. They had listened in on my first conversation with him already, so that was out of question and there was no way she would have let the news leak, otherwise my father would have already known about it and planned better. You wouldn't have let her take the contract home to check and signed, and she didn't have the time to do it here, because if she fell asleep, she'd reveal her weakness and worsen her already abysmal negotiating position. I elaborated, if we had continued, she would have gotten more and more desperate and done something stupid. I figured, why not save us the time and get it all out of her system at once? And making that contract spontaneously, she'd never suspect a thing. That contract was reckless, Riser. What if she had torn it in half right then and there? Nothing would have happened. I tilted my head in confusion. I know you saw the loopholes, else why would you have approved? The existence of the contract being known by Ruvel, someone who is neither party to the contract, nor of my peerage via our planning last night, already discharges me of any obligations under the contract. And the same clause mentions I have to be alive to render services, meaning even if she had torn up the contract right then and there or at any other time before the 7 years are up, it wouldn't have worked, not that she would have done it. She has too much to gain and even more to lose. After all, who else would support her son, if not me? And by the time the 7 years are up, she will be long asleep, thus never able to act upon it. My father looked at me deadpan before pointing out. The problem isn't that nothing would have happened to you, Riser. The problem is that if she had torn up the contract there, trying to kill you, and nothing happened to you, she'd have instantly realized the contract was bogus. I want you to take a wild guess as to what she'd have done then. That fact hit me like a train. Oh. Oh no. I muttered, Fuck. Exactly. My father said, rubbing his eyes, we are lucky your bravado fooled her out of it. Now we can only hope she is no longer in the mood for child murder until she fully succumbs to the disease. Even if she is, I mean, she can't exactly make it public, can she? That'd be the same as signing a death sentence for Sarah Organ herself. I argued. She doesn't have to. She just has to threaten to release it. My father rebuked. Which she can't do, nor can she disclose it to anyone else, again, a threat to her own son's life. She has no leverage. I said, shrugging, we are 100% safe. Riser, the fact that we are safe purely due to blind luck, circumstance, and her own incompetence is not the reassurance you think it is. My father sighed, never rely on the failings of others for your own success. Remember that. Your own competence should be the factor to carry you through. Yes, Dad. I'm sorry. I scratched my head, I guess I hadn't thought of it that way. At least given her personality, and the situation she is placed in, the chances of that happening are nearly non-existent. My father fell back into the couch, head lolling as he stared at the ceiling in relief. Well, all's well that ends well, right? My mother patted my back, and planted a kiss on my forehead, you'll do better next time, okay? I nodded and gave her a big hug that seemed to make her happy. You spoil him too much, Rabila. My father said, crossing his arms, but the slight smile on his face gave him away, but, good job on the quick thinking there, Riser. I'm proud of you. Somehow, hearing that, something I had never heard my father say in my past life, it made me feel good. This really is the best second life I could have asked for. A loving family, a noble background, immense personal power. I am happy. The servants have been mind-wiped. Ruvel walked in, and closed the door behind him again. For all concerned, the official story goes like this. Sarord was bullied at the party, Lady Misla was angry and came demanding an apology and compensation. She got one and raised her demand for the other and was rebuffed. Good. That's one less thing to worry about. My father asked, what's for lunch? Well, the meal was planned for the eventuality that Lady Misla spent the rest of the day arguing the details on the contract, so, a lot actually. It's a full spread. Roast duck, roast pig, offal soups in 3 varieties, cakes we might have to actually give some to the servants, and that's not including what's left over from yesterday's party. Ruvel calculated. Do they deserve to feast? The servants get enough as it is. Peasants. My father scoffed, send it to the officers' canteen at the garrison. Our legions deserve a treat every now and then. Dear. My mother shook her head, and laughed softly, and you wonder why our servants keep turning spy. We maintain our power through our legions, not the servants. And it's not like they aren't well paid. We have the highest staff salaries in the underworld and the most generous PTO and staff welfare policies. If they still keep turning, for lack of little treats and bowling alleys in their break rooms, they don't deserve any better. The little treats, husband, is what keeps them feeling close to us. It builds connection. Loyalty. It's why the Gremarys have a better reputation among their populace than us. They are here to work. We are not their family. If they want a little treat, they can buy it themselves. I will not debase myself for their approval. We are the nobility. The common rabble must know we are above them. Fair enough. My mother threw in the towel, but it wouldn't cost us that much to build a little trust either. Spare us the effort of mind wiping them every time something like this happens. Our staff retention costs alone dash. My father compromised. Fine, we can start with free breakfast, once a week. Maybe a little something more. Ask Regal how he does it in his office, when he comes around. Wow, Lady Misla really woke up on the wrong side of the bed today, huh? Regal appeared from a magic circle, sipping his Starbucks. Speak of the devil. My mother giggled, we were just talking about you. What about me? He asked, taking a seat. Your father and I were debating on how to improve staff morale and loyalty. We thought you might have some insights. Want to pitch in? Nah. I'll just send over my employee relations manual. It's got everything in it. He said, before thumbing back at the burnt half of the office. What happened there? We scammed Misla bail out of her son. Ruvel dropped the bomb on him. Puffed. Regal spat out his coffee. You what? This chapter has 2 parts. This part has a little fluff, a little discussion on MC being an idiot, acknowledging he fucked up and missing a detail with that contract. Next chapter will have the real meat of the discussion. Why Sarord can be in the peerage as long as it's a secret, why Zekrom is not an immediate threat, what their plans were, and finally a little surprise at the end. Tell me what you think of this chapter. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 200 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter, 2 pending, will write today. Thanks for reading. Bye. Chapter 13, Family Time is Time Well Spent Part. This is one Luong Chappie. As promised for the 2 reviews by Killjoy 4 Life and Random Writer. I haven't forgotten you, GRECOVITSIOZO and Maudiablo 1911. We'll get your chappies out too. Soon. Till then, everyone say thank you Random Writer and Killjoy 4 Life. Also, this is the last political chapter. No more. I'm done with these mind-melting political black holes. We scammed Misla bail out of her son. Ruvel repeated. No, I heard you the first time. Regal wiped the coffee off his mouth. Didn't we agree to not antagonize Zekrom Bale? Regal asked. We did, and that hasn't changed, but Riser's actions have already forced us to commit to this fuck-up. Now we can only mitigate the danger. Though all hope is not lost. While the deal we had hoped to make did not come to pass, at least Lady Misla is willing to tolerate the situation for now. Remember, she is not an idiot. Before she succumbs fully to the sleep disease, perhaps even earlier than that, she will no doubt go over the contract again, this time with a clearer head and realize the loopholes. Once that happens, while she still won't reveal the contract to anyone, because that would be the same as signing her own son's death sentence, she will most definitely set up a contingency, in case her worst fears come true and we end up getting her son killed, to have the contract revealed after his death and her fall into eternal slumber. She is a seasoned player in this game. Do not underestimate her because of one mistake. Wait, what contract? And since when did Lady Misla suffer from sleep disease? I need someone to catch me up here. Regal asked. Oh, right, you weren't here when we practiced. Ruvel realized, so what happened was. We all recapped the events of the morning to him, as he finished his coffee. So that's what happened. What I don't get is, how does that stop old Zekrom from spatchcocking us like turkey on Thanksgiving once he finds out? First of all, he won't find out. Mum's the word. Nothing in writing. Leave no evidence of the conspiracy. Officially, Sarord was never in a peerage. We have no connection to him, or his mother, and we did not help him. My father lifted a hand and snapped his fingers, setting the desk, with the contract and 2 letters on it ablaze. That was a good desk. My mother watched wistfully as the desk was reduced to ashes, caressing my father's thigh. We made so many good memories on it. Mom. I cried, cringing from embarrassment. Damn it. Is there any surface in this castle where they haven't made love? It's a miracle they only have 4 children. TMI. Regal added, while Ruvel just zoned out in shell shock. Being the oldest, he is probably the one who has seen the most trauma. Yufufu, my mother giggled, leaning into my father's chest, making circles on it with her finger. Our children are such prudes, dear. Don't worry honey, we'll make many more on the new one. My father laughed jovially at our collective embarrassment and leaned down to give her a passionate kiss. Memories or kids? I asked with concern. Please no more kids. Ruvel groaned. Too late. I think we'll have another by the end of the year. Regal lolled his head back in disgust. Why the disgust? Don't you think your mother is pretty? My mother asked mischievously. I think I'm gonna puke. I gagged at the thought. Kill me now. Ruvel buried his face in his hands. I am not even going to dignify that with a response. Regal just buried his head in the clouds, muttering happy thoughts all the while. Honey. My father curtailed her behavior and my mother giggled. You fufu all right, I won't tease you anymore. Back to the point. My father centered us again. After our discussion last night, I couldn't sleep. Something wasn't making sense. Why is it that when the underworld quakes at the name Baal, somehow, children of hell knights and baronetcies can bully one with impunity? What gives low and mid-class devils the courage to harass a Baal at her own domicile? Most importantly, why would Venelana Gremory just sit and watch her nephew and sister-in-law suffer like that? So I made a late-night visit to the Gremory mansion and learned something interesting. The very same day that Misla Baal and her son were exiled, all houses under the Baal fold received a letter, whose contents boiled down to, "This is family business, mind your own." No one was to support them in any manner whatsoever. The only reason we did not receive one is because we weren't yet affiliated with them. Zikram Baal never even considered that we would dare try to pull something like this. That was when it clicked into place. My father said, unfolding the mystery. Zikram Baal wants them dead, to remove the stain from his bloodline. He just doesn't want the PR nightmare that comes with it. First, when Sarorg's condition became clear, he disinherited him and named Magdaran the new heir. Then, he gave a few months for the dust to settle, letting pressure build on Lady Misla from the opposing faction, before he gave them a choice. Exile or death. What she didn't know was that both choices were one and the same. He continued. Quietly, he transferred the title of Queen Baal to his son's concubine, and exiled Lady Misla and Sarorg to the countryside, officially, to spare them the rigors of internal politics. Unofficially, it was to make sure they were forgotten. He removed their protections and no doubt encouraged the harassment from the shadows, all in an effort to break them down further and lower everyone's view of them. The underworld values power. The weak are nothing, the strong everything. That was the message he was sending. I think he planned to give them a few more years till anonymity set in, till people forgot, from the disrespect they had endured, that once they had been royalty. For given enough time, people will forget even their gods. Then, one day, a stray devil would break into their manse, and Lady Misla and her son would be, tragically, found dead in the struggle. Father chuckled darkly. A stray devil would be framed and quartered, Zikram Baal would condemn the atrocity and promise increased security in their territory, the news would be on people's lips for a day, in their minds for a week, and vanished from living memory within the month. And Zikram Baal would wash away the stain on his bloodline once and for all. All without dirtying his hands. Gotta admit, mother and child found dead in tragic home invasion sounds a lot better than Zikram Baal murders his own family in cold blood or former royalty assassinated days into exile. I shrugged. Now, do you know why I am telling you this, Riser? To make me understand what makes him tick. I answered, uncertain. My father nodded. Justification is the only chain that binds Zikram Baal, and it is a flimsy one. What you have done, adding a Baal to your peerage, he will take it as a grave insult to his clan. Even if we successfully keep it a secret and everything goes ideally, he will still come to know what we are planning the moment Sarorg returns to the clan. Because there is one way for someone without demonic power to gain it. An evil peace. I finished his line of logic. Good. You understand then. Once he realizes how, he will realize what we had planned. And that he will not let go without extracting a toll from us, in blood. Thankfully, despite the stumble we have made into this, headfirst and ass up, we have somehow managed to land on our feet. If he wants to move against us in the open, he will need justification for it. One does not simply declare war on another house without good reason. And ironically, through your actions, we have defenses aplenty. Firstly, it is the abrupt nature of Sarorg's entry into your peerage. We can declare that as a mistake made in the heat of passion and if needed apologize for it. Secondly, it also serves to protect us from the accusations of conspiracy for the throne. After all, a member of another's peerage cannot become the head of the Baal clan. Once he sees Sarorg's power, if he is capable of such, Zikram will stop at nothing, pay anything to get him back into the fold, and this will force him into one of two paths. Either he can try accusing us publicly, of vying for the throne, a path that will not only humiliate his clan but also backfire on him by virtue of both Sarorg's attachment to us and the apologetic nature of the contract you have with Lady Misla, one left entirely up to her discretion. Or to swallow his rage and treat with us in public, while moving against us in the shadows. This is the preferred option for us, because we have an advantage he does not know of. You, Riser, being as strong as you are, the potential you have. What are you, between peak high class and low ultimate class right now? I nodded. Just about there. My father smiled proudly. That will be our secret weapon. He, being a staunch traditionalist and set in his view of the world, will not be able to see this coming. What devil hides his own power, after all? We are beings of pride, our society, one that glorifies the strong and despises the weak. It would be inconceivable for him that a child such as you would be able to hide his power to such an extent. Thirdly, since family and relatives are allowed to be in a peerage, so long as Sarorg's presence in such is not revealed until your marriage to Rias has gone through, we can add our then relation to the Baal clan as another layer of defense against him. If needed, we can also trade him into Rias' peerage to avoid any fallout. This should quell tempers and satisfy him to a great extent. Finally, our best defense against Zekrom will be you, Riser. He values and admires strength above all, in nobility ever more so. At the rate you're growing, how confident are you that you can reach Satan class before your wedding? He asked. Absolutely certain. I replied, giving a thumbs up. My father smiled. Once our clan has someone that can match Serafal Citri, Zekrom's derision will turn to admiration, and though begrudgingly, he will have to forgive the insult, so long as the knowledge does not become public, in an effort to make a connection with us, by virtue of your power. You, Riser, are our greatest hope now, when it comes to avoiding disaster. But Dad, there is one problem you're forgetting. Regal intercepted. This whole plan hinges on the assumption that Ajuka is both able and willing to remove the evil piece from Sarord, something he has never done before, even when the Shinto pantheon threatened war over their subjects being turned into devils against their will. That is assuming it is even possible to remove an evil piece in the first place. Of course he didn't. If we gave in to the Shinto, what message would that send? That anyone can come to our house, bend us over and have their way with us. Besides, they lost that staring contest when they blinked first, they even had to cede their territory to us, that town, Kuo, in the treaty. Ajuka is not fool enough to undermine the image of the evil peace system over something that's significant and public. But in private and well compensated, he will be more than willing to do it. Of course, if that happens, news of it will reach Zekrom before the peace is even out of Sarord, so Ajuka is not exactly our first option. He was just the stick we used to threaten Lady Misla into compliance. As to whether it is possible to remove an evil piece, I have no doubt about it. It is almost certainly possible to remove an evil piece from someone, at least from pure-blooded devils, who unlike their reincarnated counterparts have not undergone the qualitative transformation from one species to another. Not only Ajuka, there are also some others who can remove an evil piece from someone. People who have extensive expertise in removing something even more precarious from the souls of people. Sacred gears. Regal realized, you mean to ask Governor Azazel of Grigori. He would certainly be capable of it, not to mention he would have no reason to blab about it to Zekrom either, especially when fed enough hush money. My mother pitched in, we were already in contact with them to negotiate the purchase of a sacred gear, a little added cost to that is, while not insignificant, certainly within the realm of possibility. Wait, you were going to buy a sacred gear? But you didn't even discuss it with Dash. I stopped mid-sentence as it clicked to me, you have been planning to support Sarorg since the beginning, haven't you? Ravel was too young to need a sacred gear, Regal too uninterested in personal power, and if they were going to get it for Ruvel, they would have done so already. While my nephews and nieces were old enough to get one, the circumstantial evidence pointed away from that, especially the expression of surprise Ruvel wore on his face at the news. If they were going to do something so life-altering to one of his kids, he would have known. So the only candidate was either me, and they hadn't discussed it with me either, or someone who needed a power to replace their lack of another. My father grinned. Took you long enough to realize that. And that expression is almost shameful, Ruvel. Close your mouth before flies wander in to settle. My father laughed, you of all people, as the heir to House Phenex, should have realized by now, with how lax and accepting we were being towards Riser's mistake. But. Ruvel.exe has stopped working. Ruvel, you're getting mandatory political retraining. In my office starting Monday. You have slacked off for so long that your political skills have gotten rusty. How can the heir to the clan not realize something so simple? Since when? Ruvel asked, embarrassed. Since the day I went to negotiate Riser's engagement. While I was there, the topic of conversation came upon the newborn Milikas, and Lady Venelana mentioned that her father had come to them shortly after his birth with a request to adopt him into House Baal. He was rejected, of course, and he had the good sense to not antagonize Surzex over it, but it revealed something. Tell me, Ruvel, what is it? Ruvel sighed. He wanted to mold Milikas into the perfect heir, because he lacks faith in Magdaran. Yes. It seems you haven't lost touch completely. My father praised, it means we have some wiggle room there, for another, more suitable heir to come in. That was when we decided to see if Lady Misla was open to cooperation. We started planting spies around her house, investigating her connections, disposition, finances, etc. Of course, Riser's ill-timed actions have moved up the schedule on that significantly, and doubled the cost, something we will have to talk about, Riser, because we plan to slowly gauge her openness to the concept and Sarorg's capability over the next few months before we decided to invest. Now. He sighed, rubbing his eyes. Riser, next time you want to do something like that, talk to us first. But I told Ruvel. Didn't he tell you? I decided to instead throw Ruvel under the bus. He gave me a dirty look and sliced a finger against his neck, mock threatening me, and I stuck out my tongue at him in return. Sorry, but it is your duty as the big brother. May you rest in peace. You knew? My father asked, sternly, and it never occurred to you to inform us. I was going to tell you after the party. Ruvel defended himself. How was I supposed to know he would do something like that during the party? I didn't even know Sarorg was going to be invited. Didn't you handle the catering and roster? Mom handled the roster of invitations. He, in turn, pulled my mother down with him. Dear. My father turned to her and she sighed. I should have known when Riser asked me to invite Sarorg. I thought you invited him so we could gauge Lady Misla's reaction in public, before we approached her. That was the thought too, but I thought we would wait till after that we had finalized the pricing with Grigori. She asked, and Lady Misla didn't even make it to the party. The sleep disease, of course. It's so clear in hindsight. My father connected the dots. Still, you could have told me Riser was the one. I know you're not telling me that. When were you going to tell me about your plans for Riser and Ria's children? What about my non-existent children? I asked. Your father, apparently, wants to have one of your future kids take over the Bale clan. My mother huffed and pouted, crossing her arms. I was going to tell you, dear, after they were married with kids at the risk of counting my chickens before they hatched. Engagements fall through all the time. With the Gremeries. They have a reputation for keeping their word. Oh mother dearest, how wrong you are, if only you knew the plot. Riser could end up breaking it, look at his attitude. My father countered sheepishly in the face of my mother's pouting face, his one weakness. Yeah. No, once he sees Rias all grown up, he will probably never look at another woman ever again. Have you seen Lady Venelana? I'm willing to bet the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Back me up, Dad. Ruvel teased, poking our father. Go on, dear, back up your son. Faced with my mother's lethal glare, my father shriveled up into a plum beside her. How could I ever know, when before you, my sweet, beautiful firebird, all other women appear as but pale imitations, he cooed, kissing her hand, and my mother snorted, hiding a shy smile. Good answer. You get to stay out of the guest bedroom, this time. My father sighed in relief and turned to Ruvel, and said jokingly. Stop trying to get your old man in trouble, or I'll unname you as heir. What an entertaining clusterfuck, Regal chuckled from the side, it's like a reverse gift of the Magi situation here. Era, my mother chimed in, poking at him, why do you think you're out of it? Already over 100 years old and you've yet to give me any grandbabies. Where are they? Where are my grandbabies? I've just been busy. I will get around to it. Regal said. Like you get around to visit us. She huffed, most CEOs delegate their work and enjoy life, but you, How did I raise such a workaholic? He's just got a fetish for micromanagement. Ruvel chimed in, laughing at his brother's misery. When was the last time you spent time with your harem? Do you make time for them? My father asked, you need to spend time together to strengthen your bond. I spend time with them, it's no problem. And there's not even that many. How much time? My mother caught on. A day. He replied. A day per harem member. Per week. Thereabouts. He lied through his teeth. A month. Mother pressed and he caved. A year. 1 day per harem member per year. She exclaimed. Of them Tog. Regal muttered, looking away. Speak up, Regal. For all of them together. He admitted. My father just about face-bombed. 1 day per year, for all of them together. Even I couldn't help but be surprised. That is just asking for a divorce. What's the point of having a harem if you don't use them? My father said with exasperation. My grandbabies. My mother cried dejected. But the profits of our enterprises are through the roof. Regal said proudly, and my father gave up, patting him on the back. Good job. Then he addressed us all. Look, I know we all fancy ourselves great schemers and masterminds. He joked, but family, communication is key. We cannot keep being dysfunctional like this. I admit we were also wrong. If we had told you about our plans with Sarorg, this might not have happened. So, from now on, no more secret plotting, no more masterminding in the shadows, no more solo runs. When you plan something, share it with the class, every step, every detail. No more secrets among family, understood? Aye, Captain. I saluted, and he ruffled my hair with a smile. Especially you, Riser. No more messes like this one, got it? I nodded. I know, I'm sorry. Won't happen again. A/N, narrator voice. It will most definitely happen again. Oh, that reminds me. Regal pulled out a bunch of reports and charts from his storage spell, laying them out over the table. I found the Longinus. Let's go. Woo. At this point, Riser might as well make his whole peerage secret. Hashtag secret peerage. Anyways, here's 3,500 words of more politics. Next time, MC gets a Longinus. Till then, thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones and tell me how you feel about it. Especially you, Maudiablo 1911. I made this whole thing to reconcile the mistakes you pointed out. Thanks for that. Tell me if this does something. See ya. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. After GRECOVITSIOZO and Maudiablo 1911, no more extra chapters for reviews. Chapter 14, Terrifying Yet Innocent. I found the Longinus, Regal said as he laid out the charts and reports across the coffee table, and though it was large, by coffee table standards, it still fell short of an actual table, with some portion of the charts hanging limply off the sides, a few reports sliding off onto the ground, and papers flying everywhere. Took you long enough? I teased, picking up the stray sheets from the floor near me. It had been worrying me for the past year and a half too. I wondered briefly, almost too often, if I would miss this chance, or worse, had already missed it. But it seems it was not in vain. These past 4 years spent scrawling the world for it, countless hours spent scraping through news reports, poring over satellite data, searching mass casualty events and natural disaster, war fronts and civil crises. It was here at last. My men in the Pentagon sent me these reports from a Senate committee meeting last week. Regal spoke. While I looked over the documents, it came up in a discussion regarding foreign aid to Africa. Mugabe's stance on unity, justice or revenge. Farmland reclamation proposal. Aid reduction. Severe droughts wipe out yields, 3rd year in a row. Flash floods block highway. White genocide, the real truth behind. The newly formed nation of Zimbabwe. Droughts in the same region, 3 years in a row. Flash floods in the same area 5 times in the last 10 years. Rogue thunderstorms out of season. And now, this. He lifted a news report of a local gang boss getting struck by lightning in the middle of a clear day. Right in the middle of the genocide happening in the country. Regal continued, and watch this cloud pattern analysis. He showed a line of photographs, showing cloud cover spread across the nation. This is just the past month. See those accumulations there? Check this out. He laid out a series of maps showing roadways, waterways, and even remote trails. See the pattern? He asked with barely contained excitement. Refugee camps, escape routes, off-road trails through the countryside. I noted. Exactly. White farmers fleeing the genocide in the countryside, and this. He revealed a final set of satellite images. A city overlaid with cloud cover and wind shear charts. This. He pointed to one part, is New Mother Mary Convent School, and temporary orphanage. Can you spot the difference? I looked over the satellite images detailing a week's worth of weather in long exposure shots. I don't see what dash. Sunlight. My father realized. Regal nodded. Where the rest of the city has been downcast in various amounts of cloud cover, this place alone has had sunshine, bright and right, all day, every day for the past week. He pulled out another photograph, this time closer to the ground. Children playing, awards being handed out, snacks and lunches, little picnics. Sports week. He announced with a proud and satisfied grin. The logic wasn't lost on us. We really found a Longinus. Just with the power of science, heh. I chuckled. Now we need to capitalize on that and get it before the church realizes the treasure they have on their hands. He said, digging out one last report from beneath the pile. These are the readings from one our specialist sent there. He couldn't get in, because hallowed ground, but he camped out long enough to get these. It's about to awaken. He said, any day now. We need to act fast. But if we can't go in. I wondered, can we draw them out? Already tried. I bribed an army official to take a squad there and request relocation for all orphans to a state facility. The church refused. I tried getting him to storm the premises but. Yeah. Army troops raiding orphanages is not a good look. I nodded. I did however manage to get a register on all of the orphans admitted there. He pulled out a Xerox copy and laid it out on the table. They are sheltering 43 children. Taking into account the age differential, Caucasian, 9 to 12 years old, that narrows it down to 4 children. Adriana Marikova, Reggie Bertinelli, Joseph Parsons and... He flipped the page to the last one, Dulio Gesualdo. The wielder of the Longinus, Zenith Tempest. Of course, I couldn't just point him out, again, because I had no way to explain how I knew him. So I'd have to take the long way around. What are we waiting for? Ruvel asked. Let's mobilize the troops and smash through them. Burn the place down, force them out and do a clean sweep of the survivors. And draw all eyes to us? No. We do this clean and quiet. My father turned to Regal. Are they allowing adoptions? Only to good, white Christian families. Regal answered, I can arrange some prospective parents, but the time it would take to forge paperwork. We have a charity arm there, right? My mother asked. Phoenix Relief, rebuilding love and community, from the ashes, love that jingle. Regal said in a sing-song voice, how do you propose we get in though? They are suspicious of everyone right now, and the church knows it's our charity. Can I just... I interrupted, even if we can send prospective parents in, they might not allow immediate adoption. There's likely a vetting process. If they awaken before it goes through, no way they'll allow it then. What are you suggesting then? Regal asked. Who will they trust immediately enough to allow into the facility? And more importantly, get out of it quick enough if need be. Another orphan. My father spoke. Bingo. I grinned. All we need to do is get our troops into the charity and have them wait around as both Plan B and emergency extraction. From there it's a 20-minute job, go in, check the kids, grab the right one and get out. It'll be suspicious if a new orphan gets in and out the same day. Ruvel said. They won't have time for suspicions before we get them out. And after? Will they really care if one normal child goes missing? I pointed out. But who will go in? Ruvel asked, they can't be a devil and they have to be both, someone that can recognize the Longinus user, grab them and teleport out, while simultaneously being young enough to be admitted in. What's the oldest they'll take? 16 years old. Preferably someone that doesn't raise suspicions, a girl likely. Regal went over it in his head, there is someone like that we know, I was actually going to introduce you to her, today, and it seems like it's fated to be. Wait, let me get her. He disappeared and reappeared a few minutes later with a teenage girl, about 15 years old, with long, wavy purple hair and matching purple eyes, and a voluptuous figure for her age, but then again, this was DXD, so it was hardly out of the ordinary. Everybody, meet Yubaluna. She is the daughter of one of my magic specialists. She knows teleportation, identification, and of course, bomb magic, in case we need to cover our tracks. The girl bowed, shyly. I'm Yubaluna. I'm honored to meet you all. Please allow me the chance to serve. The most important question is, can she act? The girl looked at me seductively, her expression changing in a flash as she moaned. Oh Master Riser, I can be whatever you want. Creepy. Way creepy. You know me. I raised an eyebrow in concern. Master Regal told me about you. I have been dying to meet you. She replied, her expression polite again. She wants to become a devil and I figured, you'd be looking for peerage members. So how about it? Regal asked. What do you think about child murder? You show them, I blow them. She raised a hand, with miniature explosions popping up on it. And what is your opinion on churches? I think they look very beautiful when they explode. She replied, cupping her face happily. I smiled. I think you and I are going to get along swimmingly. Come, let us discuss the script. My father said, inviting her to take a seat. I smiled. Time to steal away the future trump card of heaven. X. Oh you poor, poor child. The matron consoled her, as she wiped her tears, of course you can stay here for as long as you like. But you must follow the rules of the convent and help around a little, here and there. And attend service. Why yes, ma'am. Call me mother. The matron said, guiding her to her lodgings, we are unfortunately short on rooms, so you will have to stay in the classrooms with the rest of the children. That is no problem, mother. It is just a matter of a few days. My father will come get me. I'm sure of it. Yubaluna spoke with a mixture of hesitance and innocence, and the matron gave her a sad, sympathetic look. Of course, dear. Don't worry, he will. She led her into the hall of the parish and through the maze of corridors till they reached the very back of the school, to an old classroom that looked more like a train station waiting room with over 15 girls crammed into it. The desks had been partly pushed against the wall and partly moved out into the hallway blocking the emergency exit. A fire hazard, she noted, but it didn't matter to her. There are toilets down the hallway there, with buckets for bathing, but we only get water from 5 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. in the morning, so be sure to use the time well. Girls bathe early, from 5 to 6 a.m. and boys from 6 to 7 a.m. With that she clapped her hands and alerted the kids. Children, we have a new friend with us today. This is Big Sister Eubelina. She will be staying with us for a few days. Everyone say, hello Big Sister Eubelina. The kids chimed in after her as Eubelina scanned the room for her targets. The girl, Adriana Marikova, was here and she could tell with a glance that she was not it. The boys were probably kept in another room. Do you only allow girls in? She asked, hesitantly. No. But don't worry, they aren't allowed to come here. Their rooms are on the other side of the school. The matron pointed out the corridor window, across an indoor courtyard to another room where she could see the boys staring out the window at her. They're all very eager to meet you and you will meet them at supper. The matron smiled, and gestured at the corner, put your bags there and get some rest. We will start you off tomorrow. Eubelina smiled politely. Thank you, again, mother. Without you, I don't know what would have happened out there. Oh, don't mention it, dear. It is as the Lord wills it. This too shall pass and his light shall light your path to a better tomorrow. Amen. Come supper, Eubelina sat on one side of the hall, scanning the room from the corner of her eyes, darting through the crowd as she identified the three boys. First one, Joseph Parsons. Nodded. They said their prayers. The food was served. Next she avoided the matron's gaze and pretended to stare at the food. Today, we have with us a new child. Eubelina. She introduced her to the rest of the orphans and staff. She will be staying with us for a few days. Please everyone, make her feel comfortable, and get along with her. The hall started to clap, and she pretended to sheepishly look away and down at her food as the matron laughed. No need to be shy, dear. Treat it as if it were your own home. Consider us family. Thank you, everyone. Eubelina nodded and bowed slightly, and at the same time, looking over the Bertinelli kid with her enchanted senses. Nodded. That left the blonde one. Dolio Gesualdo. She'd have to find a way to meet him secretly. But before she could look away, his eyes met hers, for the barest fraction of a second. Lackadaisical at first glance, but there was something about him that made her uncomfortable. She smiled politely and returned back to her food. Soon, supper was over, they had cleaned the tables and washed the dishes, and everyone made their way to bed. Eubelina waited till after everyone was asleep and the staff had finished their rounds to quietly get out of her bed, casting silence and non-detection on herself. With a wave of her hand, she cast a spell and her luggage disappeared into a storage dimension. She looked out of the open window of the classroom and double-checked to see if anyone was around. No one. Good. She slipped out the window, the chill of the cool night air and the smell of musty old corridors her only company crossing the courtyard. But just when she was about to enter the corridor leading to the boys' room, a voice cut her off, soft and whispered. You're looking for me, right? She whipped around in alarm as she spotted the blonde-haired boy staring up at her. Don't lie. I know. A chill crept up Eubelina's spine as she looked at him now. There was something about his aura that had changed, become something that scared her. Yes. She decided to be truthful. Is it because I caused the floods? It wasn't my fault. I don't dash. She placed a hand over his mouth. Why didn't you report me to the matron? She asked softly, after a moment of thought. I don't want to bother her. She has helped me so much. I don't want her to get hurt, Miss Spy. I'm not a, yes. I'm a spy. She said, playing into his delusion, and if you don't want anyone to get hurt, come with me quietly. Will you kill me, like my parents? He gulped, asking innocently, and the frightening aura around him became even scarier. Something felt wrong about this. No dash, she went to reply when she noticed it. He's removing the air from around us. Her eyes widened in fear. Clever brat. She tried to get closer to him, but he just walked backwards. She couldn't get into a confrontation here, and teleporting took time, so she played her final card. The kid was clever enough for it. She took a step forward, and he took a step back when she said, If you come with me, you can talk to your parents again. That stopped him in his tracks. Really? The all-too-clever blonde asked, his eyes cold and distant, yet it felt as if there was a certain warmth lingering deep within. I promise. I will come with you. He said finally, and looked back at the other boys sleeping in the room, then at the girls' room across the courtyard. But only if you help them too. How? She asked, trying to hide her surprise at his request. Food. Clothes. Beds. He said, and for the first time, she felt like she had really seen the boy, the real him. Deal. She replied softly. He reached out both hands towards her as if expecting handcuffs. Let's go. She smiled, and grabbed him by the hands, teleporting him away. Eubeluna thinks she is in James Bond, Dulio thinks he is an SCP. A first look into Dulio's personality. Calm, quiet, easygoing yet frighteningly perceptive, if about the wrong thing. And most of all, kind and considerate. Tell me what you thought about the chapter. Don't forget to donate your power stones. And add this to your library while you're at it. You can always remove it later. Chapter 15, The Life of Dulio Gesualdo. Things had always just happened around Dulio. Like a rock polished by the surging river around it, sunk to the bottom, unmoved by the crushing, coursing rapids above. Born on a farm in then Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe, he had everything he could have ever wanted. Loving parents, a good home, a meaningful life. Even as a child, he didn't much desire more. This simple fulfilling happiness. Shepherding the cattle, harvesting the crops, being able to drive the tractor sitting on his father's lap. Life was perfect literally, almost supernaturally so. He never questioned it at first, why his house was never too cold in winter and too hot in summer. Always a perfect pleasant temperature. Why a breeze always seemed to find him at the right moment, why the sunlight was ever just right. Why the clouds seemed to cover it whenever it got too bright and why the little rivers seemed to bubble so sweetly. The winds whispered to him and he never thought anything of it. It was just life for him, nothing out of the ordinary. Then the drought started. One summer, his 5th year of life, the rivers dried up, the reservoirs ran empty and the crops and cattle began to perish, partly from thirst and heat, partly from disease and grief. His entire community was hit. They gathered at the church, farmers and ranchers all, and amid hushed discussions and tense services, he could feel it in the air. It was bad. His parents were distressed. His neighbors, his friends, his teachers, his community. His whole world felt like it was about to collapse. And the little boy that he was, he didn't know what to do but pray. And pray he did, day after day, in the church and in the fields, with every foal and ewe that died and every field that withered. He prayed for salvation, he prayed for relief. He prayed for rain. And then, miraculously, it came. The drought vanished, the winds moistened, the community came together again, if only for a moment, before that they realized, something he didn't until the 4th time it happened. The rain did not stop. The rivers swelled, the reservoirs ran over, and the world seemed to drown in the deluge. The flood swept through their homes, wiping out what little was left. The crops washed away, the land soiled and waterlogged, and their house damaged beyond repair. But his community stood together. They endured and weathered through. From the remains of nothing, they rebuilt everything. And they hoped against hope, such a thing would never happen again. Until it did. Again and again and again. And by the 4th time, it was too much, too late. The community that had been once strong, the church once full, the schools and streets so lively had withered away. People forced to sell their farms out of desperation, businesses that never reopened, friends he never saw again. People moved to the city, the government began cracking down on them unjustly and what was left of his perfect life dwindled by the day. Except this time, he knew. He knew who had done it. It was him. It was his fault. And there was nothing he could do to remedy it. The grief came to him, slowly, like the chill of a winter night setting into his bones through the blankets. A numbness that drew him away from himself. Dulio, once bright and cheerful, retreated into himself. Shame and guilt. Things he could not voice even if he tried. And he had tried. His father had caressed his head, hugged him and dismissed his concerns as the rambling of a too religious boy, even after showing his father his ability. But only Dulio knew. He knew. He could not explain it, what he could do, how he could do it. But he knew it happened. The world moved when he willed, the winds kissed him and the rivers embraced his being with love. The winds still whispered, but he didn't bother to listen. The sun still shone for him, but its light didn't quite reach him. The streams still bubbled but the world seemed emptier by the day. Then the militias came. He didn't know what they want but he knew they were up to no good. His father met them always, outside, begging in whispered tones, his eyes ever hollowing with every time they visited. They wanted the farm. The farm that his father and grandfather and their fathers before him had inherited, the land of their toil and the history of their family. They wanted it all. Naturally, his father refused. But those men, they didn't like the answer. It started slow. Their locks found opened, their cattle poisoned, the tires of their tractors damaged and the fuel stolen. Then they escalated. Harassment at all hours. Mobbing the streets, intimidating everyone related to them. Denying them services. Their neighbors sold, his uncles and aunts gave up. But his father and a few others held on. They believed they could weather it. Until couldn't anymore. Or rather, they weren't allowed to. They came in the night. With Molotov cocktails and signal jammers. With hatchets and axes. Some even had hunting rifles, and their sport, men. They cut the phone lines, burned the houses, and as the residents fled, they chased them down. People died all around him, the women assaulted, the children butchered, his own parents. They handed him over to a family friend, and spoke their last word to him. Just one word. Live. Seeing them die, it wasn't the first time he had seen loss, but it was the first time he had experienced it so personally. For the first time, the world didn't move around him, and the river crashed straight through him. And he broke. For the first time in years, as the sun's rays dawned on the horizon and the remnants of his community lay dead and burning, he opened his heart to the world again, and he wished for just one thing. Revenge. And the world answered. Lightning on a clear day. Charred corpses lay all around him. The nauseating smell of burning flesh and ionized air. Then came the horror. He had killed them. Evil as they were, trying to kill him, having killed his parents, he had killed them. Murder, his 12-year-old mind could not reconcile with it. He hurled his guts out that day, there in the mud, and lay flat all day, staring at the sky till the tears in his eyes dried up, for there were no more tears to shed. He was a murderer. He was a sinner. And it would forever be his cross to bear. A too religious child, his morality gave way. If he was to be evil, he would be so to those who preyed on the innocent and the weak. He accepted his role in the world, that this cursed power had forced upon him. And he did what he did best, what his parents had wanted for him. He lived. He joined a refugee caravan from another town nearby and made his way to the city with them. And live he did. As they treaded the country trails. He lived. While other children died from disease or thirst, he lived. He used his power to cover their tracks. Thunderstorms propped up when their pursuers were near, clouds covered their retreat, nearly dry riverbeds flooded when they needed water, and landslides formed barriers when they needed rest. Earthquakes shaved off the road their pursuers used, and deadly summer heat melted their tires into the dirt. He didn't want to think about it. But he lived. And all throughout it he learned. He learned to observe the adults, the way they moved, the way they talked, their little expressions and how they changed. How they spoke and how they lied. He learned to tell trustworthy from malicious and kind from cruel. A lesson learned in the school of hard knocks. Things he would never forget and things he would rather not remember. He had always been a smart boy. He used those smarts well. Through thick and thin, rain and shine, through stowing away on trucks and hiding in trains, somehow, he made it to the big city, to the orphanage. To all those kind people who took him in. Who fed him and clothed him. Who reminded him what it meant to live again. And their kindness rekindled his own. He remembered who he was, and he cried, for the first time in years. That kindness that the matron showed him as she held him close, wiping his tears away. He would never forget it. They might not be his family, but they were precious to him all the same. Good people deserve good ends. He believed. So when the time came to answer for his sins and the winds whispered to him of the woman, of the danger, he knew. He had to do something. He had suffered, and all he knew was that he would not stand to see anyone else suffer as he did. He confronted her, in the corridors, late at night as she skulked about. He knew she was here for him, and he wasn't about to let her harm anyone else. He tried his usual tricks. Simply depriving her of air, and hoping she would die quickly enough, and quietly enough. Lightning would have awoken the rest and a wind blade would have called for questions. But spontaneous asphyxiation. She choked on her own spit, they'd surmise. That was fine with him. He did not want them to worry needlessly. Because good people deserve good ends. But then she said something that he could not ignore. If you come with me, you can see your parents again. That he could not ignore. If he had but one more chance to see them, to speak to them. He looked back at the kids, at the orphanage. He thought of how much they had done for him. And he decided to ask for a little more. They could do with a little more. Food. Beds. Clothes. All complaints he had had but never voiced, and the same complaints they would have too, no doubt. She nodded, and he held out his hands, waiting for handcuffs, resigning himself to working for whatever spy agency she had come from. A faint hope that there were others like him. That she had an explanation for what this power was. What he was. Perhaps even, how to rid himself of it. To stop being this monster he had become. But the handcuffs never came, and a soft purple light surrounded him as she grabbed his hands. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, what stood before him was the most beautiful sight he had seen. A woman with hair that glowed like the sunlight, eyes bluer than the sky, the face of an angel, and a gentle smile that reminded him of his mother. His heart skipped a beat. Era, who is this adorable young man you've brought with you? She spoke, and her voice was a song he could listen to forever. An insight into Dulio. And Mommy Phenex works her MILF magic. Anyways. Here's the chapter for today. Tell me what you think. Next time, Yurikyoto and Tuki training negotiation. Don't forget to donate your power stones, please. Thanks. Bye. Chapter 16, Queen Acquired. This is the extra chapter for reaching 200 power stones as promised. I don't know why, but 300 people just dropped the FIC over 4 days. T. I don't think I'll be winning the competition at this rate. Anyways, enjoy. One more regular chapter tonight. I see. So even though you are between peak high class and low ultimate class in power, the spells let you rise to the level of ultimate class temporarily. My father looked down at the notes I had handed him, and looked around the training courtyard at the remnants of my spar with Ruvel, tiny black flames still burning on the shattered stones after my recent demonstration. These flames of punishment are a retaliatory move. Yes. I nodded. They are based on the concept of punishment fitting the crime, so unless I am attacked, they are harmless. But once someone attacks me, I can then activate my penance stare and deal them equivalent damage from the flame. The best part is, the flame is absolute in its judgment and can neither be extinguished nor curtailed until the target has served their punishment. It will eat through all defenses, and the harder you struggle, the more sin you accumulate, making the flames hit you even harder. It basically allows me to match people in ultimate class even without being as strong myself. It is a great move, but again, filled with your signature recklessness. What if someone kills you in one move, before you can activate it? Ruvel crossed his arms and my father smiled. Ruvel was still thinking in terms of rating games, where death wasn't really death, and you were just ejected from the arena. In the real world, things were different. He is a phoenix. How many people do you estimate will even think to kill him in one blow, and of those how many will succeed? He can simply regenerate. This move is perfect for someone with our strengths. Only a phoenix would ever think to use a spell like this. Very creative. My father praised, quite an improvement on my own spell. You have flames of punishment too. I was surprised. He had never taught me about them. Of course, I do. Do you think you're the first in the history of our clan to come up with improvements for our hellfire? He laughed. I tried teaching Ruvel when he was younger, but his uniquely sadistic nature made him unsuitable to learning this, something I have had him improve on ever since. When I saw you following in his footsteps, I figured it would be a waste of time to teach you the same. I see now that I was wrong. You have even improved the spell, though it is not without its weaknesses, as Ruvel stated. The good thing is, it lets you punch above your weight class, something even my flames of punishment cannot do. They only scale to my level of power, though they do stick to the target in proportion to their sins, until they are fully purged, just like yours. That concept sounded familiar. Wait. Dad, flip like 5 pages over, and check out that concept. I pointed out, and my dad followed, his eyebrows lifted in pleasant surprise. Ah, you call them flames of sin. I suppose that is another name for them. But then your flames of punishment should be called flames of judgment, no? Now that you mention it. I grinned and flipped another few pages over. You merged the two spells. My father looked even more proud, his smile brightening measurably. The flames of judgment automatically raise your power 1 level above your opponent and can be used to land preemptive attacks that scale with the level of sins they have committed in their life. This is revolutionary, Riser. Not yet. It still needs refinement because right now it is purely retaliatory. I will need human sinners to experiment on, but once it is finished, the flames of judgment will scale to peak ultimate class in strength even for someone using only peak high class level of demonic power. I explained, it will let us fight way out of our league once it is finished. Like a Shinchia protagonist. I chuckled. When do you think you will reach ultimate class? He asked, and will it scale higher then? Another year or 2. And no. While technically, it should scale higher, beings at Satan class have their own ways to counter it, and the mere weight of their metaphysical being, matching that of a lesser deity, is enough to counter it. After all, deities cannot be punished for sin. They are the progenitors of judgment. So conceptually the spell collapses at that level. Unless somehow we gain access to divinity. Ruvel completed the sentence. Only gods can punish gods. I nodded. Besides, if I manage to reach Satan class, my regular hellfire will be potent enough to work on them, so it doesn't make sense to force the spell further. Give me another 10, maybe 12 years, and I'll be there, definitely before my marriage to Rias. That is good news regardless. He turned to Ruvel. Ruvel, help Riser finish the spell and start learning it yourself. I'll get a copy to Regal. He has been stuck between high and ultimate class for over 100 years. At least this way he'll be able to better protect himself. Now about our visit to Urakiat. He stopped mid-sentence as a purple light flashed and Yubeluna returned with our prize. My mother walked over to her excitedly, admiring the little boy that had emerged from the teleportation circle. Era, who is this adorable young man you've brought with you? X. He just came with you. After all that? I asked, incredulous. He seems to think I'm some sort of spy. Eubeluna said, shrugging. He did have demands. Better living conditions for the orphans at the church. Food, beds, clothes. That sort of stuff. And he wants to see his parents again. Reasonable. My father nodded. We were planning to head to Eurykyoto today with Serorg. We will take him along too. You did well, Eubeluna. You will be rewarded for this. Riser, you will add her to your peerage. Sure, but Dad, I was thinking, adding her now could stunt her growth a little. Why not wait till she is a little older and stronger? Her strength as a devil will grow better that way. I made an excuse and my father understood. That does make sense. Would you mind that, Eubeluna? He asked. No, Lord Phenex. Not at all. She replied, oblivious. In the meantime, we will get you admitted to Grausauberer to improve your skills. Is that amenable? My father suggested. Of course, Lord Phenex. Thank you. She smiled, delighted at the prospect already. Good. Then go talk to your father and ask him to meet us to discuss this tomorrow. She nodded, almost jumping with joy, and teleported back home. Adorable. But not for me. I plan to add her to Ravel's peerage, not mine. Mine must be filled with those who have the greatest potential and a good balance of powers and combos. Unfortunate as it may be, Eubeluna just doesn't cut it. I looked at Delio, being spoiled by my mother, his eyes positively twinkling, mesmerized, like a deer eating oats off of your hand, while my mother fed him cookies. I'm thinking, Queen. To ask for something for others before thinking of himself, with that type of kindness and consideration, the guy really was the perfect angel. Shame that's not in the cards for him this time. For a Longinus that powerful, nothing but the queen piece will work, so you don't have another choice, unless you want to waste your remaining pawns. My father replied, stroking his chin. No, queen piece it will be. I agreed. Shame that it couldn't be stalled for a while though. I'm sure in another year or two, when I reach ultimate class, some of my pawns will turn into mutation pieces. I had another in mind for the queen piece. But I have no way to explain it to my father how I know about her or why he should offend another prestigious clan for some stupid servant. Frankly, that is turning into quite the problem, having to justify every action I take with logic because I don't have my own agents to work this stuff unquestioningly. That visit to Kuo cannot come quicker. As it is, the time to get another Longinus user, Lavinia Rennie, into my hands is slipping by on the daily. I can't afford to let that Longinus fall into the hands of that witch bitch. Lavinia is already traumatized because of the Longinus. Adding on the double trouble of foster mommy issues is no bueno. At that point I might as well kill her and rip out the Longinus myself with how much it weakens her. A complete waste of Satan class potential. I sighed, and shook my head. Let's worry about that later. For now, it's time to get the trump card of heaven on my side. I walked up to the picnic table set up around the courtyard where we trained and took a seat before him. Am I dead? He asked my mother, his voice shaking. Am I in hell because I killed all those people? Oh, you poor baby, no. My mother hugged him, pressing his head into her chest and patting his head gently. We just wanted to meet you because you're a very special boy. Because of my powers? He asked innocently. Yes. You have a very special gift. And we didn't want it to fall into the hands of the wrong people. Bad people. It doesn't feel special. It feels cursed. I destroyed everything. Everything I touched. He sniffled, and my mother kissed him on the forehead. It's okay, baby. It's not your fault. You didn't know how to control it. It's the fault of those who put that power inside you. Who? He looked up at her and asked, murder in his eyes, flashing coldly, who did this to me? Heaven. I answered, and it's not just you either. They do it to a lot of children, just like you. There are others like me. He asked, half hopeful, half distraught that others would have to suffer as he did. Yes, lots of them. Some of them even die because their bodies can't control their powers. It's really sad. But what can you do? It's heaven. Are they the bad guys? He was hesitant. Being raised religious, it was hard for him to see heaven in a bad light. No, not really. They can't really control it anymore. Before God died God is dead. He exclaimed in shock, but the matron said. They don't know. No one knows because the angels in heaven have kept it a secret. But we know. And before God died, he made a game where children all around the world would be born with powers like yours. He wanted to help protect the innocent against evil. But he made a mistake, and now children are born sick and unable to control their powers, and he can't fix it because he's dead and the angels don't know how to. I explained, taking his clenched fists into my hand, no one is evil here, they just made a mistake. I added, it's a shame you have to be the one to pay for it though. Dulio looked down at his clenched fists and let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding, conflicted feelings surging inside him. I could see his brain ticking away. Should he be angry at heaven? At God? What could he do about it even if he was? Was he helpless after all? But ultimately, smart as he was, he settled on the more realistic approach. Can I learn to control it? He asked. I nodded. We will help you control it. And my parents? Can I really see them again? He asked, his eyes hopeful now. I promise you, not only will you be able to see them, but if you do a good job and train hard, we can even go to heaven and ask them to give them back to you. Why can't we do that now? He asked. Because we are weak. Tell me, Dulio, when you prayed for help, how did heaven answer? When your parents were dying, did heaven save them? When you were suffering, were the angels by your side? His face twisted into a grimace. No. Heaven and angels aren't evil. They just don't care about you. Because you are weak. No one listens to the weak. No one protects the weak. Only by becoming stronger can you get what you want. If you're strong enough, even heaven will have to listen to you. That's just the way of the world. But it shouldn't be. Dulio cried, I tried my best, I prayed every day. They don't care, Dulio. They simply don't care. I know you know it too. That's why you stopped praying and started doing what was necessary to protect others yourself, didn't you? He nodded amidst sniffles and tears. Can you help me become stronger? My mother nuzzled her face into his head and consoled him. Yes. We will take good care of you. She turned to my father, husband, we are adopting him. What? My father looked at her confused. We are adopting him. My mother gave him no alternative, he even has blonde hair, just like us. She kissed his cheek. Will you be part of our family, Dulio? She asked, and he looked around for a moment, blushing slightly. If you will have me. He replied, softly. Then it settled. She huffed, extending a hand, Riser, your queen piece. I summoned the evil piece and handed it to her. She held it against his chest and pushed it into him. A brilliant flash of magic erupted from beneath him and a large, 9-layered magic circle span around him, zooming up from the ground till the top of his head, changing him permanently, and as the light settled, he floated down almost to the ground, only to stop mere inches above it, his wings swung out fully. He looked back at them curiously and then at my smiling mother. Welcome to the family. My mother said with a clap, welcome home. I'm home. He smiled and dove into her arms. Tell me what you think of the chapter. Who do you think was slated to be the queen before Riser had to pick Dulio? Take a guess. Don't forget to donate your power stones. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Review chapter for Diablo and Grekoslovica will be posted tomorrow, I guess. Then I will have fulfilled all promises of extra chapter. After that, if we don't reach those goals, 1 chapter a day it will be. Thanks for reading. See ya. Chapter 17, Meet the Parents. Extra long chapter. This is the extra chapter for the reviews posted by Grekoslovica and Diablo 1911. Everyone say thanks Grekoslovica and Diablo 1911. With this, all promised extra chapters are done. Next, 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. The colorful streets of Kyoto, home to the yokai of Japan, were set in an alternate dimension tied to the shadows of Kyoto, and while it was possible to teleport in service of showing proper respect, we were the ones who had come asking for a favor after all. We did not teleport in. Instead, we passed through the Torii gate of the Inari shrine outside Kyoto, and made our way through there. The variety of yokai, coming in all shapes and forms, passed by beneath us as we flew over to the majestic Japanese-style castle at the heart of it. The entire city sat at the center of a perpetual sakura bloom, the fragrant pink petals flying through the air everywhere the eye could see, which, when combined with the feudal-style structures intermingling with tastefully designed modern additions, gave the city an ethereal beauty. But what surprised me most was how naturally Dulio was flying. He had been a devil for all of 2 hours, and he flew better than Serorg, who had had his wings all his life. That is a disturbing amount of talent right there. Damn cheating bastards. Handsome, great personality, insane talent. He was the perfect package. Seeing it firsthand. So glad I made him my queen. What was I thinking trying to wait for Kuroka? She can be a pawn. I don't care anymore. This talent wasted on a pawn piece, even if it were a mutation piece, would have been the greatest mistake I could have made. I could just cry tears of joy right now. I pumped my fist in excitement as we landed in the courtyard of the West Yukai faction's stronghold to the beckoning of Tengu attendants. Kitsune serving girls escorted us to the audience hall, as we, kids all, took in the surroundings with marvel. My father looked down at us and a soft smile bloomed on his face before we arrived at our destination. The wide, ornate sliding doors opened and before us sat elevated upon a step, a beautiful woman in a red kimono and ornate pink obi, with her blonde hair tied up with an amethyst and gold hairpin, designed like a stalk of chaff grain, each grain set in with a ruby. Her eyebrows in a Heim style, same as her hair, quirked up seeing us enter, and a pretty little smile crept up her face, cordial, yet revealing her hidden and sharp canines beneath, and behind her, her 9 golden, and insanely fluffy, tails rose, swaying side to side in a peacock-like display of utter cutines, regality. Yes. Regality. Lady Yasaka. My father gave a small bow and we followed, with much deeper ones out of respect as practiced. Lord Phenex. She greeted us likewise, and craned over her neck slightly, one arm supporting herself upon the table set before her, and your little hatchlings, except one of them appears different from the other two. She teased as easily as she breathed, her fox ears twitching with mild delight. Lady Yasaka, please do not. My father warned. Ah, you're no fun, she giggled. I was merely wondering what the lost former heir to the Bale clan was doing in your company. Getting his recompense. My father answered coolly, and Sai reacted to it with sourness as practiced, an unfortunate accident due to lack of oversight on our part. Ah, I heard. She observed him more carefully now, no bruises left over. You must have really gone all in on the Phoenix tears. They are scary, are they not? The Bale clan. For you to come here shaking in your boots. Just an apology as is due to their station. My father shrugged. The careful cover we were maintaining unstained. And how may I aid the esteemed Phoenix clan in this deliverance? She asked, interested. We come here today, seeking your favor in pursuit of 2 requests. And we offer a price that is more than fair for either. He walked forward and pulled out a crate of Phoenix tears, 8 in total, a rather precious sum, before placing them before her. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing the vials, anyone could see she barely held back her excitement as she casually picked one up and glanced it over. Speak and it shall be done, Lord Phenex, within reason. She finally spoke, her tone changed. First and foremost, we would like your introduction to an instructor for learning Tuki and Senjutsu. My father replied. For the little prince no more? She asked, her tone light again. For all of them. That seemed to surprise her a little. Era you're looking to spend big in my city this time, I see how nice of you. She said, with a fake swoon, but it is a shame, we are not quite as warlike as we appear. Our skills in Senjutsu, they have depleted. Oh, she's really having her dose of fun with us, huh? Lady Yasaka. My father said sternly, but he too knew why she was doing this. She did not want to be involved in any political fallout that may occur as a result of it. Especially not so soon after her husband had passed away and her seat wasn't as secure as she would like it to be. But. She raised a finger, and slowly lowered it pointing at my father, you are in luck. I happen to be acquainted with a Senjutsu expert, right over on the east bank. And she's thrown the problem across the river. Well, fair enough. I would have done the same. Her name is Magari, an old hag of a cat, but very skilled in instructing the younger generation, she said, and picked up her pen, writing us a letter of introduction. She should do you perfectly good. My father did not argue. We had thought it would go something like this. He took the letter and thanked her for her grace. And your second request? She asked, when a little ball of fluff exploded from behind the curtain on her back seat, landing right into her lap. Mama. I'm back from my lessons. The little ball of fluff in question unfolded and took the appearance of a scraggly little fox girl, still dressed in a loose-fitting yukata that looked more like pajamas than learning attire, with some liberties taken for her tails. Kunu. Yasaka huffed in frustration, picking the girl up by her scruff as an attendant came rushing in. Lady Yasaka, young Lady Kunu dash, he kneeled down when he saw the little fox in her mother's arms. Is already here. Yasaka completed the sentence for him with a disappointed look. I'm sorry, I should dash, he started but she cut him off. It's no matter. Go back to your duties. She waved him off, and turned her attention to the little girl in her arms. Kunu-chan, you can't just barge into Mama's office when Mama has visitors. How many times have we discussed this? I didn't know. The girl defended. Because you never stand still long enough to listen. Yasaka gave her a no-nonsense stare. Ehehe, the little fox giggled and Yasaka sighed. She turned to us and apologized. I am deeply sorry, Lord Phenex. I understand, Lady Yasaka. I too have a daughter her age. My father gave a little courteous chuckle. A/N, so I miscalculated Ravel's age. The little twerp that looks like she'd be in elementary school in DXD is actually 16 years old in canon. Only 1 year or so younger than Rias. What the actual fuck? Her actual age right now is actually a little over 4 years old. Kunu here is a pre-kindergartner, just shy of 2 years old, and I'm already pushing it with the ages. My bad, guys. Kunu, say hello to our guests. Yasaka turned the little fox to us and the adorable little fluff ball waved both of her hands and legs, her tails wagging like a puppy. Hello everyone. I could just feel Yasaka die of embarrassment inside. Or was it cuteness? Simply indistinguishable. Utterly adorable. Yasaka let out a small giggle, cuteness it was. And pulled the little fox back into her lap, one arm wrapped around her to keep the little ball of chaos contained. What was your second request? She brought us back on track. We would like to hire an Ungekyo. He replied. An Ungekyo. Her eyes wandered to Dulio, as he was the most logical choice. I am sorry for your loss. She spoke with sincerity and turned to my father. I apologize if I am overstepping, but I had not heard of any deaths in the Phenex clan. She was probing now. Curious little fox. I would like to keep it private for now, my lady. The wound is still fresh in his mind. That should keep her coming up with theories for days. More misdirection. I understand. She signaled one of the serving girls, go contact one of our Ungekyo. Post haste. You may borrow a room for the service. She signaled another serving girl to lead us out to it. Ungekyo. Cloud mirror yukai that could show the past and summon the spirits of the dead for a limited time to give closure to their loved ones still in the mortal realm. Very useful to have, especially when recruiting orphans. Within minutes of us settling into the room and setting up anti-scrying wards, a yukai dressed in white robes with a silver and blue lining appeared before us, but where his head should have been was a puff of clouds and mist orbiting around, bronze mirror that looked downright ancient. Please check and tell us if any of the wards will hinder your abilities. My father said as he entered, and the men did a once-over of the room, before replying. None I see. He sat down before us. Who do you wish to see? Before we begin, I would like to make a contract with you. To keep everything that is about to happen here a secret. My father placed a vial of Phenex tears on the table. It is not necessary, Lord Phenex. It would please me greatly, if you accepted this humble request, sir. My father said with no uncertain tone. The men gulped. How that was possible when you have a mirror for a head and clouds for neck is beyond me, and hesitantly took the vial, storing it away in his sleeves as the contract settled upon us. We didn't have to do this today. We could have Dulio suddenly spoke up, nervous. I placed an arm around him and comforted him. It's okay. They're your parents. They won't hate you no matter what. I rubbed his shoulder, and spoke in a soft tone, and besides, think about it from their perspective. They must be so worried about their son, wherever they are. Do it for them. So they can rest in peace. Okay. Dulio looked at me for a moment and fell into thought. A beat passed, and then he looked up and nodded. Please place a drop of blood. I have heard it can be done with a lock of hair as well. My father cut him off. Why yes. Of course. A lock of your hair should do fine too. Crafty little bastards. Blood is powerful, especially when it comes to magic. I explained to Dulio, never give it to someone you don't trust. Dulio plucked off a few of his hair and I burned the few that fell off with them. The Ungekyo took them and stated his disclaimer. Remember, you can only talk to them for a very short time. Please keep your messages brief. He said as he burned the hair himself, with a whitish-blue flame that flowed like water and inhaled the smoke. I would like to talk to my mother and father. Dulio said as he looked into the mirror. The more people that are summoned, the shorter the time. Be careful. The Ungekyo gave one final warning before the surface of the mirror rippled like water and from the mists emerged two faces. Is that you, Dulio? His father asked. My little sunflower, are you here too? Where are you? The mother then spoke. Dulio choked up, hearing his parents' voice again, and tears began to pool in his eyes, when my father stepped in. Hello madam, sir. Your son is not in there with you. He is safe, he is alive. He survived. We have summoned you to talk to him one last time. Please be careful with what you say. These may be the last words you speak to him forevermore. Who might you be, sir? His father asked. I am his new adoptive father. I know I can never replace you, but I will try my best. But I am not the one you should be speaking to. Time is running out. They nodded and turned to him. Dulio. My boy. I am sorry I couldn't be there to see you through. I am sorry we couldn't protect you. I miss you so much. Dulio cried out, I miss you both. Every night I see you, in my dreams, Mom, Dad, Oh, my dear boy, we miss you too. We love you so much. We couldn't say it enough last time, but his mother sniffled, trying to reach him through the mirror in vain. Dulio moved forward and touched his forehead to the mirror, gripping its sides in his hands as he sobbed. I should have sold the farm and moved away, Dulio. I am so sorry. My boy, my pride, I robbed you of our love. Please, forgive me. His father too broke into tears. I killed people. I killed them all, those people, they. He choked on his sobs. I feel like I am a bad person, I failed you. If I hadn't stopped listening, if I had done something earlier dash. It's not your fault, Delio. They were bad people. You are not like them. You are a good boy. Remember it. You are a good boy. You did nothing wrong. His father understood the assignment. We could never hate you. We just want you to live. To be happy. I'm sorry we couldn't do it with you. But don't let that stop you. We will always be in your heart, always be with you. The mists began to fade and Delio began to cry louder. Mom. Dad. I will come save you. I promise. Please. Please, just wait for me. He broke down, his head sliding to the bottom of the mirror as he nearly yanked the mirror off the clouds, his voice softer with each word till he devolved down to whispers. I knelt down beside him and pulled him into a hug, caressing his head gently, as he wept into my shoulders. You'll see them again. I promise. You'll see them again someday. I whispered to him, I'll make sure of it. Trust me. And he nodded silently, just soaking in the hug as he softly cried his eyes out. Delio's loyalty get. Touching reunion and Delio's resolve for the future. Tell me what you think. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Thanks for reading. Bye. Chapter 18, Haunted House. We teleported this time to Kanto, where the East Yukai faction resided, deep into the mountains and valleys, in forests covered perpetually in fog and mist. Upon one such mountain stood a mansion, made in the old Japanese style, with stone paths and tiled roofs, and little gardens with painted curtain walls and koi ponds. Yet there's something off about the mansion. All the things that made a mansion homely and stately were twisted here, like a bizarre, phantasmal reflection of its real counterpart. The painted walls depicted gruesome scenes, the brutality of nature where they traditionally depicted its beauty, the koi fish in the little pond, a ghostly, pale version of real koi, immaterial and with one eye socket hollowed out, where exited only pitch darkness. The trees, ominous and gnarled, their roots like teeth jutting out from the ground, their branching like claws grasping at the air, felt like they were observing us as we moved through. The inside of the mansion itself felt like an imitation of warmth, as if seen from a dream or hallucination. The rough tatama felt rotted and worn, even though at first glance it looked fine enough, the lanterns flickering without wind, the doors opening themselves and the yukai servants, sparse and wandering like lost souls. It was like an 80s B-movie horror film in here. Only with slightly more realistic graphics. Nurari Hyon is really leaning full on into the aesthetic, huh? I chuckled. It's creepy. Sarorg said, looking around nervously while Delio remained lost in his thoughts. These are their ways. It is not up to us to judge. My father spoke, his eyes peeled. I knew he felt it too, as the ghost girl servant led us through the twisting never-ending halls and unnaturally long corridors, till finally we reached a meeting hall. The doors opened into the long hall, with a gallery of yukai, nearly 100 of them sitting in two straight lines, in a display straight out of a Yakuza flick. They turned to stare at us all in unison as we entered. The Hayaki Yako, Nurari Hyon's night parade of 800 demons. At the other end of the line, with a scroll hanging behind it on the wall, was a small raised platform with 3 tables set on it, one table a little larger than the other 2, right in the middle. On one side of it sat a cat with white fur spotted with dark spots, 7 tails lazily flicking about behind her, and on the other, a dog-headed man whose fur bristled with sparks of lightning. Conspicuously, the middle seat was empty. He was around, no doubt, Nurari Hyon that is, probably peeking at us from somewhere, the pervert. My father knew it too. So he stood there, still, waiting them out of the little staring contest. But I just couldn't. I looked at the whole display and stifled the urge to laugh. I knew they were trying to be all cool and intimidating, but really. At this point it's just hilarious. I silently pulled out a pair of sunglasses from my storage spell and put them on. That got me a few curious glances at first and then more and more, till one of them asked. What are you doing? Oh, was I not clear enough? I pulled out a second pair of sunglasses and put them on, over my first pair, simplifying my language to match their accent. Is that better? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I just thought it would be rude not to join in, you know, with you all being such big posers. Oh boy, that got them riled up and my father just sighed in defeat. Several of them smashed their tables in anger and began shouting at me. The fuck you mean, twerp? A burly Oni Yukai pointed at me and growled. I'll cook you like the chicken you are. A flame Yukai lifted his hand, burning with a ghostly blue fire. As their cacophony of insults began to blur together, I just brought out a third pair of sunglasses and noticed their gazes turn weird. A peal of thunder rumbled in the room, quieting them all down. Silence. The dog-headed Yukai sitting at the end of the room roared and turned to me. Explain yourself, boy. That creepy courtyard, the mist arrays, the twilight wards, the distorted corridors and this feast serving a dinner course for all of you coincidentally at the same time as our visit, no doubt in our honor. I pointed out, and don't think I don't notice the raw, still bleeding organs in place of the main dishes. All of you being just so. I picked the word carefully, extra. I chuckled a little as I continued. Don't get me wrong, you get A+4 effort, really. And it would have been really intimidating if it was say, the time of twilight instead of fucking high noon out there. I pointed out the open door with my thumb, it's the social equivalent of wearing sunglasses inside. I put on the third pair of sunglasses, I just figured, why not join in on the fun? Be a little awkward if I didn't, what do you say? A beat passed in silence as they all stared at me surprised at the audacity before the cat beside the lightning dog burst out laughing. Munyahaha. She cackled, rolling on the floor, he's got you there, boss. From thin air Nurarihayan stepped out onto the podium, wearing a Buddhist kasaya, and carrying a cane sword tucked into his cummerbund, and turned his big fat head to me, half smiling, half furious, cocky brat. Are you not afraid I will refuse to teach you Tuki? I don't need you to teach me Tuki per se. I kinda already figure it out. I shrugged, I just gotta get in touch with the source of my life yeah. Nurarihayan raised an eyebrow. And how do you plan on doing that? I'm a phoenix. I just need to keep dying till I get the hang of it. I answered with a cocky grin. This seemed to pleasantly shock him and the rest of the flock, as they sent me weird looks. What a vicious boy, the cat showed a full-toothed grin and asked, then why did you come to us? Senjutsu. I answered, can't do all that hard work dying just to go mad the first time I try sage mode, now can I? Naya ho ho. She chuckled, quite knowledgeable. You did your homework before coming here, Naya. Would be foolish to go into business without doing my due diligence. I replied. Nurarihayan turned to my father who had yet been silent. And how much will you pay us for it? 3 vials of phoenix tears. My father replied. Per lesson. How generous, Lord Phoenix. Nurarihayan spoke hastily, it's a DEA dash. Total. My father cut him off, a stern glare leveled his way. The negotiations had begun. 20 per student. 8 total. Adding in your cut from Yasaka's side, that should come up to 12. 4 each is a fair price. My father called out their double dealing. 6 each. 14 total. Nurarihayan didn't even bother denying it. 3 total. My father dipped back down again. Hey. That's not how you negotiate. He cried in annoyance and they got into a stare-off. We'll do 4 each. Nurarihayan finally conceded. Then let us finalize the deal. My father pulled out the contract and added in the term for privacy, welfare, and non-disclosure etc., moving around on it until they both agreed upon a common solution. There, done. Nurarihayan smiled, you drive a hard bargain, Lord Phoenix. You can leave them with us now. We will take good care of them. My father turned to us and gave me and Dulio a hug. Work hard all of you. I will come visit you next week. Till then, don't make unnecessary trouble. I'm looking at you, Riser. What? No, I never caused trouble. I joked only to get a stern look that shut me up. He leaned down and patted my head. Take care of Dulio and Serorg. I'm trusting you with that, okay? I nodded. I will, Dad. Promise. With that he waved us goodbye and teleported away. And thus, our Tuki training camp began. Yes, I changed the chapter. I will have the competition between MC and Nurarihayan happen later in a more private setting. Sorry guys. Thanks to King Gluttony for the advice. The drama really was needless. Sometimes logic must triumph over fun. This was one of those times. It will still happen in a different circumstance, way later. But for now, that's it. Wanna find out what happens next but don't wanna wait till then? Donate your Power Stones and avail an extra chapter. 200 Power Stones minus 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Thanks for reading. Chapter 19, Tuki Training. 3,500 words. That's a big chappy. Y'all better appreciate it, cause we are on a roll today, baby. Maybe 2 chapters tomorrow. For those who read yesterday's chapter before it was changed. I postponed MC vs Nurarihayan to 2 chapters from now where it made more sense. For Phoenix Tears for learning a new power system was a fair price. Again, thanks to King Gluttony for the advice and letting me avoid needless drama in the book. You the bomb, man. Wait another 2 chapters when the Tuki training ends, their MC will fight Nurarihayan. We moved further inwards through the mountains following the old Katmagari, till surprisingly we came out to a pocket of valleys in the middle, inhabited by a small town and even a few dying villages on their last legs in the distance, rice fields stretching as far as the eye could see, a lone highway branching out into small roads and dirt trails. Up the mountain, down one of those very dirt trails, in one corner of those misty, scenic mountain valleys, sat a simple, if rather large, ryokan, built on top of a natural hot spring and surrounding it, a tiny village with one shop and about 15 small houses and shacks. Nyankan, as the sign read, the home of the Nakomata clan of Yukai. Mairaru. Magari yelled out, and almost instantly, all the doors and windows slammed open in the sizable structure, the residents scrambling to appear in view. Many were even sandwiched in their only openings, while some others climbed out onto the roof overhang, sitting up high and observing us curiously. The residents were mainly split in two, I observed. Most were regular anime cat girls and cat boys, cat people. Probably the younger ones, with 2 tails or less, though there were some I noticed who had up to 4 tails and were humanoid, but these were more on the furry side of things, and those with 5 tails and above, the minority of them, could be counted on my fingers, who were cats. In total there were no more than 200 of them altogether, a lot fewer than the Kitsune of the West Yukai faction, though, there could be other clans out there. Not to mention, the Kitsune were divinely favored by a literal fertility goddess, which certainly helped their numbers. Listen up, boys and girls. We have guests. These 3 bats will be staying with us to learn senjutsu for the next however long it takes them. Treat nice with them. Magari turned to 2 young cat girls by the door. Lee, you 2 take care of their needs. Get them a room on the other end of the can. She said before beckoning us to follow them. I remember these 2. They were a part of Riser's original peerage, the twin cats that made his pawns. Seeing as this was a resort for the supernatural world, Riser must have visited the place with Yubaluna for a couple's retreat and gotten hung up on them. He did have an obsession with getting every type of girl in his peerage, after all. They were rather cute too. I can understand where he was coming from. However, every piece in my peerage is reserved for an individual with Satan-class potential, even the pawns. Once we got settled, Magari met us in a barren plot outside the village as our training began. To learn senjutsu, you must first learn Tuki. Tuki is simple, even younguns like you will get it in a snap. Like Chicken Boya here said, Tuki is the external manifestation of your life force. It comes easy to us because we, Yukai, are creatures whose life is tied to the world itself. We are born with a natural talent for Tuki, the way you devils are born with demonic power. Serord clenched his fist at that. The trauma will take time to get rid of, it seems. For other creatures, like the humans of the 5 principal clans, who are born inheriting a certain closeness to the world, or those sage warriors in India who are trained in the divine arts of mantra and yoga, they must achieve it by touching upon the base source of their life, their ki. The breath of life that keeps chugging. For you, little bats. She pointed at us, you were made as imitations of life, apart from the natural order. Although, over generations the world has accommodated you, your inherent connection to hell, where life ends, makes it even harder for you lot to learn it. The base source of your life is born from the afterlife. She scratched her face with her paw, grooming herself as she spoke. Still, you are alive. Life finds a way. So will you. She looked at me. Tell me, Chicken Boya, when are you closest to life? When you feel alive. I answered. I had theorized it based on the accounts I had studied, but hearing it firsthand was certainly useful. It was a perspective I had not considered. Yes. She stamped a paw on the rock she was sitting on. And when do you feel most alive? Thrill-seeking. In pain. With existential horror. I guessed, usually, when you are close to death. Nyahaha, yes. All of those have the same thing in common. The easiest way to feel alive is to feel the burden of your life upon you. To know viscerally that you are alive. To push yourself beyond your limits and then some more, till living becomes hard and dying even harder. Till you can feel every bit of your energy drained and vanished from effort and pain assaults your every sense. Till everything else you are is stripped away and all you have to rely on is your very breath, your ki, because that is all that is left of you. She laughed as she continued to explain. Then and only then can you feel it. It is the last thing left of you because it was the first thing you were made of. The spark of life that birthed you, your origin source of ki. When you can sense it, you can grab it, and fan its flames till it consumes you, and bursts out from inside you like a tide. That tide has a name. Tuki. It is the first and final instinct of all things living. The last stand of struggle against the inevitable force of death. She gave us a once-over before jumping off the rock and landing on Serorg's shoulder, making little biscuits on his back. But before you can do any of that, you need to train your body. A body that is not trained cannot be pushed beyond the brink without collapse and death. First, you will not learn Tuki, you will learn to shape your body to bring it to the peak of its ability. She raised a paw and pulled out 3 sets of weighted vests that glowed with arcane symbols. Starting today, all 3 of you will spend the day running around the mountain from top to bottom and bottom to top. Once you are able to finish that round trip in 2 hours, without using your wings or demonic power to help you, we will start with practical training, spars, and my favorite part, thorough beatdowns. Wait. I want to skip that part. I said, physical fitness increases when the body adapts and heals from the micro-injuries formed through exercise. But I'm a phoenix. I regenerate, fast. Training my body this way, even if I don't use demonic power, my regeneration automatically does. Given my vast reserves, I will regenerate before my body can adapt fully. At this rate, it will take me years to learn Tuki. Then what do you suggest, Chicky Boya? She asked even though she knew. If small injuries heal faster than I can adapt, we just have to make bigger ones. I grinned as I pointed it out. My original plan. You were serious about that? She asked, a little surprised, but more concerned, her voice softer now. You're young, Boya, why go through the pain of staking your life on it? You can take a few years off for this. Yeah, Riser, you don't have to do this. We can train together. Serord tried convincing me. Dulio, however, supported me with an approving nod. I shook my head. I don't have the time. I need to become stronger, faster. I want to become the strongest. I have work to do, spells to master. I looked at Dulio and Serord, warmth and resolve in my eyes, promises to keep. I could see the look in Dulio's eyes soften and warm up, and Serord sucked in a breath, remembering his promise. Peerage members to train, including these two chuckleheads. I thumbed at them, I want to do all of that before my marriage. My fiancé's brother, he is the strongest devil to ever live. By the time I get married, if I'm not strong enough to face him, what's going to stop me from being bullied? As it is, I'm going to be a house husband. No one respects house husbands. I huffed, my tone light, a man has his pride. Besides, if you can't stake your life for power, is that life even worth living? She looked at me queer before she laughed out loud. Munyahaha. You're a funny chicken, Boya. She laughed. Don't tell me you wouldn't enjoy beating the piss out of me, you hag. I goaded her. She opened her mouth for a moment before closing it, her eyes sharpening. Her claws came out as a flood of aura exploded out of her, washing over us like a prickly gale. Don't start crying when I serve you pain, Boya, because I won't stop. She warned. Oh, I will cry all right, and scream and even piss myself. But I won't stop coming back for seconds. I took off my jacket and stored it away, rolling back my sleeves as I got ready for a spar. You two sad boyass, make yourselves useful and start running. This isn't going to be pretty. She ordered the two. I'm not surprised she can see the sadness in their hearts. She is a master of senjutsu. They looked at me one last time and nodded before taking off. As the two left, she began to bulk up, her muscles wriggling beneath her fur, her bones cracking as she shifted into her true form. A 10-foot-tall ket yukai, with claws like swords and teeth like daggers. Her threatening golden yellow eyes rounded out before splitting into two as if by mitosis, and her 7 fuzzy tails ballooned to the size of anchor ropes, each flick of whom caused the air to sound out like a whip had been cracked. You're strong, Boya, so I'll use my full power. Try not to die. She stretched her claws and cracked her joints, smiling. Any last words? I silently took out a pair of phoenix tears and threw them to her. The instruction for their use did not need to be said, and I saw her nod. So, what I don't get is, how come you guys started an onsen resort? Aren't cats supposed to hate getting wet? I asked. She smiled. It's warm around here. Getting a little wet is good trade-off for that. Then she pounced. X. Boah. I woke with a start, dusty and bloody. Again. It had been 3 months now, and Dulio had already, somehow, touched on his key. 3 months. From human to devil to key user. What bullshit talent is that? I could only cry in response to that. 3 months and I still haven't gotten to my own key. Fuck. I gotta do something. I know she's been going a little easy on me, stopping before killing blows, when my demonic power is low, and healing me with butchijutsu when she can't. No, not like that. It was more back massages than anything. And while I am into older women, I am no furry. Still, it's not like I haven't gained anything from being turned into a hamburger patty on the daily. The drastic measures my regeneration has had to take to keep up and adapt to my new and improving fighting style has brought my body to peak condition and even a little beyond that. Just in physical power, I can now match a high-class devil using all their strength. And that's without even trying. I think I can take a tank round to the face with just my physical power, and bullets don't even dent my skin anymore. I know, I tried. Even the 50 calories that I special ordered only drew a few drops of blood, and that was 2 months ago. Sure, I could tank it before as well, if I reinforced myself with demonic power, but there is something just so satisfying knowing that even if I run out, I can't be pawned by some no-name idiot with a 9mm. Devil physiology combined with Phoenix regeneration is such a fucking cheat. Even my demonic power has grown. Combining both my physical power and demonic power, I am now squarely in ultimate class. And yet somehow, I'm still falling behind Dulio, that cheating, uber-talented bastard. Sure, physically he isn't as strong as me yet, and his demonic power is only just getting into high class, but damn it. I wanna use Tuki too. At least Serorg is still here at this level with me. Magari thinks he will get there in a month or so too. That's fast. Seeing us working hard must have been motivation for him too, to catch up, to not be left behind like he has been his whole life, and there is nothing a motivated devil cannot achieve. It's our specialty. Especially when it comes to our sins, something I found out earlier in life when I was practicing magic. I noticed that more greedily I consumed knowledge, the less I cared about the pain of others in my pursuit of ever greater magic, the faster I grew, by a rather suspicious margin. My concentration improved, understanding deepened, and creativity burst forth from a dam yet unseen. That was when the budding seeds of this theory were planted in my mind. While unlike fanfics, we don't have to satisfy any sins, indulging in them, or inducing the sins in others, can be an immense boost to training. While sure, it doesn't grant any actual boosts in power by itself, like contracts do, it does increase the quality of training and the results achieved theretofore, by almost 1 to 3%. That 3% growth, compounded by diligent training, can lead to a bountiful harvest when the time comes. As Albert Einstein once said, the most powerful force in the universe is compound interest. Of course, the sin has to correspond to the desired end goal for there to be results, and each devil is predisposed to a certain sin a little more than others based on their personality, and if you don't train specifically for it, it doesn't work. For example, the sin of wrath improves the quality of training if your end goal is revenge. The rage burns and hatred fuels your growth as a devil. The same goes for humiliation. To avenge oneself from it, to show them all, so no one can trample on you again, the sin of pride is the corresponding motivator. The sin of lust on the other hand, not so much. If, however, you want to be, say, a harem king and realize that if you are powerful, you will get the girl or girls you want, well, lustfully chasing after that power to get girls is a valid strat, something that became the plot armor of Issei in the main series, or so I theorize. The right sin for the right job. Which is what makes the sin of sloth particularly potent. Because when you have procrastinated your time away and the deadline is near, devils predisposed to the sin of sloth burst out with insane amounts of potential, where even a little, high-intensity last-minute work grants them immense qualitative growth. Like Dulio. He hates having to train to become stronger and he loathes violence with all his heart. He is a soft and kind soul. It's not in his nature. But combine that with his insane amount of raw talent, and the fact that his deep longing for his parents is the deadline, it couldn't come sooner, he has propelled himself ahead at breakneck speeds. I theorize that the same way contracts work by taking a minuscule amount of power from the contractor to give to the devil contracted, thus increasing their power, if negligibly, unless the contract you make has a significant impact on the world, in which case the power gain scales because it is also added on from the world's own power, something to do with how devils were created - the sin either indulged by yourself, stimulating your own potential as a devil, or induced in others, stealing. A tiny shred of potential from every individual made to fall into sin or affected by it, corresponds to the potential they wasted through said indulgence. An equivalent exchange on a deeper, metaphysical layer of reality. It is how Mephistopheles, a regular low-born devil, rose to become one of the extra demons. No power, no clan trait, no backing, no prestige, just pure Sigma grind set. I had read the history books and frankly, it was his rise to power that really sealed the deal on this theory of mine. His one big contract, that pushed him to the ungodly heights he sits at today, the one he made with Johann George Faust, didn't just destroy faith in the church by pushing science and corresponding scientific magic, but by also then inducing paranoia in the Puritans of the church and turning them against the witches and wizards, starting the witch hunts. After all, the progenitor of human magic, Merlin Ambrosius, was a close ally of the Pendragon family, even having raised the legendary King Arthur himself, and they were in turn allies of the church. The magic council he set up was a crucial factor in the church's early victories in the olden times. So by turning them away from the church, introducing science as counter to faith, and making the church itself averse to using magic, a game changer in terms of both convenience and power, he gutted them like a fish, reducing the church's forces and influence by over half, and single-handedly turned the tide of the war for humanity in the devil faction's favor. I can only imagine what a massive boost to his power that contract must have gotten him. He not only caused great damage to the church's power, greatly increasing his own directly, but he also literally stole the future potential of half of the entire church forces. I'm sure it's paying him dividends even today, with every new witch and wizard that is born out of the church's fold and opposed to it. All that potential stolen, all those contracts made via his magic association, Grausaubrer. If there is one person I fear, who can see through and unravel my plans before they come to fruition and still stand to challenge and undermine my power afterwards, it is him. This genius bastard undermined Big G while the old pigeon daddy was still alive and well. Truly, he is an inspiration. Mephistopheles is literally him, because real GS move in silence, like lasagna. Now of course, if you don't train afterwards and squander said potential, well, the same logic applies. Of course this is all just conjecture right now. It's just a theory, a game theo, nope. Actually no, it is a game theory because it studies how people and power systems act and react to each other and aims to discover ways to manipulate it in my favor. It is literally a game theory. Now, I will need to run more tests to see if that's actually true or if desire as a general rule causes devils to grow faster. But if my theory turns out to be true, then my plans for heaven might go over a little easier too. But that's for the future. For now, Tuki. Alright. I have decided. I'm asking her to go all the way today, no lube. No more physical training, the gains from it had nearly diminished to nothing already. At this point I was just refining my martial arts. No more stopping at the last moment. I got up, and found Dulio and Sai still sleeping. The sun was just rising outside, the first rays of dawn twinkling like starlight as it peeked over the mountains, the refreshing chill of morning air reinvigorating me for a brand new day. I am awakening my Tuki today. Massive 3,500 words chapter. Enjoy. Tell me what you thought about that sin theory. Does it fit? Or not? Please tell me if I should keep it or not. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Chapter 20, Tuki Training Part. Ma Ga Richan. I shouted, waking up the senior cat who was lounging on the roof basking in the lone sunbeam that had peeked through the clouds covering these misty mountains, courtesy of Dulio. Munya. She lifted her head lazily, looking at me through half-slit eyes. Do you know what time it is, Chicky Boya? Senior citizens need their rest, Naya. She yawned and stretched. You can rest when you die. Come on now, rise and shine. I have decided. I shouted, I will awaken my Tuki today. Finally ready. She tilted her head at me, baring her fangs slightly, letting out a noise that was between a purr and a growl. She leapt of the roof and landed on my shoulder, fluff all fuzzed up and warm from the sun. I couldn't help but want to pet her. Try it and lose your hand, Boya. She warned as if reading his mind. Worth it. I dug in and the grandma cat just sighed, muttering damn phoenixes under her breath, but I knew she didn't mind it so much, as long as you didn't touch her stomach or tails. I lost my eyes, hands, and one leg for that particular intrusion. Soon we reached the training ground, that had now been stained so many times with my blood, which was liquid flame by the way, that it was scorched black and cursed to high heaven with demonic power. Each and every particle of dirt in the clearing could by now kill a normal human just by virtue of touching them. I should definitely collect the soil and use it as a weapon, it would be a waste not to. She jumped off my shoulder and transformed into her true form, as we squared up against each other. You really ready for it, Chicken Boya? There is no going back. I will not save you this time. It's do or die. She joked. I knew she would save me if it went too far, not only because we had gotten close over the past 3 months, but also because if I died here, the Phoenix clan would wipe out the Nicomata as a species. Still, I asked, just to be sure. You have the 2 Phoenix tears I gave you, right? Get ready. She didn't answer, and that was answer enough. Her aura changed, turning sharper and more hostile, even more than usual, and I got ready, raising my guard and bursting out with demonic power. Our powers didn't clash, her aura just swept into mine, like dust in the wind, because that was the nature of Tuki. Unless she desired it, it wouldn't come into conflict. While Tuki couldn't match the pure destructive power of demonic power, magic or light power, it more than made up for it in versatility, control, and efficiency. As for me, I couldn't fight like I usually did, maximizing exercise efficiency rather than survival. This was a fight to the death, my death. Not only because if I didn't fight like I meant it, I might, in that dying, pain-racked, fugue state, just subconsciously give up and die, one of the few ways for Phoenix to actually die, but also because Tuki is fighting spirit, it is the struggle against the inevitable force of death. Metaphysically speaking, its mechanism simply wouldn't work if I didn't fight to live. She disappeared from before me as my eyes flit from edge to edge, shadow to shadow, searching, guessing where she was going to come from. Dirt flying to the left, a feint, right it is. Or so she wants me to think. Really, it is. I jumped, her low swoop missing my thigh, but her tails, they had a mind of their own as she curled, backside up letting them swing. 5 whirred at me, buzzing with deadly force. I twisted my body midair, 2 missed, I deflected a 3rd, slapping it against the ground with a spin, and landed an elbow into her thigh, dislocating her leg while I was at it. The tail slammed into the ground and the dirt exploded, carving a new gully into the soil, a foot deep, sending dirt flying into the air. The last 2 however tore out chunks of my sides and stomach. I dropped down and rolled over, the ground sizzling from my bile, and healed back up. It was weird in a way. I can't slow my healing down, but I can supercharge it, like the control only goes one way and that is fast, which makes sense from a survival perspective. You never really have to slow down your healing, but healing faster at the cost of stamina, or in this case demonic power, yeah, that evolution makes for a winner. We stood across from each other as she cocked her leg back into place, and hissed. Lucky shot. I stuck out my tongue. Sore loser. Round 2. She nodded. We broke back into a whirl of fists and claws, kicks and tail swipes, with just enough biting to keep it PG-13. She gouged out my cheek, I fractured her tail. My legs were blown off and she dodged my retaliatory low blow. Blood and gore spilled, fizzled, and burnt, and the ground was turned into a crater. Well, more of a crater than it already was. We had already worn a plateau into the mountain at this point from our daily practice. Till finally, she stole my heart. Literally. Mortal Kombat style. Fatality. She chuckled. Nerd. I gasped, blood pooling in my throat as my demonic power finally ran out. She raised one paw and placed it on my stomach. I'll leave your head so you can think. Her paw flashed and my insides turned to jelly. Try not to die. Forever, at least. My vision narrowed as my bloodline, parched for demonic power, dug deeper, even deeper, dragging out every ounce, every drop of it from me. Like a man suffering from scurvy, the things it had been patching up, opened up, the demonic power, what specks of it were left being pulled away to triage and emergency healing for vital instruments, the body crying out the equivalent of, "Don't you die on me," until it couldn't anymore and the last ember of flame in my veins died out. The perpetual heat that had wrapped around me from the day I was born, the warmth, the liquid flame that was my blood began to cool, and for the first time in this life I felt cold. So cold. My eyelids drooped heavy, the light began to fade till complete darkness overtook it. A spike of fear flashed momentarily, as the thought crossed my mind, and time seemed to stretch that last moment into eternity. Humans go to their religion's respective heaven or hell when they die, dragons, even Issei via osmosis, to the dragon of dreams, Great Red. Yukai to the Shinto underworld, and even gods merge with nature, the world itself, in a sort of rebirth. All parts of the cycle of nature. But devils. Artificially created, their mere existence an affront to nature, where do they go when they die? The answer was simple. Nowhere. When devils died, what faced them was, just plain and simple, oblivion. Well, there are exceptions. If I remember right, Cleary Belial somehow managed to redeem herself in death, and got into heaven, which is just, how? Power of love. Anyways, it's not like I'm dying in some heroic, noble sacrifice. I'm being who I am, a greedy little shit, risking life and limb for more and more power. And now, in this fading darkness, as all I am was stripped away, like dust into the winds of oblivion, oh, that's a good idea for a spell. I made one final attempt, even as my senses dulled, to reach into myself and look for it. That spark of life. My last breath labored, my lungs popped with one last bubble, and no. I caught the fading light of life, the smoke off the ember of my dying flame, and followed them, one step at a time, like an 80-year-old man climbing a cliff face with nothing but a knotted rope. The feeling wasn't dissimilar to trying to run in a dream. I was making no progress, and even eternity has to come to an end. Oblivion wasn't calling anymore, it was ordering, and my anger spiked. I said, I am moving. The last shreds of willpower hardened till they burst out from friction and flared into flame. One last leap. Just enough for it. One more. Just one more, damn it. I am not dying here. The wisp thinned, and the embers blew out as I reached the core of my being, a figurative campfire. No, I remember this one. This specific campfire. I looked up. A figure I couldn't quite recognize. Voices I couldn't make out. Their faces a void in memory, their voices mangled into noisy silence. They were something to me, my past life. A father, an uncle. Cousins. A camping trip. The sun had set. The dinner was done. And I, little and stubborn, refused to go to sleep. I didn't wanna. I wanted more. More campfire. More singing. More playing. I knelt down beside myself. Beside the dead campfire. I couldn't even see my face, his face, and I heard them say it. Just 2 words. Lights out. I looked back at myself, the little boy who wanted more. The campfire that was dead. And I reached into it. Deep within it, past the wet dirt that they had thrown over it, past the ash and chaff and tiny, sharp crumbs of rocks, and I grabbed it. The coals beneath had shuddered, their warmth almost gone till I pulled them out. I placed them on the ring of stones around me as a gentle wind struck up as if it were a warning. I ignored it. Reaching into my pockets I found them. 2 last pieces of my will, hardened into flint. The little me was crying now, the rest of the family had disappeared. The tent's AHD disappeared. The forest around us stretched farther now, and loomed larger. The sky above, starless. And within, I gazed upon it. Nothingness. The abyss. Oblivion. And I grinned. I laughed. And struck the flints. Once. Twice. Thrice. A spark. Then more. I continued. Digging into the ash pit, into the surroundings, every stray twig and straw, that chip of wood from where they chopped a log down into sticks. Splinters even. I piled them up there, right on the edge. And I blew. The winds sharpened and little me shivered. Just a little more. The woods around us disappeared, the ground around us vanished into empty darkness, and all that remained was the fire pit and the starless sky. The kindling caught, the fire sputtered out a spark with a crackle, and I cupped it carefully, even as my hands burned, a first for me. Burn. I whispered. My voice hoarse, my lips chapped from the cold and surging gales. Burn. It required more. Kindling, heat, fuel. The answer was easy. I plunged my hands into it. Burn. The fire caught me, my hands, my arms, my chest, my face. Immolation. And yet, it felt nothing but warm. I looked back and saw little me had vanished. I looked down and I realized. I was him. Never give up. I whispered, with a dry chuckle, as the fire consumed me, and looked back up at the starless sky of oblivion and laughed like a man mad. Go fuck yourself. I'm not dying, bitch. I'm never die dash. I awoke to a bright white light, a thin blanket of aura like an army of insects crawling all over me. Welcome back, Major Tom. Dulio looked down at me with a tearful smile. Naya ha ha ha. Grandma Cat laughed, you did it. You really did it your way, you crazy little chicken boya. Congratulations. Saror gave me a hand, and I groaned with pain as I stood up. You awakened your Tuki. Took a while to write this. Not the best of what I had hoped, but, Tell me what you guys think. Another chapter in a while. Wait for it. Next time, the final part of Tuki training and the challenge against Nurarihayon. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. 200 power stones, 1 extra chapter. 2,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 21, Tuki Training. 10 hours. That was how long he had had to endure the mind-melting pain. Every bit of demonic power he regenerated went instantly into his parched bloodline, slowly, painfully healing him back up. It was so bad he couldn't even think in first person. Only now, after zooting himself out of his mind with pain meds, which worked with less than half the efficiency he had expected from a dose strong enough to kill an entire herd of elephants, did he finally come to and felt his first sliver of actual demonic power. It wasn't much, not even enough to start a lighter-sized flame, but it was something, enough to reinforce his arms and legs, his core, the slightest bit to go and eat. Tuki, though he had touched upon it, was far from his to wield yet. A spark that flared him back to life, gave him just enough adrenaline to get himself back to his feet and back to the inn before he collapsed into hours upon hours of unbearable suffering, the kind he hadn't felt in his lives. Even when he got injured here, the pain only lasted for a few minutes, 10 at most. It hurt, sure, but this time after 3 months of this kind of suicidal training, she had used senjutsu for the first time and he had felt it firsthand, why the Jade Emperor's court was the third greatest power in the world. Why the Hindu pantheon was tied to the dragon gods for first place. Imagining an army of nigh immortal human warriors wielding that kind of near-ultimate class power. Even the church only had a handful of miracle children and cardinals, most famous of which was the violence of heaven himself, Father Swole. Vasco Strata. And the Hindu and Chinese pantheons had an army of those. A God's damned army. Small army by human standards, sure, but even a couple thousand of those was terrifying enough. The Hindu pantheon even had 330 million gods and spirits. Sure, not all of them were high class or above, most were Yaksha and Devdat spirits, but even if 1% of them were, that's 3.3 million high class and above individuals. In comparison, the 3 factions had at most a couple 100,000 each, all put together, and even that is pushing it. That's around 1 million, total, contingent on the fact that we can all put our differences aside and work together. Even then the Hindus have 3 times our number, the Chinese around 1.5 times, and while the dragons didn't have the same numbers, each individual had the potential to grow to Satan class if they put their mind to it. Just look at Crumquatch. Not to mention, all natural-born gods, not those raised to divinity or lesser spirits, were born at ultimate class. There was a reason they had multiple chief god class powerhouses. The 3 factions have 2, Surzex Lucifer and the Archangel Seraph Michael, and even those 2 barely make the cut. That was terrifying. If it wasn't for the losses they would incur and how much they were kept busy by their own enemies, and if all dragons actually united under one banner, something that was impossible even if Great Red and Ophis came together to make them, the world would have been split between those 3 pantheons, Hindu, Chinese, and dragons. Not to mention the bigger threat on the horizon. Evie Exitold. The world of mech gods. The weakest of them had pawned Great Red with one strike. If I can't prevent their invasion or get strong enough to unite all factions against them, we are so fucked. It was why I won't let Rhizavim revive Trihexa. If the strongest among us get sealed for 1,000 years in some stupid barrier, nope. My thoughts turned to the Norse pantheon and the secret weapon hidden therein. The last fuck you to the mech gods of EXE. I gotta go get her one of these days. My final contingency plan. If I can raise her to Satan class, maybe even if I die, we might still stand a chance. It's the same reason I don't plan on messing with Issei until I am 100% sure I can handle it. Even if I fail, this world, the family I had come to love. I want there to be someone left to protect them. So, for now, he gets to live. Ah, love. The one weakness of all who live. The thought of it hardened my resolve to get stronger, faster even more. I sighed. Issei made it from human to dragon god in less than 2 years. And here I was, no demonic power, no Tuki, nothing. And the hunger, oh boy. The hunger, as if the pain hadn't been enough. Fuck. I groaned as I got up and made my way to the kitchen for some grub. The sun was setting outside and the day was almost over. Ah, Chicken Boya, you're awake. The granny cat looked up from her sippy cup of wine, her whiskers dripping with it, as she asked, how you feelin'? Like I got run over by a truck. I answered with a grunt. You look the part too. She slurred, drunk, like roadkill, Naya ha ha ha. Yeah. What's for dinner? I'm dying of hunger here. I sat down gently beside her and a catboy ran out to get me some. How's your Tuki? She asked, a little more serious now. Can barely feel it. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I'd think I had twisted a nerve on my funny bone there. That's to be expected. You used the most reckless and suicidal method to rush past the barrier. Take a few days for you to recover. I made to say something but she slapped her paw onto my mouth, no arguments. You're resting, and that's final. You can't even use your Tuki fully and want to jump into Senjutsu already. Idiot. When can I learn it then? When you can keep your Tuki for at least an hour straight. She answered and dug back into her dinner. The catboy returned with a large tray full of meat and spirit wine for me. A specialty of the inn, made with Jiu-Jitsu. Where's Sarorg and Dulio? I asked, stuffing my face with the food. Oh boy, that hit the spot. Delicious. I practically inhaled the food and slammed my bowl onto the plate. More. I barely managed to growl out before reaching for the rest of the dishes. I couldn't stop myself now. I needed to eat. Just eat. Naya ha ha ha. Magari laughed, good. I feared you might have lost your appetite after that. Good. She patted my back, a growing boy needs to eat. Show. I asked again. Saiboya is training outside, Dulboya is taking a bath. Slow down, chew your food or you'll choke. I nodded absent-mindedly. Instinct took over as I gorged myself into a rotund little ball, almost comically so. Only after did I come back to my senses. I let out a satisfied moan and color returned to my face. Truly, a shonen protagonist moment one has to experience at least once in their isekai journey. My injuries began to recover faster than before, twisted sinew and shriveled muscle plumped up, straightened out and near about glistened with power. My eyes sunken from the ordeal, lost the dark bags and rose again with a twinkle in them and my cheeks, hollowed out, now became round and soft, positively adorable. I curled the fingers in my foot and stretched out flat onto the floor. Maybe resting for a few days isn't such a bad idea. But there was just one problem, Lavinia Rennie was slipping out of my hands by the day. 3 months spent here, if she gets adopted by Glenda by the time I find her, the next opportunity to get to her will only come 7 years later during the events of / Dog, and by then her Satan class potential will be in utter ruin. No point in even bothering with her at that point. No, I need to get to her now. But I can't leave Tuki training now, I just started it. What a dilemma. Maybe it is time for a bit of a risky move. A plan began forming in my mind, but until I could confirm a certain piece of news, I couldn't move along with it. Maybe it's time to visit home for a few days to catch up on the goings-on of the underworld. I did miss my family too. Not like I was going to train for the next few days. Dulio came in just then, drying his hair and looked around. Sai hasn't come back yet. His tone piqued my interest. What do you mean? I asked. He didn't have lunch either. Dulio said, and I understood, I'm worried. I looked at the old cat and she just shrugged. Training a little harder won't kill him. He'll come back when he's right hungry. I sighed and stood up. I'll go talk to him. Chicken Boya, don't baby him. He's here to be a warrior. Let him be one. Magari spoke as I reached the door. I looked back. I know. But even a warrior needs to eat. A dead warrior is no different than a dead rat. X. Hiya. Sarord punched a tree, over and over again. Though the tree was thick and wide, he had already carved out a 2-foot-deep hollow in it, about the same length as his eye, his reach. He panted as he let out one last punch and the tree fell to the ground with a thunderous raucous, and he sat down on the ground, gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Really killed that tree there. No longer will it take innocent lives. No longer shall it lay beautiful maidens. I joked, truly, you are the hero of this land, Sai-sama. Sarord looked up with a tired gaze and hung his head, leaning back against the tree stump. I sat down beside him and we passed a moment in silence as he caught his breath. Will starving yourself let you close the gap between us? I finally spoke. He looked away. You two are so much faster. What am I doing wrong? He asked. Nothing. I said, first of all, don't compare yourself to me and especially not to that cheating bastard Dulio. He was born with that ridiculous talent. He got there even faster than me. But you got there. You risked your life and dash, I cut him off. Are you Riser Phenex? No. He answered. Then why are you trying my methods? What I did is something only I and other Phenex clan members can do. Don't compare yourself to me. Comparison is the thief of joy. I said, punching his shoulder. The what can I do? He asked despondent. What can you do? You can do something very special, Sarorg. Just as there are things only I can do, and things only Dulio can do, so are there things only you, Sarord Bale, can do. Do them. What you are trying here is something no other devil has tried. Be proud of that. Magari tells me it'll just be another month or two, I said, but I could see it wasn't working, so I changed my strategy. Wanna hear a secret? That got his interest. Everyone's awakening is different. Mine was lighting a campfire with my dying will. My Tuki is the flame of dying will. The last passionate struggle against inevitable cold and darkness. The day I stubbornly stayed out all night and nearly froze to death. They forgot about me. All night. Neglectful bastards. I cried out for help. I begged and pleaded. No one came. All alone in that huge forest, amid the chirping insects and distant howls. That casual cruelty to a little child, their own child. It was why I loved my new parents even more. Because they wouldn't even imagine doing such a thing. I'm sure Dulio had something different, right, Dulls? I raised my voice and Dulio walked out from behind a copse of trees to the side. He wasn't perturbed I had found him. I knew he was tailing me from the start. Mine was lightning on a clear day. The day I took revenge on my family's killers. And what about you, Magari Bakon? I called out. The old cat looked annoyed as she jumped down from a nearby tree with a lunchbox in her mouth. She spat it onto the ground and gave me a dirty look. Ah, you big softy. I knew you wouldn't just give up on him like that. Mine was hunting a fish in a coursing river, the day I starved from being hunted down by Onmyoji. See, it was the representation of their will to live. To fight against death. You are brave, Sai, you never give up. What represents your will to live? I poked his chest, you just gotta find it. And I know you will, but not if you starve to death first. Remember, Sai, you're not alone anymore. We care and worry about you. We will help you get better at it. It's just a matter of time. I laughed, opening the lunchbox. So eat up, I think I know now. Sarord's eyes had glazed over, 1,000-yard stare in them. He had entered a fugue state. What even? I knew he was talented, maybe not as much as Dulio, but still, this was unexpected. He closed his eyes finally as his entire posture reflected clarity. And then we felt it, that spark. Slowly and steadily, like wisps of smoke or steam coming out from him, a white aura emerged. His fists clenched, his teeth ground like unlubricated gears and his head tilted upwards, his expression resolute, as pure rage and determination reflected off of him. Don't you dare look down on me. He muttered unconsciously, on us. Oh. It's that. The day he was expelled from the Bale clan. The confidence to look back into those mocking eyes fearlessly and dare them to do something about it. Truly, the sin of pride, this little lion. He opened his eyes and a wave of that white aura burst out from within him, exceeding even my own. How in the foo dash? He looked down at himself and then at me and pulled me into a hug. I did it. His voice quivered, I did it. I patted his back, not sure how myself, and smiled. You really did, buddy. Head hurty. Late chappy. Tell me if you want a Sarord POV for his awakening here instead. We'll do tomorrow. Gotta go now. Donate Power Stones. You know the milestones. Thanks, bye. Chapter 22, Downtime. We're back, hack. I shouted as we appeared in the Phenex castle. Oh, Riser, Delio. My adorable little babies. My mother's wings manifested fully, and she wrapped us up with them in a hug as Saror watched, before she turned and grabbed him too. You too, Sai-chan. She smiled, welcome back. I missed you. I snuggled into her arms. I missed you too. She whispered. Delio, meanwhile, was burying his face in her chest, not in a perverted way. He's not old enough for puberty yet, at least I think so, but he was certainly taking advantage. Can't blame him though, my mother is just that beautiful. Come, tell us how your training has been over lunch. Sai-chan, why don't you join us too? She asked. Sarorg on the other hand looked torn between choices and hesitant to refuse, so my father stepped in. Dear. My father interjected, Sarorg has been away from his mother for over 3 months now. He must miss her too. Why don't I go take him home first and then he can come visit in a few days? How about it? My mother nodded understandingly. Ah, sorry Sai-chan. I didn't think of it like that. She apologized, but do come visit us soon, okay? We just got Riser's favorite Star Wars movie that just released, what was it called dash? Phantom Menace. Ruvel answered, why don't we have a Star Wars marathon tomorrow? Or the day after? Okay. I will ask my mother. Sarorg said, turning to my father who got the hint. Bye, Riser, Delio. He waved at us and we waved back as my father took him away. Lunch? I asked. Yes, it's been set up. She separated from Delio, who looked particularly displeased. Come. We had the servants leave the premises for a fun corporate retreat today, so we can talk freely. So tell us. Ruvel asked, almost impatiently, as we walked, how has training been going? I raised an eyebrow. I recognize that tone. He has something he wants to show me, and that smug little smile tugging at his lips that he's trying so hard to hide is a dead giveaway of what it is. Oh, it's okay, nothing much. I spoke nonchalantly, just reached ultimate class, awakened my Tuki, came with ideas for a couple of new spells. The usual. I saw his eyebrows twitch in annoyance as if I had poured water over his fire, and I giggled internally with glee. Ah, bullying your brothers. Isn't it just the most fun thing to do in the world? Actually, I haven't gotten around to using mine. Need to rest. Doctor's orders. But Delio here has had his for what, 10 days now? Show him Delio. I said, I know that hag has been teaching you how to control it. Riser. Rude. My mother scolded, flicking my forehead. What? It's affectionate. I rubbed my forehead, and she's like 800 years old. I don't think she minds, she's not even here. She's your teacher. Be respectful. She turned to Delio, can you show us Delio? Delio nodded and raised his hand before clenching his fist. His face scrunched up in concentration before a milky white aura began to seep out from his hand, slowly climbing up his arm and spreading to the rest of his body. It wasn't stable by any means, it kept flickering as if about to go out, and roughly a minute and a half in, it did. Just pop and vanished. I can only keep it on for that long. Delio explained, between deep breaths, but I'm working on it. Grandma Magari says in a month I can get it up to about half an hour, with exercise. My mother patted his head reassuringly. See how polite he is. You should learn a thing or two from him. And Delio smiled a little too smugly. Trying to steal my mother's affection with your wiles, are you, Delio? I teased, and he stuck out a tongue at me. What ya gonna do about it, Mr. Bed Rest? He shot back. We had gotten a lot more comfortable with each other the past month, and now he had begun to break out of his shell already. Why, you little scamp? Just wait a few days. I'll kick your ass when I recover. I shook a fist in the air, in mock anger. You'll try. He buried himself even deeper in my mother's embrace. It is nice to see you get along. My mother smiled, and pulled me into her lap too, kissing my forehead. Don't worry. No one can steal my love away from you, sweetheart. Aha, aha. Ruvel on the other hand, nodded, about to burst. All right, enough bullying. He might just blow up at this rate. He does look like he hasn't slept in days too. Wonder what that's about. What surprise do you have in store for me? I asked plainly, and my mother laughed. You need a better poker face, Ruvel. Well, I am working on it. But here is something I did finish. He raised his hands and an ash-black flame burst out onto it. You finished the black flames of judgment. I exclaimed, jumping with excitement. How? It should have taken at least 7 to 8 months, even if I did it myself. And Ruvel smiled proudly, preening with his chest puffed up like a bird in mating season. You are not the only genius in this family, Riser. I have been working on my flames for over 200 years. I just needed to put in a little work after your ideas pulled me out of my creative rut. You fufu, my mother giggled, little. Is that what you call it? Ruvel here has been working non-stop for the past 3 months ever since he heard how you have been training, which I am not pleased about, Riser. We will have a talk about that. Her voice turned ice cold and we shivered in fear at it before just as quickly she returned to her warm tone. He has barely eaten or slept these past few months. She poked his sides and he squirmed in annoyance. Look how thin he's gotten. Mum. I'm over 300 years old. I am not a child anymore. Ruvel cried in annoyance. My mother just leaned over and planted a kiss on his forehead. I'm your mother. You will always be my little baby Ruvel, no matter how old you are. She said, caressing his cheek. Ruvel smiled warmly and I hated to break up this warm and fuzzy moment, but how did you do it? The sheer amount of dash, that's when it clicked. With the amount of sinners he would need to experiment on, usually it would have taken him months to slowly acquire them from prisons in the Third World or from dictatorships, unless you overthrew the Zimbabwean government. I guessed. That was the only logical solution. He had to have overthrown a dictatorship to get that many sinners to experiment on. And fulfilling our promise to Dulio while we were at it was just the cherry on top. I hadn't even considered it because of the sheer influence the church had on the nation. Dad would never allow this for something we could have gotten for far cheaper elsewhere. He nodded. Of course you figured that out. Stupid genius Riser. He muttered under his breath before turning to Dulio. Your country is safe now. The children in the orphanage have been reunited with their families and those who didn't have any family were adopted by good people overseas. The new interim government had also added in stronger property rights and new minority rights for the white population. No one else will have to suffer the way you did, Dulio. I made sure of it. Thank you. Dulio gave Ruvel a hug and Ruvel just patted his back, smiling. No price is too high for your family's happiness. He added in a subtle manipulation at the end of it too. Damn, we're good at this shit. No opportunity wasted. I'm so proud of this family. Though, how did Dad allow that? I wondered out loud. Once your dad saw how hard you were training, he decided that we needed to up our game too. My mother explained, we did have to pay a pretty penny to keep it hush-hush though. How much? 240 vials of Phoenix tears. I hissed like a cat in water and Ruvel laughed as my face scrunched up like a plum. And you said I have a bad poker face. Still, for you to finish it in 3 months. My mind began to wonder about the efficiency curve on learning and how he would have had to start from the beginning. The only way he could have learned it that fast. Say, was your pride hurt when I developed those new spells all of a sudden? Or was it jealousy maybe? I asked, taking out a notebook and pen. What are you dash? He stopped mid-sentence. Oh, I know that face. You have a theory, don't you? What theory? My father returned after dropping Sarorg off. New theory. I'm working on it. I brushed him aside, my curiosity overwhelming me, so. A little of both. Mostly jealousy. He admitted, begrudgingly. 2 sins. That is new. Maybe I need to make alterations to my formulae. So a lot. I read between the lines, and when you wanted to rectify that, feeling, say, did you feel like you were learning better, faster perhaps? Like your concentration had improved? More creative maybe? Things fit easier, mind worked faster. Spells flowed like water. Yes, how did you, just tell us the theory. Ruvel tried to peek over into my book, and I just turned the page, annoyed. Patience. Let me do my thing. I hissed and kept asking more questions, getting more and more particular with each one as I gathered the data to the point my writing pace fell behind my mind. Damn it, writing is so slow, and manually computing all this data, maybe I should hire someone to make me a program for this. Windows XP should release this year. I'm snapping that up soon as it's on the market. Making it magical though. Regal might know someone to help with that. That and my future plans for explosive growth, all of which needed an entire host of those just to process the sheer amount of data I was going to pump in. Are there magical military contractors? One of the magician guilds maybe, we'll have to see. All right. Done. I let out a sigh of relief as I finished the calculations. Tell us already. Ruvel couldn't help himself. So, I like to call it the sin theory. X. Mama. Sarorg ran into his mother's arms. Sigh. She gave him a hug, pulling him into her lap as she gave him a once-over. Come here, let Mama see how you've grown. He looked stronger now, his muscles had become defined and taut, even under her grip she could feel it, the strength of steel. She sighed in relief. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to entrust him to the Phoenixes. She had doubted her decision once she read the contract through later. It was full of loopholes. They had planned this and they had fooled her. What's more, the news of Serorg training with the Yukai had reached the clan. Her pension had been cut, no doubt under Zekram's orders. He must have come to suspect something, trying to see how far he could push her before either she asked for aid or the Phoenixes gave it to her. That would be all the proof he would need, proof he doesn't have it yet. Grinding her, them both, further into the dirt was just the cherry on top for him. Lord Phenex could see through that too, so she hadn't expected any aid either. She had had to let the maids go now, but that was fine. So long as her psi could grow strong, this humiliation, she would bear it gladly. Thankfully she had accumulated a small nest egg over the years, something to tide Serorg over even with her hospital costs. Her disease had begun progressing faster now. She barely had another year, if the doctors were right. She had to make sure he would be okay, even after she was gone. She had already made her will and a contingency against the Phoenixes reneging on their useless contract, but if there was something more. She sighed, burying her face into her son's hair. My dear baby, my precious, sigh, her consciousness slipped for a moment, just one moment. Mama. Serorg asked, poking her awake, are you okay? BW yes. Mama was just, a little sleepy. Did you stay up late reading again, Mama? Serorg asked. Just a little. She caressed his hair, you were saying something. Riser invited us to a sleepover tomorrow night. Can we go, Mama? Please. He looked up at her with those adorable puppy dog eyes and she just about melted from joy. Besides, if at night time, maybe she could hide her sickness too. Wait, did Riser's parents invite us both? She asked as an idea struck her in desperation. Yes. They said you should come too, Mama. He answered enthusiastically. They wanted her to come. Maybe, just maybe, a hope sprouted in her heart. Okay, we'll go. Really? Serorg jumped with joy, it's my first sleepover. And that just saddened her to no end. It was the first time in years that she had seen him this happy. Maybe him having friends, even if it was that detestable brat, was a good thing for him. Just maybe. Since I wasn't feeling well yesterday, in my hurry to post something I may have rushed Serorg's awakening of Tuki. I thought of a more appropriate moment next chapter at the sleepover. Tell me if you guys want to see that or should I just skip it and get the slice of life parts over with to get back into the action parts of the story. Zekram has a suspicion. Misla is not as desperate. Tell me what you thought of the chapter. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Thanks to Zeus and Mr. Quack for suggesting a little downtime chapter. Thanks for reading. Bye. Chapter 23, Family Plot 2, Electric Boogaloo. The extra chapter for 200 power stones. Regular chapter later. This theory, have you told anyone else about this? Regal asked as he looked it over and I just gave him a look that said, do I look like an idiot, and he nodded. It's confirmed. He asked again. To the best of our abilities. We will still need some more data, but it is as good as true. My father answered. Riser, how do you come up with this stuff? Regal asked in awe. I just observe. It's pretty obvious if you're paying attention. I gloated, a little prideful. This is just, we will be so stupidly strong once we affect this into our routines. Regal laughed, good job Riser. Oh, word of warning, do not indulge too much in your sin. I haven't got any proof of it yet because I myself haven't been able to indulge in my own greed too much, and also because I fear there may not be a way to return from it, but I have a gut feeling that given our nature as devils, if we indulge excessively, we may end up facing something I like to call syntoxicity, a state where we become primal embodiments of our sin and start losing all the things that make us, rationality, love, logic, the like. No more than sinful beasts in devil form. Moderation is key. My father nodded. It is. Though, and this is an idea I had after seeing those grudge samurai revenants in Nurarihion's mansion, I have a feeling that once I discover a way to properly harness that form, I like to call it the beast of sin form, we may be able to tap into even greater, primordial strength by drawing power from the dark side of the world, the very evil of humanity we are supposed to represent. I explained, but all of that is for after I master Senjutsu. So do not, and I repeat, looking at you Ruvel, do not attempt to complete this on your own. You need to have mastered Senjutsu to tap into the flow of the world and through that the dark side of humanity. I will finish learning Senjutsu, then I have a few more spells to complete, and then we will talk about it. They all nodded. You say that, but what I am getting from this, and tell me if I am wrong, you have found a way to give us Tuki too. My father caught onto the hidden meaning behind my words. Oh, yes. That part is actually quite simple. You just need to do it the way I did it. You mean killing ourselves? My father asked. Yup. Torturous, but it worked for me. Not to mention that is the only way for us to get Tuki. I shrugged. Tuki is the force born from the struggle for life. We, with our regeneration, never have to struggle to live. So there really is no other way for us to awaken our Tuki. Our Tuki is the flame of our dying will. I got really lucky and nearly died awakening it. And I still can't use it. So I wouldn't exactly recommend this method to you. There has to be another way. Ruvel's mind began to run through the possibilities, no less smart than my own, if not for him being 300 years old and set in his ways, or else you wouldn't have suggested this to us. There may be. I hesitated. I wasn't sure about this one. Tell us. See if we can help. My mother suggested, patting my shoulder. If we can't struggle for life, I was thinking, what if we stole someone else's struggle? Ruvel's eyes glittered. A parasitic flame. It had clicked for him near instantly. It won't be as effective, and I don't have even the faintest of clues where to begin on that, but I know there exists flames out there that can steal life force. The vampiric blood flame, for example, though that one won't work for Tuki, because the struggle is on the part of the victim and not the predator. We need a parasitic flame that is somehow sympathetic in nature, stealing life force, storing it and at the same time imparting the struggle to live from the prey onto the predator. I don't know if that even exists. If at the sharing of experience you need, didn't you make one? What was it called? That thing you based the penance stare on. Regal rubbed his temples, and Ruvel added, the mind flames. Yeah, those could work if we modified them. I shook my head and rejected the notion. 5 colored flames of forgetfulness. Those eat memories. Great for mind wipes. Shit at anything else. They are already horribly inefficient. Why else would I need to turn them into the penance stare? They were based on Granny Meng's divine authority of 5 flavored soup of the afterlife, a water element authority, by the way, so I wasn't able to capture even a 1/100th of its power, and that's after being modified to the extreme. It's a miracle I even managed to create them, as utterly incompatible with our hellfire as they were. If it wasn't for the fact they complement the subsequent step in their afterlife, the reincarnating flames of Du, and belong to an afterlife goddess, I wouldn't have even gotten to them. Well, at least some good came from that, seeing as how it led to us developing the black flames of judgment. My father raised a hand, calming the situation down. But surely there have to be other ways to do that. He laid an open question on the floor. None that I know of. I gave up, in terms of flames at least. So there is another way. Ruvel poked. It's almost impossible to do, but... I removed a notebook from my storage and placed it on the table. Sacred Gear Research Notes number 15. My father read, flipping through them as I explained. Now this is just a theory, and I don't know if it is even possible to do that, but there is a sacred gear out there. The blasphemer. My father read out, yes, I have heard of it. Very weak, downright useless. Curses people at the cost of the user's power. Yes, but if we evolve it into a Longinus, create a subspecies balance breaker using the vampiric blood flame as a base, gather enough life force and resentment to match your ultimate class power, drain all your demonic power, and then curse ourselves with the struggle of the prey. I turned the page for him, then alongside the boost share ability of the boosted gear, apply it to everyone. I see why you said this was impossible. No one knows where the sacred gear is, much less how to evolve it into a Longinus. And on top of that, to get the user of the boosted gear to work for us, which again, no one knows where that one is either. Not 1 but 2 Longinus, not to mention, the vampire factions don't need our Phenex tears precisely because they have the blood flame. They would no less easily offer it to us than we would to them the method to create Phenex tears. My father sighed. I do. I know where both of those are, or at least where they will be in the future. Blasphemer will appear in Grigori in 7 years' time in the hands of one of the students of the Satinal class, a minor antagonist of / dog. The boosted gear. Even today I knew exactly where it was, though I will have to wait for it to awaken on its own. Regardless, those were both out of reach for now. As for the blood flame, that can be acquired easily enough. Being that it can only be used by the vampire who created it to heal themselves, unlike Phenex tears which anyone can use on anyone else, they don't exactly invite other factions to ask for it. A vampire-exclusive ability, by the vampires, for the vampires. No other species can even use it in the first place, so why would anyone bother to steal it? That also means, it is one of the most widespread spells among the vampire nobility. Once I get my hands on Gasper and Valerie, the knowledge of the spell should come easily enough. Incorporating it into the sacred gear though, in way that it can used with the wide applicability of Phenex tears, that will be the hard part. I did have a bead on a solution for that problem too, but... well, let's leave it for the future. Besides, once I have Valerie and her Sephiroth Graal, we can simply use that to touch upon the source of life for us and awaken Tuki that way. It won't be fast, and the progress will be even slower, but it's better than nothing. Then we can only wait for you to learn Senjutsu. My father sighed. Back to square one. I shrugged. Who knows, maybe I will find a way in the future. I was positive on that note. You do seem to come up with the weirdest of ideas. Ruvel laughed, and patted my back. I'm sure you will find a way. You said you had other ideas for spells. Wind-related ones. My father asked, maybe leave those to us to complete, while you focus on developing a way for us to get Tukey. No. I refused, not out of greed but practicality. The idea for those spells came to me when I witnessed Nurarihion's ability, that stealth, and what I went through in my Tukey awakening. They are both experiences unique to me, that you cannot replicate. Leave those to me. If you insist. My father resigned himself to it. I do have some suggestions, regarding where you should specialize. I took out a bundle of papers, roughly scribbled through. I handed them out. You want me to focus on the soul flame angle? Ruvel skimmed his packet over. Remember your little Thanatos gambit? I asked. Yes. You think I can draw out some psychopompy inspiration from it? Ruvel looked confused. Didn't you complete that spell already-o? He stopped when he reached the part one had made specifically for him. You want to cure sleep disease? His eyes went wide. A soul-guiding hellfire, that can awaken those afflicted by the sleep disease. The flames of Hades may be divine, but yours don't have to be. It's not a general-purpose psychopompy flame after all, nor does it impeach upon any divine authorities. You're not guiding the soul out of their bodies and into the afterlife. All you are doing is imitating that very natural process and guiding them from a conceptual, false death, of eternal sleep to a waking life. Easy enough to accomplish for my brilliant oldest brother, I would think. Easier for him than me, given his brush with Thanatos, the prime Greek psychopomp. Though, I only say this because I simply don't have the time to spare. Between gathering my peerage and training myself and them both, and the many other experiments I simply cannot reveal to my family, not to mention practicing with the sacred gears I want to acquire in the future. That spell Ruvel wanted to complete, add in my reincarnation flames etc. I am swamped. 12 years is not nearly enough time to do everything myself. This was something I realized in the process of awakening my Tukey, the reconciliation with the part of me that used to be human. To learn to let go of this arrogance and self-reliant behavior and rely on my family. The world can be cold, and the struggle to survive is harsh, but you don't have to do it alone. The warmth of family, of companions and friends, it won't make the world any better, but it certainly makes the cold bearable. Riser. His breath hitched, and I could practically hear the dollar signs in my father's mind going ka-ching. We'll finally beat those damn Citri clan bastards. He laughed, then let us see who has the best cutting-edge medical care in the underworld, ha 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 ha. Well, if that's done. Regal made to stand up, but I stopped him. No, I have something else to discuss. Something that will give us 10 times more power and wealth than all of this dash. I pointed at the notes scattered on the table, combined. That got everyone's attention. Well, bar Dulio and Ravel who were playing outside in the garden. What do you think about the internet? Riser creates new spells, new techniques and new money-making ideas. Next time, the DevilNet conspiracy as the family plot continues in a less than desirable sequel. Family Plot 3, The Sleepover. Till then, tell me what you thought of this chapter. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. And yes, we reached 2,000 collections. Next goal, 3,000 collections. 300 Power Stones. As promised, that will be another extra chapter. Tomorrow, alongside the regular chapter and the other one I promised. Let's see if I can pull a triple release or one mega release. Thanks for reading. Bye. Chapter 24, Family Plot 3, DevilNet Drift. The extra chapter for 2,000 collections as promised. 2,500 words, hot damn. This thing stretched like a good mozzarella stick. Where is that coming from? Regal asked as he sat back down. The internet is just a fad, Riser. If you're planning on launching your own website and getting contracts that way, forget it. We've already consulted leading economists, Nobel Prize winners. They all told us to short it. And we did, made a killing out of it. The internet is done for. It was a thing, like Beanie Babies or the Orgone generator. A novelty of its time, and it will fade into the background. That's where you're wrong, Regal. I shook my head. The internet is the next best thing. Video killed the radio star and now the internet is about to do the same to TV. It's the next step into evolution of human society and I want us to be the first to grab that opportunity. To own every last square inch of that market, especially now, while it is in the dumps. So we don't come out on the short end like we did with Devil TV. Regal sighed. Riser, you're smart, but this is not your game. The internet is a niche product. It has a future, yes. In research, logistics, management, taxes, point-of-sale systems. All of which are markets we are working to corner. Online corporate services will be our domain. But that's it. Maybe higher education in the far future. Other than that, no one will be interested in the internet for much else. What about online shopping? Regal laughed. Online shopping. Sure, we have a few fingers in the pot. Mostly wholesale. Again, it's logistics. We supply the businesses. Sell the shovel to the aspirational gold miners and make like kings whether they win or lose. You haven't considered the retail side of things. I asked. No one will buy anything online. Have you seen eBay? It's a disaster. Zero trust. That balding fellow at Amazon. I met him. Got the rundown on this business and guess what he made in revenue? Nil. Nothing. Nada. It's losing money. Now sometimes, that's good. You can offer low prices, lose money, run your competition out of the market. But that is for when you have money to spare, investors that believe in you. With the condition this bubble is in, forget that. Amazon. Ha. That little biddy is done for. By the time this bubble fully pops, both of those will be history. People like to see the things they're buying. They don't believe tiny little images on the computer and false promises of home delivery. Sales is a game that works on trust. Nobody trusts anybody on the internet. Regal waved me off. Then how come TV sales shows work so well? I poked at the flaw in his logic. Because there you can see someone use the product. He countered, the internet barely has bandwidth for that kind of stuff, much less a whole marketplace full of videos showing the product in use. Moreover, if the product isn't delivered, they have a company to sue. On the internet, you don't know if a company is going to see the next sunrise. Vanishing like ghosts. There is no future there, babe. I sighed, rubbing my eyes. How do I convince this idiot? I thought for a moment, forming my argument. Letting out a breath, I started again. Remember those contracts you gifted me for my birthday? I reminded him, all the after effects of the dot-com bubble bursting. Seeing all those companies going under, I asked myself, how come all of these websites, valued so highly, went under? Why didn't they get a customer base? Isn't that obvious? Indexing. Regal stated, their intended customers simply couldn't find them. So many names, so much syntax. That level of skill, the bar for entry is simply too high for the average consumer. There are indexing sites of course, and search engines. But who wants to do all that work when your local mall is right there? Just a small drive away. You can buy what you want, spend quality time with your family, rent a movie from Blockbuster for later, treat yourself at the food court. It's simply easier than busting your head against the computer searching for 1 in 1,000 trustworthy sites, and even then, if they have what you're looking for. That's if you find them in the first place. That is another nightmare. It's simply not a very consumer-friendly space. Ask Jeeves is doing good, despite everything. It should survive as an academic resource if nothing else. But otherwise, it's a write-off. There's Google. I pointed out. Those guys. Their indexing is better, but again. Purely academic use. A curiosity for the regular person if anything. Regal leaned back in his chair, there are simply better alternatives to everything over the internet. Jack of all trades, master of none. And a shitty jack at that. You say indexing is the issue. People can't get to the websites they need because it's too difficult. Regal nodded. Exactly. The TV has a remote and a select catalog of channels to go through. The internet. It's the wild, wild west. No maps, no guides. Nothing. Then why don't we simply make one? A remote. To what end dash, he stopped mid-sentence as the gears began to turn in his head finally. He leaned forward, serious now. Sell it to me. He said, sell me this remote for the internet. In a few months, Microsoft is releasing Windows XP. The specs of which were leaked in a tech forum recently. I started, and with it they've bundled this brand new browser. Internet Explorer v6. That is going to revolutionize the internet. It will make it easy for people to surf the web, from syntax to neat, colorful, user-friendly icons, spreadsheet indexing and better search functions. When that happens, people will flock to it. It won't be immediate, but you will be able to see it. A gradual recovery. A booming rise of the new age of the internet. Someone, I don't know who, with this new idea of icons and graphic UI, will come to the same conclusion as me. To create a catalog for websites, attached to a search engine. Maybe even make it the default page you get when you open Internet Explorer. They will make that deal and with it, will come ease of access. And control. You can show whatever websites you want to whichever customer you choose. The advertising potential of just that, they will beg us to accept their money to reach this new line of consumers. Regal realized and buried his face in his hands, wringing out his hair. He took out his phone and made a call. Christy, yeah. I know. Fire our consultancy team. Yes, all of them. Every last useless bastard. Outthought by a fucking 10-year-old. He cut the call and threw the phone into the wall as he groaned, "Fuck," falling back into the couch. Oof. If that's what got you into a mood, you might just kill yourself at the next one. Next one. Regal looked up in despair. There's more. You know what the owner of McDonald's once said, you don't get rich leading out franchises, you get rich by owning the land they are built on. Hosting services. Regal completed the line of logic for me. Yup. We can be both gatekeeper and landlord. Pay us to get in and pay us on the way out. Pay us to get into business and pay us to stay on. You mean internet service providers? I nodded, the third hedge in the door of this monopoly. The current operators have utter shit bandwidth, like you said, and it's shared by phones and fax machines and whatnot else. You could flush the toilet and lose the goddamned connection. Pick up the phone, internet's gone. Open the door, you get it. We can make an independent service provider. Purely for the internet, maybe even make it a satellite service. No, we'll probably have to make it satellite or underground cables in the long term. How could I have missed this? Regal sighed, massaging his temples. I'm not done yet. I laughed, the best has yet to come. Didn't I promise we'd make more money and power out of this than everything else combined? He looked up and I could feel everyone's attention on me now. You know how Devil TV copied the Humans TV style for the underworld? You want to make a DevilNet? Ruvel butt in. No, dear brother, I want to make a supernatural internet empire. I corrected, not just for us devils, but for everyone. Every pantheon, every magical species, every faction and group. A neutral space where they can interact without having to flop their dicks on the table. And where every group interacts, every group transacts. We're about to make a shitload of contracts. Regal put 2 and 2 together. Neutral spaces need neutral mediators. An exchange through which transaction can flow. A marketplace of both goods and services, ideas and innovation never before possible. And we will control it all. I began to chuckle darkly, my greed emerging unbidden from within me. You know how we make phone calls down here, the service is only decent at best and every call charges insane prices by the minute. All contracted by the way. Yeah. We're devils. If we don't scalp people, who will? Ruvel shrugged. And that is exactly why we will succeed. I explained, we never developed a proper messaging or communication system until the underworld telephone line, because what was the point? If you want to talk to someone, just teleport to them. Of course, sometimes, they are out or not around, but that's just the price of doing business. And then, we solved that a little with the UTL. No need to teleport, just give them a call, if you can afford it, anyways. That has limited their growth. I pulled out my planner from the storage spell and laid it out on the table. We will give them something better. A portable devil phone. Transmission towers across the world, even in the dimensional gap. Worldwide connectivity, low call prices, and the cherry on top. Free messaging. Well, sort of free, at least. With every word they send, every message, every call, they will have to make an unconscious individual contract with us. This will be pre-approved in the signing document of the subscription, of course, so there are no delays in transit, but they won't notice it. Every minute they waste on the phone, our potential increases. Every message, a boost to our demonic power. Imagine, 1,000, 10,000 phone calls, entire chat rooms of devils and magicians and even gods going away at it, chimping out on forums and websites of our own make, fueling our growth, unawares, and at such negligible cost, they will never even think to question it, even if they do spend the hours it would take to pore over the contract documents to find out. But that's not where it ends. I have plans for this new DevilNet. Places to post videos, stream live content, supernatural forums for discussion, a picture and video platform for sharing and saving personal moments with friends and family, something to remember loved ones by, courtesy of the Devil Phone mini camera spell, and a whole lot more. I even have a bead on gambling and gacha, with characters based on the pantheons, a search engine and supernatural encyclopedia with user-edited content, detailing every corner of the supernatural world. Add in magic GPS and mapping, and we have the perfect system for total domination of their minds and hearts. Tracking every movement, every word, every desire. Tailored ads, contracts they cannot refuse, every comfort on tap. They will become addicted to it. Unable to put it down, their every waking moment consumed by it. And we will own it, every thought, every moment. We will own them all. Diabolical. Regal mirrored my feelings, his sin was greed too, after all. Oh I blushed dramatically. This Riser. This might just be the best idea you have come up with till date. Such power. My father was mesmerized by the concept. Now if we could just discuss the distribution of power in this deal. I suggested, and my father raised a hand to cut me off. You will get all of it, Riser, he announced. What? Ruvel complained, that is unfair. Me and my children did not come up with this idea. My father finished his argument before it even started, nor do you have the potential to reach Satan class, maybe even beyond. Riser, on the other hand, we might just see a chief god class devil emerge from our family if this succeeds. We could rule the whole underworld. Replace the Baal and Lucifer clans. We could reign supreme. Tell me you see the folly in this, Ruvel. Tell me you're not too blinded by your envy to see the benefit of the whole clan in this. Ruvel did not take it well, and I decided to interject before it was too late. How about we each split a business? I will take 3, seeing as how I came up with the idea, and each of you can take 1. No. You will my father argued, but my mother stopped him. Look around you, dear, she said, softly, cupping his face, bringing him back to his senses. We are a family. We share things. Look at your sons. Ruvel won't just give it up. Regal is too obedient to ask for a share, but he will grind underneath from desire of it. This will tear our family apart. Her voice shook. Please. My father calmed down, the fanatic look in his eyes dissipating, as he looked around him. Regal slumped in his chair. Ruvel seething with envy. Me trying to mediate. And he let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. I am sorry, my dear boys. I was too swept up in the moment, dreaming of what could be, that I didn't stop to think of what should be. Ruvel, Regal, Riser. He looked at my mother. Dear. I am so sorry. He wiped a tear from my mother's eye and kissed her forehead. I forgot to see if there would even be a clan left to enjoy those dreamy heights, if we succeeded. He extended a hand to both Ruvel and Regal. Please, forgive me. Their expression softened and they took his hand, embracing him. I'm sorry too, Dad. I shouldn't have Ruvel apologized but was shushed by my father. It wasn't your fault. I know I have been harsh on you as of late, but that is only because you are my heir. I want you to be the best. To rise above our station and make the Phenex name proud. Regal, I know I heckle you about your work. I only do so out of worry that it might one day consume you as it once consumed me. If it weren't for your mother, I might have been a neglectful father, too bound by the burden of imaginary duties and undue pride to raise you in a loving home. I might yet be, unknowingly. And for that, I am sorry. Riser. You were right. Let us distribute this equitably, so that each of us may get a share. I nodded. Let's. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but, you know, looking back, this has to be the healthiest family dynamic I have ever seen in fanfic. I just realized it while writing this, LOL. Even my own father wouldn't readily admit his mistake like this and reconcile, and move to make amends. And my dad is like actually really great. Great guy, very patient and understanding. Good and kind-natured. All that. Tell me if you have seen family dynamics like this in other fics. Tell me what you thought of this chapter. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 3,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 25, Family Plot 4, On Sleepy Tides. We had a small discussion regarding the split of the profits until we came up to an agreeable distribution. The DevilNet business empire would be run as a joint Phenex enterprise and the shares would be split some ways and saved in others, just like those unclaimed contracts Regal had gotten from me, a nest egg for future members of the clan. I would get 3/10 of the profits, in perpetuity, till I passed, after which the shares would be distributed among my future progeny, or lacking which, they would pass to the Phenex Contract Trust, saved for other future Phenexes, this part being the same for all other members and beneficiaries of the enterprise. Regal as the primary manager of the business, though everyone would pitch in, managing parts of each industry built, would get 2/10, mostly because he needed to be pulled up to the standard of power, ultimate class sooner than later, after which his share would be reduced by a 20th, jing back into the Phenex Contract Trust. Mom and Dad would each get a 10th of the share, and my uncles and aunts, all combined would get a 20th of the share. The other 20th would go to their children, my nibblings once removed. 1/10 more would go to Ruvel and another 20th to his children. The final remaining 20th share would go into the Phenex Contract Trust again, as a nest egg for future generations. This way, a total of 1/10 would be saved for future generations altogether, after Regal reached around mid-ultimate class, and keep the clan going, long after all of us were gone. Though, I for one, never planned to be gone at all. Now that that's done, let's discuss the nitty-gritty details of it. I broached the subject. The medium, Devil Phone. Regal said, but I stopped him. Let's not go with that name. I said that as a tentative placeholder, but if we plan to market it worldwide, the name of this and all the other products have to be digestible to the consumer. In fact, all of the names have to be revamped. You have ideas for that? My father asked. I nodded. The phone we can call the P1 Ruby. P for Phenex, of course. And, alongside it we can also sell an upgraded model with marginally better specs and a quality finish, called the P1 Ruby Pro, marketed specifically to the nobility at an insane markup on the hardware. Stroke their egos, you see, make them and anyone else able to afford it choose. Do you want to buy the peasant model or do you want to be a pro? Make it a status symbol. Regal whistled. They will go crazy for it. I chuckled, then there's the UI. It has to be graphic. Large, cutesy icons, easy to use, intuitive, consumer-friendly. No need to add extraneous functions. 10 apps or so. Calls, messages, camera, the proprietary DevilNet browser, Firebird, an app for making contracts, say the big deal or oh. Faustian bargain, Mephistopheles hasn't copyrighted that, has he? Regal grinned. No, he hasn't. He's about to regret not doing that. That reminds me, I forgot to introduce this earlier, but we can also create another smaller microeconomy within this with a delivery service. Every devil knows teleportation magic and instant deliveries at your doorstep, now that is the very definition of convenience. Every whim they have, every craving, appearing right before their eyes before they have either the self-control or good sense to think themselves out of the indulgence. Food, clothes, gadgets. Make them lazy, more dependent on us. Moreover, by giving the low-class devils a way to make more and profitable contracts, cornering that niche too, we can not only gain their support and goodwill, but also skim a little off the top of their work for the connective service rendered. And that's not all. With all the data we gather from this and other sources, we can also up our recruitment of talented and powerful individuals. Think about it, a devil that makes more deliveries is likely to have higher demonic power. Rank that data, and Viola. No more waiting for them to rise through the bureaucracy to mid or high class, than going through a bidding war with the other houses. We'll simply snap up the talent without any competition, and they'll be more grateful and loyal to us for choosing them then, when they weren't anyone special, instead of the pride they have usually when they work hard to rise up and get bid on for service. Humble, ever-loyal servants, all with high-class power. I hadn't even thought of that. Ruvel exclaimed, that is brilliant, Riser. What else can we do with the data? My father asked further. Oh, so much more, even more than targeted ads and such. We are about to effectively democratize contracts, the domain of devilkind, to the entire world. How many poor but talented magicians are out there, just waiting for someone to give them a chance to earn a living in the magical world? They make the contracts, but we get the power, because non-devils can't benefit in terms of that like us. In return, we pay them above minimum wage, plus tips. Thus, discharging our own dues onto the consumer while getting all the benefits of a contract without doing any of the work. A non-stop stream of unclaimed contracts. Regal nodded giddily. Bingo. Anything else? My father pushed further, only gentler this time. Yeah, but I'll need time to make a whole list of that. Give it to you tomorrow. Sure. He agreed. Now, back to the point. I also want us to invest in a magical computer business. You see how difficult it is to tabulate the data and calculate all this stuff by hand. And that's for us devils, with our power of imagination, where we don't even need to do it that much. But just think of the effort it takes a regular human or dwarf or elf. I explained, what if there was a simpler way? Excel but for magic. Regal understood. Exactly. Our own line of magical personal computers, running our own Bennu OS, cross-compatible with our phones, same apps, same everything. People across the supernatural world surfing the Phenex net, not the Devil net, so as to avoid the stigma of our species name, on their own P-series devices, with their Firebird browser. Our name on their lips, in their hearts and minds. We will become irreplaceable. At that point even Zekrom will have to give up on his designs to curry favor with us. I was about to give a grand finish when something clicked, something I had missed earlier. Regal, that phone call earlier, you know Mephistopheles owns the UTL, right? I pointed out. Yeah, what about, fuck? The horror dawned on him too, almost at the same time as the rest of us. Should I call and cancel the dash? Regal bumbled, but my father stopped him. Too late. No. We move, now and fast. Right now, he only knows you made a mistake in the market. He'll be watching that line like a hawk. We need to use that distraction to set up this business, manufacturing, copyright, logistics. We need to be in production before he realizes what we're doing and moves to undercut us. This is a threat to his business. He won't just let it go. Riser. Yes. Golden Dawn has recently released a modern magical programming language. We use them for the coding side, keep it nice and secret. Strict NDAs, ironclad contracts. Pay whatever you need to get them to agree. They are also associated with the Gremmarys through McGregor Mathers, their founder and Sirs ex-bishop. Powerful as he may be, Mephistopheles will think twice before moving against a Satan. That will buy us time to get a leg in. By the time he catches up, it'll too late. I pulled out another batch of notes and handed them to Regal. These are the rough designs and coding suggestions I made. Also, the blueprints for the phone and the PC, including the microcamera spell and real-time bandwidth distribution. The towers and satellites are a bit rough, but you and Ruvel can refine the designs there. Dad, you need to get exclusive permissions for land and underground rights from all the territories before he notices. Be discreet, they'll know what we're planning but not the scale of it. Don't let them know it. Move fast. Meet them today and finalize the deal. My father nodded. And weed out the Grauzober spies in their midst while you're at it. This is the Manhattan Project for the Phenex clan. This will make or break our future. Do not slip up again. My father warned, go, go, go. I went out to the garden for a stroll to relax and found Dulio and Ravel sitting there along with a third unexpected visitor, Magdaran Bale, a mountain of flower crowns on his head as he played along with her fantasies. We had kept them out of the meeting with an excuse, because frankly, Dulio was too kind and gentle for that sort of talk and Ravel was too young. And another one for Riser. She placed an 8th flower crown on him, the collective laurels drooping off of his head and well onto his eyes now. Riser. Ravel jumped into my arms, and clung to me like a koala, climbing onto my back, screaming, piggyback. Piggyback. I laughed and planted a kiss on her cheek, before placing her on my shoulders and turned to Magdaran. Oh my, who's this pretty princess? I pulled up the crowns off of Magdaran as I teased him and he smiled back so purely that I almost felt bad for trying to usurp his birthright. Almost. It's me, Magdaran. We met at your birthday dash. I'm just playing with you, Magdaran. I ruffled his hair as I lifted the flower crowns off of him and placed them on Dulio's head. That's a relief. He said sincerely, I know I came unannounced but I wanted to meet Lady Phenex to discuss a new plant I made. But Dulio said they were in a meeting so I decided to wait. He replied, playing with the grass, his dark gold-seamed pants soaked in dew. Oh really? I raised an eyebrow in concern, and sat down beside Dulio, giving him the look, as he realized something and shrunk back a little in guilt. What else did he say? Oh, he also told me Serord was coming for a sleepover tomorrow. Damn it, Dulio. I pinched him in the side and he whispered a soft sorry under his breath. Was it supposed to be a secret? My actions did not go unnoticed, and Magdaran asked, because, I wanted to ask if I could come too. I want to see Serord again and He twiddled his thumbs nervously, looking up at me with the most adorable puppy dog eyes. Ugh, I don't have a lot of friends, so I have never been to a sleepover before. But will your parents allow it? If they know Serord is here. I tried to brush him off. I'll come secretly at night. He offered his brilliant solution. But then if they don't find you in bed in the morning, they'll think we kidnapped you. I pointed out, and you'll never be allowed to visit us again. He paled at the thought and hung his head. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. I sighed. If he goes back like this and blunders something to the wrong people. You know what? If you keep Serord being here a secret, I'll invite you to Ravel's birthday and all of us can have another, secret sleepover. How about it? His eyes lit up at the thought and he nodded vigorously, shaking my hands. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember, Serord wasn't here. He will never be here. I ran a pinch across my lips like a zipper, secret. He nodded and giggled, secret. Now, my mom is actually going to be really busy today, so I don't think she can meet you, but maybe some other day. Okay. I was getting late anyway. My mother will be looking for me soon. He got up and patted his pants clean, and I just cast a cleaning spell on him. Thank you. He waved us goodbye, and disappeared into a teleportation circle. I turned to Dulio and gave him the dirtiest look I could muster. What were you thinking? It was Dash. Ravel said it first. He threw her under the bus, and I sighed. He's becoming a true Phenex, through and through. Is that so? I picked Ravel off my shoulders and she eeped as I threw her into the grass. You've been giving out secrets, have you, you little traitor? Wait. Riser, big brother Riser, no Dash. I sentence you to tickle jail. I went down on her, pressing her into the dirt and tickling her sides vigorously as she squirmed with laughter, giggling away, and Dulio watched in mock horror. No, shtup, I'm gonna pee. This thing has stretched. Streached. Riser avoids a disaster, Ravel needs to learn to keep her mouth shut. Final part next time and back to training. Thanks for reading. Tell me what you thought of the chappie. Till next time. Don't forget to donate your power stones. 3,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. 300 power stones, 1 extra chapter. Chapter 26, Fear and Joy. 4,000 words mega chappie. Yup. You read that right. Took me a long while to write and it's not perfect but the miscellaneous stuff is covered here. A Mephistopheles POV is in there too. Why you ask? Because of you beautiful, glorious readers. We reached the top 100 in the power rankings. Woo. After 3 whole years, another one of my fanfics has entered top 100 power rankings. Thank you guys so much. With this the downtime arc ends and we return to the meat and potatoes of the story. For more chapters of training before the time skip, in which we will get 2 more peerage members and 1 Nurarihion bet battle as promised so long ago. Then training time skip and action. Till then, enjoy. Sleepover. 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 Ravel hummed happily as we arranged the family theater room for the night, carrying a tower of pillows in her tiny little hands, because the servants were still out on their second day of the corporate retreat and thus the chores fell to us to do. On the side, me and Dulio were sat, setting up the full surround sound system. Hand me the red one. I extended a grasping hand in his direction and he handed the cable over, as he spoke. Hey, Riser. I was wondering, what did you talk about in the meeting there? Feeling left out? I asked with a teasing grin, and he rolled his eyes. I chuckled, before patting his shoulder. Just the usual boring stuff. Accounts, new business ideas, the acquisitions from the Zimbabwean campaign. Numbers galore. Super boring. I lied of course, and I know he knows it's not the whole truth, he is rather smart, but that wasn't the point here. He wasn't really asking what we talked about. What he was really asking was why he wasn't included. While we have gotten closer over the past few months, he's still shaky about his place in the family and things like this are only going to widen the cracks on those doubts if I don't mend them as they form. Dulio, we didn't mean to exclude you or make you feel unwelcome. Even I don't usually get to attend them. It's just Mom, Dad, Regal, and Ruvel. I just had a few ideas this time so I joined in. I assured him, it's just that I have been trained since birth for this stuff and I can handle it, understand what is being said, follow the conversation and even then, it's difficult for me. Ravel is 4, her head starts spinning when we talk about this sort of stuff and she starts throwing a tantrum, so we couldn't have her in there. And we can't exactly leave her unattended out here, the servants are out today, so we needed someone to keep her occupied. I caught my blunder even as I spoke, not that I'm treating you like a servant. It's usually me who takes care of her when they are having a meeting. In fact, once we are done with the Tuki training, we'll get you a private tutor too, catch you up with all the stuff you need to know dash. Dulio giggled as he looked at my flustered face and patted my arm. I know. I didn't mean it like that. He said with a smile too mature for his age, but eyes that seemed satisfied with the answer, I was just curious. He handed me the next speaker cord as we made to move on to the last part of the setup when Regal returned from his discussion. I put down the cable and walked over to him, Dulio following behind me. How did it go? Phenomenal. They agreed to our terms, reasonable pricing, a few favors here and there. They did want to see if the blueprints you gave us could be annotated better. They couldn't follow some of the lines of logic. Could you? I nodded. I'll make some alteration before we leave. What about the distraction? Right. We orchestrated some conflict over the mineral rights in Zimbabwe. Put up some obstacles for ourselves. Make it seem like that was the issue. Now we can only hope it fools Mephistopheles for now. He said, and pulled out a package from his storage and handed it to me, the latest Lenovo and a show copy of Windows XP. See if you can make something of it. Thanks. I gave the packet a once-over and stored it away. What about Mom, Dad, Ruvel? They should be back soon. Mom's side went well. We had to grease a few palms but no one really suspected much. We have all possible copyrights for the concept, names, logos, everything, both in the underworld and the human world, as well as a tentative charter on whatever part of the dimension gap we can colonize. Dad hasn't reached out but he should be back soon, speak of the devil. My father returned in the courtyard below, followed by my mom. Ruvel though was still busy with the production side of things. Regal smiled. Riser, relax. We'll take care of it. You don't need to worry about that. Just enjoy the sleepover, see if you can streamline the designs tomorrow before you leave and then focus on your training. Sure. But if there's any problem dash. We'll consult you. We know. Don't worry so much. Leave it to your elders. Regal ruffled my hair and turned towards the window. Ah, look, your guests are here. I looked out the window and saw my parents greet Lady Misla and Sarorg. She looked a bit more worn down than last time, however, and less dignified too. More like the terminally ill single mother she was than the former Queen Bale. Go get ready, I'll finish up here. Regal took over the setup and I picked Ravel up, taking her to change up. X. Mephistopheles POV. I looked down at the transcript before me and the cross-reference dossier on the recent trades executed by Phenex Enterprises as the gears ticked by in my head. To fire an entire consultancy team, full of Nobel laureates and award-winning economists. My eyes wandered over to that one line, outthought by a 10-year-old. Riser Phenex. A name not spoken as often as I would like, to glean enough information on him. There were few things on their roster that would elicit such a reaction from Regal Phenex, a prodigy in business management and finance, one that had even outclassed my own marketplace more times than not. By process of elimination, it had come down to only two things: their recent conquest of Zimbabwe, one that made little sense in terms of the expenditure it took them, or their recent short pull on the dot-com bubble. The internet was a dying thing. No one would give it two looks in a mere matter of months. No, that couldn't be it. That sort of reaction, some damn thing in the dark continent, that would seem right here. 240 vials of Phenex tears, if that sum was lost on a worthless investment, that would explain it. Yet there was some small nagging feeling in the deep recesses of my mind that told me it wasn't. The newly orchestrated obstacle this morning was obviously a play at something, a distraction, but what exactly? I looked at the other reports my spies had brought today. One from the Copyright Office where Lady Phenex had unseasonably made an appearance. A list of things, names, technology. It hadn't been difficult to acquire. I had spent a millennium seeding every corner of the world with my spies. And today, of all days for all the servants of the Phenex clan to be on a corporate retreat. Such generosity is uncharacteristic of the miserly Lord Phenex. This was planned out in advance. The internet. A devilnet perhaps. But why? What was so valuable in it for them to spend so much on it? It was an unwieldy thing, not something that would become popular here. My own underworld telephone line barely made ends meet on the best of days, and lost money on the regular. It was a luxury commodity, and one that I kept alive solely for the leverage it offered me in terms of information on the rest of devilkind. The internet wouldn't work at even half the efficiency for triple the costs. It made no sense. I swiveled in my chair as I pulled out all the recent reports on the Phenex clan, servant reports, expenditure, tax forms, gossip, troop movements, everything. Something was very wrong here. Something didn't quite fit the pattern that Lord Phenex used to fit so snugly within. The recent debacle with the former Bale heir. Reports of the new heir visiting their castle in secret. The young boy that seemed to appear out of nowhere in their castle, Dulio Gesualdo. Their joint training with the Yukai. An apology he declared, but no formal letter of apology was ever sent to the Bale clan. Curious. And why send your son with two unknown boys? The recent engagement with the Gremarys was a curious affair too. A third son with an heir, at an age so young. Why is that? Then there were reports from their campaign in Zimbabwe, elites going missing, inexplicably, too many to have escaped the purge, too few who resurfaced. A facade, a mask. There were sightings of a new kind of hellfire there too. Rumors mostly, but where there is smoke, there is fire. Slowly, the picture began to come together, the missing pieces linked, and a theory began to form in my mind. This wasn't entirely Lord Phenex's doing. Nor was it Regal's. There was a third cook in the kitchen. Supporting Serord Bale's claim, he could have done it easier and out in the open. The unusual secrecy behind it, that smelt fishy. That party, something happened there, but not quite what they disclosed in public. It clicked like a flash of inspiration. Riser Phenex had added Serord Bale to his peerage. The fear, the panic, the rushed apologies that weren't apologies. A joint training camp. All to obfuscate the truth of that one mistake. That and the engagement with the Gremory girl, Lord Phenex, you cheeky bastard. Putting your hands in 3 separate pots. Naughty, naughty. To seek shelter in the shadow of a Satan while plotting against House Bale. Lord Phenex has really grown an extra pair, it would seem. Then there was the boy, Dulio. He appears and then not a month later, they invade Zimbabwe. Coincidence? I think not. The genocide of white farmers, an orphan boy, easy to seduce into service. But why? Why spend so much effort on a mere human? A Longinus. The boy had to have a Longinus on him. Going by that logic and the walk-up to the disaster in that particular country, it was likely to be Zenith Tempest. The Devilnet then, what could that be about? What am I not seeing? I pulled out my reports on the dot-com crash, a guide to the internet, the services offered therein, until one caught my attention, AOL. A chat room. The internet is likely expensive, and the sheer effort it would take, this was the most probable answer. A chat room, undercutting my UTL in service speed, probably cost them less per conversation too. And if they add contracts on each customer, perhaps if they were greedy enough, on each message. The sheer power they could accumulate. No one knew the power of compounding, dividend-paying contracts more than myself in this underworld. A shame I hadn't considered it before. To have fallen into this rut, ahahaha. I rested my face on my hand, leaning on the armrest as I swiveled in contemplation. That power, I cannot let slip from my hands. Yet the costs, is it viable? Can I really afford to compete in what could well be a losing game? No. I will wait. See how well they do. And then, it was simply a matter of copying their success. I looked down at the copyright data, my eyes skimming across the paper as my expression turned uglier and uglier with each new word. Faustian bargain. Devilnet. PhoenixNet. AjukaNet. Firebird. Wizard browser. Even the names and functions of all related technologies and a charter for the dimensional gap. They had already sealed every avenue of entry. No name we could market had been left unchecked. Every piece of technology that could be replicated, nailed down in contract law. So thorough was it that even I would not have thought to do it in 1,000 years. The pettiness. The sheer expenditure. To throw around wealth like that, they must be really confident in it. That is worrying. Most of all because this sort of action lines up with neither the personality of the proud Lord Phenex nor the cunning of regal Phenex. This thoroughfare, it is a dangerous thought, but... My eyes wandered back to the one variable that did not fit in. Outthought by a 10-year-old. That line gave away more than he could have imagined. Ruvel was talented, yes, but he was no politician, nor did he have the business acumen to outthink regal Phenex. He wasn't bad at any of those per se, but he wasn't necessarily creative enough to shake them up. No. This was the handiwork of Riser Phenex, as unbelievable as it might seem coming from a 10-year-old boy. The proof was undeniable. The mysterious disappearances of stray devils in the Phenex territory. It was a small thing, but I hadn't missed it. I just didn't have a course of action to pin it on. Experimentation was likely, but by whom? Until now. That new flame, and this idea for a devilnet. To have thought so far ahead, to induce such confidence in Lord Phenex and Regal both, that they would take his word for it. That sort of faith does not appear in a mere day. Riser Phenex's dossier. A reckless battle-prone personality, a tendency for simple-minded decisions. Ha! What a clever ploy, this brat. The dossier burned within my grasp, reduced to ash as I felt my chest tighten. I had only seen this happen once before in my long life, for a child to be trusted at their word, the proof behind that accomplishment, so well hidden all these years, more so than it had been, the last time such a genius appeared in the underworld. Ajuka Beelzebub. And that concerned me even more. To have the thought to conceal yourself, your brilliance, at such a young age, this was not Lord Phenex's modus operandi. No. It was Riser Phenex. Another Ajuka Beelzebub, with the kind of caution only employed by one other devil in history, me. Terrifying. A truly terrifying genius. My instincts screamed at me. No. Riser Phenex must die. Before he becomes a threat not even I can contain. A response born of a primal fear deep within me. One I curtailed almost as soon as it appeared. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Yes. Good. A decision must be made. But not in haste. Never in anger or haste. If there was one thing I had learnt in all my years of life, it was that every decision must be made with a cool head and careful consideration. Perhaps there could yet be a way to curtail the boy, control him, guide him, or perhaps even sweep in his blaze of glory, riding those coattails to a matching success. Being in the good graces of such characters was always a welcome treat, that I had learned from supporting the new government in its infancy and Ajuka in particular, a connection I had personally put in the effort to make in his childhood. Perhaps the same could be done here. Yes. I need more information. I picked up the phone and called my most reliable subordinate. Lord Mephisto, it is an honor to be called upon. How may this humble warrior dash? Yes, yes. I dismissed his pleasantries, dispense with the formalities, Tannen. I have a job for you. I want you to keep a constant eye on Riser Phenex, his every move, his every breath. Every thought he thinks, I want it listed. I want to know exactly what kind of devil he is, everything about him, everything around him. Can you do that, discreetly? Yes, Lord Mephisto. It will be done. Good. I let out a breath I had been holding, a foul one full of doubt and fear, instinct long suppressed and surpassed and intuition that still screamed at me to end him. Good. But I am better than that. Better than the shackles of my birth and blood. That is why I rose above the rabble then, and it is why I keep rising evermore. Fear is the mind killer. It is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me, as it always has. And in its wake, I will remain. Untouched, unbowed, ascendant. X. Which one do you want to watch first? The original trilogy or the new one? We also have some Disney movies, oh. And this one. It's going to release in theaters later this year, but we got an advance copy, Monsters Incorporated. I want to watch that. Ravel grabbed it off my hands, fumbling with the packaging before I stopped her. Ravel. I cajoled her. Saror gets the first pick. Come on. Be a good girl. We can watch it afterwards. No. She shirked my hand grumpily. I want to watch this. Riser, it's okay. We can watch this first. Saror grabbed my hand and smiled gently at Ravel. I sighed. Yay. She cheered and put the CD in. Let it be, Riser. She will fall asleep far before you even finish the movie. My father chuckled understandingly. No, I won't. Ravel stubbornly disagreed. Of course, sweet bird. My father patted her head and I gave in. Lady Misla, why don't we go and have a drink in the parlor, and let the kids enjoy their night? My father recommended and Lady Misla nodded with purpose. My father turned back to me one last time. Riser, you're responsible here. Don't stay up too late. It's only a sleepover if you actually go to sleep. Understood. I nodded. Good. You know where to find us if you need something. With that they left us to enjoy our night. X. How have you been since our last meeting, Lady Misla? Has your health fared well? Lady Phenex fired the opening shot. I'm not surprised, you know. She resigned herself. I suppose it couldn't be hidden forever. Neither can the cuts in your pension. Lord Phenex added, Zekrom is getting suspicious, isn't he? Letting go of the maids must have alerted him. Her expression darkened slightly. Unfortunately, so it would seem. Then you understand why we cannot offer you any direct aid, yes? I do. She sucked in a long, shrill breath. That is not why I am here. She produced a packet from her storage and placed it on the table. I have less than a year left. She spoke frankly this time. After that, I fear for Sarorg. Lady Phenex's expression softened. She was a mother too, after all. She understood her worries. Don't worry, Lady Misla. We will take care of him. He will be treated no different from our own children. Were it that we met under better circumstances, I would be open to believing that. However, her pride, what shred remained, wouldn't just let her accept charity wantonly. She pushed the packet towards them. This is a nest egg I have saved up for just such a time as this. I don't know if he will be able to use it well or not, but consider it a token of my sincerity. There is no need for such a thing, my lady. Lord Phenex rejected it. Speak plainly, we are not entirely heartless. She looked at the both of them deeply for a moment before she replied. After I am gone. That word nearly choked in her throat. I hope to be placed in one of your facilities, perhaps at a discounted rate of care. I won't need much, just that I be near him. That he be allowed to visit, for my presence, however little it may be, to offer him some comfort for as long as it can. Not for long, mind you, only 7 years. That is all. That can be arranged. We will also post guards among the staff in secret to watch over you. You need not fear for assassination. Lord Phenex assured her. He could read between the lines. He knew what she really wanted. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me. No need to thank us, my lady. Lord Phenex smiled, slyly, sliding her packet back to her. However, there is something else you can do. The contract. She was no fool. She understood it before she had even agreed to come over. After all the loopholes you placed inside it, the contract that was voided the moment it actuated, you still want more. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Just a little renegotiation. A promise, your word as bond. Lady Phenex broached the subject, that the contract will be dissolved as per your wishes, come 7 years' time. I won't even be alive to do with it whatever you fear. She argued, but they didn't fall for it. We know about the contingency. That was all it took. She gave in. It wasn't like she had much choice anymore. Her pride was a mere shadow of its former self and her tempers had long cooled in the icy depths of the despair her sickness had wrought upon her. She had given up. As you wish. And the contract was made. She sunk into the reclining chair and let the relief wash over her, finally content in her son's safety. That was when Lord Phenex said something that completely rocked her world. Oh, and by the by, I had some good news for you, my lady. He smiled, like a man who had won 1,000 victories in one. Riser came up with a cure for the sleep disease. There's a cure. She couldn't help but exclaim, before she scanned the castle cautiously. We sent all the servants on a corporate retreat, just for this conversation. The secret is safe. Are you certain? She asked, as if what she had heard was a dream. Yes, Riser worked hard to make it specifically for you. You may doubt it, but he really does cherish Sarord like a brother. He only wants the best for him and by extension, for you. But how? He's a child. A 10-year-old, barely she sputtered. So was a Juka Beelzebub when he made the evil pieces. No older than 20. Riser Phenex. Her body went weak as she collapsed in her seat. When can I dash? It isn't complete yet, but by the time Serorg is ready, so shall it be. Lord Phenex explained, so you will witness it yourself, his ascension to the throne. Tears welled up in her eyes and she shook with sobs of joy. Thank you. She spoke amid hiccups, thank you so much. I am not the one you should be thanking, my lady. Lord Phenex pointed out. She looked up, her vision blurry as a sense of gratitude welled up within her along with a twinge of regret and guilt, with a side of shame. Yes. She smiled faintly, a little mischievous hint on its edges, allow me to thank the boy, after I wake up. Lord and Lady Phenex chuckled. As you please, Lady Misla. As you please. The Lady Misla stone of regret on this story is resolved. Mephisto is onto MC. And all the extra crap is dealt with. Tell me what you thought of the chapter. Any suggestions? Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 3,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 27, The Bet. After a proper farewell and just before the servants were due to return, we left for Kanto again, back to training, though this time, with a restocked storage full of Phoenix tears and the knowledge that Serorg was running on borrowed time, though he may not yet know it. His mother hadn't told him about her disease yet, and if I don't get his training done at least midway through the year so he can spend the rest of it with Mommy Dearest, he may well come to resent me for that once she's asleep. Not to mention, again, Lavinia Rennie. Damn it. I am skipping my first week if I need to get to Kuo and issue a search order for her. Tuki can wait. Then there's also the other 3 peerage members I had planned, all of whom could just really use the extra time together. With me, that is. In training. Every moment they are left to their own devices their potential further stagnates, and for 2 of them, who were born with Satan-class stats, that may not be a big deal but, yeah. It's time to take a little risk. I really gotta speed this up. We appeared in our rooms in the onsen, and made our way down to main hall, to announce our return. We didn't need to, Magari could sense us, really all of them could, being Senjutsu users and all, but it was a courtesy, a matter of respect. We're back. I slammed open the door and announced, only to have a sake cup slam into my face with enough force to send me flying into the wall. Don't slam the damn doors, you brat. Who's gonna repair them when they break? Magari was already drunk. It's 11 a.m. Kahahaha. I laughed and got up from the wreckage, dusting myself off as I noticed a guest in the house, alongside the row of elder Nicomedas lining the walls in polite sizes, and the pallet of snacks and drinks stacked up on the table, and what of the wall, you hag? Is the irony lost on your pea-sized shriveled bean of a brain? Yo, Nura-san. It's boss Nura to you. He corrected. Not my boss. I shrugged and he frowned at that, but ultimately gave up. Nyahaha. Obviously, Nyar going to repair it. She pointed out nonchalantly. I flipped her off and we smiled. I swear, it's affectionate. I snapped my fingers, a magic circle lit up beneath the wall and it began to return to way it once was, pristine within seconds, as if it had never been blown through. Imagination magic is a total cheat. Why are you both like this? Serorg muttered in defeat, while Dulio patted his back supportively. Welcome back, ya bats. How's was your visit home? She slurred a little, emptying her new cup of sake that a catboy placed before her. Great. Dulio had a picnic, we had a movie night, the whole shebang. I replied as we sat down, ready for Tuki training though. We'll get to it. She pawed lazily at me and turned to Nurarihion, with a shit-eating grin, see what I told ya, boss. Now pay up. You were betting on us? Serorg asked, a little confused. Things get boring around here, Saiboya, especially since we had to close down for the year for your training. Nurarihion reluctantly threw her a phoenix tear and she swiped it into her storage. Without guests, we gotta keep ourselves entertained somehow. More importantly, what was the bet? I asked, leaning one arm on the table. I bet I could get you 3 to awaken within 6 months. Boss here said no way. Rest is history. She snickered with a told you so look and Nurarihion looks beyond disgruntled at his loss. I blame you brats. He huffed, taking the bottle for a cup and chugging it directly. Stupid, over-talented bats, coming here ruining my day, humph. What a ghetto-ass community these folk have. Total redneck hillbillies the lot of them. Well, I suppose they do live in literal hill valleys. So, when do we start? I brought them back onto the topic, and Magari waved her paw in the air, tomorrow. Too drunk. Not in the mood. Then an idea seemed to strike her and she grinned mischievously. But, since boss is here, you're getting lucky. He'll teach you himself. Special lesson. No, I'm not. He downed the bottle and slammed it only the table, wiping his mouth. I was just leaving. Bus Nyan. Come on please. I don't want to work today, Naya, she whined, smacking her little kitty cat paws on the table like a baby, an 800-year-old baby, as she spread out onto it like a fluffy little marshmallow. You have the gall to say that after stealing one of my phoenix tears. He swished his kasaya dramatically as if to leave, but he clearly wasn't willing to let that vial go, but if you return that dash. No, Naya, Magari immediately rejected it. I won it fair and square. Now I didn't mind skipping the day. I had better things to do anyway. But I caught onto the opportunity before me that could save me an immense amount of effort and keep my personal risks down to a minimum. Say, boss Nura. I played to his ego and greed. If you really want another phoenix tear, I have one right here. I pulled one out and twirled it around my fingers. And what'll it cost me? I know you don't want a personal lesson, brat, so spill. He didn't reject me outright. That was a good sign. Why don't we make this fun? You like to bet, yeah? I offered. Depends on what we're betting. He was cautious, as he should be, not that that would save him. Simple. You hide, I seek. I placed the bottle on the table and gestured with open palms, making a balancing act, an unconditional favor for each vial. Your choice on how many you want to bet. He narrowed his eyes. How many you got? I grinned. More than you can afford. Cocky brat. Just pay me for the favors. Why bet? He snorted and waved me off, but his eyes never left the vial, especially as I added a second one, and then a third. Because you wouldn't do them even for triple the price, old man. Though I didn't say that. Because it's fun. I smiled innocently, but I could tell he wasn't buying it. 2 vials per favor. He demanded, fishing the waters. Sure. I agreed immediately and added another 3 vials into the line. Damn it. How dangerous are these favors, boy? Can't you just pay me? I didn't answer and simply upped the ante. 3 vials. No. I'm not doing it. Something is very fishy here. He said with his mouth, but his body answered something different entirely as he was still sat there, fingers tapping nervously on the table. He gulped, and though he tried to hide it, I could see he was beginning to consider it. Come on, surely the famously stealthy Nurarihion isn't afraid of losing a simple contest of hide and seek against a 10-year-old boy. I egged him on, and in the presence of his subordinates, he couldn't exactly refuse. Yeah, boss. You're not squat of a whittle boy, are ya? Magari joined in, enjoying herself even as Nurarihion gave her a dirty glare. What are these favors? He asked, ever more concerned now. You know what I'm hearing. Boop boop buckwalk. I mocked, and here I thought I was supposed to be the chicken. He looked around and saw all eyes on him, and though he wanted to refuse, the prize was just too valuable. Still, he was no fool. He knew that if I was betting this much on something, it must be because I had a plan. 3 times. He finally said, after a moment of consideration, you must find me 3 times to win. I pretended to think, before answering, 2 times. And you can't leave this room or move from your place once you've hidden yourself. 3 times. He felt more confident now, and I will stay in this room and not move, but neither can you. You have to stay seated there the whole time. And those 2 can't help you. Sure, but only if I get 3 favors. I amended the deal. Only if you find me all 3 times. If you miss even once, you lose. He countered. How about if I lose, whatever amount of favors I didn't get, I pay you for them at a fair price? Your ask. No discussion. Or even better, if I win, I will still pay you 1 vial per favor for 2 of them and you do the 3rd one for free. My choice of favors paid, of course. You really want this, don't you, brat? Nurarihion was amused. Now I am really scared as to what favors you will ask. He sighed, but in for a penny, in for a pound. All right, deal. He should be afraid. The things I was about to ask, he wouldn't do it usually even if I paid triple the price. I had to resort to this. Or wait 7 years. This was the obviously better option comparatively. Deal. I felt the contract settle over us and smiled. I had already won, he just didn't know it yet. Round 1. He said and disappeared into thin air. I tried sensing him using my magic sense, but there was no sign of him. No problem, I was just checking. I knew it probably wouldn't work, but it doesn't hurt to try. Besides, I already had a plan. I extended my senses through my wind manipulation trait and imbue it with the concept of life that we phoenixes were so close with, sensing for all living breathing life. A spell I had created after remembering the wind swordsman from the manga Ares, and perfected after seeing how Dulio used his sacred gear to naturally get a feel for his surroundings. Immediately, I could feel all creatures around me with every breath they took, their yuki appearing as a thick miasma in my senses, lingering around them like a cloud. Of course, being a master at stealth, I knew he would hide both his breath and aura entirely, along with hypnotically casting a suggestion that would obscure his location from the minds of anyone who could sense him, even if they did find him. It was a subtle thing, an anti-mimetic effect that most didn't even begin to consider about his skill, and something I only realized after my father, the one who helped me create this spell in the first place, failed to find him in that banquet hall. Which is exactly why I wasn't searching for places he could be. That was impossible anyways. I was searching for any corner of the hall where my senses told me he definitely wasn't, in fact those places where my senses said, don't bother even looking here. The parts one literally couldn't bring myself to look at, even if I tried. That was where he was. A spot in the left-hand corner of the room behind a five-tailed Nikomata elder who I unconsciously skipped. I wouldn't have even realized he was there if I hadn't counted the number of people in the room as soon as I had the idea of the bet and written it down on my palm with magic. I smiled, shut down all my senses, lest I accidentally point somewhere else due to his powers, and lifted my finger, pointing over to him, and at the same time trying not to even think about him or that general direction. There. I muttered as if detached from the context of the bet. It's just a word, I assured myself internally. Nurarihion's stealth, it was on a whole different level. A truly powerful conceptual ability, it negated all things that could be conceptually regarded as a sense, including the sense of language and direction, time and space, even something so abstract as the sense of context and correlation of identities. You found me. He sounded amused and intrigued. As I opened my eyes again and let my senses pour in again, I was wondering what tricks you had up your sleeve, but this is truly beyond my expectations. You looked for holes in your perception. Instead of looking for me, you looked for where I wasn't. A completely ass-backwards thought. He laughed, wonderful. This really is fun. He looked me in the eye, and I saw his competitive spirit was stoked. You won't win again, boy. With that he disappeared and I declared, round 2. Again, I spread my senses and tried the same trick, though I knew it wouldn't work again. As suspected, this time there wasn't just one void in my perception, there were even 2 dummies made of a semblance of his aura, as a distraction. And I smiled. This was even simpler than last time. Nurarihion's ego was hurt, but he wasn't going to be as impulsive this time. He was not about to bet again. So the choice was obvious, I didn't even bother to check anywhere else. He wasn't in any of those. I lifted my hand straight up and pointed to the ceiling. There. How? He shrieked, distraught, as he jumped down. Fairly obvious, if you ask me. I shrugged and he opened his mouth to counter but closed it again, accepting his defeat. This time. Don't get cocky now. He didn't seem as confident as before now, and I knew he wouldn't be pulling any tricks now. It was going to be a straight battle of skill versus skill. Or so he thought. Heh. Round 3. This time when I checked, the room was chock full of voids and decoy duplicates, even the ceiling and the floor. More than 40 separate iterations of either. This was no longer a bet, it was a matter of pride and skill, for him. Shame. To me it was a game I had just won. I simply let go of my spell and let his anti-mimetics take hold of my senses, distorting them to high heaven. I was straight up tripping, seeing things, shifting shadows, hallucinations, both auditory and visual, and even my 6th sense was so tangled up, it might as well not exist. But that was exactly what I wanted. I smiled and slammed my hand into the floor, as a black bubbling flame gurgled into existence before bursting into an inferno that consumed the room whole. Black flames of judgment. The completed version of the spell. And its target. The one person in the room who had attacked my senses. And that someone was about to have his world rocked by the equal and opposite reaction. His own senses deceived beyond recognition by my flames. Punishment fitting the crime. You distort my senses. The black flames of judgment will distort yours. Fool me and get fooled in return. To everyone else, the flame was utterly harmless, as if it didn't even exist, because to them, it literally didn't. But to him, he was seeing his subordinates go up in flames, their flesh melting off, their skin peeling as the flames charred them, fall off the bone good. How dare you? Stop this madness now, boy. He appeared before me instantly, his sword unsheathed, its tip drawing blood against the nape of my neck as I let go of the spell and pointed at him. There. At the same time his senses returned to normal as his own ability had stopped and he saw clearly what had happened. He looked around shocked as all eyes fell upon him and Magari was ready to jump in to stop him. Boss Nyan. Stop dash. He looked back at me in a mixture of horror and surprise. You brat, what did you do? How dash, he stuttered as he stumbled, dizzy from the counter-reaction to my spell and fell to the floor. I win. I declared with a smug grin. Fuck you. He muttered, rubbing his cocoon-shaped temples in pain, the same pain I had instantly recovered from, thanks to my regeneration. Damn brat. The bet with Nurarihayon. He lost the moment he agreed to it. Phew, 2,700 words. I really gotta start cutting these word counts short lol, but when them words start flowing, boy oh boy, do I lose myself into the process. Tell me what you thought. The black flames of judgment are really versatile and useful, aren't they? Also, we are about to reach 3,000 collections. Get ready for an extra chapter tomorrow. Not to mention 300 power stones. I am gonna have to pull double duty for the triple release lol. Anyways, thanks for reading. See ya. Chapter 28, The Deal. 300 power stones extra chapter as promised. Enjoy. It took him a while and a half to recover as he groaned himself back to a seated position. Phoenix tears. I offered him a vial as an olive branch. No. He rejected it, but I could tell the message got through from his expression. You won, boy. He sighed, gesturing me to move on. Go on, state your requests. Well, if you insist. I grinned, but before we begin. I pointed at the vial of Phoenix tears I had offered him. For your discretion. Not one word of this gets out, what has happened and will happen here today. I scanned the room, sending a warning with my eyes to all the Nikomata elders in the room, while Magari shamelessly swiped the vial off the table before I had even finished speaking. If anyone asks, Magari-chan won a bet against Nurasan and we were just here watching him be a sore loser. No need to worry, Naya. We're tight-lipped cats here, yeah. She looked back at the elders and they all nodded in unison. That's reassuring. I thanked them, now for my paid requests. I took back all but 2 of the vials of Phoenix tears we had bet, and pushed them to Nurarihayon. He picked them up and stored them in the sleeve of his kasaya as he spoke. Go on. My first request is a little complex. I want you to kill Glenda, Witch of the South. She is a part of the Wizards of Oz. I slid him a slip of paper with the coordinates. This is where their headquarters are, Emerald City, in the Dimensional Gap. He raised a curious eyebrow at that. Assassination. What is complex about that? He memorized the coordinates and burned the paper. A few things. First, it must look like an accident, if possible, or an assassination by some other rival faction, the kind of thing that does not lead back, in any way, to us. No witnesses either. That's simple enough. He agreed. But before that, I want you to observe her for a week or so. See what she does, where she goes, who she talks to. I danced around the subject, choosing my words carefully. I have reason to believe that she is doing something I'd rather she not. So if you see that she is about to adopt a child, or is preparing her home or a home, to welcome her, I want you to kill her before she manages to do that. He understood immediately. And if she has already adopted this child? What then? Kill her still, if possible, out of sight of the kid. We don't want her to be traumatized. But regardless, make sure to wipe the kid's memory and bring her to me. I tossed him a cell phone. Use this to contact me. Tell me if the kid hasn't been adopted yet. We will go adopt her. He nodded. Very well. But I must ask, why not just do it yourself? You don't know where this kid is. Unfortunately not. But I know this, Glenda's intentions with this kid are not good. She is a cold-blooded monster who will do anything to advance her understanding of magic and sacred gears. This kid, she isn't adopting her to give her a home. She is doing it to experiment on her. To pick her apart, slowly, to further her own goals. So don't feel too bad about ridding the world of the monster that she is. I said this more for the benefit of Dulio and Serord, who were sitting beside me, rather than anyone else in the room. Nurarihayon wasn't about to have second thoughts about killing someone after all. He was a yokai whose hands were stained in centuries of blood. One more wouldn't really matter much to him. Nurarihayon understood this and wisely kept his mouth shut about it. And your second request? This one's a lot simpler. I smiled. All I need you to do is kidnap a mother and son from Lusafad. Nurarihayon's eyes grew sharper at the mention of the city and he leaned forward. You don't mean Dash? Yes. Them. You want me to sneak into the house of Lucifer and steal his grandchild and daughter-in-law right from under his nose? Are you crazy? Don't tell me you, the great Daiyukai Nurarihayon, master of stealth, can't do it. Just because I can, doesn't mean I will. He protested. Rise of Imlavon Lucifer is not someone you can offend on a whim. He is a monster, in the truest sense of the word. And he will not care for it, even if you slaughtered his entire clan in front of him, much less kidnap 2 insignificant pests under his roof. He is utterly apathetic to everything that doesn't excite him. I countered, just don't get caught. That was a blatant lie. This was the exact sort of thing that would excite that bastard. But it was a risk I had to take now. Nurarihayon is the only one who can successfully evade Rizavim's senses and escape. More than that, he is the least likely suspect, because no one would imagine that Nurarihyon would do something like this. It simply makes no sense. And he knows it too, the drama queen. Bet he just wants to extort more Phoenix tears out of me. Most importantly, I had to do this now, before it is too late. I have no idea when he escapes his father or when his mother is mind-wiped and spirited away to the human world. All I know is that he is 13 years old at the start of / dog, which means he around 6 or 7 now, and he trained in Grigori before that, but after escaping his abusive father. That is a 7-year gap I know nothing about, and I can't exactly post a spy out there without showing my hand, the one thing that could lead to my doom. No, it must be done in secret and that I have no way of doing other than this. And I'll be damned if I let the crows get him first. Besides, this way he'll get to grow up in an actual family and learn to be a person instead of a battle maniac. Don't get caught, you say. As if they will just come with me without protest. They will. I smiled, and explained, they are both being abused by the Rays van Lucifer. He beats them and starves them, their days are spent in torture and pain. If you offer them escape and respite, they will take your hand in a heartbeat. Just remember to pick up the mother first, so she can convince her son. But again, leave no traces. It cannot lead back to us. I added. No shit, it can't lead back to us. Where will you keep them, where they will be unseen and out of his reach? He asked, frustrated. I cannot hide them forever. You won't have to. I will take care of that. All you need to do is get them to me unnoticed. I assured him, besides, don't tell me you don't like the excitement of the whole affair. Gets your blood pumping, no? It'll get my blood pumping all right, straight out of my body when he finds out what I have done and blows my head off. He won't find out. That I can promise. I assured him, just do the first request for now while I arrange for a safe house for them. Then all you have to do is deliver them both to me and your role is done. No one will ever know it was you. You are a headache, you know that, boy. He rubbed his temples and sighed, picking up one of the Phoenix tears and downing it. Nyahaha. Magari laughed at Nurarihyon's misery, told you he was a handful, didn't I, Boss Nyan? He gave her an annoyed glare and turned back to me. A murder in the dimension gap, a kidnapping in Lucifad. He spoke, almost intrigued, now I'm really dreading your last request. What next, a heist on heaven? He chuckled self-deprecatingly, but that laughter died down when he saw my face. Well, you're not that far off. I replied shyly. I snapped fingers, my creating a slip of paper with my magic, imbued with a spell that only let its intended recipient read it. A rather good use case for magic, a little anti-mimetic biddy based again on Nurarihyon's own ability that I managed to analyze and create in the time it took him to recover. Personally, I feel the people of this world don't use magic to its fullest extent, especially demonic magic. It was basically Arc of Embodiment ++ and they used it to throw fireballs and water whips and lightning bolts, and even when they get creative, quite literally, because it can be used to create objects from nothing, they only ever make swords or spear for temporary use. That's like if you had a Green Lantern power ring and all you used it for was to shoot green lasers and fly around. Oh wait, that's exactly what Green Lanterns do these days. What a waste of literal imagination magic, the kind of thing that can make your dreams come true, literally. Thankfully, whatever brain bug had gotten most of Devilkind had skipped me, and I can say, it was pure joy being able to use magic this way. Anything except holy attribute stuff, and I mean anything, even sacred attribute is allowed, if a bit weakened, was possible here. I slid the paper over to him and he went over the request, then looked back up at me incredulous, as if his mind refused to believe what his eyes were seeing. He looked back down to read it a second time. He looked back up at me. Then back at the slip. Then back at me. Finally, he slumped back against a wall and gave in. I shouldn't have been so hasty about taking that Phoenix tear. He muttered forlorn, and turned to Magari. Magari. The next time I make the mistake of drinking around this brat, just slit my throat. It'll be less painful. Ah, come on. It's not that bad. It's far, far worse. You're being dramatic. It's just a simple escort mission dash. Those are the worst kinds of missions. He interrupted, annoyed. You game. I was genuinely surprised. We're Yukai, not savages. And I need something to occupy my time. Life here is insanely boring. Even more so when you live for hundreds of years. 2 favors. He tried negotiating, but I shut him down. You can't do this to me, boy. Be reasonable. He begged, 5 favors. I am being reasonable. I argued. Reasonable. Reasonable and Preta Hell do not exist in the same sentence. He shouted, at the end of his rope, one does not simply walk into Preta Hell. The Hindu pantheon will have my scalp for this. There won't even be dandruff left of me once they're done with me. Wow. A little louder, please. Why don't you announce it to the whole world? I snapped back sarcastically, besides, that is if we get caught. You don't understand, do you? Indra's eye sees all, it scours flesh and stone alike. Nothing is hidden from him. That gave me pause. Maybe this needed more consideration. So you are afraid of something. And you still want to go through with it. Are you crazy? No, of course you're crazy. You were born crazy. Your mother was born crazy dash. Hey. No words on mother. I warned, my tone chilling. Screw you and the horse you rode in on. You're asking me to sign my own death sentence. He was down to rambling now, the alcohol he had chugged was finally hitting his systems, so yes, your whole family is out of their damned minds. All right, enough wallowing. I relented, his looked up, eyes full of hope only to be crushed instantly. We don't have to do it now. We can do it in a few years. Oh. Oh, such wonderful news. I can have a delay in my death sentence for a few years. How mighty generous of you, you fucked up little chicken shit piece of dash, he finally broke and lunged at me. Magari finally stepped in, separating us both. Enough, boss Nyan. You promised. And didn't you sneak into Naraka regularly back in the day? No need to be so dramatic. You're drunk. Sober up first. Back then I had help. Friends in high dash, he stopped as a realization struck, ah. Boy, you might just be in luck. Why is that? I asked. While I have been barred from entering Naraka again dash. Because he kept riling the Rakshasas up into rebellion for shits and giggles. Magari commentated in the middle and he grabbed her by her tiny little face and squished it, even as she giggled like a little girl, flailing happily in his arms. As I was saying, before someone rudely interrupted. He noogied her, I have a friend who may be able to help you. He is in the service of Indra now, so he has access to the 7 realms of Naraka. Sun Wukong. I put a name to it. Great, you know him. Is there anyone who doesn't know the great sage equal to heaven? TCH. That pretentious title, he used to lord it over me all the time, only to get put in his place by that young upstart Buddha. Nurarihayan reminisced. So. I dragged him back to the point. He owes me a favor for stealing him some immortal peach wine from back in the day, good stuff, and I'll call it in. You can go with him and have your 5 minutes of flame in there. But never ask me for a favor ever again. Deal. I smiled, my mission fulfilled. I got up to get on with my day, I had a trip to Kuo to plan, a bunch of other stuff to practice, etc., when suddenly everyone went stiff, as if on alert. Steam wafted off of Nurarihayan and Magari as they purged the alcohol in their systems, and jumped to their feet. What's happening? I couldn't help but ask. Someone's here. Magari said, and they aren't hiding their presence anymore. You noticed too? Nurarihayan smiled, his hand to his sword, I was wondering how long he was going to keep quiet. Thankfully, I had warded the room before we started talking so the contents of my deal weren't in danger of being leaked, but for them to be so spooked. Who the fuck is that? I looked out and saw someone standing atop a tree in the distance, red and scaled, 2 gnarled horns coronating his temples. Finally, I recognized him. Mephistoheles Queen. Blaze Meteor Dragon King. Tanin. The deal is made. Bova Tanin enters the scene, and he just sucks at spying. Tell me what you thought of the chapter. Was getting Valley rushed? His existence won't be revealed to anyone, of course. Hashtag Secret Peerage. What would you suggest? Thanks for reading. The 3000 Collections chappy is being written as we speak. Will be out in a few hours. Till then, don't forget to donate your Power Stones, and if reach 600 Power Stones, that's another extra chapter. See ya. Chapter 29, Humbling. Couldn't sleep. Here's the 3000 Collections chapter. Enjoy. He's here for me. I said as I got up to go meet him, Dulio, sigh. Hide. That much is obvious. Nurarihayan replied, and seeing my curious look explained, he has 3 streams of intent. 2 are on us, but the thickest one is concentrated all on you. I see. Senjutsu can be used to this degree of accuracy. Feints and distractions simply don't work against a Senjutsu users, it seems. Gotta make a counter for that when I learn it. I returned my attention the Dragon King as he floated over to us, and I slammed the door shut behind me. Hello. He greeted, I have come to enjoy a relaxing time in the onsen. We are closed, for renovations. Magari improvised, there was a sign up the road. Learn to read. I see. I must have missed it. He said, but I'm certain you could accommodate 1 guest. No. Company policy. Sorry. Magari refused. Very well. Then I shall simply wait for it to be finished with the renovations. He raised a hand and pointed in the distance, as a magic circle appeared, opening up a cave on the side of the mountain. I sighed. Let's end this charade. I have places to be. Did Mephisto send you here to kill me? He was stunned for a second before putting on a poker face and answering robotically. He reacted much more to the Mephisto part than the killing part, and I'm guessing he isn't giving off any killing intent seeing as how Magari and Nerarihion's tensions have lightened. I am simply a regular guest at the onsen. Trying to enjoy my time off. He sucks at lying. Goodness. He sucks so much. At least that confirms he isn't here to kill me. Who died and made you a spy? I chuckled. I am not a spy. I am simply a guest. He repeated and I stopped him. Let me guess, he wants to have a measure of me. And he sent you because he trusts you the most. Finally, he relented. Gahaha. Yes. Tannen admitted with a laugh, I was sent here to spy on you. You really are as smart as he said. No, no, no. Magari waved her paw in the air, a 3-year-old could have figured that out. Rude. I huffed. I don't know if I should praise or insult Mephisto's choice. But you're certainly stubborn enough to not return empty-handed. I crossed my arms, thinking for a moment, choosing my next words carefully to gauge his reaction, but I know you two have responsibilities and duties, managing your lands, training your children. Do you really want to spend the next 6 months sitting day in day out in a cave watching 10-year-olds fight? He gave it a thought for a long moment and asked. Do you have an alternative? As bad as he was as a spy, he was at least smart enough to catch on to the hidden meaning in my words. He was just too honest and guileless to deceive others. He really is better dealt with using straightforward sincerity. A simple man. I like simple men. You are a warrior, aren't you? Yes. How does that help me? He asked humbly. He didn't consider it lower than himself to take the opinion of child. That is admirable. I had half expected to be brushed off at the very start itself. But I suppose that is to be expected of the man who gave up his identity as a dragon king to serve in hell, literally, all for the sake of his species of dragons, who need dragon apples to survive, the same dragon apples that only grow in hell. An honorable, humble warrior who values duty over pride. How do warriors get to know each other? I pointed out. He nodded understandingly. You wish to fight. He scratched his chin thoughtfully, very well. Let us save time and have a conversation with our fists. Better than having him hang around when I bring my new peerage members back. That news leaking would be a disaster. You'll save me if he tries to kill me, right? I asked Magari and Nerarihion, just to be safe. Nah. Magari replied. Go die. Nurasen added, flipping me off. How reassuring. I said with a deadpan glare. Gahahaha, worry not, young Phoenix, I am not one to betray the trust of a fellow warrior. Tannen slapped a hand on my shoulder, with such force that it cracked the ground beneath my feet. Come, let us take the fight somewhere less populated. Yes, just one moment. I turned to Magari and Nerarihion, can you make that twilight barrier thing? I gestured with my hands, from the first time we visited your castle. I'd prefer to keep our fight a secret. They nodded and Magari shouted. Kids, come on now. You heard I'm. The elder Nikomata all stood up, and jumped into the courtyard. Wait kids. They're your children. Munya. Of course they are. She mewed proudly, where do you think all these little idiots came from? No, I just can't believe some idiot slept with you 5 times given how childish you are. I stuck out a tongue at her. Naya haha, don't doubt my fertility, Naya. These 5 are all from my first litter alone. She ignored my insult and strut around the 5 elders proudly, rubbing against their legs, as they squirmed with embarrassment, with some even muttering mum, softly, as if to protest the affection. I guess the parent-child dynamic doesn't change, no matter how old you get. Sometimes I wonder how she survived all these years being such a silly little cat, but then I remember her true form was a terrifying, 10-foot-tall, 4-eyed, 7-tailed monstrosity and yeah, no. That makes sense. In the Nikomata world she probably the hottest GILF around. Seeing them all gathered, I pointed to the ground and created a teleportation circle, transporting us all to a hidden little valley a little ways from where we were, surrounded by 4 mountains on each side. The cat elders split up and moved to their respective positions while Magari and Nerarihion helped with the initial casting. Slowly, the afternoon sun began to dim as a dark, dreary canopy set upon the sky, covering us and the entire area in dim, evening light that colored the world as purple as Tannen's scales, before the effect stabilized and the color turned a moderate blue-gray, reflecting the fake moon in the sky. Tannen and I squared up against each other, right in the middle of it, demonic powers flaring to attention. So, do I make the first move or dash? Go ahead, young Phoenix. It wouldn't be right for me to aggress. He offered politely. Guess it is me then. I raised my leg and stamped on the ground, a crimson hellfire blooming upon my soul, that coursed through the ground in great luminescent veins, melting through dirt and flesh in a little move I like to call, the floor is lava. My hands turned to claws, I raised them to the sky, and the ground rumbled beneath me as 8 giant snakes of lava shot out from the ground, 6 feet thick and dozens of meters long, barreling towards him. Impressive. Tannen smiled, but nowhere enough. He reared back one fist and with pure physical power, tore through one, then another, tanking 3 with his body alone before he sent the last 3 flying with a roundhouse kick that cleaved through them like butter, splattering the mountainside in a golden shower of lava. The trees around had already caught fire, but that last move sent it rolling up the hillside in a great inferno, just as planned. I was just testing the waters. The metaphorical appetizer. I shrugged. Is it my move then? He asked, and I grinned. Nope. I disappeared. Hellfire fluttered at my heels as I sped along the mountain tops away from him, casting spell after spell on myself. Hellfire boost. Haste X3. Misty step. I flickered from mountaintop to mountaintop, leaving a trails of burning hellfire in my wake as Tannen watched me curiously for a moment before he gave chase. The ground burst beneath his feet in great waves as he shot towards me, making up the distance in an instant. What a terrifying physique. Just the perfect gauge to see exactly how strong I have become. Seeing that he was about to catch up, I gathered 2 balls of wind in my hand, and he noticed. Those won't even tickle me, he said, his clawed hand reaching out to grapple me when I slammed the first into my side. They're not for you. I escaped his grasp and he, moving at such a speed, kept barreling through, unable to turn in time. He skid to a stop some dozen meters away, carving a trench into the ground with his feet as he turned towards me, but it was too late. The second wind burst hit my side and I spun like tornado, one hand reaching outwards for that final boost. Whoosh! The wind exploded behind me and I turned heel, heading straight back at him, only this time I had the momentum of a storm behind me. One leg outstretched as I spun, dark, biting winds whirled around it with an ungodly force that tore even my own leg apart at its seams. A move that was inspired by Inazuma 11 and came at the cost of a leg, something only a Phenex could afford to use. Eye of Jupiter. The winds howled, ripping out entire chunks of the ground, trees, and all in their wake, and before he could react, my leg slammed into him with force of a hurricane. The dark storm exploded in his face as he lifted his hands to block it, shattering the hillside beneath our feet and burying him under a literal mountain of rubble as the explosion turned into a landslide, shaving the hillside into a cliff that led right back to the bottom of the valley. But of course, that wasn't enough to down him. Warwick. His roar shook the entire valley, and from beneath the rubble seeped out a truly enormous aura, tinged with a pinkish red and emanating such power that I even forgot to breathe for a brief second. Shit. With one decisive move I tore off my own leg and burned through my demonic power, regenerating the leg back instantly. My wings flushed out fully, panning 8 feet across in feathers made of flame, and with a single beat, I fled into the sky like a comet returning home, streaking embers marking my ascent. Below, the entire valley had flooded with hellfire now, consuming the lives of all plants and creatures living within. A spell born at the cost of a great many lives, made to ensure complete obliteration. As I reached the peak of my ascent, I clapped my hands, and out erupted flame, beautiful and red, flowing like silk and wine between my palms, forming a sleek and breathtaking bow of hellfire, with curved eaves and burning twine. With one hand I activate the spell carved into the valley by the blood and flame below, and pulled gently, as if a weaver upon a loom. With a single tug, the flames below began to flow and fly upwards, coalescing into one singular arrow, whirling, twisting, condensed into the form of an almost solid frame, leaving naught but ash in their wake. Just in time too, as the rubble below exploded and out walked Tannen. Unscathed. Is that all you have got, boy? Sheesh, I know you're tough, but still, way to show me. His aura brimming with excitement, he looked straight up at me and took the challenge. His dragon aura gathered into his mouth, his throat gurgling with barely contained flame that he condensed just like me. A 1-to-1 comparison of flame. Dragon shot. Firebird of ruin. We both attacked at the same time, and for a brief moment the whole valley lit up as the explosion rocked through it, binding all who dared to look at it. Which, in fact, was the entire point. Gravity enhancement. Momentum burst. Hellfire boost. I cast spell after spell onto myself as I used the cover of light to shoot straight down like a meteor, which, coincidentally, was the final spell of the combo. Imbuing the concept of a meteor into my very bones, I formed an arcane shell with my wings wrapped around me like a blanket of flames as a sonic boom echoed out behind me. Boom. Another finisher move. Meteor impact. I crashed straight into him with the force of a meteor, the force of the impact blowing open a crater into the earth, only, it was beneath his feet. He hadn't even bowed from it. From the impact. With one outstretched arm he grabbed me by the head, grinning ear to ear with excitement, his menacing teeth on full display, and he laughed. Clever tricks are never a match for raw power, boy. His grip on my head tightened as he formed a knife hand with his claws. Remember that the next time you challenge someone to a fight. Poochie. His hand tore through my guts, ripping out my intestines and stomach, my blood and bile mixing on the ground with a satisfying sizzle, as my lower half separated from my body entire. And I looked into his eyes and smiled. You've never tasted my tricks before. I gurgled out. In a flash I wrapped my arms around his hand and he let go of my head, but it was already too late. He had sliced through me like a hot knife through butter and now it was payback time. My claws dug into the flesh of his arm, though I barely managed to pierce skin, and that was enough. Black flames of judgment. An oilyish black flame bubbled up from beneath my hands and wrapped around his arm at the shoulder, whirring like a buzzsaw, eating through him like ants on candy. This was the best property of the new and completed spell. I can move the damage reflected onto any part of the body I choose, in any way I choose. You made a hole in my stomach, now you get a fresh new hole where your arm used to be. In the time it takes a thought to pass, the black flames had already eaten halfway through his arm and seeing that nothing he was doing was stopping it, he made a decision only a seasoned warrior would make. He severed his own arm and with that same motion grabbed it, and... splat. My consciousness went blank, my ears stopped ringing. Complete oblivion. And then... Biwa. I died. I took deep wheezing breaths as my memories from moments ago returned to me, right with my now regenerating head as my body lay kneeling on the charred soil below. He blew my head clean off. He blew my head clean off using his own severed arm like a bludgeon. My head. For the first time this life. My head, am I, who am I? Am I the same person the same riser? I began to hyperventilate, clutching my chest as I fell over. I looked at the burning splatter of my former head. My vision swam, my mouth felt like vomit and... my memories. Bwah. I hurled my newly regenerated stomach out. Magari was at my side before I knew it, cushioning my head as Nurarihion splashed wine onto me. Then I blacked out. MC gets humbled. The true difference between low ultimate class and peak ultimate class is more than a spell can cover, especially when you add the advantages of a dragon's body and hundreds of years of battle experience. A brutal beatdown. Tell me what you thought. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. 600 power stones, total, we're already over 300, one extra chapter. 4,000 collections, one extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 30, Interlude, Mephisto and Ajuka. Mephistopheles POV. Lord Ajuka. I greeted the Satan Beelzebub with a bow, thank you for agreeing to meet me on such short notice. I apologize for disturbing you. Ajuka Beelzebub stopped his tinkering and spun around from his desk, looking up at me. Mephisto, you've known me since my childhood. You mentored me throughout the war. You can just call me Ajuka. Is there really a need for such formality between us? If you insist, Ajuka. There, much better. He smiled bewitchingly, brushing aside his lime green hair as he rested his face on his hand, looking listless as ever. You're here about the DevilNet, aren't you? There was a carefully cultivated aura of mystery around him, helped along, no doubt, by his vast intelligence. Something about how having a mysterious atmosphere was cool and devilish, like a last boss or an eminence in the shadows. He may be grown now, but with how he acts, in my eyes, he still looks like the young boy who came to me seeking guidance all those centuries ago. Though, I am not fool enough to mistake whimsy for naivete. To have seen through my visit and broached it so openly, he must have something planned, no doubt. You know me too well. I praised, he did like his praise, if I remember right. He let out a mock sigh, like an estranged wife. You never visit me without reason. I almost feel forgotten. I simply do not wish to interfere with your duties as Satan. I replied diplomatically. Ah, you're no fun. He spun around in his chair, grabbed a sheaf of papers. One of my subordinates reported it to me because it had my name on it. He flipped through the papers, Ajukanet. Ajuka module. Ajuka browser. Beals browse. The list goes on. Very thorough. They see real potential in their venture. I replied, pulling in a spare chair to sit down opposite him. And a threat to your telephone service. Ajuka smiled knowingly. I told you someone would come up with something new if you didn't stop scalping them. This is on an entirely different scale. Their chat room he cut me off. Is that all you think they are doing? He asked, here, take a look. He handed me a sheet with key terms circled in red, with notes besides them. Faustian Bargain, an online marketplace. But no one trusts anyone to buy things online. It's filled with scams. I pointed out and he laughed. In the human world maybe. But here, enforced with magically binding devil contracts. He didn't need to say more. My breath hitched as a whole new world was revealed to me, my hands clamming up at the thought. How did I not realize this? This is dangerous, I muttered. That isn't even the half of it. Their plans are far, far grander in scale than just that. Ajuka said, twirling a pen in his hand, this will reshape the world as we know it, if it works that is. Riser Phenex has outdone himself. It wasn't Riser, I clarified. The way you said that, I'm guessing it's not Riser either. Riser Phenex. But he's only 10. Curious, smart boy, yes, and very perceptive but nothing out of the ordinary. Some of the blueprints here would take years of research. Not for Ajuka Beelzebub, I replied. Yes, but the realization seemed to dawn on him, is he? I fear so. I fueled his suspicion, and clever too, to be able to hide it for so long. Ajuka, however, seemed impressed rather than worried. I suppose you want me to take control of this venture, in the name of state security. Ajuka firmly guessed my line of thought, but that was to be expected. There is a clause in the law I know the law, Mephisto. I wrote it. Ajuka stopped me, I will not be applying it. The political fallout from such an action would be catastrophic. Not if we split the profits evenly between the noble houses, I suggested. House Phenex is a noble house, he pointed out, and we Satans must appear neutral, at the very least. He must be worried about House Astaroth then. Everyone knows how they have abused his position to gain power and influence. If he acts unfairly here, the noble houses already displeased with them will have all the ammo to bring them down. Then. I heard you were working on a computer. Perhaps we can cut them in line for it and share the profits. Their copyrights are sufficiently different and more advanced than mine. All I can offer is prior use. Even then, will you be able to upgrade them in time to match their production? That is not even counting their distribution system and signal towers. You won't be able to match that bandwidth with the UTL. He carefully shot down every idea I had until there was nothing left except one last move. Unless you help me, I offered, for a price, of course. I heard you helped Lord Phenex in a little power play recently. Say, double that off the war debt. Some extra provisions on foreign relations. What do you think? You cannot seriously be comparing a guest appearance at a child's birthday with seizing the means of communication for the underworld. Ajuka chuckled, but there was a sternness to his voice now. That much power, in the hands of a noble house, is not safe, I argued. I cannot simply let them get away with it. House Citri owns a majority of the underworld's hospitals. House Bale has a personal army twice the size of the rest of the houses combined. Don't think I don't know what you do with all the calls you transfer. The underworld's greatest intelligence network. I wonder how the noble houses will see it once they learn of it. I believe they will say, what did you call it? Too much power. Yet either Surzex or I can demolish all of these in a night. So long as we exist, there is no such thing as a house having too much power. As for Riser Phenex and his intelligence, he is not a super devil. No matter how hard they try, that is a gulf that cannot be crossed with mere contracts. And talents must be nurtured, for the underworld to prosper. I will not move against House Phenex on this issue, he warned, and neither will you. I sunk into my seat, and slumped, rubbing my thumb nervously over my forefinger, as I contemplated another argument, anything to make him see. Should I reveal the Longinus? Or Serord Bale? No. That is my last ploy. The only blackmail I have that is ought to work. Then, it struck me. A vengeful thought. To match pettiness with pettiness. There is no way for us to corner them now, conventionally or without state interference, except this. I showed him the paperwork he had handed me, pointing to a certain entry. If we want an in on this project, we can only try riding along on their own rails. And demolishing them before the train arrives. An operating system. It clicked to him as soon as I spoke. Yes. That could work. It will be incomplete, just as are my computer designs. I got sidetracked with a few ideas and did not realize there were others who would try getting their foot in on this side of the business so soon. It was why I wasn't able to copyright the personal computer like they did. He explained, now, it is too late. But there is one thing they haven't completed yet. Operating systems take time to develop. As do search engines. If they are pursuing development with Golden Dawn, it will take them at least a year to come out with a finished product. He understood my intent perfectly. I smiled, wide and filled with cunning. Grausauber can do it faster. We can simply undercut them in terms of their operating system and hold the release for ransom. We don't need to be better than them, just faster. With the prior use clause for Ajuka's half-finished computers, a shoddily made, rushed-out operating system, and the horrible bandwidth of the UTL, we can outmatch them in the run to the market and poison consumer trust against all products in this line. Once people spend their money on a faulty product like that, they will never trust another product in the same line of technology again. The threat of destroying their market before it is even created. A truly diabolical move, fitting for a devil. If I can't have it, neither can you. Mutually assured destruction. They will do anything to avoid that after all of their investment in this. At that point we can simply leverage that threat for a stake in their venture. Fine. Ajuka sighed, and I looked up at him with surprise. I didn't expect him to agree so easily. Don't look at me like that. I will help you this once, for old time's sake. He slipped out a sheet of paper from his desk and handed it to me. His computer designs. And mixed with them were the beginnings of an operating system as well as the bare minimum of instructions. Ajuka. I bowed deeply, thank you. This was not an idea he had come up with on a whim. To have this much work prepared, he must have anticipated the conversation entirely in advance, every word, every thought I could have, every move I could make. He was simply waiting for me to come to the conclusion on my own, like a shepherd guiding sheep. As terrifying as always, this student of mine. You are certainly not welcome to try that again. He joked, but I got the message. There will be no next time with this sort of favor. Nevertheless, it was worth it. With this threat and Sarorg's secret, they will have to surrender a piece of the pie to me, and I like to take big bites. Just then, Tannen walked into the office, carrying his own severed arm and looking around confused as he took in the surroundings. You have some strong wards around here. I had to teleport outside and walk in. He noted, before bowing to the both of us in greeting. Lord Mephisto, Lord Ajuka. Back so soon? I asked subtly, and what happened to your arm? Riser Phenex happened. Clever boy, just as you said, Lord Mephisto. Strong too. Managed to take my arm before I did him in. He spoke casually but his words sent a chill down my spine as Ajuka's demonic power burst out, suffocating the room. Mephistopheles. The wrath in his voice terrified me to my core. I sent he was a spy. I stuttered out under the pressure, my heart nearly stopped, crushed under his power, not an assassin. The pressure disappeared in an instant as he turned to Tannen. Satan's damn it Tannen. Mind your phrasing. I shouted, glaring at him with all my hate. Gahaha. I apologize. It has been a while since I had this much fun fighting a weaker opponent. I lost control of my tongue. Tannen laughed jovially. Explain. I growled, and he began to recap his experience with Riser Phenex. Ultimate class at just 10 years old. I turned to Ajuka, and you were underestimating him. He was merely high class when I met him, just about 3 months ago. Ajuka recalled. From high class to low ultimate class in just 3 months. This level of growth was terrifying in its own right. How did he get so strong so fast? Did he get a sacred gear to compensate? Flame shake perhaps? Ajuka asked. Tannen shook his head. Didn't feel like a sacred gear. He said, the boy was trained by those East Yukai hooligans. His body was chiseled like a warrior's. That is something I respect. He is a hard-working boy. Those black flames of his were very powerful too. If this defeat does not break him, I see a bright future ahead of him. He might just come to match you, Ajuka. I reiterated, just to nail in the idea, or if not, then at least Seraphal Citri or Falbium Asmodeus. Ajuka finally relented. I suppose he is a person of interest. He said, but warned, but I would not rush to name a child a threat in such haste. If I ever find out you were spying, the air quotes on that word made his intentions plenty clear as he gave a look towards Tannen, on him again, there will be consequences, Mephisto. I gulped as the pressure returned again for just a brief moment before it disappeared. The underworld needs all the talents it can get. I will not have you jeopardize his growth again. Am I understood? Yes, Lord Ajuka. I returned to my polite tone and this time he did not correct me. Just then, Tannen butt in with a request. Lord Mephisto, I ran out of Phenex tears. Could I borrow one from you? He wiggled his severed arm and for a moment I had the unwise urge to shove it up him, where the sun didn't shine. But he is a valuable subordinate. Yes, happy thoughts. Happy thoughts. I took one out and threw it at him. Go home and recover. I stood up and bowed again, I bid you farewell, Lord Ajuka. Thank you for your time and assistance. And somewhere deep in his eyes, I could see him hurt from that. It hurt me too, though I would never admit. Perhaps I should visit him more often, lest this bond be broken beyond repair. Yes, let's do that. As for Riser Phenex, let him grow. There was no other choice left for me now. If he can be controlled, good. If not, perhaps, after a time has passed, and this incident has faded from memory, Riser Phenex might just find himself on the wrong end of a light spear some random day. Yes. I hear Kokabeel is looking for support in some land acquisition. He might just end up getting it sooner than expected. I smiled, storing away the documents from Ajuka as I teleported to Grausauberer. Time to brew some digital poison. Mephisto used plot. It was not effective. Ajuka used good intentions. Mephisto is down. Next time, MC recovers, and we clear Belial and Lavinia Rennie. Till then, thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 600 Power Stones, total, second extra chapter. 4,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 31, A Death in Oz. I stirred awake softly, the light hurting my eyes as my mother came into view, my head in her lap, her hands caressing my hair gently. And with wakefulness came the memories, buzzing like TV static in my head, a set of two, one my old memories in full, and the second a replay of the fight, the utter beatdown I received. The moment my mind fritzed, and my hands began to shake. Fear. Absolute terror. My breath hitched, and my chest began to palpitate, as I buried my face in my mother's stomach, wrapping my shaking hands around her. The shakes didn't stop, but in her warm embrace, they did lessen. It's okay, Riser. Mama's here. She cooed, rubbing my back reassuringly, no one will hurt you while I am around. Her soothing voice began to calm me down, and slowly, I felt something settle in my gut. I didn't know how long I stayed like that, but by the time I came to my senses again, it was evening. The sun was setting outside, and my mother has slumped against her chair, dozing off, her arms wrapped around me ever protectively. It filled me with a warm and fuzzy feeling of love and affection. I nuzzled into her hug one last time before slowly, carefully, squeezing out of it. We were still in the Ryokan, so Magari and company must have called for my mother after the disaster that was my match against Tannen. The first time I had felt that much power. I thought I would at least be able to put up a fight, but, other than our flames, which matched in power, he was so far above me in every other aspect it wasn't even a fight. He toyed with me, the whole time. He held back and still wiped the floor with me. The thought sent shivers down my spine. Knowing the difference in theory was much different than experiencing it firsthand. If that is just peak ultimate class, how strong are those at Satan class? Chief God class? Top 10 class? Scary, isn't it? I heard a familiar voice call out from the side. Ruvel. How are you feeling now? Head still all fritzy? He asked, gesturing me to follow him outside. Yeah. A little. I pinched my fingers to show. He nodded understandingly. That's what happens when the memories come crashing back. It's like an injection of information all at once, and the brain just can't process that, so you black out. Will that always happen or? Not always. Remember how itchy your regeneration was when you first started? I nodded. Yeah. I just learned to ignore it afterwards, same with the pain, though that never fully went away. Same thing here. Get your head blown off enough times and you learn to stop focusing on the memories. But it's an automatic thing. That's like saying stop swimming to a man caught in the rapids. It's exactly like that. He emphasized, stop swimming. Sink to the bottom. Stop thinking entirely and learn to react on instinct. It comes with practice, don't worry. He clapped his hands, rubbing them together and made a come on gesture. Let's go. Out with all the questions. I know you have some. We'll do a speed round. I thought for a moment, hesitating to ask. Am I still the same Riser? Yes. That's what Regal asked the first time too. And yes, you are the same person you were. This isn't a Ship of Theseus situation. You are the exact same Riser Phenex as before, metaphysically, literally, theoretically, every Kali way you can think of. That's just how our bloodline works. So don't harbor any doubts about this stuff or you'll end up like Regal. I could sense the anger in his voice. His 5th rating game match was against Tannen. Guess what happened? Does Tannen have a fetish for crushing heads or something? I joked. He's a seasoned warrior. After fighting me so many times, he realized that the easiest way to deal with a Phenex is to blow off our heads. I was so pissed off that I spent a truly stupid amount of time blowing off my own head till I learned to counter it, but Regal, he never learned it. I still regret not giving him this talk, for not seeing the signs then, that I see so clearly now. His voice turned somber. He's never fought again, you know. I know how he seems now, but he wasn't always like this. Regal used to be just as enthusiastic as you about training. Don't blame Tannen, by the way, anyone else who knew would have done the same. He was just the first to figure it out in this generation, and the rest never did because I overcame the limitation and hid it well. That's why I'm telling you this, Riser, what I wish I had told him back then. The only way out is through. Keep moving forward, because if you stop now, it's over. I understood the severity of the reminder, even more so because I knew what was coming for us in the future. Never give up. I repeated to myself. There's the Riser I know. He patted my back, and stood up gesturing me to follow him to the yard. "What are we doing here?" I asked, though I already had an inkling of exactly what. "What else?" "Practice. I'm going to keep blowing your head off till you learn to take it. Here's how we'll do it. I'll blow off your head, and the moment you regenerate you take as many steps forward as you can." He pointed to the 10 or so feet between us, and smiled sadistically. "When you can reach me in one go, we'll stop." Damn it. I have other stuff to do. He's already preparing a hellfire shot. Wait, dash. Boom. Splat. I blacked out. Again. And so it began. X. Nurarihyon POV. Nurarihyon had moved through the Emerald City unseen and unheard, like a phantom in the shadows. Resplendent with all sorts of magics and artifacts, the capital of Oz, the country of magicians, for magicians, by magicians, was a sight to behold, one that he would have very much liked to tour in a time of relief, but that was not today. Today, he had a mission. Out through the gates, south of the city, in the wildlands ravaged by the spatial winds of the dimensional gap, after half a day of travel, stood a castle. Pink-washed and chock full of security spells, much like a military compound. Entry in and out was restricted only at those who had been keyed into it. The gates wouldn't even open for him. But that was no problem. He waited another day outside, hiding under the eaves of the portcullis, waiting, watching, until it opened. Someone was coming out. And he rushed in. Swooping through the corridors and hallways, the labs and dungeons, he scoured each room, each door, till he came upon hers, deep in the heart of the castle. Another wait, another attendant followed in. Large and richly furnished, with a dozen types of security on top of the general wards, it was a stately room, fit for a king. Or in her case, a queen. To the side, he could hear the shower running, the witch was in the bath. And he was short on time. While the attendant made the bed, he snooped around the room, swiping through files and documents as he gathered what information he needed. Buried deep under the pile of papers, he found it. An adoption application. SOS Shelters, Vienna, Austria. Pending approval. Good. The boy would like that news more than most. He spied the dates on the bunch, 2 months of screenings, tests, the whole kit and caboodle. That also gave him the address of the home and an upcoming appointment with child services and a court date. Next week. Thank their distinctly European bureaucracy, the girl was still in the orphanage, from delay after delay on the application. Just in time for him to swoop in. Now, all that was left was to find his target, and the bathroom door opened, steam wafting out from it, and Nurarihyon put down the papers, not even bothering to replace them where he had found them, before quietly moving to the end of the room. At least he wouldn't have to wait much longer. A beautiful woman around the age of 40 emerged from the steam, long light brown hair draped over her wet body, and soft almond eyes framed by smile lines. Below he spied all the right curves in the right places, and those thighs, he licked his lips. Just his type. A ripe, mature fruit. Shame he had to kill her. It was a waste of such delicious booty. But a deal is a deal. "Lena, could you get me a bite to eat?" She asked the attendant, and she nodded, making her way out. The door closed behind her. Perfect timing. Too perfect, he knew. He had already been ready to strike by the time she spoke. "Come out already." Her entire demeanor had changed. "I know you're there. Or would you rather I ring the alarm?" Nurarihyon complied. He had nothing to fear. She was hardly peak high class, and escaping the castle would be far easier than entering it. "It seems I have degenerated in skill if everyone seems to find me these days." He chuckled. "Do not blame yourself. I am simply used to the lascivious gazes of men." She finished drying her hair and turned to face him. "Nurarihyon. I'm honored that such a beauty knows my name." He walked around her, a secret admirer, perhaps. His yuki glinted in his hands, a death curse forming on it, attracting her attention. Why would the great Daiyukai of the East want my poor little life? She put on a lustful facade as she sat down on the bed, crossing her legs suggestively, "When I could offer you so much more." Tempting, very tempting. He laughed, tempering his burgeoning lust. As polite and tame as he had become in this new age, people tended to forget that he was a spirit of lust and defilement, overall. Invasion and penetration. Thievery and adultery. Or as they called it these days, NTR. His most famous legends were those where he defiled wives in front of their husbands, daughters before their fathers. A thief of innocence and murderer of love. Alas, it is not to be. And why is that? She said, but her eyes were colder now, gone was the mask. Magic gathered at her fingertips, and though she tried to hide it, her intent gave it away. A cold-blooded woman, through and through. Or as the young uns like to call them, sociopaths. He didn't mind it, of course. A beauty is a beauty, and though she'd taste sweeter if she were shy and demure, a mature aftertaste wasn't bad either. But a deal is a deal. Don't bother. He spoke a line he had always wanted to try, as he flash-stepped across her, his finger charting a course across her heart, the death curse constricting like chains. Subtle, nigh impossible to notice. A 5-finger death hold. Omi wa mao shindiru. He picked up her body, and threw her head against the bed frame, but not before he got a few squeezes in of those ample bosoms and thighs, making it appear as if she had slipped, hit her head and died. An honest accident. Then with a slash of his yuki-coated blade, he cut through the recording enchantments, not destroying them, but applying his jujitsu over them, to selectively erase parts that would denote his presence in the picture. By the end the narrative was clear, both in the security magic recording and the physical reality of it. Glenda slipped, fell, cracked her head on the bed frame and died. A complete accident. The alarms blared and her head fell over, cracked, staining the cream-colored sheets red in an entirely different way than he would have preferred. TCH. What a waste of a good booty. He disappeared again, but this time not without the documents of adoption. Perhaps the boy could use these. Better safe than sorry. X. It was 5 more days before I regained consciousness for long enough to register it. My hand on Ruvel's chest. A punch. Deep within me, an instruction carved into instinct. Move. I looked up and saw him smiling proudly. Congratulations. He clapped slowly. You did it. I did it. Yup. He patted my back. Good job. A little off topic, but I had to address the aftermath of the battle for MC. I didn't want to waste a whole chapter on it, so you'll get a Nurarihyon interlude mixed in. Tell me what you thought of it. 3 more chapters before time skip. Yes, I dragged it out a little. Sorry. Lots of stuff to address. Can't help it. Didn't want to rush through it either. So here we are. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 600 Power Stones, 2nd extra chapter. 4,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 32, Cleria Belial is utterly autistic, rewrite. We reached 4,000 collections. Hooray. Top 7 in the contest. Thank you everyone for your continued support. In appreciation of that, here is a massive 5,500 word chapter. Enjoy. Do note, I tinkered with the death scene in the last chapter a little, so take note of that. Otherwise, go on. Feast. After Ruvel and my mother left, I finally took the time to check my phone as I relaxed and saw an entire line of texts and missed calls from Nurarihyon. Oh, did he already do the first task? I suppose it had been nearly a week since my fight with Tannen now, so it was only fair, though a bit early. I clicked through the menu and finally returned the call. The phone rang, once, twice, he picked up. Turn around. Was all he said. Woo-hey-oh. I blurted out in surprise and dropped the phone, as he appeared behind me all of a sudden. Ha 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 ha. Nurarihyon laughed and sat down beside me. That was utterly satisfying. Scared the shit out of me. I chuckled in good humor and he gave me a suspicious look before pulling out a sheaf of papers. First job's done. He said as I looked through the papers. Austria, huh? Guess I'll have Ubeluna make another trip. No, wait, that would inform my parents and they're already pissed at me for scheming behind their backs. Even more so now, because this time I was doing it intentionally. Well, I did want to visit Vienna someday. Everything go well? I asked to confirm. Mostly. He answered, a little nervously. I raised a concerned eyebrow and he continued. I made her death look like an accident. Classic slip and fall after a bath. But the alarms were triggered, somehow. I don't know if they were keyed to her life force or she managed to trigger them as she died. I didn't have time to check, but I erased all evidence of my presence there, including the magic recording of me being there. The overt evidence aligns with the apparent event at first glance. I sighed in frustration. How often do powerful witches slip and fall? It happens more often than you'd think. He joked. I gave him a dirty glare and he relented. I admit, I may have panicked a little when the alarms started blaring. Time was short. You can't expect a masterpiece on such short notice. Why not just kill her in the bath? The room was warded out the ass. Including the bathroom door. Do you think a witch that has infrared recording magic on top of 3 separate magical filters and a regular video record wouldn't have proper safeguards against being killed in her bath, where she is most vulnerable? I suppose. I nodded. Are you certain there are no traces that could lead to us? None. Have some faith, in my experience, boy. I was assassinating folk before your father was a wet dream in your grandfather's mind. He swished his kasaya sleeve with mock indignation. I rolled my eyes. I knew what he wanted. All right. Consider the contract amended. I will accept this as satisfactory performance. He looked visibly relieved. I could understand. The penalty for breach of contract was often a portion of your life, depending on the severity of the breach. Someone like him, at the end of his rope, he probably had little life left. If he suffered the penalty now, he might just become crippled, permanently. In a faction as warlike as his, that loss of status would likely be a death sentence. Scared of Magari? I teased. The bitch has grown ridiculously powerful. Her clan is the most numerous and the most powerful in the faction, third among all Yukai. All Yukai? I doubted that. In Japan. He clarified. I see. I nodded. No wonder. The Yukai of China, especially the 7 Demon King clans, were forces not to be reckoned with. Any of them alone could match either faction of the Japanese Yukai, which really is a compliment to the Japanese Yukai, considering they were a nearly extinct species going up against the massive vermintides of the Chinese. The Japanese Yukai had been culled over the centuries through the combined efforts of the church and the 5 principal clans. If it hadn't been for the Shinto gods stepping in to maintain the balance of nature, there might not have been any Yukai left in Japan. This, along with the limited living space for their kind, had limited their population in comparison to the massive, state-spanning Demon King clans of the Chinese Yukai, whose average members were little stronger than the average human. This same crucible, however, forged them to their peak, producing more experts of unparalleled power than one would expect from their sample size. It was purely natural selection. The strong and talented survived. The weak died off. From this were born the great Daiyukai of Japan. Yasaka, Magari, Nurari Heian, among others like the 5 cat elders underneath her, the grudge spirits and samurai revenants, the alphas of the lightning beasts and Kamaitashi and the twin Oni. All said they had over 20 ultimate class Yukai. Sure, only 3 were peak ultimate class, but that alone is an achievement for their kind whose total numbers could be dwarfed by a single ward of the Tokyo metropolitan area. All right. I said, storing away the documents, rest for a few weeks. I will get a safe house ready in the meantime. Then we commence with the second task. What about the girl? He asked. Let her be. Once Glenda fails to show up to her court date next week, it'll break her up inside. Once she's been in despair for a week or two, when she has lost all hope of being adopted, I'll swoop in and bring her home. A home I have yet to arrange. I added that to the list of chores. Why not just use the home the witch prepared? We don't know who else might know about that home. Or her plans for it. I rejected the notion, better to have a new one prepped. By that logic, aren't you worried she might get snapped up before you get to her? I grinned. Anyone smart enough to follow those cookie crumbs to its source will also be smart enough to keep their hands off the merchandise. Especially after they see their comrade gets butchered like livestock, without even being able to fight back. That fear is a good deterrent. Won't stop them from snooping around. Then poof, your secret isn't secret much longer. Nurari Heian countered. That is exactly what I am banking on. I explained, I need to have a few words with the person responsible for that particular piece of research. Now I certainly can't be seen getting in cahoots with those kinds of unscrupulous characters, but if they come to me, in a covert instance, all alone, well, that's just asking to be taken advantage of, wouldn't you say? You planned this all from the start. Nurari Heian realized, a flash of fear flitting across his eyes, you're one scary brat. How can you be sure they won't bring an army of magicians with them? He added. And risk exposing their plans to the world. Might as well put up a sign saying, we found a Longinus, please come steal it from us. No, she'll come alone. I'm certain. She. You know who'll come, of course you do. He didn't even question it at this point. He just threw up his hands, and I laughed. You know, the last man who underestimated me lost his arm to that little folly. Augusta, Witch of the East, is about to lose a whole lot more. But that is for later. I stood up and cracked my knuckles, watching the sun begin to dip in the sky. Better get going before office hours are over. I'll be back in an hour or so. If anyone asks, make an excuse, please. Please. Nurari Heian laughed, who are you and what did you do to Riser Phenex? I'm just, feeling good today. I shrugged. Ever since I overcame that little hiccup, and especially after that fight with Tannen. I was feeling a little different. More powerful. My demonic power and physical body that had both been lagging at the edge of peak high class had finally broken through to ultimate class, and that feeling was refreshing. Where before I was among the weakest of the low ultimate class, I was now squarely somewhere in the middle of that ranking. Far from mid-ultimate class, but comfortably in the lows. I have a feeling that once I learn to use Tuki, I will finally step in mid-ultimate class directly. On instinct, I tried pulling at the Tuki I had awakened and, nothing. A little fizzle, a little wafting steam escaping my palms. A flash in the pan, nothing more. Practice, practice. I wonder how far those two have gotten in this time. As if on cue, 2 sweaty boys appeared at the back gate, their eyes sparkling as they saw me. Riser. Serorg shouted, waving his hands excitedly, as he tumbled over the gate like a golden retriever, you're back to normal. Dulio on the other hand was much more muted, walking through the now open gate, though his fire burned ever stronger in his eyes. How are you feeling now? He asked, are you better? Yup. Nothing can stop me. I smiled, why? Because you're Riser God's damned Phenex. Serorg chirped as he jumped back to his feet. I told you he'd be fine. He wrapped an arm around Dulio's shoulder, smiling brightly, something I was glad to see. He had been entirely too broody and nervous these past few months as he wrestled with self-doubt and that massive chip on his shoulder, his inferiority complex. The same was true for Dulio too. They both looked better. And here I thought they were going to need therapy for that. Weren't you on the verge of tears when they brought him back? Dulio teased Serorg, pinching his cheek. Those were manly tears. Serorg blushed as he spoke, of awesomeness. Looked an awful lot like little bitch boy tears, Dulio snickered mischievously. Shut up, stupid. Serorg playfully punched his shoulder and they devolved into a catfight. I couldn't help but sigh. They are picking up all the wrong habits, living around these ruffians. Maybe it's best I get them a tutor sooner than later. Though, I did notice that their Tuki use was much more pronounced than before. Careful, chicken boya. Magari spoke from up on the roof, noticing my gaze, if you keep missing practice, these two will leave you in the dust. Nah. I'll catch up soon enough. I grinned, if anyone should be worried, it's them. My bloodline is a literal cheat. We'll see about that. Dulio challenged, with a cocky smirk and Serorg jumped in, pumped up, bring it on. That's the spirit, Naya. Magari praised, as she smacked the tiles on the roof with pride. But that's for tomorrow. I waved them off, I'm going out for a bit. Want me to bring back pizzas for dinner? Pizza. Serorg's eyes sparkled with excitement, drooling at the thought. It's been so long since I ate one. Dulio reminisced fondly. I'll take that as a yes. I smiled, what toppings do you want? Farm style. Double cheese. Extra bell peppers. Extra mushrooms and bacon. They replied. I want one too. Magari chipped in. Do you even know what it is? I asked. She was an 800-year-old shut-in kitty. Who cares, Naya? It sounds delicious. Get me one. No, two. Why should I? I teased, and she just brought out her sharp, Yuki-infused nails, sharpening them menacingly. See how I treat you in training tomorrow. She spoke with a tone that sent chills down my spine. I was in no mood to get my ass handed to me a second time this week. I gave in. What toppings do you want? All the meat. And cheese. Lots of cheese, and lots of meat. She said, before scrunching up her face at a thought, but no bell peppers. Of course she doesn't like bell peppers. Such an adorably childish kitty cat. Aren't cats lactose intolerant? I asked. At least adult cats were. Munya. She huffed, sounding almost offended, my bloodline has no such weaknesses. Maybe Nikomata are built different. Either way, no skin off my nose. All right. See you at dinner. With that, I teleported away. Quite the sudden request for a meeting, young man. Clearia Belial looked down at me from behind her desk, smiling curiously, what brings the youngest of the Phenex boys to my kuo today? Your kuo. I took a seat opposite her, and replied teasingly, I was under the impression that the city was owned by Devilkind as a whole. What would Lord Zekrom think if he heard of your views? After he worked so hard to get this city for us. Nice to see at least one of you has a sense of humor, she chuckled. What do you mean? I was confused. We were all rather good-humored. The less I speak of the dour nature your father the better. Regal is strictly business 100% of the time. Complete waste of that goth core twink ass. And your oldest brother. She sighed dreamily, he's just become so neutered. The perfect, gentile heir. Ugh. I liked him better when was a sadistic, tyrannical, bad boy. She bit her lip, all that leather, but it just seals in the juices dash. Horny on main. Alert, horny on main. Alright, I'll stop you right there. I raised a hand and hissed, I'll need a lobotomy to get rid of that image from my head. Ha 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 ha. She laughed, making an apologetic gesture, sorry, I just get so bored around here. Nothing ever happens in Kuo. I don't understand why we even need someone stationed here. Isn't it a cushy desk job? I asked, people would kill for this posting. That much is true. Can't complain on that part. She shrugged, but you need a little bit of excitement in your life too. A little pizzazz. That old razzle-dazzle. A little romance. She shook her fist in the air, burning with passion. That explained so much about what happened to her. She got bored and used her brilliant deductive and investigative abilities to gossip with high-level secrets. She wanted an exciting romance, so she fell for a church exorcist. The classic forbidden love that could never be. That just shattered all my preconceptions about her. Tragic love. Willing sacrifice. This bitch was just delusional. Now that I looked around the office, I'm seeing an awful lot of smut and B-grade romance literature. She is just a teenage girl in the body of a 50-year-old devil reenacting a discount version of Romeo and Juliet. I have lost all respect for you. I shook my head. Have you now? She giggled, leaning her chin on her palm as she traced a finger against that marble desk. Was it the erotica or the perving on your brother's hot, sweaty, leather pants? A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I played along. Come now. We're all devils here. A little erotica is just fine. She argued playfully. Yeah. I lied. It was all because of my brother. I threw up my hands, highly inappropriate, by the way. I'm 10. Are you going to tell on me? To whom? She asked, amused, and gotta say. She is not wrong. Don't you have a boyfriend? I asked. A husband. He is wonderful. Doesn't mean I can't window shop. Or dream, she replied, before leaning back into her chair, but enough of about me. What can I do for today? Such coarse language. One might mistake you for a Yakuza chick. I gave mock criticism. And now wouldn't that be super cool? She made a Yakuza-like pose, one leg on the chair as she spun in place, carrying a cane sword she created from her demonic power, Clearia Belial, Kentokai Shircho. I can even get the tattoos for it. Which would look better on me? A dragon or an oni? A phoenix? She made a disgusted face. That is so not the Yakuza aesthetic. She grimaced, EW. Just EU. And they say the worst she can say is no. I joked. Oh, that reminds me of the time I sent a guy to the psyche ward with a burn so sick he became suicidal. She began narrating her story as I thought back on my plans for her. Can't say her personality isn't at least a little refreshing, compared to the rest of the nobility's slavish adherence to tradition and etiquette. I can see why someone as prudish as a church exorcist fell for her. Shit, if I was grown up, I might have fallen for her manic pixie dream girl aesthetic. She's ridiculously cute too. Thank fuck, I haven't entered puberty, because that is a bear trap with my name on it. So. I broached the subject, cutting her off. Ah, yes. Of course. She took her seat again, and faced me seriously. I placed a phoenix tear on the table. I have a request to make, but first I require a guarantee of secrecy. I said, in no uncertain terms, if you're not comfortable with that, we can end this here. I knew she wouldn't, though. She was a massive gossip after all. I could see that her curiosity has already gotten the better of her. She was locked the fuck in. For me to offer something as valuable as a phoenix tear. Tell me more. She swiped the phoenix tear so fast I almost didn't see it disappear. Swear it first, upon pain of death. You will not reveal what happens here today to anyone in any way, shape, or form. Not even my own father. This is between only you and me. Unless the instructions in the contract mention otherwise in regards to certain parts of the request. That only served to increase her interest. I could practically see her tapping her feet with how impatient she was getting. Yes, yes. I agree. She said, and the contract began, now spill. I need 2 requests for you. For each request, I will offer a compensation of 1 phoenix tear. Why? What is so valuable about these requests? She asked, intrigued, or is it that dangerous? I love me some danger. I am getting to it, chill, girl. I chuckled. My first request is that you find out all that you can about the church's Holy Sword Project and Sigurd Institution, including its members, their personalities, strengths and weaknesses, facility locations and layouts, etc. Everything you can dig up. But make sure to not arouse suspicion or alert the church or any of their subsidiaries. Ooh, planning a heist, are we? Interesting. Very interesting. Can I come along, Dash? No. I rejected her immediately. She'll only be a liability. Che. Spoil sport. She pouted. A grown-ass woman. Still cute though. Damn, I'm being charmed. She is like, my exact type. Do you accept this commission? I place a second vial before her. But really? The church. What are you trying to do? Steal a holy sword? No, you can't even use it. Steal their research. And what is the Sigurd Institution? I smiled. Isn't that for you to find out? Come on, you have got to throw me a bone. I'm starving here. She pounded the table. Are you really? I haven't even heard you do a sad little howl like a puppy, I teased. Oh whoa. She howled. She really just howled like a sad little puppy. That's so see you know. No. I'm not falling for her and her magic pixie vibes. Focus, Riser. Don't get swept away in her momentum. That is a married woman and you are 10. 10. Ignore the urge to NTR. It is heresy. You are not that kind of guy. All right. I gave in. Be kinda rude not to after she just abandoned all her shame and acted that way. The Sigurd Institution is a research institute in the Vatican. He. Of course, I'm no sucker. If she wants to find out, she'll have to put in the legwork to get it. Bastard. After I even howled for you. She planted her face onto her table, in shame. If I knew, why would I pay you to find it out for me? I poked at the vial on the table and asked again. Do you accept this commission? I think we're past the point of me being able to say no. She snatched it up and huffed, crossing her arms in protest. Well, if that's how you truly feel, I suppose we can stop here, I said, and made to get up from my chair before she leapt onto the table and pinned me to my seat. Her wings unfurled, balancing her weight against the chair, her hands firm over mine. Her beautiful face mere inches from me, her silver gray hair falling in silken bangs across it like a lace curtain. Her pale gray eyes peering into mine, her ample bosom hanging just out of sight, like the temptation of cold grapes on a midsummer day. You're not going anywhere. I gulped as my heart skipped a beat. And I certainly did not have to fight the urge to say, yes, mommy. No siree. Not at all. I think puberty just came early for me. And if she continues, so might I. No. Focus. Focus. Think of grandma. Wait, I don't have a grandma. Never did, in either life. Shit. Godow. The taboo gave me a searing headache that snapped me out of it and I focused again, saving what little dignity I had left. Lady Cleria dash. It's Lady Cleria now, is it? She giggled. Maybe we should discuss my next request. I gulped again as I tried hard to hide my blush. She noticed it too and laughed as flew back into her seat. I ignored it however, a little miffed, and moved on to the topic at hand. My second request is that you investigate the Nibirius clan and its members, their peerages, strengths and weaknesses, their schedules and routines, the layouts of their research labs and other associated facilities, personnel files, everything you can get on them. I want to know everything there is to know about them. Another heist. How many heists are you planning? She asked, excited, and if Lord Phenex doesn't know about it, how will you oh? Wait a minute. I see now. She seemed to realize something. Aren't you training with the Nikomata right now? Oh, this was so obvious. Why didn't I see it before? She smiled mischievously as she looked back at me. What are you talking about? I raised an eyebrow in confusion. Perfect acting, I just want some research. Isn't it obvious? She smiled, amused. Is that so? Because I heard from a childhood friend of mine who works in their labs that they had a rather pitiful Nikomata working there. A truly tragic tale of one-sided love. She fell for a scientist who didn't love her back, but she stuck to him, through the years and 2 childbirths hoping he would accept her. The poor little, lovelorn kitten. He didn't even acknowledge his children and trying to earn his love, the Nikomata got too busy to care for them as well. I hear the older kitten is raising the younger one now. Everyone at the lab thinks they're pitiful, some even tried to talk some sense into both her and the scientist, but neither budged so they eventually let it be. It is sad but what can you do at that point? I feel sorry for the 2 girls who have to suffer from the neglect of their parents. She shrugged, such a beautiful tragic tale. I even paid her to keep me updated on this train wreck of a romance. I can't wait to hear what happens next. Will she eventually snap and kill him? Or will she wilt away like a flower left without the waters of love? She swooned, spinning in her chair. I get it. I get it. Stop it already or I will die from cringe. I buried my face in my hands from second-hand embarrassment. She only laughed harder and continued. The Nikomata asked for your help in retrieving the kids so they can be raised with their own kind, didn't they? I didn't realize this little story had spread so far but maybe the mother finally grew some sense and asked for help. Who knows, she guessed, and while she guessed wrong, it was the only logical conclusion she could come to. In return for helping save the kittens, Nurarihion would help you steal the research from the church. After all, he's the only one who can sneak through undetected in these places. She was in full detective mode now. The only one thing I can't figure out is what you want with that kind of research. She spun around in thought. Lady Cleria, that's enough. I get it. You're smart. Can we not? Lady, are you autistic? Stop already. You won. We certainly can't. I'm just getting warmed up. She exclaimed, doing a little peacock walk as she continued her Sherlock Holmes act, even producing his signature hat and pipe, unless what you require from them isn't research but rather something else. What might that be, I wonder? Tell me, my dear Watson. She pointed her pipe at me dramatically. She thought for a moment, going through all the gossip she knew of, before she snapped her fingers with an aha. A holy sword wielder in your peerage. Someone with a sword-based sacred gear maybe. Are they experimenting on children maybe? Orphans perhaps. How amusing. Like one of those Victorian tragedies, a revenge fantasy, Count of Monte Cristo style. Poor abused, lab experiment escapes with the help of a sympathetic devil, grows stronger in isolation, then returns to exact glorious vengeance upon his tormentors. Oh, the drama, maybe he'll even have a childhood love or a sister that was captured and held hostage or oh. Died tragically in the experiments. Oh, I love those Victorian tragedies too, all Byronic heroes and forbidden love. Getting sidetracked again, are we? She finally stopped to take a breath before turning to me with the most punchable smug grin on her stupid, beautiful face. Of course, that's just a theory. But we both knew she had cracked it wide open. Thankfully, she can't reveal any of this due to the contract or I would be fucked. And not in the good way. Damn it. Done in by your unending obsession for forbidden romance and romantic tragedy. I groaned and leaned back into my chair. Of course that was it. Because why else would it be anything else in this boob plot ice guy? Done in by Twilight fanfiction. What a way to go. Don't forget gossip. My circle spreads far and wide. She spread her arms wide across in demonstration and stomped around the room happily, triumphant in her deduction. Yes. I'm gathering peerage members. Happy. I sighed, but you know there is such a thing as being too smart, right? Is there? She whistled innocently, avoiding eye contact, wouldn't know. Ha. I sighed. What have I gotten myself into? We're finally introduced to Cleria Belial. And she is delightfully autistic and cute. MC hits puberty early and we get a demonstration of exactly how smart Cleria can be. A little example of how she discovered the truth behind the king piece in the original story. MC finally meets someone who matches his autistic attention to detail and it's a damn shame that she is already married. Tell me what you thought of the chapter. Did you like Cleria Belial's personality? Was MC too horny here? Tell me in the comments. No, this will not be NTR. Her husband won't die. She will not be in the harem. MC will just have to give up on a childhood crush. Because not everything will go his way. Anyways, thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. 5,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 33, Justifications, Rewrite. You know, if we didn't have a death contract for secrecy, I would have had to kill you for that deduction. I spoke after a long beat of silence. Would you now? She leaned over my shoulder from behind, her face beside mine, her hair tickling my ears. I blushed furiously, my heart beating a mile a minute as her arms wrapping around my neck and whispered mischievously, I really doubt that. Using my crush on you like that, it's unfair. I looked away as I spoke, my ears hotter than lava, it's also the easiest way to make me lose it. I realized then, which is probably what you were trying to do. I turned to her, still blushing, but now tinged with a little shame. I'm sorry, it must be so uncomfortable for you, to have a 10-year-old boy crushing on you. Of course, not. She giggled, her voice ringing like soft chimes in my burning ears as she hugged me tighter, rubbing her face against mine. It's positively adorable. Ewan. I almost had a heart attack from that, she smelled so good. No. That's inappropriate, but her face, her lips. But I didn't expect you to admit it so straightforwardly, she teased and I broke away from my racing thoughts to reply. You knew, I knew, you knew that I knew that you knew. What would be the point of hiding it? I sighed. Surprisingly mature of you. She smiled and separated from me, but not before pinching my cheek affectionately. Can we get back to the point? I asked, frowning, how often do I have to worry about people just Sherlock Holmes ing my entire deal? Worried. She laughed softly, don't. There are maybe 5 people in the underworld who can figure it out, and even then, only if you reveal to them as much as you did to me. Keep a low profile and your secret is safe. I let out a sigh of relief. Wait. 5 people. I raised a curious eyebrow. Including me, that's Lord Mammon, Zekrom Baal, Mephistopheles, and of course, Ajuka Beelzebub. In ascending order of how little input they'd need to lay you out in public. Ajuka especially. You better prepare a fake persona if you want to deal with him. Won't he figure that out too? I asked. Of course he will, but that's better than him figuring out your true intentions. She pointed out with a tricksy smile. Because he can't call me out due to social convention. I realized. See, you're a clever boy. Don't lose faith in your abilities. Your biggest advantage is that you know you're not clever enough to match any of us intellectually. That's why you insisted on secrecy, using my curiosity against me, didn't you? I nodded, shyly. Arrogance has been the downfall of better men. I'm glad you don't share that flaw. She said, leaning forward, her face leaning on her palm, as she booped my nose cutely. That said, since when is Lord Mammon one of the intellectual heavy hitters of the underworld? Mr. Moomooland doesn't exactly strike me as particularly bright. He's not stupid, sure, but I haven't seen him make any particularly intelligent moves. I asked, concerned. He isn't. It's his clan trait that's broken. She replied, a little annoyed, why else would that guy place above me? Care to elaborate? I pushed her a little more. I had to deal with him at least once in the course of my plans. If he's really up there with the big boys, I'd like to know exactly how. You look concerned. What do you need from him? She clocked my intentions immediately, and not a second later it struck her. Rudiger Rosenkreutz. Rudiger Rosenkreutz. I nodded. You want a Zhuge Liang to your Liu Bei. Not a bad choice. Just one problem. He is intensely loyal to Lord Mammon. He was nothing when Lord Mammon found him. Everything he is, he owes to the guy. There is no way he'll leave Lord Mammon's peerage. I have my ways. I assured her before she could pry, but let's leave that for later. Your turn. What's this special trait Lord Mammon has? You know the Mammon clan's trait? She asked. I nodded. Treasure hunter's intuition. Helps them determine the relative value of goods and services on instinct. Data intensive, but great for business or auctions. Yes. But much like a Juka, Lord Mammon has a mutated version of the family trait. He can't just see the relative present value of something. He can see the potential value something can hold, be it a good or service, a person or an idea. She explained. That is so broken. I couldn't help but exclaim, how is he still a minor extra demon? There's the catch. She gestured with her hands, it just sees the potential something can have, not the direction you need to develop to actualize that potential. Ah, I see. No wonder he fumbles so much. I had read about his many failed business ventures. Ideas that could have given him a monopoly, squandered on useless tangents. Now in hindsight, that makes a lot of sense, why he would spread himself thin to that extent. He was palming blindly, hoping to land on the right direction to develop what he knew for certain could become a profitable enterprise. He was basically the underworld equivalent of Donald Trump. With businesses, that's difficult to do unless they are hyper-specialized. But with people, it's much easier. A musician that triggers his trait will likely grow to be an international superstar. A politician, president. A no-name magician like Rudiger. A great archmage who dropped a fully formed magician's association in his lap. She giggled, it makes me glad you came to me and not him. Why is that? I was confused. I wasn't some idiot that would fall for sweet words and a shitty shoulder rub. Do you know what I see when I look at you? She asked, rhetorically, you are the most interesting thing that has ever walked into my life. She loomed over me, cupping my face in her hands, an intense look in her eyes as she gazed into mine. I don't know if your life will be a tragedy or a ballad, Riser Phenex, but I'll be damned if I miss my chance to get a front row seat to it. Just for that privilege, I wouldn't have needed a contract to keep your secrets. I would have done it for free. She chuckled sweetly. On the other hand, if you had approached Lord Mammon the way you did me, he'd have tried to wring you dry, and brew what was left for tea. Consequences be damned. She said, with a shrug, which of course he would fail. And then he'd simply reveal your true ability and whatever secrets he could dig up with his trait to the public out of spite. Because there is no way he's signing a secrecy contract. That is scary. The underworld isn't a nice place, and I know I don't have to remind you of this. But please, be careful. My expression softened, only for her to shatter all that goodwill with her next words, I can't have my entertainment be ruined because you made a stupid mistake out of inexperience. She cackled with glee as she saw my sour expression. Don't bully me please. I pouted. Fine, fine. But only because you're so cute. She squished my face affectionately, and sat back down in her chair. Say, if you're so smart, why don't you use your talents more? You could be so much more powerful. Just as an advisor dash. She raised her hand and stopped me. Did you know the Belial clan used to be one of the great king clans, our name spoken with the same reverence as the Baals? She chuckled self-deprecatingly, of course, I never saw those days. All I had by the time I was born were stories of our glory days, of our power and wealth. A past long gone as we lived in a crumbling, rented farmhouse on another clan's territory. All of us who were left after the many wars and internal skirmishes. We barely scraped together enough to put food on the table and a roof over our heads. She spoke softly, eyes wet with nostalgia. My parents died early, left behind nothing more than the bowls and spoons we shared. I don't even have pictures of them, and now, 48 years later, I can hardly remember their faces, their voices. I lived with my uncle and aunt, one more mouth to feed on them who were already burdened with poverty. Then my brother Hauser, cousin brother I should say, but he has never treated me any different for it. He went and joined the raiding games, climbing up the ladder, earning more, spending more on us at times than on himself in those early days. I still remember them, those days when I got my first ball gown, my first birthday party, our first refrigerator and television. All I wanted then, and now, was just that. A good life. Not glory, not a return to our title as great kings. Just those simple luxuries and small happinesses. Now I have it all. An awkward but loving husband, a cushy job, exciting, entertaining hobbies. You've read my blog. I am not a brave woman, Riser. Too curious at times to forget caution perhaps, but never in search of greatness. No, that I much prefer being a spectator to. My peerage is made up not of warriors or magicians, but of yokai with no home, artists who needed a patron, one librarian I was particularly fond of who didn't have health insurance, a friend who needed a job, my pet hellhound. I have found my peace, carved out my own little slice of paradise. She smiled with grace befitting a goddess. Now I'm just a mystery gal. Give me a conspiracy to unfold or a case to crack and I'm on the job. But beyond that, if it's not interesting, I'm not interested. A simple, but not unworthy aspiration. I praised. She looked at me fondly. I don't know what drives you, Riser, but I hope you too find your peace someday. I looked back at her and smiled. I already have. Oh my, she teased, and I gave her a deadpan look. My family, dumbass. I just met you. I'm not sappy enough to pull that move. That only made her snicker harder. I just ignored her. But then an idea struck. If she's not keen on power, maybe she can help me with something else. Lastly, Lady Cleria dash. Just Cleria is fine, Riser. We'll be meeting often. I'd rather not dwell on the formalities. I would like to purchase a manor, as a base of operations in Kuo. Would you happen to know such a property, fitting for a phoenix? Oh yes, there is one right in my neighborhood. We can stay close together, she smiled teasingly, though it's infested with all sorts of evil spirits and yokai. You might have to clean them out. If possible, I would like to ask that you don't harm them. Relocate them if possible. They are not malicious by nature, even the evil spirits. I will help if you need someone to talk to them. Don't worry, Lady Cleria. I'm not heartless. I will employ them as servants if they are willing, and if not, arrange for a relocation to Yurikyoto. That is very kind of you, Riser. She praised me with a gentle smile and my heart skipped a beat. Thank you, I bowed dramatically and she clapped, before I saw the time. It's getting late. I need to be back at Ryokan in half an hour and I have to get pizzas for everybody. Let us discuss this some other day. Do come back soon. I have a lot more I want to discuss. She said, and pulled out a folder from her drawer. I will get the mansion cleaned up for you. Here's the price and features pamphlet they gave me when I toured it. My husband refused to budge on the issue though, so we eventually chose another house in the neighborhood. She pouted cutely. I smiled. I will be back, sometimes next month. Till then please see if you can get my first request done. I will try, but it won't be quick. Try. That will be enough. If not, we can find another way. There must be quite a few properties around here or in the Norse realm where a shelter can be made. I was going to make a trip to the Norse pantheon anyway. Might as well kill two birds with one stone. She nodded and waved goodbye as I teleported away. Chapter 34, The Nature of Tuki, edited. Delicious Naya. Magari cried out with joy as she munched down the pizzas. We're adding this to the Ryokan menu. Kids. She yelled towards the elders. Can we have some to try, mother? One of them asked, pitifully, extended an arm to grab one. Sha. Magari hissed, crouching over the whole pizza. Sheesh. Did nobody train food aggression out of her? I looked at her and then her children, fully grown Nikomata in their own right, but they looked so pitiful. She wasn't a good mother, I knew that. It was to be expected from yokai like them, and it wasn't like I hadn't known that from her behavior before, but it was sad seeing it again, firsthand, my past life flashing before my eyes. I remembered when my own mother had done something like this. I was just 7 and she. It pained me just to think ever since my memories of my past life had returned to me in full, following my Tuki awakening, something I had largely ignored. But this, a mirror to my own past life. TCH. I had to do something. I conjured a big spray bottle of water and spritzed her aggressively. Bad kitty. Bad kitty. She hissed and instinctively jumped back before realizing. She looked at the bottle, then at me as a murderous aura began to slog off of her. You got a death wish, brat. Her claws came out, for bristling with rage, and I snickered. What if I do? I stuck out a tongue at her, and she looked ready to rip my throat out, but then she looked back at her own children and a trace of guilt and shame flashed across her feline features. She lashed out in frustration and swiping clean through the spray bottle before slowly returning to her food, but not before cutting off a portion for them. They can have some. Good girl, I patted her head and was rewarded with a severed arm. Blood splattered on the ground, fizzling, then burning away, and I winced, my stump bursting out with flames as I regenerated the arm back. Never do that again. Magari spoke in a stilted accent. A stern warning without her usual Naya-s affected onto it. I snorted. Yeah, sure. And why don't you learn to behave with your kids? Humph. Truly, it is in seeing others' misfortune that you learn to appreciate your own fortunes. This life, I had such a kind, loving family. My second life really is a healing life. Literally. Still, let's make some amends. Here. Have a chocolava cake. I gave her my piece. She raised an eyebrow, before batting it away. Didn't like it, Naya. Too bland. Bad fats. Nyeh. She pretend gagged, the guilt of her previous actions loosening her lips again. Which also reminded me. Is it because cats can't taste sweets? I asked. They can't. Sai asked. I thought cats couldn't taste human food. Dulio said, and I raised a curious eyebrow at him. He continued. My mother said I shouldn't feed the barn cats my chicken nuggets because they can't taste anything except mice. Oh, you adorably innocent little munchkin. She lied, Naya, we love chicken nuggets. Magari replied, and Dulio asked surprised, really? That's when I realized something. Wait, does that mean you think we were eating fried rat cutlets and rat ramen all this time? I asked, and he flushed with embarrassment. I didn't want to complain. It would be ungrateful. He mouthed out, and they didn't taste bad, so. Ha 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 ha. Naya ha ha. Puffed. Ha ha ha. We all had a good laugh at his expense, and Dulio looked like he just wanted to be buried alive. After that, as we finished the meal, I thought back to my meeting with Cleria Belial earlier, and now, without the fog of lust, looked over it again, going through every word, every action with a fine-toothed comb. She was someone at the same level of intellect as the best in the underworld, someone even Zekrom feared, if left alive. She was right about one thing. I'm not arrogant enough to think that I can outmatch them in scheming. But that is my greatest strength, relentless revision, never underestimating an opponent. And as I went over the conversation, I indeed found some rather interesting pieces of information I had missed, micro-expressions misanalyzed, words distracted within actions. Clever girl. I smiled. I could see it now, after nearly 4 revisions of the conversation. People like her, TSK, TSK. They think they're so smart they can pull the wool over all of our eyes. Using my crush to manipulate me, milk more information out of me than I wanted. Humph. At least she can't blab about it to anyone. If anything happens, I will just have to deal with it later. X. When you awakened your Tuki, you burst out with the vigor of life, all of it, at once, but now that you've gone back to normal, you'll have noticed that you can't pull it out back the same, Nyo. Magari circled around me, tails flicking lazily, as she explained to me how to access my Tuki and begin training. These two she gestured at Sai and Dulio, who were sitting nearby, covered up to their shoulders in a cladding of steaming white Tuki, struggling to inch it up just one more bit. Dulio was having an arguably better time as he has both arms covered up to his shoulders, and even a small wisp across the back and the collarbone linking the two disparate halves. These two are way ahead, but seeing them you can learn how to begin. She purred as she jumped up on Dulio's shoulder, amused as he struggled to keep his concentration, and smacked him across the face. If you're struggling with just this much, how will you keep it on and fight? Will you drop your defense every time a soft breeze blows past Naya? She squished his cheek with her paw, pushing his head to his shoulders as he looked about to burst a vein in anger. I can see the veins popping on his forehead. Wow. I am impressed. How much of a Sergeant Hartman has she been to these two, for the ever-cool Dulio has gained anger issues? I fear for my mental safety at this rate. With my significantly shorter fuse compared to the living saint over there, I might just neuter the bitch by the end of this training. But I understand her point. It should be ingrained into instinct, muscle memory by the time they get through here. I observed the way they were shaping their Tuki. It was like a raiment, a knitted cloth cascading up their arm, the fibers of their Tuki wriggling like mealworms as they wove together, one painstakingly slow stitch at a time. You didn't just burst out with Tuki. It manifested as a garment. A covering, flowing with the breath of your life. I understand now. I pulled up my Tuki again, but this time, instead of exploding with it, I tugged at it gently, but firmly, rolling it out into a sort of spirit yarn, and began to knit it over my palm, forming little patches, cross-stitched and smack. The weave unfolded as I felt a familiar paw smack me in the face. Wrong, Naya. Magari scolded, don't separate it from your body. It is part of you. Do you wear your skin an inch from you? No. Then why are you weaving pretty little patterns in the air, Naya? With each word she pushed my head further to the side, smack after smack. But they are dash, I argued, only to receive another smack. This is why you should wait for me to explain, GE-smack. NI-smack. Us. And another smack. For good measure. Having fun, are we? I side-eyed her with murderous intent and saw her smug little face flush with a smirk. Training isn't supposed to be fun, Naya. She said, with a mischievous grin, not for you boy-ass, at least. Naya ha ha ha. I am so neutering her once we're done. Then what am I supposed to do, oh great and wise kitty cat? Weave it into your flesh and blood. Strengthening begins with your body. The outside is just an extension of what is inside. She explained, genuinely now, course it through your blood, feel it seep into your flesh, and then like that hair-raising feeling, sweat it out through your pores, till every part of your body begins to breathe. Your Tuki is the breath of your life. Let your whole body breathe in it. She smacked me again, just for fun, then you can begin with the outside, but more like braiding your hair, not knitting new clothes. I nodded, digesting what she had told me. I was going through it the same way I went about doing a demonic power enhancement. It started outside, much like a spell, and pressed inwards, like tight leather pants, God OW. That woman has me fucked up. Is this what it feels like to be in love? The thought of them interrupting your every waking moment. Fuck. I hate falling in love. I forced myself to return to thoughts of training. Now where was I? Right. Demonic power enhancement was much like a spell. It worked on the same principles as our wings. I have wings, therefore I can fly. Similarly, demonic power enhancement preserves and enhances the image of the body. I have legs, therefore I can run. How fast? However fast I can imagine them carrying me. I have arms, therefore I can punch. How hard? However hard I can imagine punching. Of course, it's not infinite, but it does scale with my demonic power. It's the same reason we can go supersonic and not get liquefied by the inertia. The spell preserves the image of our body, of who we are, but only so long as we can hold onto it. As always, demonic power is the power of imagination. It may not be infinite, and the greater the effect, the higher the consumption, but it was very versatile and useful. Tuki, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. It had one, simple, streamlined purpose. Struggle for your life, bitch. Survive, no matter the cost. Need to escape from a hunter, run faster. Need to crack the hard shell of prey. Hit harder. Push your body to its limits and then beyond. It started within the body and then extruded outwards. It didn't have anything to do with imagination. Either you struggle to do something and succeed, or you fail and die. It was the brutality of nature and the cycle of life. The law of the jungle. I understood finally. Retreating inwards, I let pulled on my Tuki, but this time, instead of pulling it out, I guided it along the channels of my blood, through my heart, circling across my entire body, with each cycle, seeping more and more into flesh. Strengthening every aspect to its limits, till I felt like a dog on Zoom eyes, every fiber of my being thrumming with excitement, a desire for action, like a rush of adrenaline coursing through me, ready to burst. Move. Run. Fly. Every instinct in my body screamed at me, but I controlled it, slowly letting out a long breath that flew like a great serpent, coiling in the air, like something straight out of a Xianxia novel. I opened my eyes to see it and reveled in the glorious feeling. It was amazing to watch and felt even better to experience. It was the raw, unfiltered joie de vivre, the joy of living, like every nerve was firing off with pure ecstasy. That was what I felt, in every corner of my existence. I felt truly alive. Until, of course. Smack. Now what? I snapped. Just stopping you from soiling your pants with your jizz, chicken boya, she teased, before patting my shoulder. Good job, Naya. You got it in one. I looked down at myself and saw it, Tuki coursing through me, just beneath my shimmering skin like millions of tiny worms. I closed my fist slowly and felt the air crackle satisfyingly as the wind popped with my power. Fuck yeah, I looked up and saw the moon in the sky. Only then did I notice that it was dark out. How long, Dash? All day. It's past midnight. She replied, gesturing me to get up, pointing at Sai and Dulio waiting for me on a nearby stump. Come eat. I nodded and pushed myself off the ground when suddenly, pop. My concentration broke for the briefest of moments as I wondered what was for dinner and my strength gave away. Riser. Seror jumped to my rescue but Magari stopped him. Relax. I collapsed into a heap of limp, useless meat. Oh. I realized. Naya haha. Magari laughed, rolling around on the ground. I was wondering when it was going to happen, Naya. What's happening to me? I asked as Sai picked me up and lay me against the tree stump, with Dulio moving the dinner set away to give my head some place to rest. My body refused to answer my commands and I felt sore and wrung out all over. Even my regeneration wasn't answering as if nothing was wrong, but it obviously was. I felt stretched, like butter over too much toast. Like watered-down grape soda. You've been edging it all day, boya. It's just Tuki overexertion. She explained. Why isn't my regeneration doing anything then? I can feel it, I have all the demonic power I need, but it's just sitting there. Does your regeneration prevent you from getting sleepy? Peeing? Pooping? Choking on your own spit like the retard you are? She wiped the drool from my mouth. It's a natural part of your body's process of living, Naya. She explained, looking me over, before remarking in surprise, how do you still have your Tuki? What? I asked, checking within me, and what do you know? Full reserve of Tuki. Surprising indeed. If I was suffering from Tuki overexertion, one would assume I would have run out of Tuki, or at least have less than full. Munya, I have never seen this before. Someone suffering from Tuki overexertion but still being stuffed full of Tuki. Magari poked me in places, casting some sort of senjutsu technique. Maybe it has to do with my regeneration. I guessed, it does bring me back to life, literally, from death. She ignored me for a moment before finishing whatever analysis she was doing. That seems right. She nodded, her eyes beaming with excitement. The same regeneration that was stopping you from awakening Tuki is now giving you an unending reserve of it. You will never run out of Tuki as long as your regeneration is working. That's so unfair. Sai cried. And you call me a cheater? Mega cheater. Dulio complained too. Infinite Tuki. Hell yeah baby. I cheered, making tongues at the other two, before, of course. Smack. It's not infinite, Naya. She rolled her paw on my face as I lay prone, paralyzed. The moment you run out of demonic power to fuel your regeneration, your Tuki will stop being infinite. Well, I suppose she's not wrong. A Tuki defense isn't unbreakable. Even I could dislocate Magari's leg in our last spar with my demonic power enhancement, breaking through her Tuki armament, which was no doubt far stronger than mine. Of course, she was going easy on me, but still. All someone would need to do is pummel me into the ground, forcing me to regenerate continuously till I run out of demonic power, and then, no more infinite Tuki. Though that raises a question. Will I recover Tuki once I stop regenerating? She looked at me as if I was an idiot. Of course you will, Naya. At the same rate as everyone else. Don't get cocky now. Magari added, you may have near infinite Tuki, but your Tuki capacity is still less than half of Saiboya here. So small tap on an infinite ocean. Can I increase it, through training? Yes, but it will require training the same way we trained the past 3 months, except all the time. I'm not hearing a no. I'm not spending all my life pounding you to paste chicken, boya. Find someone else. I'll find someone. Dulio and Serorg here will get to that level someday. I will just use them. I just wonder how long I will have to wait for them to catch up. I shook my head as dramatically as I could, after all. I smiled smugly, and turned to Serorg and Dulio. Even when I'm out of demonic power, I'm better than you peasants, mwahaha. Dulio cracked his knuckles. Smug bastard. Wanna get your teeth kicked in? Sai joined in, tightening his shoelaces. Let me help. Put his teeth against the stump, it'll be easier. Magari commented from the side. Now guys, we can talk this out. Wait, dash. So yes, this is not the chapter where he meets his parents and recruits Lavinia. I know. It will come next to next chapter. Till then, tell me what you thought of this chapter. Was the last or the last 2 chapters bad? Not as good. Any suggestions on how to improve them? Also, thanks to King Gluttony, Spiro0 and the _1_n_the_oni for their ideas. I'm using them next chapter. I now know how I want to play next chapter and fix the past chapter's iffiness. See you next chapter. Also don't forget to donate your Power Stone, y'all. Let's get to 600 this time. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. 600 Power Stones, 2nd extra chapter. 5,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Thanks for reading. Bye. Chapter 35, Lavinia Rennie. Nurasan. I greeted Nurarihayan and sat down opposite him. What do you want now, brat? Want me to get on with the second one? Nurarihayon measured his words and skirted around the secrecy of the contract, but it was clear to me that he was not pleased, being called over suddenly. Something like that. I replied vaguely and waited for the serving boy to leave after serving us tea. I apologize for the sudden nature of this meeting. I won't keep you from your duties for long. It had been 3 days since my meeting with Cleria and a little over a week since Glenda's death. The court date was yesterday, which meant it was time to rescue Lavinia. Just one problem before I can do that. I need justification for how I know about her, and who better to provide it than Nurarihayon. Magari was out training the other two and I had taken a half day from the training, just for this. To negotiate. As soon as the catboy left, I put up a security spell and warded the room with silence and non-detection before I spoke. I need a little help. No. He rejected me outright. But you haven't even heard it. I protested. I am not doing you any more favors, brat. I learnt that lesson the hard way. Nurarihayon sipped his tea, and didn't you make a deal that you wouldn't ask for any more favors? And I'm here to amend that deal. I gestured with my hands wide in generosity. What do you say? Talk. I smiled. There we go. Today, I'm going to adopt the girl we talked about. You mean kidnap? He smirked. I shrugged. Same thing. I need you to cover for me in front of my family. Tell them, if they ask, that you gave me the information. I have a cover story prepared. I explained, you were perving on Glenda and happened upon these documents and plans for artificial sacred gear research. Seeing the value in these documents, you stole them, hoping to sell them to me to make a profit off of it, but then she was assassinated, in a conspiracy within Oz, so you grabbed what you could and booked it. Now you could just take the girl, but you have no interest in her and neither do you want the heat from the political fallout of the wizards targeting your faction. Especially since the one after the girl is Augusta, witch of the East and wielder of the Longinus Incinerate Anthem. So you sold them to me for 1 vial of Phoenix Tears and the promise of 1 more if we manage to recruit the girl and she does indeed possess a sacred gear. Good cover. But you forgot one thing. What do I get for it? And why would I do such a thing for you? What, 2 Phoenix Tears not enough for you? I scoffed, be reasonable. I am being reasonable. He said in a mocking tone, throwing my own words back at me. Petty bastard. How dare you use my own spells against me? You're seriously holding a grudge against me because of that? I asked sourly, I am 10 years old. You're a grown man. Have some shame. No, I don't think I will. He refused again, with a smug look on his face. He's really enjoying this, isn't he? I was almost expecting a, my oh my, how the turntables, from him. When you messed up with Glenda, wasn't I gracious? Didn't I forgive your mistake? When you offered Sun Wukong to take me to and from Preta Hell, didn't I adjust my request, generously? In spirit of that, shouldn't you reciprocate a little? I don't feel like it. He laughed all coy, but then again, I'm not the one who needs help, am I? Damn it. I made a mistake. Should have gotten an extra favor from him in exchange for letting him sub in Sun Wukong. He really was desperate back there. Some people really don't deserve mercy. What do you want? I gave in. 3 vials of Phoenix Tears, and I don't have to kidnap Valley Lucifer. 2 vials and you'll owe me 2 favors. I countered. 3 vials and 1 favor. And I get to reject it if I don't like it. In addition to covering for me. And you can reject it but you'll still owe me a favor. He thought about it for a moment. Sure, if you offer 4 Phoenix Tears, but only because I'm feeling generous today. I frowned. I'd hate to give up on Vala, but what choice do I have now? Unless, I can simply have him bring himself to me. Yes, this could work. 4 Phoenix Tears but you owe me 1 favor, not including covering for me. You can reject it if you don't like it, but you'll still owe me a favor. I get to ask for favors again. And, you deliver a message to Vala Lucifer for me. And, again, all of this remains a secret between the two of us. How is that any different from kidnapping him? Nurarihayon asked, amused. It is different. You don't draw the eye of rise of him, your faction remains unimplicated, and you get to be in the good graces of the future head of the Lucifer clan, when he escapes on his own. And it doesn't cost you a thing. You should know the value of having someone like that in your back pocket. The boy has potential, you'll know when you see him. I replied. He looked at me, gauging my intent before he fell into thought. Well, the fact that he's considering it is a good sign at least. 5 Phoenix Tears. He said after deliberation and I nearly burst a vein. 4 and that's the final offer. I was firm on it. We glared at each other in a standoff for a long while before he cracked. Bah. Fine. But you better be grateful for it, boy. He took my hand. Deal. X. Nurarihayon gave this to you. My father confirmed for the third time. I nodded. Yes. 1 phoenix tear now, 2 after we recruit her, if she has a sacred gear. 1 more to keep quiet about it. That is steep. Which sacred gear does she have? The research he saw in us suggests it's an independent avatar-type sacred gear. They are trying to create their own artificial sacred gears, and that seems to be the direction they're heading. It's also the easiest direction to head to. Ruvel said, stroking his chin, it's basically a familiar contract extended to the soul. Chimeras are already standard practice among magicians. Combining those two, if they copy the mechanisms of a sacred gear, this could be very useful. Another benefit for us. Augusta, Witch of the East and wielder of the Longinus Incinerate Anthem, will be there too. She wants the girl to study her sacred gear. Maybe we can negotiate with her for the research data. I said, imagine being able to manufacture an army of artificial sacred gears made from monsters from the familiar forest, or even a new Longinus, if we manage to capture one of the legendary monsters, like Typhon or Ladin. Another card in the hands of House Phenex. A single Longinus possesses the potential to turn the user into a Satan-class powerhouse. Having a few of those. This might indeed turn out to be a blessing in disguise. My father agreed, good job, Riser. Thanks Dad, but I have one more idea. I added with a grin, if the Wizards of Oz actually succeed in creating a method to extend the familiar contract to the level of a sacred gear, there might be a secret third benefit for us. Turning independent avatar-type sacred gears into our familiars. Applying the concept of taming on beast-type sacred gears. There is even a Longinus, Canis Lycaon, that is a literal dog. Turning that into a familiar will give us another Longinus in our hands, as long as we can find the user before they grow too powerful. There's also Regulus Nemia, and the 4 Fiends. Especially because most people can't wield more than 1 sacred gear, but they can certainly tame as many familiars as they want, bypassing the strain of having a sacred gear. My father's eyes widened, and Ruvel whistled. Riser. Brilliant work, as always. My father praised. Yufufu, isn't my son the bestest? My mother cuddled me up in her bosom, petting my head happily. He certainly is. Ruvel laughed. Ruvel, go with Riser. Take, which legions are available right now? My father asked. 1st and 5th. Ruvel answered, I'll take the 1st. It's a quick little trip. We'll be back before anyone notices. Take both. My father said. There really is no need. Ruvel argued, and to leave the territory so unmanned. Call back the 3rd Legion from Zimbabwe for the day. My father shook his head, I will not risk your lives against a Longinus. Do not look down on her just because she is a human. All it will take is a stray shot and you could be permanently scarred, or worse. The concern warmed my heart. But there is such a thing as overprotective. We'll be discussing some sensitive information there. What if I said, but my father cut me off. Our legions are loyal. None of them would reveal a thing. No secret is worth losing your lives over. He said, and that's final. Better to negotiate from a position of absolute power than as equals. If you say so. Ruvel shrugged. Let's go then. I hugged my mother one more time before I separated and jumped to my feet. It was cold. It was always so cold. Ever since the day the doll showed up. That day, She shivered as she hid in the corner of her bed, all wrapped up in the thin sheets stained with her tears. The world was so cold. A tear streaked down her cheek but froze halfway down into a trail of sleet. And the doll looked at her, its hollow eyes piercing through her, the same way they had always done, the way they had pierced through her parents. Midsummer snow. Sudden landslide. The cries for help as she was buried under it all. And the hollow eyes of the doll, staring. She begged, she cried, she screamed for help, until her throat ran dry and her heart froze over. As her parents lay there dying, clutching her in their embrace, like a vice grip of love. The doll stared. Endlessly. Waiting, watching. 3 meters tall, with imposing, hollow eyes and visored face, it 4 skeletal arms draping across its skeletal ice frame, thin insectoid wings made of sleet and a crown of icicles. It wore a dress gown that shimmered in the light, something a child would have looked upon with awe, were it not for the haunting image it portrayed. A regal sight. A queen of ice. With a heart to match. It followed her everywhere she went, mere 3 steps away, haunting her like a specter. Never helping, never talking, never doing anything other than watch. Just watch. Stealing away all the warmth in her life, both figuratively and literally. Since the day they died, she had never felt warmth ever again. She had done everything she could to it. Screamed at it, hit it till her hands rubbed raw, till her voice ran dry and they put her away. Locked in the room. Away from everyone else. Because she was a bad girl. Schizophrenic. Delusional. Effects of childhood trauma. No one believed her. They never believed her. Because they couldn't see it. The doll. Only she could. It was her personal hell. She grit her teeth and tried to muster up the hate she needed to glare at it, the hateful thing, as if in defiance, but the pain in her heart had long died, turning into the faint bitterness of defeat and learned helplessness imposed upon her by fate. No one wanted her after the accident. No one. Not her aunts and uncles, grandmothers and grandfathers. You don't belong here. Her cousins had said. She didn't belong anywhere. It's just not a good time, you understand, right? Her aunt lied. Never a good time. Never for her. Cursed child. Her grandmother beat her with her cane in front of the family, and no one stopped her. Everyone left her. All alone. Even when they said she was going to be adopted soon, the lady didn't show up. No one cared. They never showed up. It was all because of her. She was a bad child. A bad girl. She had killed her family. This was her punishment. That's why the doll showed up. She was a bad girl. If she hadn't insisted on going down the slope one more time. If she had eaten her vegetables. If she hadn't asked for ice cream. If she. She bit her lip as the tears threatened to flow again, holding them back with all her heart because she knew they would only freeze and she would be colder still. I'm a bad girl. She rocked herself back and forth. I don't deserve a family. It's all my fault. I'm. She sniffled, the tears slowly flowing down her cheek. Flowing down her cheek. She reached out a hesitant hand to feel it, the tears. Her hand was wet. It was wet. And a voice, soft and gentle, filled with warmth she hadn't felt in forever, asked. Do you really believe that? Finally, Lavinia Rennie is here. The sausage fest is at an end. Tell me what you think of the chapter. I have also rewritten the previous chapters and deleted the "No Chapter Today" notices, so you might notice the number of chapters is different. Anyways, thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate you Power Stones. The promised extra chapters are coming. Wait just a bit. Thanks. Bye. Chapter 36, Lavinia Rennie Part 2 Feet Augusta. A mega 4,400 word extra chapter for the 300 Power Stones and 5,000 collections. Regular chapter in the morning. AM writing. Enjoy. Do you really believe that? I asked, softly, taking a seat beside her on the bed, my heat wrapping around her form, gently cradling her body, a neat heat manipulation trick I developed at first to torture the stray devils I had experimented on to get them to behave, but it comes into use in other places too, like here, at a lower intensity. Lavinia looked down at her hand, wet from the now unfrozen tears, and then at me, eyes flickering with both shock and doubt. It's okay. I cupped her face, wiping her tears with my thumb, and instinctively she nuzzled into the warmth of my hand, grabbing it and pressing it to her face harder. Poor girl. I could feel how ice-cold her body was. These Longinuses, Longinii, are very dangerous, if they don't even spare their users. If they only awaken in traumatic situations and people can't think straight, especially at times like those, how is someone supposed to learn to control them unless they are a genius like Dulia or have help? This design is far from human. Bad design, big G, real bad. I suppose I get that they are supposed to grow in power based on the user's desires and emotions, based on the principle of extraordinary potential that humans show in stressful situations, like a mother lifting a burning car off of her child and such, but still. Their use could stand to be a bit more intuitive. I mean, how long until Lavinia here figures out that her emotions and desires influence how the doll moves, and if she's constantly depressed with self-loathing, and the doll reacts to that by dropping her own body temperature? If she went suicidal, won't the Longinus just freeze her to death? So far as I know, the only safeguard on them is on their balance breakers, that need mastery of the sacred gear to use, unless of course, you're Issei or something and can perv your way to power. No wonder so many sacred gear users die before they can even learn to use their gifts. Half from the strain on their body and soul, and half from the complete lack of a user manual. Humans are the same people that need warning labels on bleach saying, "This is not for human consumption, and please do not pour it in your eyes." People that push doors labeled pull and can't operate simple TV remotes. Children even more so. Giving God-killing weapons to them with no instructions on how to use them, what utter idiot would think this was a good idea? I know times were desperate back then, but shit, dude. Lavinia suddenly opened her eyes again and looked curiously at me. The color had slowly returned to her face and her tears had vanished, replaced by a gaze filled with doubt and curiosity. She let go of one of her hands that was holding mine and reached it slowly, hesitantly towards my face in something straight out of Tarzan and... slap. She slapped me. Wadash. Slap. She slapped me even harder this time. Okay, Hold on, what are dash? I caught her hand the third time she went for it and she was surprised, looking at my hand holding her wrist and then back at me as a blush spread across her face, a little sadness dyeing her eyes. I just wanted to see if you were real. She strung out that last word as if she was pulling out a hangnail, her pain peeking through in her voice. And 2 slaps weren't enough? I asked, amused. Sorry. She looked down, embarrassed. I didn't see or hear you come in and... Because you were moping in the corner. I joked, trying to shake away her sadness. It was a technique used by real professional in the mental health field. Saying something absurd and insensitive to break people out of their funk, and boy was Lavinia in one. It was as if a person complained they were having an episode, and you asked them if it was the beach episode. Something so ridiculous it jolts them right back to their senses. Here, however, it only served to make her sadder. I sighed. How did Eubeluna do it? Was it this hard for her? I would have loved to bring her along if she wasn't training under Mephistopheles in Grausauber. Pulling her out mid-school year, and on the eve of her end-of-semester exams when Mephisto already knows she was involved in the recruitment of Dulio, would just lay out our hand for him. I mean, bringing an army, though they had comes under a spell of invisibility, silence and non-detection upon my recommendation, would still be a telltale sign, but at least this one could be attributed to a surprise military training exercise, and Augusta wasn't going to spill either, because she too was trying to hide her experiments on sacred gears, and we were going to negotiate her into secrecy anyways. I looked back at Lavinia and decided to try the same line again. I got off the bed, or tried, in order to shuffle closer to her, but she grabbed my hand the moment she felt it. Please don't go. Her grip on my hand tightened as if she was afraid that I would disappear the moment she let go, and her eyes peered back up at me like she was questioning if this was a dream again. I'm not going anywhere. I assured her and scuttled closer to her instead, the sheets dragging under me, crumpling in a bunch between the two of us, and she latched onto my arm now, clamping down harder. But let me ask you again. Do you really believe that? She looked away again, her grip slackened and she answered, voice shaking. I did this. I'm a bad girl. They all said so. I don't belong anywhere. It's all my fault. She sniffled as she spoke. You don't belong anywhere. I wrapped arm around her and pulled her into a side hug. Looks to me like you fit just fine by my side. She was shocked and surprised, looking at my chest and then back up at me. I don't care what others said. I asked you. I poked her chest. Do you believe that? I'm a bad girl. That's why this happened. This is my punishment. I laughed softly and pinched her cheeks. If you were a bad girl, a really, real bad girl, you wouldn't care about that, now would you? I pointed out and that logic fritzed her mind. But. So why don't you tell me why you think this is all your fault? I coaxed her gently, and she winced. Because of the dash, she almost pointed at the doll hunched over by the edge of the room, billowing frosty winds that I had been countering till now. You wouldn't believe me, no one dash. Is it because of the giant ice doll? I lay it out bare. Lavinia looked up at me with great shock and the barest hint of excitement. You can see it. She sat up straight, turning to me. You really dash. Doubt again appeared in her eyes. Before she could even try, however, this time I caught her hand as it lifted. All right, that's enough slapping for you, little lady. I was getting annoyed now. It was understandable. She was gaslit by every adult she knew into believing that she was mentally ill, delusional, hallucinating, so I didn't expect her to come to her senses this quick. But that doesn't mean I'm willing to be slapped to her satisfaction. Lavinia. She corrected me. My name is Lavinia Rennie. Please dash. I understood what she wanted. To be seen again, not as the cursed child, not as the mad girl, not as the liar and problem child, but as herself. For someone to see her as Lavinia. A person. Lavinia. I called her name and she smiled ever so faintly for the first time since I started. Yes, I can see her. And yes, for the third time, I'm real. I'm here. You can feel my warmth, can't you? She blushed a little and nodded shyly, hugging my side again. That doll is scary, isn't it? I pointed at her Longinus and cast a sealing spell, binding it in place. Lavinia nodded. I hate it. I hate the doll. It. She didn't finish the sentence, but I could feel her trauma and frustration from her words. She needed to be free of it, even for just a moment. I smiled. Wanna get away from it? I asked, and she nodded. Let's go for a little flight then, shall we? I snuck one hand below her butt and lifted her onto my lap, as a teleportation circle lit up on the ceiling above. My wings unfurled, flaming and warm, and with a single beat, we soared right through it, out of the facility and into the skies above. Wah! Lavinia squeaked cutely, closing her eyes and latching onto me like a barnacle as our ascent came to a peak, just above the first layer of clouds. My demonic power wrapped around her, protecting her from altitude sickness and the inertia of our flight. A bit of a cliché move, the hero taking the girl for a flight, up beyond the clouds, but hey, it's 2001 and it hasn't been done to death yet, or at least mocked to death by 1,000 pop culture critics high on their own supply, so the motto applies. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. As we came to a halt, floating up in the sky, my wings wrapped around her in an illusion of warmth, she finally opened her eyes and took in the view with awe. "It's so beautiful," she uttered before she realized, looking at my wings, wrapping around us in a warm hug. "Who are you?" "Oh, did I forget to introduce myself?" I chuckled. "Sorry, how rude of me. I am Riser Phenex and I'm here to adopt you." She looked at me and at my wings for a moment, conflicted, before she asked, "Adopt me?" She asked as if she didn't herself believe it was possible, her pain evident in her voice. "Why?" But what she was really saying was, "Please don't do that. Don't give me false hope. Because you are a very special girl, Lavinia, and also because I want to." I laughed. "Do I need any more reason to do something than that? You really want to adopt me?" She still couldn't believe it. Well, that and the wings, given how often her eyes flit to them. "If you'll have me." I smiled sweetly at her and she finally believed me. Tears began pooling in her eyes, and she began to cry, ugly cry, snot and all. "If this is a dream, I don't want it to end," she whispered, resting her head against my shoulder, and I laughed. "Well, you're shit out of luck then, because this isn't a dream, and it's not about to end, ever," I assured her, booping her nose. "I'm here to adopt you, Lavinia, and I'm gonna give you all the lovin' you need." I end on a pun and she snorted out with laughter in the middle of crying, snot shooting out in strings out of her nose. Dad humor for the win. Gotta thank Dad for the advice when I get back. "That's so stupid." She sniffled, and I laughed along with her. "That's so stupid." For the first time since we met, she laughed and felt like a child again as she buried her face in my chest and cried herself out. I patted her head all the while and tried to ignore the snot that was staining my favorite coat. Ignore the assault to your fashion sense, Riser. Ignore it. It is the price to pay for a Longinus X. And the hero takes the girl out for a flight through the starry night sky. How cliché, Augusta scoffed. That's Riser for you. He's always had my dad's flair for the dramatic. A tall, well-built man with blonde hair in a cream suit with a wine-red shirt appeared behind her suddenly, but she wasn't alarmed. She had felt the net spread, and the noose tighten around her neck. A step too late, but she had felt it all the same. Her instincts honed over the years hadn't failed her yet. The army had come prepared, with multiple forms of stealth that bypassed even her early warning spells, but that was to be expected of a professional military. Of course, she wasn't weak herself, and given her sacred gear, with her enemies being devils, she was even confident in inflicting severe harm upon them if it came down to it. The losses to them wouldn't be worth it. A fact she could hold over them to negotiate an escape. That was until he showed up. Riser Phenex. One of the strongest devils in the underworld. The perfect heir, who surpassed even his own father in sheer power. A champion of their raiding games. In the face of such power, the kind that equaled her own, her position had instantly become weak enough to crumble. Her face wrinkled with frustration. 3 days she had waited, hoping to smoke out a link to the traitor within their organization. And to whom the trail led. To think it was the Phenex clan. How had Glenda kicked this particular wall? Her expression worsened when she realized she couldn't teleport out of here, even with brute force now, even if she used her Longinus. The wards were laid too thick. To burn through that amount of demonic power, she wouldn't have enough juice left to cast teleportation afterwards. She was cornered, fully and truly, and like a rat, she steeled her resolve to lash out with as much ferocity as she could muster. But she also recognized an opportunity when she saw one. If they wanted her dead, they'd have killed by now, not that they still couldn't, but at least there was a chance. They wanted something from her. As to what that was, it wasn't hard to guess. She had but 3 things on her that were valuable enough to warrant the richest clan in the underworld moving against her. Herself, Augusta, Witch of the East and Great Magician of Oz. The power equivalent to ultimate class and the years of experience she brought with her. Her Longinus, Incinerate Anthem. And the most likely suspect, her research into the creation of artificial beast-type sacred gears. How can this humble witch serve the Phenex clan today? Not going to fight? Riser asked, amused. Only if necessary. She answered politely but firmly, sending a clear message: a magician must be a rational agent at all times. Cold but not unusual. An admirable viewpoint. He pointed at the ground near her and conjured a table and 2 seats, gesturing her to take a seat. It might just save your life someday. The threat in his words was quite apparent too. She had a choice to make. Do as he pleased or die. It displeased her greatly to be forced like this, but she swallowed it. Her pride was hardly the worst thing she had swallowed over the course of her life. Being a self-made woman in a man's world, she had had to make certain concessions for knowledge and power, a foot in the door. But she was as crafty as she was capable. It was how she got her hands on a Longinus, from one of the same men who looked down on her, who thought more with their privates rather than their brains, and while she had lost much of her beauty, she more than made up for it in power. Ultimate class. A level of power most mages never even dreamed of reaching, and she had gotten there with decades to spare on her life. She hadn't done that by being pushed around by others. She had greater dreams than just this. The first time she knelt before her old master's chair, took his vile organ into her mouth, she'd decided it. She would carve her name into history, forever. She was so close to it now. The 3-Demon Beast Project. The creation of Longinus-level artificial sacred gears. It was her and Glenda's idea, but once they were done, she'd planned on seeing to it that there would only be one name on the credits of this achievement. The right one. The witch who stole the authority of God. The second coming of Prometheus, no. The first Augusta. Yes, she wasn't about to be the second version of some man. No, she'd be the prime, you are example. The greatest witch in history, now and forever. Her name would be spoken before Merlin Ambrosius, soon. Very soon. She wasn't about to give up on it, so close to success. Just 10, no 7 years. She could do it. Even without Glenda. For that, she'd make any concession, any deal. She took her seat opposite Riser Phenex, and scanned her surroundings. She was encircled, each direction, including up and down, even through the dimensional gap. Very thorough indeed. Why would they go through such effort if they didn't need her alive? She smiled. I don't suppose I can convince you to give up on the girl. She tried one last time. No. My brother seems quite taken with her. I think she'll make a good gift for him. Wouldn't you say? Riser smiled slyly, taking a sip of tea that he had again conjured. She would be lying if she said she didn't envy the devils and their demonic power, something that was able to fill in for the meticulous calculations of magicians, sometimes even bypass them, completing entirely new spells without the devil having to put any thought into it, only the vaguest idea, the power of imagination. No, I wouldn't. She replied, but refusing to partake in the tea he had conjured for her as well. If I cannot take the girl, what do you require of me? Why not just let me go? She crossed her fingers, knotting knuckles as she thumbed her forefinger nervously. An affectation meant to present vulnerability. Gauging his reaction. Every move a calculation. Now. No need to fake your intentions. I am not my father. Let us speak plainly. Riser caught her act, pulled the curtain from the facade. Truly, the perfect heir. Cunning, gentile, powerful. Every bit the kind of men she could respect. Then speak. Or do I have the right of way? She taunted this time and he sighed, rolling his eyes. I hear you are planning to recreate beast and independent avatar-type sacred gears. An interesting line of research, though, it's hardly novel. He was playing her game now. Trying to offend her, insult her work. Incite a reaction. He was a few centuries too early for that. Were that the case, I doubt the esteemed House Phenex would accost a poor old witch on her nightly stroll. My lady, you're hardly just some witch. A mind such as yours, it is hard to come by even once a century. Riser praised, but she felt there was an insult to her age hidden in there somewhere. House Phenex simply feels such minds should not have to worry about funding and support. Consider it an offer for investment. Now that was within her expectations. What do you propose? She asked. We have high hopes for you, Lady Augusta. He said, you desire to study the girl's sacred gear dash. Longinus. Augusta corrected, let us not mince words. We both know it is the Longinus, absolute demise. Trying to short-charge her. Just a sacred gear? Humph. Cheap bastards. But when she looked at his face, she immediately regretted her words. He was shocked. Not a mask, not a lie. He did not know. Just who was their spy in Glenda's faction? Or was their spy in her own faction? How did they know about the project but not the level of the sacred gear? So many questions she could not ask, at risk of projecting weakness. TSK. She cursed herself. In her disdain for them, she had made a stupid mistake, to give the enemy more information than she needed to. At least, it wasn't too bad. It only increased the value of their investment now. But she noted this weakness in her mind. She would remedy such habits as soon as possible. She wasn't immortal after all. She couldn't afford to make such stupid mistakes. Ahem. He cleared his throat and continued, a little flustered now, either way, we would like to cooperate with you on it. We will study the girl and her Longinus independently, within all the parameters you prescribe. We will then offer this data and reimburse you a portion of all your research funds and costs. Even send in a few of the mages affiliated to us to help, if needed, or guide you to talents you can recruit yourself. Of course, all of this must not lead back to us. For all the world to know, House Phenex had nothing to do with this. You achieved it all on his own. In return, you will personally, not through an assistant or familiar, deliver regular updates on the project. Monthly seems right. She nodded and he continued. A little secrecy was a fair exchange for that. You will not reveal our involvement with this endeavor or any of our meetings including this one, and any other information that could implicate us in any way. You will, on the other hand, keep nothing from us when it comes to the project. All data, every inch of progress, every last spell and procedure. Everything will be transparent to us. Not an unfair clause. She nodded again. I agree. Neither during, nor after the project, will you target anyone related to the Phenex clan in retaliatory action out of pride or revenge or otherwise. I am not so thankless, nor am I such an ingrate that I would do such a thing. She was offended at the implication. Then you won't mind agreeing to it, yes? She grit her teeth at the insult but nodded. I agree, but only until I am attacked. If House Phenex or anyone affiliated with them moves against me in the duration or after the project, this clause is voided. She wasn't an idiot. She knew they wanted to tie up loose ends after. She wasn't about to disappear someday, somewhere shortly after she succeeded. Agreeing to that would simply be the same as laying down and offering your neck to the executioner's blade. Ruvel knew he was caught, she saw, and took some much-deserved pleasure in that, before he sighed with disappointment. You think too little of me, my lady. He faked, and she countered, and you me, sir. He looked back at her and smiled as she had seen him smile all those years back as a young magician on her first visit to the underworld, on the raiding game's screens. A cruel, sadistic smile that made her weak in the knees. She bit her lip, unconsciously at the sight. Very well then. He spoke, his voice deep and rich like a smooth, fiery liquor. Let us hammer out the finer details of the deal. X. Once Lavinia has settled on, I gently wiped her face clean, before descending back into her room again. While I had temporarily sealed her sacred gear, she was still connected to it and I couldn't exactly take her far from it. It was the reason we were flying straight above the institution, with the teleportation spell kept active the whole time, keeping a close distance with it, but just out of sight. It had worked wonders for her mood. She was feeling fresher, freer than before, and as we descended back down, her face began to wilt again, especially I set her down on the bed once again. She held on tight, wrapping herself around my arm like a blonde little snake. Will I wake up now? She asked pitifully, with those big, sad puppy eyes that melted my heart. Will you be gone when I wake up? Will I see you again, in another dray dash? I pinched her ear. Ow. She cried out, and I replied deadpan. How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a dream. But we were flying. She argued. Because I can fly. And why are you only asking this now? I was flabbergasted. You have the survival instincts of a mayfly, girly. She looked genuinely surprised. My brother is waiting outside, completing the adoption process. This is real. But the doll, it was away from me, it was gone and we were dash, she realized finally, and blushed a deep tomato red, cupping her face as she squealed. She did let go of my arm though, her cheeks pressed firmly against it. I couldn't help but pet this adorable little creature. She was so damn cute. HNGH. Will the doll come with us too? She asked, looking back at the thing hatefully. The doll isn't your punishment, Lavinia. It is a part of you. I explained, it has to come with us. But it is so cold. It makes me so cold. She spoke distraught. I will teach you to control it. I assured her as I unsealed the doll with a point of my finger, and trust me, Lavinia, I will never let you feel cold and alone, ever again. I pulled her closer to me, planting a kiss on her head, as she sniffled once more, nodding happily. Promise. She extended a pinky and I tugged it with mine. Promise. Lavinia loyalty get. Though it took a lot of convincing. When you traumatize, gaslight, girl boss a child into believing she's a bad, delusional, madwoman, they tend to not believe their own eyes. Who knew? Also, Ruvel being the tall, dark and handsome, billionaire, bad boy heartthrob as always. He can seduce even crusty old feminist crones like Augusta, with just one look. Tell me what you thought of the chapter. Any suggestions? Plot holes? Anything I missed? Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Chapter 37, Justifications Part. Two people emerged from a teleportation circle in the luxuriant courtyard of Castle Phenex. A boy with flaming wings hued in burning blue, blonde hair and deep navy blue, double-breasted coat over cream pants. And clutching his arm like a baby koala, stood a girl with flowing blonde hair like the richest silk dipped in gold, sapphire blue eyes the color of the deepest ocean, and the face of an angel, as if carved by a divine hand, in a plain, flower print frock and striped pajamas that did not do justice to her beauty. "Welcome, Lavinia, to our home. La Casa de Phenex." Riser swept out his arm in a grand gesture of greeting and Lavinia stared out with eyes wide with awe. It was the most beautiful building she had ever seen. Richly decorating in shades of red, orange, and gold, with towers resplendent with tapestry that fluttered majestically in the wind. Gardens with bright purple and red flowers, blooming large against the dotted pattern of burning trees, with ink-black trunks and crimson flame-tipped branches. The courtyard lined with a checkerboard pattern of black and red tiles, embossed with gold. In the channels around the courtyard, in gutters of ancient bricks flowed golden streams of lava, and yet somehow, it didn't feel hot. Dry perhaps, but never anything more than a cool, crisp atmosphere. "Are you a prince?" she asked Riser, with a childlike excitement, as if seeing something right out of a dream. "Kinda," he replied, and his tone didn't matter to her. He had already saved her, appearing straight out of a fairy tale, a prince rescuing a princess from her tower. His wings reminded her of a bedtime story her mother used to tell her. The Bird Prince. A princess trapped in a tower. A prince who turns into a blue bird to rescue her, no matter the cost, bearing through his pain as he clears through traps and challenges to reach his beloved. The princess is saved, and they live happily ever after. A bird prince. Freedom from her cage. Who tore through her pain and brought back warmth to her life. Gave her a place where she belonged, by his side. This was her fairy tale. And she had found her prince. All that was left now was the happily ever after, and for the first time in over a year, she hoped against hope that it would come to be. She smiled, her heart fluttering with warmth and joy at the thought. Happily ever after. She looked up at him, with eyes full of reverence and the slightest tinge of mania, a desire unfettered to be by his side, forevermore. A love, not romantic yet, she was too young to feel such things, being but 10 and change, but love all the same, though she did not know it. She gripped his arm just a little tighter and buried her face in his embrace. She decided. This was the best day of her life. And that's my great-grandfather Raisin, the undying flame. You're not looking at the castle, Lavinia. I complained, poking her head. Hey. I'm talking to you. She had taken one look at the castle, then at me, asked me if I was a prince and then just buried herself in my armpit for some reason. Weird, but okay. Maybe she's just feeling shy. It was her first time at her new, forever home, after all. First day jitters are a thing. I patted her head gently, and smiled. It'll be okay. I assured her, no need to be nervous. My mom will love you. My dad too. And you already met Ruvel. So don't worry so much. Ravel will love having an older sister too. She gets lonely around here, now that all of us are so busy with everything. Having another girl around will benefit her a ton. My mother cooed as she spotted us. My dad wasn't far behind either, perusing the gallery as we waited on Ruvel to settle the legions back in the barracks first, another golden-haired child, just like us. Riser, I'm beginning to think you have a type. Mum. You fufu, I'm just glad it's a girl this time. She laughed. I was beginning to wonder, with how both of them were boys. So pretty. Lavinia muttered as she looked up at the newcomer, and my mother smiled. Such a good child, she cooed, petting her head. I think I will like this one. I chuckled. You just like her because she complimented you. Why? Don't you think your mother is pretty, Riser? She pouted and my dad gave me the stare. I knew. The prettiest in the whole wide world. I hugged her with one hand, because a certain little blonde koala bear wouldn't let go of my other. Good answer. My mother kissed my forehead and smiled. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. I pointed at Lavinia. Mom, Dad, this is Lavinia Rennie. Lavinia, my mother and father. And if you will accept us as your own, then we will be yours too, dearie. My mother knelt down to Lavinia's eye level and spoke. She hesitated. It was understandable. Her family had just died, less than a year ago. Frankly, it was absurd how quick Dulio adapted to adoption. A new family. Or maybe it was because of my promise to let him meet his old parents again someday. So maybe he rationalized it as staying with his aunts and uncles or something. He was more mature and a year older than both me and Lavinia, so maybe that had something to do with it. Lavinia, on the other hand, would probably need some amount of therapy. In home, most likely, my mother could handle it. You don't have to say it now. Or ever if you don't want to, Lavinia. We will love you just the same. My mother reassured her, cupping her face. You can call me Rabila, until then. Don't force yourself. My father offered, you're welcome here, Lavinia. This is your home too, as much as it is ours. So don't hesitate to treat it as your own, okay? Okay. Lavinia nodded shyly, but her eyes were a little happier than before, and that's what mattered. Already doing the introductions without me? Ruvel returned just then. Not at all. Mom just found us first. I said, before asking, did you call Regal? Yes, but he couldn't come. He turned to Lavinia, ruffling her hair gently. Regal is our second brother. He's busy today, but I'll make sure you meet him someday soon, okay? Lavinia nodded and pulled closer to me again, away from his hand. Ah, she's so adorable. My mother giggled. Just like a puppy. Ruvel teased and Lavinia blushed, burying her face in the nook of my neck, only eliciting further laughter from them. Now, don't tease her too much or she'll burst like a ripe tomato. My father laughed, before turning to my mother. Why don't you take her to meet Ravel? Let Ravel get to know her new big sister. My mother understood his meaning and nodded. Lavinia, come. Let's go meet your new little sister. My mother extended a hand towards her but Lavinia just looked up at me nervously. It's okay, I'll be right here. I assured her, caressing her head gently. Can't you come too? She asked with those puppy dog eyes and I steeled myself in response. I just have to go to the toilet first. I'll be there with you soon, okay? I will come too. Lavinia. I fixed her with a stern gaze. No. She replied, adamant. You can't always remain stuck to me. You'll have to let go of me to shower and eat and go to the toilet, won't you? My expression softened, and I booped her nose. I don't like stinky girls. She frowned, conflicted and looked back at the doll, still sealed, but less so, in order to let it move around with us. Don't worry. My mother is just as warm as me and the doll won't hurt you anymore. I picked her up and spun her around, landing her in my mother's arms, I promised, didn't I? She looked at the doll one last time and finally nodded. I planted a kiss on her forehead and cupped her face, looking her in the eyes. Good girl. Lavinia smiled a silly little smile, blushing as her eyes glazed over a little at the praise. I'm a good girl. She muttered softly, almost purring with happiness. Oh my mother giggled and I smiled. Adorable, isn't she? X. We got seated in the office, me, Ruvel and my father, and he grabbed my hand not a moment later, casting spell after spell, every scrying and analysis magic he knew, scouring over my whole body. It was only when he didn't find anything suspicious did he broach the subject, still checking on me with a scanner spell. Are you okay, Riser? Any odd feelings, sensations? Memories unaccounted for? Do the reverse track before me. I complied, casting encode thoughts and reverse tracking through all of my recent memories as he analyzed them for irregularities. He wasn't looking through the memories themselves, but for any distortions in their presence. He afforded me that much privacy at the very least. And I understood why he was doing this, from the concern in his eyes to the frantic nature of his search. Everything seems to be in order. He finally spoke, letting out a sigh of relief. Ruvel visibly relaxed his tense shoulders too, the stress leaving him almost immediately. This is because I visited Cleria Belial, isn't it? What do you think, Riser? My father frowned. We feared for the worst. You seemed fine enough in the afternoon and Lavinia's issue was time-sensitive, so we let it go for a few hours, but you must understand our concern, right? I nodded. Sorry. I was going to tell you today but Nurarihion hasn't done anything to you. Everything fine up there? My father asked again. Yes. Yes, it's all good. I assured him. It was a failsafe we decided on when I went to train with the East Yukai faction. A last resort, the equivalent of having a safe word. After all, Nurarihion was known primarily for Tuyujitsu, stealth and hypnosis, both of which complemented each other to an absurd degree in more than just his degenerate exploits. It was a broken combination, and one that he could certainly use to force himself into mind of a young devil child from the wealthiest family in the underworld, to gain himself an edge. A loyal puppet to use or hold hostage secretly, looting our coffers and if he were left up to his perversions, violating our women. I wouldn't put it beyond him. Naturally, being aware of that, and knowing that if he did try something, he certainly wouldn't let me talk to my parents about it, putting mental blocks and hypnotizing the intent itself out of me before he even tried anything else, we decided on a failsafe he wouldn't realize or guard against. If I was ever in any danger with the Yukai, and bound by hypnosis to not inform my parents, I was to go and visit Cleria Belial in Kuo, a devil-held territory where I would be safe until they came to fetch me. It was a glorified rape whistle in the form of an innocuous action plan. A good precautionary measure, though I am glad I haven't had to use it. The world was not a nice place and everyone had their own agenda, so having backup plans for emergencies was a standard protocol in most noble clans, safe houses, precast teleportation spells, secret signaling methods and code words taught to all members. Our family just went the extra mile with theirs. I knew this was coming when I went to visit her, and I had planned accordingly. Everything is all right. I repeated, and my father relaxed. Then why did you visit Clearia Belial? He asked. Oh, that. Well, I wanted some pizza and I figured I'd get some for the others too. But seeing as how we were in the mountains and the nearest town was rather small, I figured I'd head to the closest town I knew that was big enough to have at least one pizza shop. The only problem was that I know no coordinates in the human world other than Urikyoto, Nyankan, Kyoto, and Kuo. I figured Kuo would be the safest bet. Avoid drawing too much attention, or risk getting got by the other factions and whatnot. And the only place you knew to teleport to in Kuo was Clearia Belial's office. Ruvel completed the line of logic for me. Is that why you spent nearly an hour chatting it up with Lady Clearia? My father caught me, however. I thought we agreed. No more solo scheming. Yes, and I wasn't. Well, okay, a little, but it wasn't anything serious. I was going to tell you today. I threw up my hands in defeat. Go on. My father gestured, before crossing his arms sternly. So, I was working on a new spell. It's called Flame Divination. Yes, Flame Divination is being revealed again, only this time it will be more tame, weak, and logically grounded. A red herring planted for a later explanation. No more logical leaps and Sherlock Holmes ing. Grounded everything. Thanks for reading. Sorry I disappeared for 2 days. I was doing some stuff, and by that I mean binging Pluribus, Family Man Season 3, and Mighty Neen. Am back now. Thanks to King Gluttony and Andre Salcedo for the idea. Thanks for reading the chapter. Tell me what you think of it. Any suggestions? Don't forget to donate your Power Stones. 300 Power Stones, 1 extra chapter. 6,000 collections, 1 extra chapter. Bye. Chapter 38, Flame Divination. Another mega chapter. 5,000 words this time. Sorry I wasn't posting. I got stuck on this chapter, and had to further weaken the Flame Divination spell to progress. It's not perfect, but do tell me if you spot any problems with the chapter. So, I was working on a new spell. It's called Flame Divination. One of those new spells you couldn't share with us. My father asked, in a sour, accusatory tone that bugged me a little more than I'd have liked to admit. What changed? I said I'd share them with you after I finished them, didn't I? I replied with just as much acridity, before I caught myself. I'm //sorry. We both spoke at the same time. I shouldn't talk to you that way, Riser. I'm sure you have your reasons. My father added, humbly now, and gentler too, but we'd appreciate if you explained them to us, those reasons. Me too. I should have been more forthright. I admitted, I just didn't want to rattle off half-baked ideas and spell theories, over half of which I wasn't even sure would pan out anytime soon, and then I'd feel like a failure, like I gave you false hope, boasted so much yet achieved so little, and I understand, Riser. My father put a hand on my shoulder. It's okay to feel that way. All of us do. The burden of expectations blinds you to the most obvious things sometimes. Ruvel laughed. I should know. I stalled in progress to the point I quit the raiding games entirely. He looked at me as if looking into the past. I know it's tempting to believe you can do everything all at once, and maybe you can. But just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. It's okay to fail, or even delay things once in a while. Take time to relax, enjoy yourself. Or else you will burn out and end up like me, and quite frankly, Ravel isn't looking quite as much on the up and up as you did at her age. There won't be any Riser Phenex sparking your inspiration, because there's only one of you. So cherish yourself. I suppose, I have been taking on too much lately. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Maybe you're right. I gave in, and my father smiled. Riser, I know you're a genius, but no one wins 100% of the time. That's part of life. Don't let it bother you too much. We're your family, Riser. No matter who you are, no matter what you do, we'll never think less of you. I nodded. I still can't give you the spells yet, you understand that, right? I asked hesitantly. We know. Ruvel rolled his eyes. Now just tell us about it already. Yes, yes. Patience is a virtue, Ruvel. And we're devils. He countered, imperiously pointing at me. Off with it. Now. Brothers. I smiled. Where was I? Yes. Pizza. I got back on track again, so I teleported to the office compound and thought of what to do. Now, I could just fly around and look for a shop that way or dash. You divined it. Ruvel cut to the chase. It was good practice and I like to get as much of it in as possible, especially for incomplete spells that need to be workshopped. More practice means more data. More data, well, you know. I shrugged. Magic maniac. Ruvel teased, there is such a thing as too much practice. He turned to my father, remember the first time he learned to teleport? My father laughed. He didn't walk anywhere for 2 whole weeks. He didn't even pick up his own food to eat. One time he even teleported a hellworm into a servant's butt. That was horrifying. We had to give her so much time off, she might as well have taken the rest of the year, and that's not counting the therapist bills. Oh, I remember her. She still avoids the entire wing of the castle I am in. What can I say? I was curious on the limits of it and I found them. Because if we can pee while warded, and eat while warded, not to mention breathe, why can't something be teleported into our body while warded? An obvious exploit to the modern warding magic system. It's just a shame I was so lost in the joy of discovery that I didn't bother to think how it would affect the poor woman, and subsequently our reputation. So lost in what I could do that I didn't stop to think whether I should. Maybe this is how Oppenheimer felt after creating the nuclear bomb. Conveniently, after that, my dad arranged for Ruvel to get me stray devils as test subjects, and though I had learnt my lesson and wouldn't have repeated the same mistake again, I was glad for the chance to experiment a little more. Knowledge is power, after all, and now I knew. Can't telefrag stuff into people's brains. Good to know. Like a true D&D min-maxer, I found the teleportation equivalent of using create water inside someone's lungs to drown them alive. Another tool in my arsenal, especially when assassinating someone. After all, who wards their butthole against teleportation? Well, I do now, but that's the exception, not the rule. Again, it had its limits and only worked on someone as long as they weren't too powerful. Then they can sense it and stop it. Really, at this level it was no longer as useful as it was in mid-class. And don't get me started on your telekinesis. My father looked at me, we replaced more pots that month than we had in the rest of my lifetime. The damage to your mother's garden alone from your psychic samurai routine was. He shuddered at the thought. Yes, that was a mistake I never repeated. I had never seen Mother so angry. I still have nightmares. Anyways. I continued, in consideration of time, given that Lavinia was still waiting for me with Ravel, as I said, I needed more data, and this spell, as the name suggests, is a divination school one. Not just that, it's more than just one divination spell. It's a super spell, grand spell, one of those. It was made to encompass everything divination does, in one condensed, efficient package. Guidance, scrying, augury, dowsing, postcognition, locator spells, and of course, divination and foresight. Of course, that brings with it the standard drawbacks of divination. Future sight is nebulous at best, and without the gift of prophecy to account for the uncertainty in the actions of people, a divine domain inaccessible to us, because again, no god would bless a devil prone to missing out the forest for the trees. One of the pesky little side effects of free will. Most people nowadays have wards against scrying, all standardized and thorough, where not 3 centuries earlier, they were only had by eccentrics and made homebrew. It's the reason divination has fallen out of favor with magicians and devils alike. Then there's the fact that you can't exactly divine anything about someone that is more powerful than you. Their metaphysical weight, so to speak, is too much to push around. It muddies the waters all around them, blinding the diviner to even the fates of those close to them in any event they are part of. But what if there was a way to bypass all of that, or at least most of that, and get almost the same benefits as, say, prophecy? What if instead of taking the shortcut, we took the long way around? After all, what is the role of divinity in prophecy? Isn't it just to point the diviner in the right direction? What if we just ignore that part? Eastern divination had many practices that focus specifically or going the long way around. The Indian practice of Jyotishi, for example, which focuses on how the world affects you and how you react to it as a basis for divination. Karma, action, reaction. What are you suggesting? My father asked, confused. What I'm suggesting is that if prophecy is a celestial spotlight shining a road straight to the destination while we are forced to cut through the jungle brush in the pitch dark of night without it, why not find the best way to cut through? That's what my spell does. Or will do, when it's completed. It will take the long way around. More Laplace demon than Oracle of Delphi. Laplace demon as in a hypothetical entity which can predict the future based on complete knowledge of the past. Ruvel guessed, the idea finally dawning on him. Yes. The future is unpredictable. The present is warded. But the past. It is fixed. An open book. Few ward against postcognition specifically, and sure, we won't be digging out Indra's past anytime this side of the Big Bang, but that doesn't mean most people aren't susceptible to it. Current wards prevent postcognition de jure. If you can't see through them at this point in time, that obscurity carries backwards when it becomes the past. Ruvel pointed out the flaw in my argument, but I knew it too. Wards block sight of event, not its participants. I countered, let me explain with an example. Remember when we were discussing the internet, 2 weeks back? Mephisto wasn't peeking through the wards, was he? And yet, from just one line born of Regal's mistake, and our actions before and after the discussion, he was able to predict with certainty enough to send Tannen after me, what all we had planned. Action, reaction, Ruvel. If you know who participated in an event, and their actions before and after, you don't need to see into the event specifically to be able to deduce what happened. That's my cutting method. It is based on the theory of 6 degrees of separation. The theory that states that everyone in the world is just 6 handshakes away from knowing every other person in the world. Ruvel asked, "You want to connect people with their actions in response to others?" Yes. I stood up, conjuring a whiteboard. It comes with the concept of a guy who knows a guy, or friend of a friend, dot. I drew a dot on the board. This is a person. I drew more dots, connecting them with lines, and these are their actions as they live their life. See how they intersect with each other when they interact and affect one another. I like to call them the strings of fate, bumming off of the divine authority of the 3 fates. An imitation of their power, the same way we imitated the authority of hell to grant judgment in case of the black flames of judgment. I drew a square on the board, right where the lines intersected every time. An event is when people interact with one another. Today, most major events are warded. But we can still see which lines go in and which lines come out. What they did before, who they interacted with leading up to this warded event we cannot see, and then, what they did after and who they interacted with after the event was over. Through this, we can deduce what happened in the event itself. And I highlighted the web of people connecting with each other. Instead of casting my net blindly into the river of fate, if I instead cast it along the strings of fate, hopping off of people one handshake at a time, I can cut through the madness of the jungle brush and reach the same destination as those blessed with prophecy, even without the help of a god. What's more, by forming a greater understanding of this web of connections, where any person is no more than 6 hops away, and thereby my divination of them is that much easier, and more streamlined, I can form a sort of artificial karmic record, another imitation of an underworld divine authority, this one specifically from Chitragupta of the Hindu pantheon. Except, instead of a karmic record of the dead, ours does not breach into the offending line of divine usurpation, by only being a false karmic record created from all the divinations we make, compiled together, from which we can then pull more and more divine direction, bypassing the need for divinity. 2 half-divine underworld authorities combine to make up for 1 full divine authority, and simultaneously replacing, for our purposes, the celestial divine domain of prophecy with an infernal one, closer to us in nature. As I said, a Laplace demon born from the sheer expense of data. A predictive model of karma across pantheon lines. My father looked impressed while Ruvel was lost decoding the logic behind it all, and for a beat we sat in silence, before Ruvel spoke up. How do you account for natural events? Tsunamis, earthquakes, the like? He asked. There are 3 vectors to the spell. Me, the observer. I pointed at my chest. The web of fate, 6 degrees deep. I pointed at the drawing on the board, made up of people and their karma. And the world itself, the universe in which we reside. The canvas upon which this tapestry of fate is woven. The cosmos as the third party. I tapped the whiteboard itself, deforming a portion along one event with magic. See this deformation on the whiteboard? How it affects people, brings their strings closer to interaction, affecting them all regardless of whether they act to do so or not. That's a natural disaster. It counts as the karma of the world. That still doesn't explain one thing. My father asked, how does this lead to you chatting up Clearia Belial? Right. This spell isn't complete yet, and while it replaces the need for divinity in prophecy, it unfortunately shares the same drawbacks as regular divination spells, that is, I can't divine anything about someone more powerful than me. That includes casting divination through someone like that, even when targeting another person down the line from them, even a single hop away. Everyone you know is stronger than you. My father realized. Yup. I nodded, emphasizing the P.U. Ruvel, Nurarihion, Magari. I got a lot of data off of Regal, but most of that is from regular humans who don't have wards messing around with my divinations and have negligible metaphysical weight. I already mapped the weaker Yukai and the entire Nikomata clan aside from the elders. I needed more data still to finish the spell. Ideally from someone magically inclined, marginally weaker than me, and yet having a lot of 2-hop connections, like say, a former journalist gossip girl who's barely high class. Right now, she is 2 hops from me, through Regal. That is 1 more hop to power through, and 3 hops to her own connections then. That's a lot of demonic power wasted each time I divine stuff. Because another side effect of this imitation of multiple clashing divine authorities is the exponential increase in cost, in terms of demonic power, with each hop further. 1-hop divinations, like from me to you, if you were weaker than me, cost about 1/625 th of my power. 2-hop divinations, on the other hand, like the one I had to make from me to Regal and then from Regal to Lady Clearia, cost 1/25 th of my power. 3 hops. From Lady Clearia to her associates. 1/5 of my power. That means for just 5 divinations at her end, I run out of demonic power. And that's just to chart the strings of fate from her to her associates. To divine actual information about them or anything else related to her or them. That's more demonic power. That's prohibitively expensive. So, since I was in the neighborhood, I figured, let's cut that 2-hop connection through Regal into a personal handshake with Lady Cleria. Have a little chat, take as much data as I can and get directions to pizza while I'm at it. If it is so costly in terms of power, how will it ever be useful? If I remember correctly, to get the furthest profitable range, you need at least 4 hops. Ruvel asked, even if this false karmic record keeps track of all previous divinations and eliminates the need to chart connections every time you need to divine something, that's still too many courses to chart, and at 4 hops, that one divination for your entire reserve of demonic power. That cannot be profitable. True. I agreed, as a sinister smile bloomed upon my face, but if there was a way to get a 1-hop connection to millions of people, by means of, say, a personal contract with them, wouldn't that cut down almost everyone in the world down to 3 hops or less from us? The internet. Ruvel gasped in realization. You thought it through to such an extent. Not only that, but with the false karmic record of flame divination being supplemented by all the data we will gather through the internet, we can cut short the cost of divination to a slim nothing. After all, the more you know about someone, the easier it is to divine more about them. And if you have an object related to them, like say, a contract they signed to get access to the internet, the same principle as the Ungekyo needing Dulio's blood or hair, to assist in summoning their souls for a seance, applies. Double the savings on the cost of divination. Absolute surveillance, nigh omniscience in the palm of our hands. Won't people know we are taking their data? My father asked, especially once we start divining things about them. Acting on that data? No. I looked at him confused. I thought he'd be the first to figure it out, but I guess it's not too much to explain. We don't have to tell them we're taking their data. If they find out on their own, we'll just say we used to cater to them in terms of advertisements for things they'd need. They'll see our profit motive, and few, if any at all, will look further than that. After all, who looks at advertising tactic and thinks, worldwide surveillance scheme, Conspiracy theorists? Ruvel suggested. We will simply discredit them. Better yet, we will do what the CIA has done since time immemorial. We'll start the conspiracies ourselves. Make up outlandish, unbelievable, and easily disproven bullshit about ourselves. Then the next time people see someone claim that we're conspiring to control the world, they'll be discredited and laughed out of polite company, simply by association. I replied with arms wide. And Cleria Belial? My father asked, sternly. What of her? I asked. She called me shortly after you visited her, asking about the internet and if we were planning on having news sites on it. If she could host something, even as a guest. That sort of thing. My father said, rubbing his chin, you didn't happen to leak anything to her, did you? She has a way with words, a certain charm to her that puts people at ease, and sets their lips loose. No, of course not. I shook my head. I gleaned a lot of information from her, and she no doubt learned a fair bit about me too, but the internet was not one of the things we discussed. What did you discuss? My father asked, amused, beyond pizza, of course. Well, seeing as I couldn't exactly go in and ask for a meeting on the basis of wanting direction to the nearest pizza shop Yes, that'd certainly be insulting. My father chuckled. I went in with a different excuse. I said, snapping my fingers to make the board disappear, as I sat back down in my seat. Which was? One time, when Magari and Nurarihayan were day drinking, I happened to overhear them talk about succession matters. Magari was talking about this one Nekasha, Fujimai, I think her name was. She was born to the Nekasha side of Magari's clan, and left to explore the world a while back. How she regretted letting her go, and how the clan might split between her 5 eldest children if something were to happen to her. Wait, what's a Nekasha? Ruvel interrupted to ask. Nekasha are stronger, rarer variants of Nikomata. They are to Nikomata what super devils are to us. I said, which is why, this stray Nekasha interested me very much. If I could get her into my peerage, I'd have another strong piece to work with. Not to mention, we'd have a Senjutsu and Tuki instructor for all of you, for free. I said, laying down double indemnity for myself, a lie couched in another lie, with an alibi built into my future arguments for Kuroka's recruitment into the peerage. It's no longer mysterious knowledge I pulled out of my ass. I heard it from Magari. And with her being in a contract of secrecy with me, she can't exactly contradict it, not that my father would be fool enough to go ask her to reveal her feelings on what is clearly a secret of their faction. Now, if I were a stray Nekasha, wanting to explore the world, where would I go? What curiosity is close by for me to visit first? Kuo. The town held by devils. My father answered and nodded in understanding. It was just an excuse to get my foot in the door. Since I was already going to ask you to look for her, it didn't matter if Lady Cleria knew about her or not. I shrugged. Did she? My father asked. Yes. Unfortunately, the Nibirius clan snapped her up the moment she got into the underworld. She even has children there, so it's impossible for us to get her to come over to our side. Shame. My father sighed. What else did you learn? A lot. Time to create alibis for a whole bunch of stuff I shouldn't know, because again, being under a death contract of secrecy, she will be forced to agree with my version of things, if my father asked her about it. It was the most logical excuse after all. There is a reason I ask for secrecy. It makes it easier for me to lie. After all, I'm not bound by the secrecy clause, only she is. She has a husband, who is apparently stronger than me, given that I couldn't divine anything about him except for the distinct feeling of holy power. The church kind. No parishioner priest is that strong, and Kuo is devil territory, so the church has been abandoned already. Which means the only church staff stationed there would be exorcists. Ergo, Lady Cleria is married to an exorcist. A holy sword wielder. My father corrected. You knew. I was a little surprised. After the debacle that was her expose on Lord Mammon, I thought it prudent to keep tabs on her. My father said, that was the first and last time I met her, and that meeting told me everything I needed to know about who she was as a person, and how dangerous she could be. I was one of those who petitioned for her silent exile to desk duty. In her defense, Mumu Land is a literal death trap. If Lord Mammon had simply put in the adequate safety measures, none of this would have happened. I pointed out, he had it coming. Safety measures cost money, Riser. That comes off of our profits. A few dead children every year are dust off the decimal points of our percentage of the cut. My father said, nonchalantly. I chuckled at the irony. Didn't you forbid us from going there though? I still remember how Ravel cried for an entire day in a temper tantrum when you refused her the trip last year. My children are precious, because they are mine. I will not see harm come to you. Other people's children, on the other hand, are mere statistics. I cannot be expected to care for them. We're devils, Riser. This is the way. Our way. He replied, pinching my cheek. I know. I smiled. Anyways, that wasn't the juiciest bit of information I got off her. Maybe it was because I am a kid, or maybe because I caught her off guard with my visit, but she didn't bother to hide her current investigation too hard. She's still on to her usual shenanigans. Hasn't she learnt a lesson yet? Ruvel asked, exasperated. You could sooner divert a river than deny her nature. That woman, what a menace. My father sighed, rubbing his temples. What is it this time? Some church research project. The Holy Sword Project, I divined later on. I think they're manufacturing new holy swords, or maybe, given her history of focusing on injustices and such, maybe they're trying to create new holy sword wielders. I did see something about a connection to orphanages, but it was partially covered up. Maybe they're experimenting on children. And her husband could have found out about it and asked for her help investigating it. There goes my alibi for the Holy Sword Project and Kiba's recruitment. With that, I'm set for the next few years. At least it's not us this time. After that call, I was almost worried. My father was relieved. Let her poke the hornet's nest. Best if she's stung to death. Couldn't we help her? I asked. Why? My father looked at me like I had asked him to eat dung beetles. She could be useful, in data gathering, investigations, and such. We could sick her on the citrus. I offered, but he rejected it almost immediately. We have spies for that. She is smart and capable, but she is too much of a wild card, and that stupidly obstinate morality of hers is not something I'll risk infecting Ravel, or calling disaster on us by association. Okay. I conceded. I'll just have to see to her recruitment as my spymaster under stricter conditions then. It's still 2 years away anyways. I have plenty of time to convince both her and my family. But can I at least continue to meet her for the flame divination spell at least? She's one of the richest sources of data right now. I asked. I was thinking of having a base in Kuo, to make it convenient. She recommended one with yokai I could turn into servants already living within it. It would be nice to have a safe house there too. My father thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Okay. You can have a base there. I pumped my fist in victory when he laid down the law. As long as you can keep your little crush on her under control. I froze like a deer in headlights and he laughed. Riser, I'm your father. I have known you since the day you were born, and I have never known you to have anything but cold indifference for anyone not us. Now I see you defend a stranger, a woman you've met all but once, and suddenly, the naked ambition in your eyes is dulled by emotion. A blind man could tell you're smitten. I could recognize that look at a mile away. Then why dash? Why let you continue to meet her? He asked, amused, because if I curtail every crush you have, you won't learn to take heartbreak and move on. At least this one is married. Besides, I trust you, Riser. You're smart enough to heed my warnings. His tone then turned sharp and stern, because the day you don't is the last time you ever see her. Am I understood? I nodded solemnly. Yes, Dad. Good. Now come. We have kept your mother waiting long enough, and your neurotic little puppy will no doubt need its master's pets and cuddles. He teased. Yeah, she'll need some therapy to get over that. Can Mom help with that? I asked, and he nodded. As we all got up off our seat to go see how Ravel was taking to my new peerage member, I snapped my fingers, creating and setting a copy of the spell theory for flame divination on the new office desk. I'll leave a copy of the new spell with you, but please don't try it yet. Too many cooks spoil the broth, and too many people divining things will introduce uncertainty into the equation. The spell work is already very delicate and incomplete. If it breaks, I don't know how much effort it will take to rebuild. That's understandable, Riser. But will it be ready by the time we release the internet? My father asked. No, but it won't need to. If we introduce this from the start, people who will already be skeptical of our product will realize what we're doing. But if we wait until they're used to signing our long-winded service agreements without reading, and too addicted to our product to leave, they will willingly ignore any red flags, should they even spot them in the first place. I explained. I also need to learn Senjutsu to get a better understanding of the world vector of the spell, so that will take time to improve as well. Everything said and done, I plan on releasing this as a bundle feature of Internet 2.0 in about 10 years' time, hidden in some deep forgotten corner of the terms and services. By then, we should have enough people and their data to complete the karmic record in a matter of days, and the technology to match the processing power required to compute it. And the Longinus unknown dictator and its wielder to manage it, though that part one left unsaid. All right. If you've thought it through, then that's all that matters. My father agreed. Chapter 39, Interlude, The Lonely Princess. Bit of a long POV chapter, exploring Ravel's feelings about recent events. Her perspective on things. You can skip if you want. There will be a TLDR at the bottom. Still, try it and tell me how it was if you're up for it. Enjoy. Ravel POV. Ravel ran her eyes over the text again, the words swimming in her vision, the big, difficult calculations jumping straight over her head. Moo. She pouted, slamming the book shut. She was frustrated. She couldn't make any sense of it. But she needed to. She really did. Teleportation magic. If she could just learn that, then she could go and be together with Riser again. She missed her brother. So much. She missed playing with him. She missed sitting here, in the library, in his lap as he read her stories. She missed his hugs, and little forehead kisses. The way he tossed her high and spun her around like a top in his whirlwinds. The way he secretly snuck her his sweets after her mother scolded her for eating too many. His absence had left a hole in her life, and nothing could fill it. Magic tutor in the morning. Etiquette in the afternoon. And then, she was free. And bored. And alone. With no Riser to keep her company. She clutched the book close to her chest. Once you master the basic magics, you can come and train with me. Riser had told her when he left. Be a brave girl for me. I'll come back very soon. He had wiped her tears the day he left. Will you be a brave girl and wait for me? Just a little while. She had promised. She was a brave girl. She had been a brave girl. A very brave girl. And she hadn't cried. She had waited patiently. And he had come back. 3 long months later. But those months she didn't quite mind. Even though Ruvel and her father had been busy, her mother was still there to keep her company. To fill the hole Riser had left. She never felt lonely then. Then he came back, and she was happy again. So happy. They played hide and seek, ring around the rosy. Delio even played house with her. She liked him. And then they had a sleepover. With so many friends. 3 friends. She counted on her fingers. That was a lot. And even though Magdaran couldn't come, she was happy. Then just as soon as he had come, he had to go again. But Ravel didn't cry. She was a brave girl. She would wait. She had promised him. She would wait and learn all the basic spells. And then she would surprise him by teleporting to him. And they would be together again. She was giddy at the thought, though the reality of that was less than concerning. A big word. She didn't know what it meant, but she had learned it from Riser. She had learned a lot of big words from him. Another fun thing she liked to do. But not anymore. Riser was gone again. And this time it was worse than before. Suddenly, everyone else was gone too. Regal had always been busy, to the point she saw him more along the lines of her uncles and aunts and cousins. Distant and friendly, but without much place in her heart. But now, even Mama and Ruvel were busy. Always so busy. No one had time for her. The last 2 weeks, she hadn't seen any of them. Not at lunch. Not at dinner. Not when she practiced her dancing. Mama had always been there before, but now. Why didn't they care about her anymore? Why were they ignoring her? Her 4-year-old mind could not comprehend it. This change, all of a sudden. And she felt so, alone. In the huge castle Phenex. In its long, unwinding corridors and grand empty gilded halls, the huge garden that was deserted of people, and the skeleton crew that staffed it. She wasn't even allowed to leave it. It was too dangerous. What if something happened to her? She growled in frustration, her little claws digging into the book. Her emotions roiled like a rumbling flame in the pit of her stomach. Sadness, anger, frustration, loneliness. All she saw was a cage. A gilded cage of overprotective, overbearing love. Love that now was all but barren to her, where just weeks ago it had made the place feel warm and lived in. She didn't have any friends. Her cousins were all older than her and always busy too, and the only other older girls she knew were those she saw sometimes at parties. They were the same as the servants. They never looked at her. Only through her. She wasn't Ravel. She was little Lady Phenex. And though she, being just 4 and change old, didn't understand the meaning of their gaze, nor the greed in their eyes, she could tell. It wasn't right. She didn't like it. And they never wanted to play. And she was just left in the castle, all alone. She knew whatever they were doing was important. They had explained it to her, though she didn't understand it. She was a good, responsible girl. She didn't want to bother her parents. But for a girl who had never been alone her entire life, this was a crushing experience. She held back the urge to cry. She was a brave girl. She was going to wait. Just a little while more. She told herself. She was. Ravel. Her mother came into the library, carrying in her arms an older girl. She looked just like her, and Mama. Golden, silky hair, deep blue eyes like gemstones. And behind her an ugly, creepy doll, stumbling by slowly. Look who I've brought with me. A new older sister for you. Ravel understood that tone. She had heard her mother speak like that before. When she introduced Dulio to her. A new peerage member. Riser's new peerage member. And a scared gear. She came with a doll. Ravel didn't have a doll. Even as ugly and creepy as it was. Ravel was just Ravel. Plain old Ravel. Was this why they were away? Why she was left all alone? Last time, when Dulio came, her brother had gone away for 3 months. Now this doll girl was here. She was smart enough to understand what that meant. Her stomach sank, her feelings rumbled like a storm within her little body. Was Riser going to go away again? How long? More than 3 months. The last time she had had her mother with her, and even though she missed Ruvel and Riser, she hadn't been alone. But now. If this was how it was going to be, if she was going to be left all alone, to be ignored, cast aside for that thing. Fear and hatred bubbled within Ravel. She was going to steal her brother from her. That blonde doll thing. She was going to take her family away. Thief. Nasty, dirty thief. No. She wouldn't allow it. She would never allow it to happen. She glared at the other girl with burning hatred. X. We heard Ravel's tantrum before we even reached her room. Don't wanna. She cried, stomping her little feet on the carpet, her blonde pigtails flying around like twin whips of gold. Don't wanna. Ravel, don't be like that now. She is trying so hard. No. Ravel glared at Lavinia crouching on the floor, rolled into a sad little ball of blonde fluff, with murder in her eyes, held back only my mother. What happened here? I asked, shocked. Ravel is having a conniption about your new peerage member. My mother sighed, she won't even tell me why. I don't like her. Ravel screamed at Lavinia, flames sparking on her hands. Oh no. I jumped in front of Lavinia as my mother manhandled little Ravel. Lavinia. I cupped her face, gently at first, but when I saw her eyes, dull and hollow, fearful, I grabbed her hard, shaking her by the shoulders. She woke from her fugue state, looking up at me pitifully, like a kicked puppy, and just as soon tried turning her eyes away, only. I was holding her face in place, so she failed. I'm sorry. She apologized, instinctively, unwilling to look me in the eye. I shouldn't have come. Then go away. Ravel shouted at her, tears twinkling at the corners of her eyes, and take your creepy doll with you. Ravel. I glared at her and she reeled back in shock, shaking with rage, as the tears threatened to spill. Why? Why are you hugging her? Don't hug her. Ravel cried, tears flowing now, and I stopped, taking the moment to consider why she was acting like this, when it clicked. Ravel. I called out to her, softly, beckoning her to come to me. No. She refused to come over. I felt my breath hitch. This is bad. I looked back down at Lavinia, then at Ravel, something that further pushed Ravel to tears, her little blue eyes quivering with a deep distress. Do you like her more than me? Ravel asked, her voice cracking. Are you replacing Ravel? Why don't you like Wa? Ravel began to sob. Oh. My father finally realized too, and my mother kissed my sister's forehead. Ravel, it's not like that. I picked up Lavinia under one arm and appeared beside Ravel, pulling her into a hug with the other. Hush. I whispered, caressing her head as she sobbed. No one can replace you, Ravel. You're my most precious little baby sister. I kissed her cheek. You never play with me, no one ever plays with, Ravel sniffled, crying harder, always busy, no time for Ravel. Why don't you like me anymore? Do you hate Ravel? Did Ravel do something bad? We had all been busy the last 2 weeks, prepping the factories, assembling and check the pre-production models, negotiating materials and logistics. Not to mention the majority of last week that Ravel spent blowing my head off. She must have been left to the servants and babysitters, not seeing a single member of her family for 2 whole weeks. For my mother and father, for Ravel and Regal, who have lived for over a century, 2 weeks is like a few hours, especially when they have work to keep them busy. But for a 4-year-old child, 2 weeks is a long time. It's practically a lifetime for all they know. She must have felt so alone. Not to mention, I was away for the past 3 months, training. The only person who is usually free enough to spend time playing with her, the brother who had practically been stuck to her side since the day she was born, vanished for months on end. She must have felt so lonely, so ignored. Abandoned. I can understand why she feels this way. I'm so sorry, Ravel. I didn't realize. I rubbed my face against hers, and my family chimed in. We didn't realize you were feeling so lonely, sweet bird. I'm so sorry. My mother nuzzled against her. You did nothing wrong, Ravel. It was all our fault. We shouldn't have forgotten to include you. My father clarified what I had forgotten, as he rubbed her back. Good thing too. I don't want Ravel to turn into a second Lavinia, internalizing such thoughts. Wah. She wept, her boiling tears steaming against my coat, as she collapsed into our arms, wrapping her arms around me. I should have visited more often. Ravel added behind me, in a haunted tone as the realization set in for him too. Unable to squeeze in, however, he did the next best thing. He pulled Lavinia out from the little hug pile and sat her down in his lap, comforting her. It took a while for her to settle down and for Lavinia, who had at some point reached out to hold my hand for comfort, to nervously let go. Big brother Riser. Ravel finally asked, hesitantly, are you leaving again? She wasn't exactly wrong to come to the conclusion. Dulio was added to my peerage. Then I left for 3 months. Now, there is another member being added to my peerage. She can add 2 and 2, even if her reasons for reaching the conclusion are wrong. I will come and play with you every week. I didn't answer her directly, instead offering her the assurance she really needed. She seemed to consider it for a moment, looking between me and my parents for a moment, gauging their reactions before she accepted it. Promise? She asked, extending her hand, and I curled my pinky finger around hers. Pinky promise. I smiled. The training was less intense now, and I'll finally have the energy left over at the end of the day to do anything except just lay there like a beached whale, recovering. I had planned on teaching Dulio and Psy magic with my free time now, but my adorable little sister is more important. Spending time with her was mostly magic practice anyways. She liked watching me practice. I would pretend to read her stories while working on my magic back when I was still here. It helped train my concentration and multitasking ability. Maybe I can even combine both. Lavinia does need magic tutoring. She had a high talent for magic in canon. She became a peak high class purely through magic, because she refused to train her Longinus due to her trauma, even as a mere human. Be ashamed to waste that level of talent. Now that she was a devil. Under my guidance. High class is just going to be the starting point. But before that. Now isn't there something you want to say to your new big sister? I pulled Lavinia to my side, even as she looked away, unsure. Moo. Ravel pouted, refusing to give in, to apologize. Ravel, will you be a good girl? If you won't be a good girl, I might just stay away, I teased, and Ravel went pale. But then something happened that I did not expect. Don't. Lavinia looked up at me with resolve, grabbing my shirt. Don't say that to her. It shocked me, for a moment. It was so unlike her. Gone was the shy, depressed girl. This was a maternal, big sister. Standing bravely against a bully. I hadn't considered it, but I suppose she would have some feeling in relation to those words. This situation. She must have resonated with it. Even Ravel was surprised. Never say that. Lavinia's voice wavered, as she slowly realized what she was doing, her maternal instinct fading away as her mind returned to the present, back from that fleeting moment of bravery. She has nothing to apologize for. I chuckled. She was like this in the original story too. The team mom. Or big sister. When Vala felt alone or sad, she was the first to comfort him. When Shigyun or Tobio were lost in doubt, she pulled them out of their funk. She was the heart of team/dog. And I hoped she would fill the same role in my peerage too. Save me the effort of attending 24/7 to all of the brooding, tragic backstory idiots I plan on pulling into my peerage. I can't spend all my time dealing with them and their trauma, their inevitable clashes. The major stuff I will handle, but for the minor abrasions, the well-oiled functioning of the team, I needed an emotional load-bearing beam. The glue that binds the team together, even when I'm not there. The team mom. That was the role I needed Lavinia to fill. You're right. I took her hand in mine. I shouldn't have talked to her like that, Lavinia. Thank you. Lavinia smiled purely, like an angel, at my words, and loosened her grip on my shirt, nuzzling into my chest in embarrassment. And that's when Ravel spoke. I'm sorry. She looked like she had swallowed a pill, bud, but she was determined. It mustn't have been easy to reconcile with her feelings so quickly, but she still apologized. Ravel. You did good. I patted her head. She made a noise in agreement and nodded, holding back her tears again as my mother pulled her into her lap again, comforting her. This went, well. Not as I would have expected, but that was my our oversight. At least they reconciled. That was good. Now, all that's left is to help Lavinia get over her trauma and begin training with her Longinus. Then everything will be perfect again. TLDR, Ravel was lonely and missed her big brother. Everyone was too busy to play with her, 'cause internet plan setup work. She got even lonelier. When she saw Lavinia, misunderstanding ensued. She thought she was being replaced. That they didn't love her anymore. Misunderstanding resolved. Everyone hugs. Family moment. Lavinia grows a spine. And MC sees things through, emotionally speaking. Thanks. Sorry I got stuck at this chapter for 3 days and didn't post. The loss of readers, from 1,500 to 200 really hit me in my motivation, and this stupid POV didn't help. But it was necessary, so here we go. Anyways, tell me what you think of the chapter. No, this will not be a regular thing, unless you guys like it. It's just that Ravel was the only family member whose personality we hadn't had a chance to see, so I figured, let's get it out of the way. Next time, Ria's birthday, Lavinia gets over her trauma slowly, and the second to last part of Tuki training begins. Till then, thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. I will get to the extra chapters soon. Today evening. See you later, alligators. Chapter 40, The Doll's True Name. The doll reacts to your emotions, your feelings about anything and everything. I explained, as we sat in the newly redecorated and retiled courtyard, starting with her training after a good night's rest. I had taken an extra day off from Tuki training just to get Lavinia started on beginning to control her Longinus, because unlike Dulio, she wasn't a natural at it, especially with the trauma she carried, related to it. If you feel bad about yourself, it will react accordingly. That's why it was making you all cold and frosty like that. Because you were feeling down and blaming yourself. That is why the first step to controlling the doll is to remember. I emphasized, none of this was your fault. Though whose fault it was, for a snowstorm and landslide to occur coincidentally at the same time, in the exact place where she was. I had my suspicions. I would be a blind fool not to. It was another reason I was taking the day off to train with Lavinia. To see it firsthand. To confirm if my suspicions are true. I can't simply leave her be to train with my mother without making sure. Let's start by thinking happy thoughts. I guided her carefully, think about something that makes you happy. Something that makes you feel warm and fuzzy inside. To counteract the cold of the doll. Lavinia nodded and gave it a moment's thought, before she looked up at me, adorably. Yes, you can think of me too. I teased and she blushed lightly, but the smile on her face betrayed her feelings. I suppose it was too much to ask her to think of her parents and her happy times with them. That part of her life was still mired in tragedy. Are you thinking happy thoughts? I asked her, and she nodded. Good. I grabbed her shoulder gently, leaning over it. Remember, the doll is yours. It is a part of you now. And just like your arm or leg, you can control it as well. All you need to do is reach out to it, the same way you would reach out to pick up a glass of water from the table. She extended her arm slowly. The doll is you. The doll's arm is your arm. I said, painting a picture, feel through your connection to it. Like a mirror, let it reflect your actions. But nothing happened. It's okay. I assured her as she looked up at me pitifully, try again. This time try thinking of the doll as a puppet, and you pulling its strings. I conjured a puppet in a facsimile of the doll for her to use, wringing its strings through her fingers. Maybe the haptic feedback, the weight, the physical feeling of its movement, would give her inspiration. Lavinia looked down at the puppet, fiddling with it to get a hang of its controls and movements for a bit, till she could comfortably lift and move only the arms of the puppet. Then she tried again. This time she moved her hand up as well as the puppet's arms, her cute little face scrunched up in effort, as if she were carrying home that one last grocery bag, balanced on her pinky finger. And finally, something happened. The doll's right arm swayed the faintest bit, its fingers twitching. You're doing it. I wrapped my arms around her, and she opened her eyes, only to have the arm fall back in place. I guess even a genius can only do so much, which for a first-timer, is pretty good. I wouldn't have been able to do it as well as her, had I been in her position. To overcome the burden of her trauma and look that nightmare of ice in its eyes, and command it to move. Good job. I praised her and she looked amazed at the doll, then at me and jumped into my hug in excitement, head-butting my face right on the nose, which really hurt her more than it did me. I was strong enough to tank literally tanks. Her lips quivered in pain and her eyes watered, as she let out an adorable little whine. Ah, it's okay. I rubbed her head and planted a kiss on where she had hit herself on me, boo-boo go away. She snorted out in laughter, and stopped tearing up. I'm not that small. She protested with a pout, I know. Doesn't mean you shouldn't be comforted. I rested my head on hers and said, pain is pain, Lavinia. Never downplay yours. When you suffer alone, it hurts not only you, but those that love you. She was surprised for a second before a warm smile bloomed on her face as she nuzzled into me, happily. Manipulation is an art, and baby, I'm Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, maybe not Leo, but I'm good. Maybe not as good as my mom, but still. My mom is really the one who gets it best. She can manipulate circles around us. Shall we try again? I asked. Yes. She lifted the puppet again, focusing on the doll. She lifted her arm and... nothing. I frowned. Try again. Lavinia did it again, and yet, only elicited the faintest twitch of its fingers. Something's not right. I walked over to the doll before asking again. Once more please, Lavinia. Lavinia tried again, focusing even harder, and the arms shook violently, like a loose muffler, before. Swish. Its arm swung straight out in front, casting a wave of ice straight towards Lavinia. I instantly appeared before her, wings unfurled, hellfire blazing, and clashed against it. The courtyard exploded with steam and mist, clouding over, as I looked back at the doll. This bitch. I knew something was wrong. All sacred gears, Longinus especially, had some consciousness to them, born from the creatures sealed in them. Independent avatar-type Longinus even more so. Regulus fought to avenge its master, Canis Lycaon defended its wielder without asking. Incinerate Anthem could judge its user unworthy and leave on its own. But even the regular ones weren't any less expressive. Drake and Albion could chat openly with their wielders and offer them more power at a price. Zenith Tempest whispered to Dulio everything that happened around him, granting him near clairsentience in a wide range around himself. The only one that did not was the true Longinus, which held the divine authority of Big G, Truth Idea, and I knew why. It was made using the sacrifice of an aspect of himself. It was the only one which didn't talk to its users per se, because I suspected it was one of Big G's backup plans for reviving himself. He had plans for it. Long-running plans. But, of course, that remained to be seen. I will check it out when I get to it. I had spent 10 years cataloging, researching every sacred gear known, its origins, powers, possible evolutions. That included the creatures sealed inside the various sacred gears, powering them. Which is also why I know exactly who is sealed inside this doll. I floated over to the doll, bursting with rage, and I could almost feel the smugness coming off of it, all too proud of itself, despite its lack of a face and mouth, a deliberate feature, I see now. Big G really thought it through. Coming face to face with it, I grabbed its face with my hands. I know who you are, Queen of Ice. I chose my words carefully, knowing exactly who I was talking to. I know what you are. So I will be honest with you, this once. Even before getting to Lavinia, I had always wondered, why in all those years of research, did Glenda never teach Lavinia how to use the Longinus she was born with? Why waste that much power, that potential? Especially, when it could have been even more useful to her research. Now I know. The Longinus itself was uncooperative. It capitalized on any weakness its user showed. It needed someone strong-willed enough to overpower its nature. Someone bold and cold. Cruel enough to dominate the will within it ruthlessly, and to never grant any quarter or inch to it. It was a strong Longinus, high tier even, but the constant struggle in its use made it hard to wield, more so for a 10-year-old traumatized little girl, and the same way, Drake and Albion had an agenda, to make their wielders the strongest and defeat their rival, and something they guided their users to do, so did all other Longinus. Including this one. Its agenda, however, was more simple and yet more complex than any other, at the same time. It wanted amusement. Revenge. Freedom. A number of conflicting desires as befitting the creature sealed within it. Queen Mab. Ruler of the Unseelie Court. Queen of Winter and Fall. I spoke to her. How does it feel, being trapped in there, like a rat in a cage? Without a mouth to scream, nor the dignity afforded to even the basest of creatures. Feel good? No. Good. I patted her cheeks condescendingly. I know not how Big G trapped you in here, but I can make a guess. He divined your name. The Fae were very particular about names. Knowing the true name of something was the same as owning that thing. Because true names are the crux of an existence, their definition, and the Fae had magic specifically made to manipulate them. There's a reason you should never give your name to a Fae. Of course, it's never easy to figure out the true name of anything, even something as simple as a rock. And the more defined and complicated an existence gets, the more the difficulty increases. Not to mention, those magics were mostly Fae exclusive and difficult for anyone else to learn, not impossible mind, else I would have already tried getting to it. But, everything in its time. I had already invented flame divination. I had planned to get those eventually too. Everything in my plans connected to everything else, in an unbroken synergy that, when completed, would give me exactly what I wanted, from the day I opened my eyes here, in this world. Everything. The doll shook, its spiked pauldrons swirling around me, threateningly. I just poked one of them, lightly, mockingly. I knew she couldn't move on her own. While independent avatar-type sacred gears had significantly more freedom than their more stalwart counterparts, they still could only move in defense of their wielders or themselves, though how they defended in return was up to them, a loophole which extended a little, to even their usual actions, which is how she launched that ice volley at Lavinia. She was given an instruction to move, and she piggybacked her attack off of it. An utter and complete bitch. But then again, what else can you expect of the Fae? Note to self, give more clear and concise instructions. Never leave any loopholes. No vagary. Which is why I broke contact with it before I said the last part, lest it consider my grip on it an attack. I am not strong enough, nor proficient in divination to figure it out. I admitted it, but that will not be so forever. You are an integral part of the seasons of the world. Your name may be sundered from existence now, but nothing is gone forever, that which once existed. Especially one so crucial to the world, at one time. A few years more, and I will be strong enough, proficient enough. And once I do figure it out, well, pray I do not. Because if you do not behave, if you misinterpret her words and actions, her intentions, if you bully my Lavinia ever again, if you try to inflict misery upon her or mold her into what you want, to manipulate her in any way, that is not in her best interest. If I so much as suspect the barest malfeasance, by action or inaction, I promise you this. I will strip you of all that makes you, you. And what sliver of the shell of you that remains, I will crush and spread to the winds, to suffer the unreality that is the dimensional gap, for the rest of eternity. I spat out those last few words, burning with anger. Just give me a reason. I dare you. The ice spikes bristled at my words, but I knew a hollow threat when I saw one. Am I understood? I asked with grim finality. The ice spikes retreated, settling back on the doll's shoulders. Glad we could reach an accord. I activated my contract and felt its power settle upon us. No way was I trusting this thing to hold its end of the bargain without threat of actual punishment. I finally floated back to the ground, my wings disappearing behind me again as I landed by Lavinia's side. Once more, from the top. I asked Lavinia, my tone gentler now, this time, with clearer instructions. Only move the arm, don't use your powers. Okay. She nodded, though I noticed she was breathing a little heavier, her eyes as starstruck as she looked at me. What's up with that? I thought she overcame that when she stood up to me. That's when my mother helpfully chimed in, just as I settled down beside her on the bench. Era, my Lavinia, is it? She teased. Oh. I looked at Lavinia turning redder than a tomato and realized what had happened. I glared at my mother. That's not how I meant it, and you know it. She just smirked back at me as if daring me to say it out loud, knowing full well I couldn't. So, I did the next best thing. I walked over to her and lifted Lavinia's face by the chin. She is my Lavinia, isn't she? I asked, only for her to freeze up from a mixture of exhaustion and overstimulation, and Lavinia.exe has stopped working. Well shit. Maybe I teased her a bit too much. I smiled. I suppose she can have a little rest before we start again. Sorry for the delay, guys. I was squaring some future plot holes out of the storyline. Thanks for waiting. Here's a new chapter. I explore some more world building in this. Tell me what you think of this. Any problems you see. I appreciate all constructive criticism. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. See you later, skaters. Bye. Chapter 41, Bloody Inheritance. Another Longinus. My father spoke as I entered the gallery. Yes. We got really lucky. I smiled, and came to a stop beside him, in front of the great portrait of my great-grandfather Raisin. Yes. He narrowed his eyes, frowning suspiciously. Very lucky. What's with the frown? Does he suspect something? Foul play maybe. Wasn't my alibi ironclad? Didn't Ruvel confirm my statements? Has he found out some other way? But even as I worried internally, I kept a poker face, and a beat passed in silence. Then he broke it. Do you know why I so readily gave ear to your ideas? He turned to me, and I shrugged. Because they are good? He did not respond. Traditionally, second and third sons have little say in the running of the family. They are more akin to the branch family than anything else. He said, turning back to the portrait, but my father was different. Your great-grandfather, too, was different. You may not know this, but I wasn't the heir to the clan. I was the second son of your grandfather. I realized. Oh, this is another one of my father's impromptu lessons on realpolitik. Or is it history this time? Knowing him, it's probably both. And here I was, having a Dexter Morgan meltdown. When the Civil War came, there was much, furious debate on which side we should join. Everyone had an opinion, an incentive. All forces wanted an in with us. Not only did we have 28 legions, we were also a constant stream of healing. Our Phoenix tiers. They bribed the branch family, our legionnaires, officers. Gifts flowed freely in those early days, in the prelude to the war. My grandfather was torn between the choices. We owed our allegiance to the old Satan faction, and they had a super devil among them, Risavim Levon Lucifer. I raised a curious eyebrow and my father smiled. We didn't yet know of Ajuka and Surzek's capabilities. You must remember, they were teenagers then. Barely anyone knew them, much less what they could do. Back then, there was only one super devil in the underworld and it was the heir of Lucifer. For all we knew, they had overwhelming superiority in terms of numbers and Zekrom, the clever bastard, hid his true allegiances till the very last moments, playing both sides as he built up his forces, shored up alliances among what is today the Great King faction. In that cloud of uncertainty, as we stood upon the brink of destruction, I spoke up for the first time in my life. My father said, his voice tinged with nostalgic sadness. I suggested neutrality. Sell to both sides, profit from the war, and at no risk to ourselves. We had the legions and the power to defend ourselves. If they attacked us, they'd have to risk a Pyrrhic victory, and at what cost? No one would be fool enough to waste their resources on us, when there was a far greater enemy to be held off. Even more so, in fear of offending the only healers in the underworld. We had a monopoly then, on healing, on medicine. Not only because I wanted to profit us, but also, because I wanted to preserve us. Our family. We are not as immortal as we seem. There are many ways to kill a phoenix. And we are so few. When you are immortal, you come to cherish the family you have, for only they will stick around with you for the rest of eternity. And trust me, Riser, eternity is too long to be spent all alone. I nodded. I'm guessing they listened to you. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Yes. Even though I was the second son, even though it was tradition that the decision lay with the head of the clan, or even the heir, they listened to me. They gave ear to my words and ideas. And we prospered. My status rose within the clan. I wasn't thought of very well, in those days, before then. A scheming little snake. I wanted to usurp my brother's position. I was jealous of him, I will not lie. But I did not intend he caught his breath with a pained hiss. Perhaps I should explain in chronological order. He calmed himself as he continued. As I was saying. We prospered. My status within the clan rose. More so when they saw the devastation it wrought upon other clans. More than 30 clans gone extinct. Millions dead in the mere first volley. Vast swathes of the underworld laid to waste. The great king house of Belial laid low. They realized the horror I had saved them from and they were grateful. I even had a match made, with your mother of all people, where before I was betrothed to some Adramalius girl halfway across the underworld in a political marriage. It helped that their house was wiped off the face of the underworld in the war. He chuckled, she wasn't a particularly pleasant match. All was going well, and I drowned myself in that glory. I gloated, I cheered. I was pride incarnate. And my older brother, the heir, he grew discontent. Envious. He had been one of the earliest proponents for war and he did not sit still lightly, in the light of my success. If he couldn't go to war, he would at the very least go into business. He would outshine me. So when a suspiciously large order came from the old Satan faction, I rejected it. They wanted us to bring a huge batch of Phoenix tears straight into the desolate heart of their territory instead of sending someone over to us to pick it up, as I had declared in the terms of our neutrality. A blind man could tell it was a trap from a mile away. But my brother, he ignored me. He was a fool. My father winced at the thought, and so was I. A blind fool, to miss those signs. Dad. I put a hand against his own and he took it gently, squeezing my hand. I was so busy trying to be better than him that I was blind to his pain. I closed my heart to it. I let him go. Knowing. A tear welled up in his eye, and steamed away as it traveled down his cheek. They sprung the trap. He was captured and held for ransom. But much like the Americans, we do not negotiate with terrorists. It would undermine our legitimacy and neutrality. But we don't leave our family behind. I almost shouted in riposte and he smiled the faintest bit. Yes. We do not. So your great-grandfather, granduncles and grandfather, they took off with 20 of our legions to rescue him. And they succeeded. He returned. Alone. And broken. He pressed the plaque below the portrait and smeared a drop of his blood across it. The writing on the plaque began to glow, as magic scripts activated and it popped out. Inside was a drawer, and within it an obsidian box, seamless and sealed with magic. Your great-grandfather Raisin's ashes. He said, the Leviathan clan returned them to us after the war. It was all they could recover. That day we lost a lot more than just 20 legions. We lost something that couldn't be replaced. Family. The death of your uncle, your grandfather, and great-grandfather constitute the single greatest tragedy of my life, and of our clan's history. His voice cracked a little as he spoke, like a man broken by the weight of his sins, and it was all my fault. I tried to speak but he shushed me. My brother was never the same. He blamed himself too. He never forgave himself. He stopped eating and sleeping and he wasted away. One of the few ways we can die. He gave up on living. That was how I became the clan leader, by stepping upon the bodies of our kith and kin, by painting my path in their blood. Your Aunt Rosalind never forgave me for it. And she has never loved anyone since. Doesn't she have a harem of boy toys? I asked. She was rather famous, being the only one who never came to our birthdays or clan celebrations. There is a difference between love and, you'll understand when you're older. He sighed as he spoke. All this to say. The guilt I feel, the mistakes I have made, I hope to avoid having you repeat them. So if you wish to be the heir, just say the word, Riser, and I will dash. I would never, in 1,000 years, dream of usurping my brother's throne. You know me, Dad. How could you dash? I was horrified at the implication. That I would betray my own brother. That I would try. I know. He sighed in relief, but I had to make sure. You understand, right? I nodded. Having 2 Longinus users in my peerage, he must have felt the threat to my brother's position. It is understandable. I chuckled. People really are the sum of their regrets, huh? You know, Riser, when you say things like this, I have a hard time believing you're just 10. He smiled as he ran a hand through my hair, patting my head. You're better than me, Riser. Or maybe you have higher aspirations, that the clan head position does not entice you. I have not missed the ambition in your eyes. You want to be a Satan. Or a demon god perhaps. You knew. My eyes widened in surprise. I hadn't shared the plans for my ascension with anyone. Of course I knew. You're my son, Riser. I know that you would never settle for Satan. That and the suspiciously large number of your spells that tread the very edge of divine authority. Clearly, you plan on crossing that boundary at some point. I just wanted to make sure your road didn't tear through your brother's heart. It doesn't. I put that thought to an end with finality, it never will. He nodded proudly. How do you plan to achieve that? Divinity, that is. I assume you intend to usurp the authority of hell in our pantheon that Lucifer left unclaimed. He asked, because if you need worship, we have the entire nation of Zimbabwe to ourselves for the next 20 years. All its people, if you need sacrifices, they are a small price to pay. No. Nothing of the sort. Not only would it sour my relationship with Dulio, it would also alert the church and every other interested party too soon of our plans. I have a much better idea. And what would that be? You know how the Citri have their show about magical girls? Oh. He realized. I grinned. Mass media is a gateway to many opportunities. What will you call it? He asked. Phoenix Cayman. I replied, a 12-step plan to divinity. But that is for later. For now, I have spells to develop, powers to master and grow, peerage members to recruit. I'm even working on a spell to obscure us from flame divination, among others, so our own spell cannot be used against us. But again, it's all in the future. Very well. Keep your secrets. He nodded and smiled, but remember, you can rely on us. I will. Oh. And don't glare at your mother like that. He bonked my head with a rolled-up wad of papers he pulled out of thin air, as he shut away my great-grandfather's ashes back behind the plaque, closing the mechanism and sealing it away once more. She's trying to help you get with the new girl. You may be betrothed to Rias, but as a noble, you know you can have a harem, yes. Yes. Love is a great bond, to chain that Longinus to us. Use it. He advised. Obviously. I was insulted he thought I needed to be reminded of something so basic. Here. He handed me the thin roll of papers. This is all I could find about the Malebranche. I took the papers off his hand and skimmed through them quickly. I had asked him to look into the Malebranche, the 12 evil claws, the satanic arms, the devil version of the Longinus, for many reasons, chief among which was their ability to induce something similar to the beast of sin form I wanted to achieve using my sin theory. Of course, their version was fatal for most. A last resort. Their version of a sacred gear's balance breaker. But it held all the advantages I wanted to recreate. And, as Phenex, with our immortality, we were the only ones who could use it without dying. This is practically nothing. Third-hand accounts, legends, theories that are blatantly bullshit. I frowned. I had little knowledge of the plot proper, knowing of them only from the wiki and from fanfics. I know. But there is one conclusive proof we managed to find, one truth we uncovered. Which is, the Malebranche are not sealed under Lucifad as the official sources claim. I knew that much. They were in possession of Zaorama Nibiros. What I didn't know was where. I knew he had a lab in the wastelands where he hid after faking his death. But the wastelands are huge and locating his lab would be like finding a needle in a haystack, if that needle was warded to holy hell against divination. I had hoped to find at least a few clues as to where they were taken, but no such luck it seems. The bastard was smart. Too damn smart. He hid like a rat in the sewers. TCH. I clicked my tongue in frustration. Why would anything ever be this simple? Patience, Riser. We will find it. They cannot hide forever. These are living weapons. They will get restless eventually and surface. And we will be waiting to catch them. You only need one, yes. Dragignazzo and Scarmiglione are especially volatile. Dragignazzo. Yes. I remember that one from the newest novels. Junior DXD. Dragignazzo will surface sometime in the next 8 years somewhere in Europe. It will raise down and slaughter a small town or village where the inheritor of D'Artagnan lives. She should be 2 now, and at some point, before she turns 14, he will kill her parents and corrupt her sacred gear. This will lead to her joining the hero faction in search of revenge, eventually being cleansed by Issei or Zeka using one of their signature breast magics. I don't remember. I only read the summary of the book on Reddit, in passing. Beyond that I know nothing. Not even her name or what her sacred gear does. I have my guesses, but those will have to wait till the hero faction forms in 10 years' time. Unless I can intercept her first. Evil dragon attacks are rare, it shouldn't be difficult to locate, now that my father too has an eye out for it. Alright. In the meantime, you can work on your spells. My father patted my back, which reminds me. I talked to Serta II, and the Gremmaries. They have agreed to let you witness his flames at Ria's birthday next month. Oh, right. That is coming up too. I sighed in annoyance. When will I ever have free time to enjoy my childhood? My father laughed. Ha 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 ha. He slapped my shoulders, and teased, who told you to take on so many burdens at so young an age? I am back. And I am finally fully recovered. Nasty fever that one. Laid me down thick for 4 days straight. Thanks for waiting, y'all. Here's the chappie I promised. A bit late, but better late than never. Tell me what you think of it. One more coming. Writing it now. Thanks for reading. Merry Christmas. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Bye. Chapter 42, A New Pawn. We sat down in his office as we continued the conversation, on the same side of the newly reinstalled desk. What I don't understand is, why at the party? I thought we were going to ask for a private demonstration, vis-a-vis a contract. I asked, a little confused by the Gremmaries' actions. I did. My father replied, giving me a distinct look I recognized from his lessons in politics. They insisted. I sighed in annoyance. They want to get a measure of me. Let me guess, Ajuka saw the internet schematics and informed his bestie, and now they want to pick my brain over tea. Except they couldn't be bothered to put in a polite invitation, because why would they? Damn idiots. This was the kind of move only pulled by someone who thinks they are smarter than they really are. At this point it would have been more polite and subtle to have simply called for an inquisition. I added, clicking my tongue. My father laughed, jovially. The Gremarys have certainly gotten rusty in their scheming, not in small part due to the 5 centuries of being treated with kid gloves, thanks to Sir's exposition. An emperor's new clothes situation, so to speak. Though, I would advise that you refrain from calling them idiots to their face. Oh, don't worry. I have a much better counter to that in mind. I smiled mischievously. My father raised a curious eyebrow. And what would that be? Nothing serious. Just a simple gift for my dearly beloved fiancée. I held back a grin. I hear she likes magical girls. What better gift than the chance to be a real one? My father's expression darkened with a tinge of worry. Please tell me you're not trying something dark. What? No. No. I chuckled, waving my hands in clarification. Nothing of the sort. Just a cute little red-headed addition to our demonstration. Ah, I see. My father finally realized what I was up to. Very well. If that is the extent of it. But. He held out a finger, accusingly. You will behave yourself the rest of the time. No more mean-spirited comments and backhanded verbal jabs. Is this about the child bride thing? I asked, deadpan. It is about the child bride thing. He confirmed. I thought it was funny. I shrugged. Not in company. Good thing it's a private party then. Riser, no. My father warned. Riser, yes. I grinned. If you cause mischief at the party, I swear, Riser, no allowance for a year. Wait dash. 2 years. He upped the ante. He had me there. Well, shucks. Best behavior it is. Fine. I'll stick to the gift. I muttered, spoil sport. No. He wagged a stern finger at me. You'll be the very image of politeness. And when you stick it to them, they'll smell nothing but roses and geniality. He commanded, am I understood, Riser? Yes, father. I snarked. Don't take that tone with me. He flicked my forehead, his tone softening with a warm understanding smile. I know you're hesitant about the engagement, due to the age difference in Iolava's situation, but remember, devils live a long time. 4 years is nothing to a devil. When you're 300 and she's 296, that 4-year age gap won't matter. So stick with it and build a good relationship with both your fiancé and your in-laws. It'll pay off in the long term, and the long term is all that matters to us. The life of a devil is long, Riser. Don't get hung up on such small matters. But weren't we going to cancel the engagement anyways, now that I am more useful being in the family than joining another? I pointed out, but he shook his head. Unless you'd prefer to marry Ravel. He teased. Nope. I gagged at the thought, never in a million years. Then you'd better stick with your engagement. My father laughed, patting my back. You know our backup plans for your children, now don't you? Sarord won't fail, Dad. I assured him, and we still have Magdaran in our back pocket. Doesn't hurt to have extra backups. My father countered, besides, if your plan succeeds, they won't even be needed. The plan for divinity. Not just that one, but yes. He said, looking down at me with great pride and joy, any single one of those could raise a house to great heights. We have what, a dozen such plans in motion now. And you keep coming up with ever more ideas on the daily. I have no doubt that we will succeed. I am gladdened by your confidence, but most of these are just speculation. Not all of them will succeed, and not anytime soon. I warned, trying to temper his expectations. I simply revealed these to you because you told me not to worry about disappointment and failure. That you'd understand. And I do. He assured me, but hope is a contagious thing, wouldn't you say? I suppose. I gave in, but the authority of hell has been unclaimed for so long. I'm not even sure it is possible to claim it. Else, why would the rest of the underworld not try? Riser, for all your genius, you are too lacking in experience to know this, but you are missing one fundamental piece of this puzzle. My father chuckled warmly. The reason no one has tried to claim this divine authority is simply because they haven't even considered it. It is known that no devil can be divine, not even Risavim Levon Lucifer, the prince of all devilkind, a demigod in his own right. And people are slave to this thing. This poison. It is known. Do you know why, for all his brilliance, Ajuka never invented the rating games before the late 1800s? Why the underworld only adapted to TV in the last 20 years? The telephone in the last 40. Because it was known. It was known men could not speak to another, halfway across the world. So we did not. It was as simple as that. We had teleportation magic, messaging magic cast through our familiars and even illusion magic to portray images. And yet, we did not invent the television. The humans did. Because we could not imagine it happening. For all our power of imagination, we devils are poisoned. It is in our blood. The inability to adapt. It is in our nature. And we realized it early on. That is why we form contracts with magicians, buy out their research. Why so few devils truly create their own spells. It is the nature of our species, this severe lack of creativity. Because we are imitations of divinity. And the divine do not stray from their domains. They simply are, static, unchanging, lest by the whims of their nature and the changes in their domain and the world. Because we rely too much on what is known. A Juka is one of the few who are able to overcome their nature and truly create. That and most don't even know it exists in the first place if anyone knows of it at all. I see. It's like Parthenax, from Skyrim. Most devils are content to be slave to their nature, taking the world as it comes. Few ever deign to put in the effort to overcome their nature as devils and actively seek creation and innovation. Fewer yet possess the capability to succeed in doing so. To overcome their devil nature through great effort. It was easy for me, because I was a human in my past life, but for those who were born as devils, I can understand why they'd be unable to change. No wonder the divine authority has remained unclaimed. Even a Juka probably couldn't imagine usurping a divine authority, even on the off chance he knows it exists. After all, I only happened to stumble upon its existence by chance when creating the Black Flames of Judgment, and even then, only because our clan trait is closely linked to it. Combined with the previously divine nature of our bloodline's origin, we were the only ones who could have ever even touched upon it. A heap of coincidences aligning with one another, combined with the existence of a former human soul in a phoenix's body. I'd wager no one else even knows the authority exists, and Lucifer being the paranoid fuckknuckle he was, he probably never revealed its existence to anyone else, in fear of being usurped. It really is a miracle just waiting to land in our hands. If we succeed, that is. This also explains why centuries-old devils never reached Satan class. Why there are so few ultimate class devils, no more than a few hundred, definitely less than 1,000. Most simply cannot imagine that level of power. Of being that powerful. Even those who can, eventually stagnate. That's why the only ones to reach close to the boundary of Chief God class, are those born into that level of power. To become stronger, you must be able to conceptualize being that strong. Pulling yourselves up by your bootstraps. An incomplete paradox. Free will. What a joke. I snorted in amusement. And we devils are blessed in this regard when compared to the angels. They have remained the same ever since he died. They are entirely unable to change without falling. And the fallen? Not a single one of them is not obsessive to an insane degree with what catches their fancy. They are creatures of indulgence and experience. My father explained further, this does make them very innovative, but even they aren't entirely rid of this curse. It is endemic to our pantheon, the three factions. A chain of misery and stagnation, a system built to collapse if its hegemons were to become absent for any reason. Great way to prevent rebellion and foster absolute obedience, but it has become a shackle upon this pantheon's growth. My father spat, I have only realized this because of you, Riser, and what you have shown me. It is why I believe in your ideas. Because you have managed to overcome it. The same way I did, all those centuries ago, only better. Thanks. Dad. I smiled and hugged him. That said, what are you planning to do about Lavinia? You haven't reincarnated her yet, have you? My father asked, patting my head, if you don't want to waste too many pieces, we can trade bishops and let Ruvel reincarnate her. Dad. Are you still on that? I asked, frowning. He can't still be trying to get me to give her to him, right? No. He clarified, I meant that it would allow Ruvel to feel as if he was being a generous older brother and helping you by double swapping her through his peerage into yours, and it would save you the trouble of using up 2 bishops. It is a Longinus after all. To him, it would only take 1 bishop to reincarnate. You could trade a bishop piece with his bishop. Then he can reincarnate Lavinia, and trade her back to you and take back his bishop. Simple as that. That is, tempting. I considered the option. It wasn't a bad choice, but... I shook my head. Lavinia won't like that. It might even sour her to the idea of being in a peerage. You know well the problem with unwilling peerage members. We cannot afford to have a Longinus user become a stray devil. Besides, I summoned one of my pawn and my father's eyes went wide. Another mutated pawn. So soon? He asked. I nodded. It happened soon after I fought Tannen and my demonic power advanced to ultimate class proper. I said, letting him examine it himself, I think there is a small chance that an unused piece mutates every time its owner experiences a significant growth in their demonic power in a short time. I pulled out my notebook and presented my calculations. It tracks with demonic power growth. By my calculations, as long as the owner's demonic power reaches a new height in a timeframe as small as a year, there is a chance for a piece to mutate. The more the growth, the higher the chance of mutation, and the more significant a piece that mutates. For example, I pointed to the newly mutated pawn. Since I only went from peak high class to low ultimate class in just short of a day, it mutated a pawn. But if I had gone to high ultimate class in the same timeframe, I might have gotten a mutated bishop or knight. In canon, Issei had jumped from low class to ultimate class in just over a year and was rewarded with a mutated rook for his troubles. This caps the improvement check on the time period of a year, and there's probably even some limits on how many pieces can mutate at a time. Regardless, I think I have a better grasp on how the evil pieces system works now. You have a theory? My father asked. The temptation of creating mutation pieces with just hard work was understandable. I have inklings of one. I'll need help to prove it. What do you need? My father immediately asked. I grinned. That's the father I know. I think that if I can reach high ultimate class by the end of the year, I will be able to get another mutation pawn. Another when I reach Satan class or thereabouts. I think there are limits on how many mutation pieces can be born out of a set at a time, or even at all. But I think I can get another 2 mutation pawns, maybe 3. Not a bishop or rook. My father pushed curiously. No. The growth threshold is far higher for that. It is too unrealistic to achieve. It could also be that the mutations depend on which piece you originally received mutated or had the highest chance to mutate. Could be a different affinity for each person. There's no telling, without Ajuka confirming it, which he won't. Even Issei was only able to achieve it because the boosted gear spikes his demonic power to insane levels momentarily, which broke the evil pieces system into giving him that result. I suppose something is better than nothing. My father smiled. This something is quite the thing too. Yup. I nodded, but I need help getting there. Just say the word, Riser. My father assured. I need Ruvel to train me on the weekends. I need to see what the peak of ultimate class looks like. I want to experience it myself. Done. Ruvel will be ready starting next month. I'll get the rating games practice ground we made for Ruvel re-enchanted and quality check by then. My father said, anything else? Yes. I'll need a few crates of Agrias crystals, the kind used to make evil pieces. Highest quality you can find. I want to conduct some experiments. I added. What kind of experiments? My father asked, intrigued, do you need test subjects for these or? No. Just the crystals. I explained, you see, the evil pieces capture and hold a snapshot, a sampling of their owner's demonic power to form a connection to them and through that, their peerage. This also powers the evil pieces and allows them to transform people into devils, without taxing either the owner or the reincarnated devil for the costs of the magic. The cost is however spread over time. That's why the newly reincarnated devil has to spend a few days close to their master just after being reincarnated. To stabilize the spell. Of course, this requirement disappears as the devil grows stronger, being able to fuel the magic in one go without spreading out the cost. So, we can surmise that evil pieces can store demonic power and power spells. You see where I am going with this? I asked and my father nodded. Spell scrolls for demonic power. My father answered. Not just that. Demonic power batteries, like the ones powering our new phone designs, but for backup spellcasting. Imagine, a single battery allowing a low-class devil to fight at the level of high class for a moment. A tactical nuke in the hands of every single one our legionnaires. It wasn't a particularly unique idea, but it was just too expensive for anyone else to have put into practice. Even for us, we might only be able to supply the officers at first. Agrias crystals are not cheap and we're already buying tons of them for our internet plan. We can't afford much more. But it helps to have the blueprints and prototype ready for production in case of war. And war there will be, in just 12 years. I will have it delivered to you tonight. My father nodded in understanding. Good job, Riser. Don't praise me. I dumped a stack of books on his desk, and grinned, you'll be researching it after all. I just wanted them for my own curiosity. My father seemed pleasantly surprised. Not hoarding the research to yourself? He asked with a chuckle. Any more work on my hands and I'll lose both my hands and my mind. I laughed. I'm already dying from overwork. I'm not taking any more on. I'm glad you're being reasonable about this. He sighed in relief, rubbing my head. It hurts us to see you waste your childhood away in research, though we do not speak it as often, son. Your mother and I, we worry for you. I hadn't thought of it that way, but yeah, it must be odd for them to see their 10-year-old work overtime, burn through his childhood innocence in pursuit of a goal they cannot even begin to see the edges of. That distance, that disconnect, it must be hell on them, as a parent. I have been so inconsiderate. I'm sorry, Dad. I hugged him, tears welling up at the edges of my eyes. I wasn't spending time with Ravel. I wasn't enjoying my childhood. I was distant, always training, always researching, to the point, even they began to wonder. I don't want to become a distant memory for them. I want to be here. With them. What use is a family if I don't spend time with them? Create memories, cherish these moments, these good times, because I know bad times are coming. Times I don't know if I will survive or not. For all my schemes, all my plans and preparations. For all my trying, I could still fail. And what would I have to show for it? A short life full of doomsday prepping and constant struggle and manipulation. Scheme after scheme, plan after plan, but nothing of substance. I'll make time. I promised, more to myself than to him. I know you will. He kissed my forehead. I know I don't show it often, but I miss you too, son. I nodded and gulped down my regrets. Let's go get lunch. X. You're leaving already? Lavinia cried, clamping down on my arms like a koala bear. You can't go. I'll be back every week, Lavinia. I patted her head, consoling her, and my mom will be here with you. Once you finish training with her, and learn teleportation magic, you can come visit me anytime. Can't I come with you now? She begged with those puppy dog eyes, and Ravel jumped in too, grabbing my other hand. Me too. Me too. Okay, that's enough, you too. I grabbed them with my telekinesis, and gently pried them off of me, setting them down the bench beside me. We made a promise, didn't we? I reminded them, and they looked away pouting. Now. I am not leaving you empty-handed. I pulled out the mutation pawn, and pressed it gently into Lavinia's chest as she watched curiously. The mutation pawn entered her chest and a red and black magic circle appeared, spinning around her as it rose through her body, transforming her completely. From her back sprouted 2 ink-black leathery wings, twice as wide as she was tall, and pointed in 3s each, but no sooner had they appeared did they shrink back. The ice doll radiated a strong, malevolent aura, as if to express its disapproval of them, and in her rejection, replacing them with another set of wings. Crystalline and blue, made of clear, unblemished ice, though still in the shape of devil wings, they were leagues more beautiful, complementing Lavinia's natural beauty perfectly. She looked like an angel made of ice, as she floated before me, looking back at her wings in surprise. Do you like my gift? I asked, distracting her from the doll's actions. I cannot have her freak out and reject her wings, refusing to fly. This. She was awestruck, unable to even speak as she choked on emotion. Wings of your own, so you can fly high into the sky, even when I'm not there. I kissed her cheek, and teased, something to remember me by. She blushed lightly and giggled as she wrapped me up in a hug. Thank you. Only the best for my Lavinia. I snuggled her as I teased her further, and she blushed so red she began to all but steam from her ears. No fair. Ravel shouted, as she demanded, Big Brother Riser. I want a present too. Of course. I turned to her and pinched her cheek, and pulled out a crystal flower brooch I had fashioned from the agrias crystals my father had arranged for me earlier today. It was painted in our house colors, with a tiny little phoenix roost within, all folded up on itself like a little bumblebee. So pretty. Ravel played with it as I pinned it on her shirt. What does it do? It contains a very special spell from me. It'll protect you if you call out my name and ask for help. I patted her head, and I'll know to come find you. Will you come if I ask for help? She asked. Always. I kissed her forehead. Promise. Promise. I assured her, but only if you behave and use it only in emergencies, okay? Only in emergency. Ravel nodded her adorable little head and I patted her. Good girl. Hug. She asked, arms extended, one last time as I stood back up to leave, and I obliged. Please come back quickly. Ravel spoke softly as I hugged her. I will. Before you even know it. I smiled and cupped her face lovingly. I will wait. Ravel nodded even as she began to tear up. Bye. I waved both of them goodbye and teleported away. All right. The slog is over. 4,000 words. And it wasn't up to my standard entirely. Some parts will need to be edited and redone, but finally, the slog is over. I had so many ideas to put here and I cut out so much. It still racked up to 4,000 words. Phew. Next time, action, Tukey training, and Ria's birthday controversy. After that, finally, the time skip. Thanks for reading. Tell me what you think. Any plot holes or problems you spotted here. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Chapter 43, Before the Party. Hiya. Sarorg swung wide at me, only to be deflected with ease. A backhand here, a sidestep there. It was nothing. I was overflowing with Tukey. My aura flared a silvery white, a cascading raiment floating ethereally across my body, twisting, wrapping, slithering like a snake and yet light as a cloud, swaying ever so gently in the wind. Serorg on the other hand. After an hour and 30 minutes of exchanging blows, his personal best by the way, Serorg was running on fumes, panting like a dog in heat. Dulio wasn't much better. He had a few more hits in him, but I doubted that would make much of a difference. Over the past month, I had caught up to, and surpassed Dulio in sheer Tuki output and outmatched Serorg in his overflowing Tuki reserves with technique. Nothing to brag about, of course. They barely lasted an hour and a half, before needing to rest, meaning they could train at most twice a day, maybe thrice. No more than 5 hours either way. Me, on the other hand. I could go all day. With my unending trickle of aura, well, now that I had matched Dulio, it wasn't really appropriate to call it a trickle anymore, though, was it, enabled me to train nearly 3 times as much. Adding onto that my freakish, almost slavish determination to train and the nigh negligible need for sleep, courtesy of again, my infinite Tuki, I had advanced by leaps and bounds. It was no miracle that I had outmatched the two combined. Then there were the new Tuki control techniques I had developed. They weren't anything original. I had simply copied them from Hunter x Hunter. Tuki was quite similar to Nen, if not vastly simpler. And that vastly is an understatement. So, similar to the Nen of the Flame and its advanced techniques, I had copied and transliterated them onto Tuki to create my own Tuki control exercises, including the Tuki version of Ken I was using right now. Ryu, the flow, was an advanced Nen technique that allowed for a flowing distribution of aura all around oneself for complete defense and enhancement, while still being flexible enough that like Ken, I could concentrate a portion of my Tuki into anywhere I'd like to reinforce for extra protection, like say, my arms or legs, when defending from an oncoming blow, without compromising the safety of my other body parts. Having 3 times the time to train gave me the chance to get in enough training to R&D the entire Nen spectrum of techniques for Tuki and not only master them but also begin teaching them to the other 2. Even Magari bought a copy of them off of me, in exchange for a favor she would owe me, one that I was glad to have, because soon enough I would need it. Dulio swept low at me now, only to get kneed right in the shins. Oof, that's gotta be painful. He swiveled on the ground, avoiding my counterattack, and tried to use my own weight as counterweight as he roundhouse kicked me right in the face. Clever. Unfortunately, he was a bit too constrained for it. Tuki rushed to my arms, crackling like white lightning as I raised my arm to defend when. Smack. I got sucker punched. Right in the noggin. Like one of Garp's fists of love. Bwoof. I gasped, choking out a raspy little wheeze as the air left my lungs, pushed out by Serorg's Tuki ripple thundering down through my body, shaking my guts like a maraca. A double faint. I didn't think they had it in them after an hour and a half of constant battle, at the end of their lines, all but emptied of Tuki, but they sure have a way of surprising me. My ears rang, my eyes swam and I puked my guts out on the ground, all shattered earth and heaved dirt that sizzled acridly as my blood and bile hit it. Tui. I spat out the last of the blood and snorted out the phlegm from my nose, wiping my face with my sleeve, as I got back up to a laughing Magari. Munya ha 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 ha. She rolled on the ground. They got you good, didn't they, chicken boya? They're learning. I didn't want to admit it. Call me a sore loser, but that last sucker punch really soured me of any sportsmanship. Still, I can't lie, they are improving rapidly. Too rapidly. I can understand Dulio. He's a born genius, but Serorg too. I guess it's true what they say. You are the sum of your 5 closest friends, and Serorg had only 2 of us. In trying to catch up to us, he had not only unlocked his Tuki earlier than Canon, but also grown in its use faster. That internal wave attack, with that last sucker punch, that was an advanced Tuki technique, the kind people like Magari and the Nikomata elders used. Even Dulio hadn't gotten it yet. But Serorg somehow used it, out of pure instinct. Then again, he didn't have to train in both Tuki and a Longinus use, so he had more time to learn. That'll teach you not to underestimate your opponent, even at the end. Magari advised jumping onto my shoulders, especially at the last moment. Even cornered rat will bite back. Nom nom. Serorg chomped in the air, with a mischievous grin, and Dulio laughed. I'll break its teeth next time. I shook my fist playfully at them, before spotting a familiar monkly figure drinking like a fish on the porch. Magari followed my eyes too and smirked. Bossun's here already. How punctual, Naya. Feeling janky today. Magari teased, and Nurarihion glared at her with a dirty side eye and subtly flipped her off. I smiled. Like cats and dogs, these two. But that was their nature, the East Yukai faction. All of them were complete rednecks and hillbillies. This was actually rather mild of them. Break? I asked, though I knew their answer either way. Yeah. Serorg choked out, chugging his water bottle while Dulio simply collapsed on the ground, nursing his bruised foot. Taking a seat beside Nurarihion on the porch, I leaned against a pillar, a little winded from that last punch. Sarorg really shook me with that last move. Right down to my core. Cost me a good chunk of change in terms of demonic power to recover from it. We sat in silence for a moment. Him drinking his sake, me resting against the pillar, feeling the gentle mountain breeze upon my face. The Yukai, they're moving to Yurikyoto. He finally spoke, if vaguely. Though I knew the Yukai of whom he spoke. The Kuo mansion I had bought last month. The one infested with ghosts and Yukai. I had offered Nurarihion first bidding on recruitment, if he helped me clear them out and transport them to Yurikyoto within the month. He did manage to recruit a handful of them, but most chose to simply leave. As to why I didn't recruit them as servants. It was simple. I was planning on sheltering Valley there. I cannot afford to have eyewitnesses to his presence there when that happens. No one can know. Secrecy was paramount. So, I simply decided to kick them out. Except, of course. The poltergeist isn't leaving. Nurarihion added as if on cue, you know that right? Well, I didn't expect him to, in the first place. He's bound to the land, and at this point, I'd have to exorcise him to get rid of him. I shrugged, unbothered. I guess I could use a ghost butler. He is rather well-mannered for an evil spirit. That'll happen when you've been dead so long you forget why you became earthbound. He's forgotten his grudges, his life, his purpose. I'm surprised he hasn't faded already. Nurarihion chuckled. I have never seen an evil spirit so ridiculous. I smiled. I like that about him. That and he's pretty powerful. Almost high class. That's a big thing for a mere dementia-riddled ghost to achieve. But, of course, that wasn't why I had called him here. I cast silence and non-detection wards around us and he got the clue. It's time, isn't it? For the Lucifer brat. He asked, downing his last glass of sake. I nodded and passed him a note I conjured then and there. He looked down at the note, giving it a once-over and raised a queer eyebrow at me. A year. He asked, curious. Would you rather he escaped minutes after you deliver my message? I asked, or are you suggesting rescuing him yourself? How very generous of you, Nura-san. Fine, fine. I get it, you brat. He stopped me, exasperated, but why today? If all I had to do was deliver a letter, and you're still going to delay this by a year, what's the point of going at it today? Why not last month, or yesterday, or any time else? A year from now perhaps. I grinned. Do you think the House of Lucifer doesn't have a master diviner or investigator on their payroll? Reyes Van Lucifer is one paranoid bastard. He probably has 3. You insult my skill, boy. The divine investigator himself couldn't track me down in my prime. The Jade Emperor threw a fit for days. The House of Lucifer is nothing. Nurarihion gloated. And yet Lord Indra caught you without a sweat. I pointed out. Indra is the greatest diviner in the world. The House of Lucifer doesn't have anyone even remotely close. That was true. But if I can come up with a way to bypass wards with my flame divination, and detect Nurarihion in full Heidi mode, I'm not arrogant enough to believe there aren't others who can do the same, especially people who specialize in tracking and investigation. The House of Lucifer is close to the Asmodeus clan, whose trait, Star's End Moment, makes for especially good diviners. If anyone besides Indra can track him and through him me, it's them. And given his previous fuck-up when dealing with Glenda. Yeah, I'm not taking any chances. They don't have to. You just need to mess up again, don't you, Nura-san? One mistake and it all goes kaput. You'll never let that go, will you? He rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, his kasaya swishing dramatically. It was one time. I don't intend to let there be a second. I replied coldly. And how will you do that? He asked cockily. Besides wards. There is another way to interfere with both divination and tracking spells. Sticking close to someone powerful enough to rival the divine. I explained, and I'm going to my fiancé's birthday party today. Surzeka's Lucifer. Nurarihion understood my intentions. Exactly. I patted his shoulder smugly. So, if you mess up again, it's all on you. Nothing will ever lead back to me, not only because their spells won't be able to track me, but also because even if they do, will they really have the balls to question Surzeka's Lucifer on my alibi? No, they'll simply scapegoat you and the East Yukai faction. I hate you sometimes, you stupid clever brat. He snarled. Only sometimes. I teased and he smacked my hand away, annoyed. Don't push your luck. I snickered like a goblin and got up to leave. All right. I grunted, cracking my joints with a satisfying pop, something no 10-year-old should have to do, but here we are. I could feel body strain under the pressure of my training, gotta get going. I have a party to attend. Maybe I shouldn't overwork myself. This past month of non-stop training has helped me catch up to Dulio and Sai already. Maybe I can tone it down a little, to only 14 hours a day. Yeah, that'll let my body rest a little. I'll consider it after I see exactly how strong Surzex is today. He was the first milestone I had to overcome on my journey. In 7 years' time, I plan to be as strong, if not stronger than Surzex, and today will help me get a measure of exactly how big that gap is between us. Because if I remember it correctly, it takes 4 of him to match Indra in a fight, and it takes Indra and a dozen Longinus users on Surzex level to match Shiva. The 2 dragon gods and Shiva are about equal in power, and Regalzava pawned one of them on easy mode. That tells me exactly how far I have left to go. The gap between each class is about 4 times. That means I have to be at least 64 times as powerful as I am now, if not more, to match the EXE mech gods. In just 12 years. I shudder to think of the brutality of the training I will have to undergo if I plan to keep pace. But, it's either that or certain death, so it's not like I have a choice. Still, as long as I can get to Surzeka's level in 7 years and then Indra's level in 12, all I'll need is 3 boosts from Drake to get on even footing. That's not too hard to achieve at my current rate of growth, not to mention how much easier it'll be once we get that potential boost from the internet. That's not even considering all the other plans I have in motion. If all goes well, I'll get there with room to spare. I smiled. Looking at it that way, the future does seem bright. More so, when I imagine Lord Zeoticus' face when he sees my present for Rias tonight. Ah, his pain really does warm the heart. Chapter 44, Rias' Birthday Party. I appeared in the Gremory estate, stepping out of a teleportation circle, dressed down from my usual official attire, partly because I expected a fight, if all went downhill and they insisted on a physical demonstration with Surtur, and partly because it was a casual party, quite unlike my own birthday a few months ago, and they had only invited close family and friends. Magdaran was one such, of course, along with Sectas Barbados and Sikveria Agars, and their Minders, of course, 1 servant each as was appropriate. There was also Sona Citri, the bespectacled little shit, and her older sister, Seraphal as chaperone, a role usually left to servants, but then again, she was a Siscon. And a Satan. And a family friend and co-worker. Makes sense she'd be here, however, unexpected. TCH. I clicked my tongue in annoyance before I caught myself. No. I shouldn't have a hostile view of her just because our families are feuding. Let's be genial and polite. Yes. Gotta be polite. Though, if I had known, I'd have brought Ruvel along. Too late for regrets now, though. I looked at the servant sent to escort me, and more importantly mind my manners in polite company. An officer from our legions, undercover. Oh daddy, so little faith in your son. Well, it's not like he can stop me. I chuckled internally. The gift would already be in Ria's hand before anyone noticed it and the rest. Hee hee hee. It would be historical. I just know Seraphal is gonna be so damn jealous. She is obsessed with magical girls. Just thinking about it brings a smile to my face. Especially because I copyrighted the Magitech and every other concept related to it over the course of last month through Regal's Underworld subsidiaries. She won't be able to copy it even if she wanted to. And she certainly won't be able to ask Rias, a 6-year-old child, for her toy, her birthday gift from her. I can just imagine the frustration, juicy, delicious frustration. A subtle fuck you to the citrus. But first, it's time to meet and greet the in-laws. It wasn't hard to find the lord of the Gremory clan. His striking red hair and charming good looks drew your gaze naturally towards him, and his height, though far from unnatural, helped his flowing red hair stand tall like a beacon. That and the inch-high platform shoes he was clearly trying to hide under those awful 70s disco pants. They really are keeping it informal, if he's wearing that monstrosity of fashion to the birthday. Now I feel overdressed. Why a man already so tall felt the need to wear platform shoes, however, was beyond me. Lord Zeoticus. I bowed in greeting. Thank you for inviting me to Ria's birthday. I appreciate the opportunity to spend more quality time with my future wife. Oh, think nothing of it. Lord Zeoticus spoke thoughtlessly, when he was suddenly pinched by Lady Venelana, appearing from behind him. Long, flowing flaxen hair draping softly over her even softer features, with big, round, drooping eyes in a deep royal purple that mesmerized you every time you looked into them. Her figure looked to be straight out of a Renaissance painting, not angelic, but rather more homely, in a sort of ethereal sense of the word. She was the archetypical image of a loving wife, like some sort of pre-Christian goddess of the fertility, the home and hearth. Hestia, I would say, but knowing Ishabumi, Hestia in this world, was probably a red-headed short stack with tits out to Jupiter. To describe her in a word, I wouldn't call her pretty. No. Cleria Belial was pretty. Hot. Yes, but not in the way that arouses raw, naked lust. Rather, she felt like someone you wanted to come home to after a long day's work and hug till you fell asleep in her arms. Someone you would want to, not fuck, no, that word was too base to use for her, but rather make love to. Gently. Softly. lovingly. With a lot of positive affirmations and tender kisses. The kind of woman you'd call honeybun or sugarplum out of affection. There was only one word to describe this woman: beautiful. Looking at her, I felt not lust but a simple warm feeling of awe, like a sunbeam creeping in through the window in the morning, with a cat resting in its light. You're Aria's future husband, after all. She spoke in his place, smiling gently. It is only natural to invite family. I appreciate it nonetheless, Lady Venelana. As do I appreciate the chance to meet you too. I kissed her hand, with all the politeness and courtesy hammered into me during my etiquette lessons. I had heard of your beauty, Lady Venelana, famed in the underworld, but to see it in person, I can say for certain, no nymph nor apsara can compare to you, and neither would they dare compare, for they would hide away in shame upon the barest glimpse of your visage. I turned to Lord Zeoticus. Lord Zeoticus is a very lucky man. Era, she smiled warmly, cupping her face. You haven't even married Rias, and you're already eyeing your mother-in-law. Why choose the cake when you can have the bakery? I joked, and she laughed. Lord Zeoticus, on the other hand, wrapped his arm around her waist possessively, giving me a dirty look. Lady Venelana noticed it too and kissed him on the cheek. No need to be jealous, dear. She put her hand over his and knit her fingers through his. Little Riser is just being playful. Besides, a 10-year-old is hardly your competition for my affections. Not when you're being so adorable. She nuzzled up into his face happily and he blushed red enough to blend in with his hair. He really is adorable. I chuckled, drawing their attention, and Lord Zeoticus gave me a stern, questioning look. Ah, I'm not mocking you, Lord Zeoticus. I said, raising my hands in a calming gesture, with a warm smile. I just admire your relationship with Lady Venelana. I hope mine and Rias' marriage is as happy as yours. You have quite the way with words, young Phoenix, Lady Venelana praised, and Lord Zeoticus huffed, though I could see he was warming up to me. That child bride comment and the subsequent twink trouble really must have soured his impression of me. But that's nothing I can't solve, even just today. In fact, I plan to, right from the start. Dad's orders and all. Thank you. I live to please. I accepted her praise, and looked around excitedly for the belle of the ball. Where can I find my future wife? I'd really like to give her a present. Oh. She is in the garden, just across the hall. She pointed me in the right direction. Come, we were just going there. I followed the two to the garden where Seraphal was putting on a storytelling session for the kids, in full magical girl cosplay. I spotted Serorg in the crowd too, with his family's butler, the only staff his mother could afford to keep because he was part of her peerage. We had arrived separately to keep up appearances, and I had gotten him a distinct but separate gift for Rias too. Special chocolates from the Vapula territory, fitting his cover story. She stopped just as we arrived and turned to us, giving me a curious look. I could feel the terrifying amount of power hidden behind her gaze, given that she barely made an effort to hide it and her intentions. If it weren't that we were at a birthday party, I had no doubt she'd have actually just scanned me with magic before interrogating me forcefully about all of our recent projects. Thankfully, she can't do that here, and I would never give her the chance to catch me outside, unattended and unguarded. I smiled back politely before turning to the little cannonball of red that was running at me. Riser. She strutted up to me, practically jumping on clouds, and extended her hand. This time, I properly bowed and kissed it as she giggled happily. Rias. I looked up and smiled. Allow me to wish you a very happy birthday. Did you get me a present? She asked shamelessly, interrupting me in the middle of my greeting. Rias, let him at least finish greeting you. Lord Zeoticus scolded, dying from embarrassment, and that brought me great joy. Rias looked at her father for a moment, considering if she wanted to follow his advice and wait for me to speak or just go with her little monkey brain instincts. I could see the gears turning in her little peanut-sized brain as she turned to me. Present. The monkey brain won. Lord Zeoticus muffled a frustrated groan and I stifled a chuckle as I pulled out my present for her. Oh, you chaotic, ill-mannered, adorable little gremlin. I have missed how refreshing you are to be around. Especially when it's not in the way of my plans. All right, here. I handed her the small, shoebox-sized package. She snatched it from my hands and tore through the package like a ravenous hyena, unboxing my present. A cherry red wand made of agrias crystals, with a ruby red, gold-trimmed crystal heart atop it, with a sapphire ribbon banding and a flowing bow connecting the heart to the wand, in an optical illusion that made it look the same from all angles, the same way Mickey Mouse's ears appear round no matter where you look at them from. A magical girl wand. Rias jumped for joy as she read the title of the instruction manual included with it, hopping around happily, squealing, chirping like a demented songbird, before she actually did cannonball into me, wrapping me up in a bear hug. Thank you. She rubbed her face into my chest and I supported her weight as she wrapped herself around me like a little red leech, patting her head softly. Only the best for my future wife. I said, with a smile. Now why don't you try it out? Oh, yes. Rias jumped off of me and ran a few steps away as she posed with it, before it clicked. I don't know how to turn it on. Good job figuring that out. It's in the instruction manual. I pointed at the box she had thrown away, and the included manual which was now in Seraph's hands. Wait, it's a real magical girl wand? Seraph asked, after having silently spied from the sideline this whole time, as she read from the manual. Yes. I nodded, a little smug in my creation, as I said. Only the best for my wifey. Yes, yesy icious eyes. Rias hopped in place adorably, her eyes twinkling with excitement, as she asked me, how do I turn it on? Let me show you. I cast puppeteering magic on her as strings extended from my hands, stitching into her body. I jerked my hand and began to pose her in the right way for the magic to work, all the while she just giggled. It tickles stup. Just a minute, and done. I finished under the careful and alert gazes of everyone, including the distant, but ever-watchful Sirzex Lucifer sitting at the edge of the garden with Ajuka and his wife. But seeing as Ajuka hadn't moved, neither did he. Which also seemed to reassure the rest of the adults around us. She was posed right and I bid her to move as I spoke. Repeat after me. Cute, pretty cute. Magical girl transformation. I raised her arm above her head, as the incantation finished, and the wand began to glow a bright, hot pink. With a flourish of my wrist, she circled her arm above her head as the magic marked a circle of the same hot pink in the air, before I slammed her hand down till it pointed to the ground. The circle above her head began to spin as it shot to ground and then. Wait, everyone close your dash. Seraphal, having read the manual, finally decided to warn everyone, but she was a step too late. A blinding light show shot out from the wand, essentially flashbanging everyone present as the magical girl transformation began and Rias floated up into the air, an illusion of psychedelic rainbows coloring her form. A feature, not a bug, designed to keep her safe while the many transformation, protection, and enhancement magics took shape around her. After all, in real life, the villains don't wait for you to finish your transformation. But this way, with the transformation spell first blinding everyone around you, it stunned and staggered the enemy for a moment, giving the transformation time to take place. The party, however, devolved into screams and shouts of pain as everyone clutched their faces and hissed in pain. I didn't though. I didn't even close my eyes. I regenerate faster than I can be blinded. That light show, which to others was an eye-stinging flashbang, was to me, barely more than TV static. The same was true for everyone ultimate class and above. Sorry everyone. I should have warned you first. My sincerest apologies. I smiled apologetically and we all took a recess to recover. Sorry for the slow updates lately. Been busy. Tell me what you think of the chapter. Thanks for reading. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Bye. Chapter 45, Magical Girl Riastan vs. Serterman. What was that? Ajuka asked curiously, though I have no doubt he knew exactly what it was, along with the entire make and model, every spell and trick hidden in that wand by now. It had already been in his hands for a minute or so. Knowing him, that was more than enough time. It was a flashbang spell, meant to protect Rias from attack while she transforms and the defensive spells on the dress take effect. In reality, villains don't wait for the magical girl to finish transforming. This way, at least she stays safe because the opponents are stunned and blinded by the sudden flash of light. It was made with the best of intentions, I promise you, Lord Ajuka, Lord Gremory. Couldn't you have warned us? Lord Zeoticus asked with consternation as he loomed over me while the rest of the guests recovered from being flashbanged. House Phenex apologizes deeply for this, Lord Zeoticus. My chaperone turned to me, after bowing deeply to the guests. What were you thinking, young lord? The officer, I really should remember his name, cried out in frustration as he scolded me. I wasn't. That, you, what? He was confused by my straightforward reply. I was so excited to give Rias my gift, and seeing her so happy, I was lost in the moment and I forgot. I couldn't think of anything else but her smile. I answered wistfully, a silly smile on my face. The response stopped the Inquisition in its tracks. No one expected that answer. And that gave me the time to make my move. Again, I sincerely apologize. I bowed in apology as well, I should have been more careful. I looked concernedly at the rest of the children rubbing their eyes and even one child crying. Diodora Astaroth. Wow. A boy my age, crying when Latia beside him was being far more mature about it. I suppressed the urge to chuckle. Keeping up my poker face, I turned to Lord Zeoticus. Let me make it up to Rias. Make this a party to remember for the rest of her life. And how do you plan on doing that? Sirzex asked, a curious smile on his face. Good to see my last comment warmed him up to me. I knew it would work wonders on this Siscon bastard. Lord Surtur was going to give us a demonstration today, wasn't he? Why not make it a tokusatsu battle? He can act like the villain and have Rias fight him in a fun, mock battle. Let her enjoy being a real magical girl, just like on TV. I didn't wait for their answer, and turned to ask Rias. Don't you think that'd be fun, Rias? I smiled at her and she jumped up and down in joy. Woo. Rias ran up to her brother and begged, with the cutest little set of puppy dog eyes, Can I, please. Oni-chan. Please. Goodness, that level of cute is lethal. No wonder she's the protagonist of DXD. Even at 6, she was just heart-achingly adorable. Must not get HNGGH. Cuteness aggression. And it was no surprise when Surzex agreed. Okay. He answered, hiding his face in his hands, the faintest trace of a nosebleed in the air. Pervert. No. Surzex, she doesn't even know how to use the thing yet. Lady Venelana objected. I will be with her, Lady Venelana. Don't worry. I will guide and protect her. I pulled out a ruby-red crystal rose with gold inlay and a bottle-green crystal stem with pitch-black thorns from thin air. The counterpart to the magical girl wand. After all, no magical girl is complete without a mysterious knight to protect her from the shadows. I twirled the rose between my fingertips, before drawing a glowing black circle in the air above me, Midnight Rose Knight, transform. My clothes fluttered as they were replaced by a black tie tuxedo, with a long coat lining swaying in the wind behind and a red and black cape to go with it, alongside a domino mask on my eyes and magician's top hat on my head. Inspired by both Tuxedo Mask from Sailor Moon and Kaito Kid from Detective Conan, it was my attempt at winning over the costume maniac Xioticus Gremory. My gift to him, to cement my position in his heart as well. The boy who gave him more playtime with his daughter. More time, to spoil her with all his overflowing love. Because that is the one thing you cannot buy. Time. Your daughter's childhood. Memories as a family. Something he will cherish forever. As will she. Because however long we may live as devils, we grow up, physically, just as fast as humans, till we reach our prime, at which time we stop aging. That is no fair. Seraphal cried out with envy, biting her lips, you even got a night costume. Seraphal. Surzex gave her a look and she stopped, though I could tell she was dying inside, I'll call Surtur. He added as he walked off. Why doesn't your transformation have a blinding cover? Lord Xioticus noticed and asked. I am a phoenix. I am immortal. Even if I am attacked in the middle of transformation, I can heal. Rias does not have the same gifts. He raised his eyebrows in surprise at the depth of the thought put into it and his expression softened. You are a good kid, Riser. He patted my head with a soft smile. Who made these glorious, legendary artifacts? Seraphal scooted over to me as soon as Surzex was out of sight, trying to weasel out my sources. I would like to know as well. Ajuka added, covering my escape subtly. I just smiled politely in response. They want to sweat me, but they forget a phoenix is immune to heat. It was a reclusive master magician. He owed my brother a favor, and agreed to make these for him, despite being deeply offended at our request to use his esteemed skills for such a thing. I chuckled, to hear my brother speak, it seemed like he burned a bridge to get these. The magician said he'd break all ties if we insulted his craft like this again. So, if you desire to have more of these made, I'm afraid, that will not be possible. It took him 4 months just to make these and he has sworn never to make these ever again. 4 months, then you must have placed the request right after your birthday. Ajuka caught on to my trick. I knew he would. He wouldn't be Ajuka Beelzebub if he didn't. I smiled. Yes, Lord Ajuka. I nodded, turning to him, I asked these to be made right after my birthday. When I learned Rias liked magical girl anime, I knew what present I wanted to give her on her birthday. I wanted the present to be ready for Rias' birthday, and I didn't know if anyone had ever made such a thing. So, I asked for it with time to spare. How considerate of you. He smiled, knowingly. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Ajuka. I smiled back, in defiance, I only want to make Rias the happiest girl in the world. He had played right into my hands. He knew it. I knew it. He knew I knew it. There was no secret artisan. I could tell from the way he looked at me. There was no hiding the truth from him. But that didn't mean I couldn't lie anyway. What was he going to do? Call out a 10-year-old in front of everyone? Heh. No way. That was his weakness. Being bound by decorum. Social rules. His position as Satan and his image. Something I had already accounted for. I couldn't match him or any of the other geniuses on the fly, but I could do something else. Plan ahead. Exploit their weaknesses, stab at the chinks in their armor. No one is perfect. Even geniuses aren't the best in every field, every manner, everything. There's always something to dig into. And I was a dwarf in heat, baby. Diggy diggy hole. A month deep into planning. All he could do was roll with the punches, and then reveal the truth to the Gremmaries after the party. But by then, I would have already made my play. It would be too late. Rias. I took her hand. Let me teach you how to use the wand before we go and play with Lord Surtur. I took the wand from her hand and began explaining their functions. X. And it also has a vibrate function, for massaging your muscles after exercise. I pointed at the vibrating wand in my hands before shutting off the function. This one is based on our Phenex Enterprise's full-body massage machine. It's going to be out in a few weeks, only in our stores in the Phenex territory. It has all the functions of a regular massage chair, but with body-forming gel that grips and digs into every corner and crevice, giving deep tissue massages to your whole body, all at once. I knew what I was doing as I grabbed the attention of every woman in the party. I acted innocent, of course, as I slipped in some advertising for our new range of products, but the wise need only a clue. Their imaginations would do the rest of my work for me. Frankly, I'm surprised no one else had introduced these to the market yet. Designed by yours truly last year, they were in quality checking and R&D till recently, and were about to be released to the public in the underworld soon. A whole slew of modern gadgets and knickknacks. Bringing the underworld to the human world's tech standard, just in time for them to adopt my internet. It was part of a long-running plan of mine. To make the name Phenex synonymous with quality and happiness. To make them addicted to our products in all fields, entirely, until, like Pavlov's dog, they can only associate us with good feelings. Because that's what people remember. Not your products or your deeds or words. No. They remember how you made them feel. And the name Phenex is about to make them feel a whole lot of good. Just then, I felt the temperature of the room rise as Surtur, the second, entered the room. Young Miss Rias, shall we? Yes. Rias jumped to her feet, snatching the wand from my hand as she beckoned me. Riser. Come, quick, quick. She near about pulled me to my feet on her own as I stood up and followed. I turned slightly to look at Lord Surtur too and spoke softly, my words carried upon the wind only for his ears. Please guide me as per our contract during the demonstration. I will be listening, your whispers in the wind. Only me. He raised a fiery brow in surprise, but contained his curiosity under his mask of professionalism as he gave me the tiniest of nods in acknowledgement. My way to get the best of both worlds. A secret auditory channel opened by my complete mastery of wind manipulation. Allowing me to learn from Surtur, while at the same time avoid letting the rest of the audience know anything about it. To keep my desire for divine flames and House Phenex's research into it, a secret. One of Ruvel's support spells from his time in the raiding games, the reason he managed to keep his team's tactics a secret from his opponents while still maintaining a line of communications open between them all. Whispering wind. X. Mwahaha. Surtur smacked away a pink ball of energy with the back of his hand and swiped away at a shower of pitch-black thorns shooting at him from my wand, burning them to ash in the air in a great pyroclastic display that lit up the sky. Your puny little attacks cannot do anything to me, magical girl Riastan. Prepare to face your destruction. Your doom. Mwahaha. He handed up even as he silently explained his flames to me. And since the world of Norse myth is based upon the world tree, Yggdrasil, by virtue of the concept of fire burns wood, my flames can burn away reality itself. Of course, this is a simplified explanation of it, but you can grasp the concept now, yes. Yes. Fire burns wood. Trees are made of wood. Fire burns tree. If a tree is the base of reality, your fire can burn reality by piggybacking your flames off of this concept. To impose flammability upon the intangible concept of reality. It's so simple, yet so beautiful. I replied, softly, before asking, could I trouble you to demonstrate that part of your flames next? How so? He asked. I smiled. Not so fast, Surturman. Be bound by the thorny vines of love. I cast one of the preset spells of the Rose Knight wand, and the ground began to shake as massive vines burst forth from within it, 3 meters thick and full of magically enhanced thorns, imbued with the concept of Yggdrasil. Something I bought from a Vanir magician via Regal's connection. It was a costly cedar spell, modified specially for my wand, that called upon Yggdrasil's roots, or in this case, vines to entangle the target. It really is a shame that I plan on gifting this wand to my father-in-law today. I had hoped to study the cedar spell a bit more. I'll just employ a walk-your tutor later. One of the benefits of being filthy rich. I smiled. I had pretty much gathered the idea behind his flames even before I came here today, and his explanation had filled many of the gaps in my theory. All I needed to do now was get a measure of how exactly they interacted with reality that differed from that inside the Norse realms. Do they burn it slower? Worse. I had already seen them burn local reality during this mock battle. Now I just need a control group reading to see the standard interaction it had with its myth of origin, and while yes, having him burn up an actual branch or leaf from Yggdrasil would have been better, that was out of question. The Norse pantheon would never allow that. They're already paranoid about Ragnarok. I can only imagine their reaction if I were to come up to them and ask, could you let Surtur's clone burn down the world tree, pretty please? Nah, the substitute will have to do for now. Besides, these divine flames weren't the only ones I was going to sample. They were only the first step. There was already a world-destroying flame that was tinged with the energy of the underworld. That one would be the base of my spell. Surtur's flames were only there so I can graft the concept of burning away reality to the spell I planned on making. But, then again, that's putting the cart before the horse. Zoning back into the fight, I scanned Surtur's flames now burning the false Yggdrasil's vines with my spells, all the while I made my way to Ria's side. Magical girl Riastan. My vines of love cannot hold him for long. You must use your ultimate attack. Follow my lead, and we will defeat Surturman and save the world. She nodded seriously, though I could see the giddiness in her eyes, the mirth spilling right over onto her smile. It was adorable. I couldn't help but smile seeing her so happy. Draw a heart in front of you, with me, I said, and touched my wand to hers as both of them began to glow fiercely, her hot pink energy mixing with my pale black to form a deep magenta. Super love beam, love you to death. We both chanted together as we completed the heart, and it pulsed with great power before shooting out in a meter-thick energy beam that decimated everything in its wake, before striking Surtur in the chest, right as he burst out from my vines. No. Surtur screamed dramatically, playing his part to perfection, as he collapsed onto the ground in defeat, before exploding into a brightly colored display of fireworks, covering his teleportation away. Yay! Rias twirled around happily in the air, the little white wings on her wand fluttering with her. How do you like my present now? I asked with a smile and Rias jumped onto me, her arms wrapped around my neck. Best birthday present ever. She squealed, rubbing her face into my chest, and swung wildly, thank you so much, Riser. I love you. Love you so much. Only 3 love yous. I'm starting to think you don't really love me that much. I teased and she jumped off, crossing her arms. My brother only gets 1. She huffed, pouting. Oh my, I must be really lucky then, to get 3. You better appreciate it. She pointed her wand at me and shook it authoritatively and I couldn't help but pinch her big, round pouty cheeks. I will. Don't pinch my cheeks. She swatted my hands away and made to distance herself from me, but stopped. I really like your present, Riser. She added again. I know. I cupped my face, resting it against my knee as I knelt to her level. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. I did. She smiled, will you come play with me again? Maybe if I receive a lot more love yous. I teased her again and she punched my shoulder with her tiny little fists. Don't bully me. Okay. I won't bully my Rias anymore. I laughed. Who's your Rias? You're my Riser. She clarified. I raised an eyebrow, amused. Is that so? Oh hun. She nodded effusively, don't you forget it. I won't. I patted her head. How cute. Maybe I won't destroy her entirely at the engagement. Yeah. I'll let her off gently. Still wiping the floor with ease say. No 2 ways about that. That pervert deserving an ass whooping. Or 2. Or 10. But maybe I can afford her some dignity in the annulment. Of course, that's if she's still insistent on following the canon way out. I doubt that though, what with my intervention into the timeline. Maybe she'll be more diplomatic about it this time around, what with her having at least a decently friendly relationship with me. Well, we'll see what happens. I nodded to myself as I watched Rias join the group of kids for the cake cutting. Thank you. Lord Zeoticus came and stood by me, she really seems to like that gift of yours, Riser. He paused for a moment as if fighting his fatherly urge to guard his daughter before he added, you really should come by more often. I think Rias will like it. I'm afraid not. I said, and he looked down at me, but that doesn't mean she'll be without a play pal. I stood back up and undid my transformation, before handing the wand to him. After all, a magical girl needs her knight in stylish tuxedo. You really are a good match for Rias. He laughed jovially, with a full-bodied bellow, and took the wand. You can call me father from now on. We'll be family soon enough. Mission, impress father-in-law, accomplished. But I think I prefer father-in-law, but I appreciate the sentiment, Lord Zeoticus. I replied with a genial but polite smile. No point getting too chummy with them if Rias breaks up the engagement later. Why risk heartbreak? Burning a bridge built up with years of effort for nothing. And if she doesn't cancel the engagement, I'll have a lifetime to get close to them. As you wish. He nodded, just know that you are always welcome in our home. It is your home too. I nodded back in acknowledgement and that was that. As men, we didn't need any more fancy words to express what we felt. It was understood. The tacit understanding between the husband and father-in-law. Big chappy. 3,400 words. Took a while to write. Anyways, tell me what you thought of it. Any mistakes you noticed? Tell me in the comments. Thanks for reading. Next time, an interlude of the Gremmaries and Ajuka. Then time skip. Don't forget to donate your power stones. I will start posting faster now. Once every 2 or 3 days. We'll also post the extra chapters for the 2 times we reached 300 power stones and the 6,000 collections one soon. Till then, see ya. Chapter 46, sorry. I'm going to a wedding so have been busy. As the title says. I wrote the chappy but it's not edited. Will do in a bit. Sorry for the delay. Chapter 47, I won. My dudes. My homies. My fellow readers. Dearest audience. We did it. We got M. My FIC has won 2nd place in the Fanfic Fiesta contest. All thanks to you awesome generous readers. Thank you also so much. You guys are the best. Party popper confetti ball beaming face with smiling eyes smiling face grinning squinting face starstruck partying face smiling face with hearts. New chapters coming in celebration of this. I just wanted to share the good news after a shit 2 to 3 weeks I have had. Again, I couldn't have done this without you wonderful folks. Thank you so much for supporting this FIC. Shame I can't post the winning picture screenshot. Special thanks to King Gluttony, Andre Salcedo, Arzi, One and the Oni, and all the others who gave me ideas, and spotted the flaws in the story and gave power stones and such. Sorry I can't post all your names here. All of you are heroes. This has given me the much needed lift to my spirits. Thank you. Chapter 48, Interlude, Venelana and Ajuka. So, how did he do, Lady Venelana? Ajuka asked with mild amusement and an almost criminal smugness to his expression that made her want to squish his face into a pancake. The cocky little brat. He may be Satan now, but she had known him since he was waddling about in his diapers. It was difficult for her to see him as anything other than her little baby boy's awkward, nerdy friend. So, naturally, she didn't believe him when he had first spoken of Riser Phenex's capabilities. A 10-year-old devil with ultimate class power and an intellect on par with the best of the underworld, with Ajuka, no less. She could be forgiven for having doubts about something so absurd. But seeing it, him, firsthand. He passed all my tests. She admitted begrudgingly, as a faint smile crept up on her face, with flying colors at that. Wait, what tests? Her husband asked, tilting his head in confusion. Didn't he stumble out of fighting Surtur on his own? Oh. No, I see it now. He realized mid-sentence as he spoke, as to what exactly had happened. It was adorable to see him putting 2 and 2 together, though she had no doubt he was miles off from even an inkling of the full picture. He wasn't exactly gifted in the political department. Then again, she hadn't married him for his sharp wit. It was moments like these that reminded her that she had married him for his charming good looks and adorable personality. He was her escape from the ever-scheming political nightmare that was the Bale household. He was her breath of fresh air, the taste of freedom she so cherished, every single day. Because with him, she wasn't Venelana Bale, flaxen-haired ruin princess. She was simply Venelana. With him, she could be herself. Leave the Bale name and its many burdens behind, if not forever, then for the most part. It brought the thought of her sister-in-law and her nephew's plight to her mind. Her impotence in the face of the men who had dominated her life since birth. Free as she might fancy herself, from him, a single glare was enough to reduce her to the whimpering mess of a child she was inside. The child Zeoticus had healed with his love, shattered back again, in an instant. In all her life, she had only stood up to him twice. Once when she married Zeoticus, and the second time when he visited a year earlier, trying to adopt her newborn grandson, Milikas, in the aftermath of Sarorg's disinheritance. It was then that he had told her, ordered, more like, to not interfere in their matters. To turn a blind eye to their plight. And she obliged. No. She made a choice. Her family, her grandson over Misla and Sarorg. A response of apathy conditioned into her very bones by the childhood of backstabbing and betrayal she had endured in the Bale household. Each man scheming to get one over the other. And her. Looking on apathetically, after she had been hurt one time too many, caught in the crossfire trying to keep the peace. So when he ordered her now, even as her mind screamed at her to resist, to argue. To care. She couldn't. She couldn't so much as bring herself to talk back. To ask. Why? The words curdled in her throat, as she choked them down with the discipline he had forged into her very bones. She gripped her fist tight, till her knuckles went white and she let out a turbid breath. The memory haunted her. The look of betrayal in Misla's eyes as she turned them away with excuses. The guilt. The shame. He isn't here. This is my life. Not his. She whispered to herself in her mind. It's all right. It'll be all right. The Phenex were taking care of Serorg and Misla, where she could not. They'd be fine. Sure, Lord Phenex might be eyeing the Bale throne, but for all her love for her family, she could not bring herself to care. The Bale throne could fall into the hands of the Phenex for all she cared. And she didn't. She'd be glad for it. She held no love for that rotten thing that pitted her brothers against one another, that turned her uncles and aunts into vicious vipers spitting venom at each other for scraps of illusory power. Because that was the truth behind it all. There was no real power to be had. Not while Zekrom Bale yet drew breath. It was one more reason she was glad to wed Rias to Riser. If nothing else, she could exert some modicum of control over her house through the Phenex clan. To stop them, when necessary, should they let their greed get the better of them and try to guide the Bales the way of the Belials. If for no reason other than to preserve what was left of her blood. She cared not for the institution that was the great King Bale house, she cared for a family that made it so. And if the Phenex clan could rout that poison from their veins, all the better. Once all was settled, she would retake the reins, and this time guide her house, her family on the right path. The Phenex were, in fact, the perfect role models for that. Their house was famously united, despite their scheming and internal conflict. There had never been any hint of exposure to the outside world of their dysfunction. Even back then, when Lord Phenex took the seat at the head of his house, ahead of his brother, there wasn't so much as a murmur of disagreement. It was what made them formidable. Like ants, they put up a united front, as if of one mind. One unit. That is why it was common wisdom. Never kill a Phenex. No matter how distant the relation. No matter how insignificant their person. Because they would descend like suicidal hornets, like a plague of locusts, upon the offending party, even if it were to be till death and extinction, to their own doom, in retaliation. She still remembered the aftermath of the Leviathan clan's hubris. A clan shattered, armies wiped down to the last man, woman and child, territories devastated, utterly, in hellfire. A Satan clan brought to the brink of ruin. To this day they hadn't fully recovered from it. There was only one word for their response to harm brought upon their family. Biblical. That was the sort of unity she wanted for her clan. A love for family, a sense of belonging that stretched farther than pride and status. That was more than just skin deep. A family that felt like a family. And if she had to use the Phenex like a cudgel to get that result, so be it. Though she may not seem like it, she was in fact the brains of this operation. For all the underworld saw, she was just Lord Gremory's trophy wife. A warm and loving homemaker. And she was, for the most part these days. But trophy wife, she was not. She was a businesswoman. Her personal wealth alone dwarfed that of the House of Gremory and all its holdings. Her businesses, of growing rare and profitable crops, her vast ranches of hell cattle, her many, many industries, from food to fashion to tourism, were all obscenely profitable. To that point, it was Zeoticus, who was her trophy husband, if anything, with his airhead demeanor and charming, golden retriever personality. She was the one who had suggested the engagement, though, in his zeal, Zeoticus had pushed through with it a fair bit earlier than she wanted. She knew Lord Phenex, his personality, his greed, his desire for power. It was far from unique in the underworld. She knew that presented with such a chance, he would jump on it with both feet. It was Riser Phenex that she did not expect. A 10-year-old boy at ultimate class. Sirzex nodded. For someone who wasn't born a super devil, he has certainly showcased an exceptional talent for his age. But that stunt with Sir could just as well have been the handiwork of Lord Phenex. It wasn't. She shook her head. Lord Phenex is too careful a man for such a stunt. And too dour for spontaneity. No, it was Riser Phenex. Lord Phenex could have used Riser as a cover to enact it. People change. The current state of the Phenex clan, its sudden industry, if it shows anything it is that something about Lord Phenex has changed. He is being far more proactive than ever before. Maybe he is simply eager to avoid missing out, like he did on the Devil TV deal. She raised a curious eyebrow. This was not a side of her son she often saw. He had inherited his father's temperament and her powers. Suffice to say, he wasn't exactly a politician. But it would seem that his term in office has had the pleasant side effect of setting his head on straight. To think he had improved so much, she felt a surge of pride in her son for a moment. Nonetheless, he was still far from her level, especially when it came to insight. That is a good observation, but you missed one thing. She pointed out, and that is, Riser's chaperone. The butler. That was no butler. Venelana laughed. He carried himself like a military man, his gait sharp, his glances measured, his eyes ever alert and hardened like steel. A high-class officer. At least a captain, maybe more. She leaned forward, resting her arms on the table as she fixed her son in her gaze. Tell me, Sirzex, if Lord Phenex wanted to act under cover of Riser, why would he send an officer of his legions and not a regular, incompetent servant? It would certainly make Riser's oversight with the wand more understandable. Give him deniability. A plot within a plot. Sirzex asked, and Venelana smiled, wagging her finger. No. Sometimes, the simplest answer is the right one. The butler was there to keep Riser in check. Sirzex let out a breath, in deep thought, but why would he? What do you think? Sirzex. Dear. She opened her question to them all and she could see Zeoticus quirk his head in confusion. Oh, how adorable he was, like a little puppy. Her little red-haired puppy husband. She could just kiss him when he made that face. Sure, he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but he loved her and she loved him, and that was enough for her. It was why she allowed him to have a harem. Because she knew there existed no woman who could steal his heart from her. He was hers alone. Her own, her precious, no. She reeled in her lust, with great difficulty. This wasn't the time. I don't understand. Zeoticus asked, and Sirzex had the same look to him. Two peas in a pod, these two, father and son. She sighed in disappointment when Ajuka decided to interject. To prevent this. Ajuka gestured at the party supplies left behind in the garden before them. What Lady Venelana means to say is that none of this was an accident. Ajuka helpfully guided her two idiots to the point. Every word, every move Riser Phenex made here was calculated. Planned. There was no stumbling, no randomness to his actions. He was prepared for it. Every question, every retort, every argument we could make and more. He even outsmarted me, pinning me down with social etiquette where he knew he could not win against me with words. Everything he did was done to drive us, like corralled cattle, to the exact conclusion he wanted. That can't be. He's just 10. Sirzex refused to believe it. And frightfully intelligent. Ajuka cut him down to size, do not underestimate him. That mistake cost 10 in his arm and Mephisto, his telecom empire. Wait. I don't understand, how exactly did he? Zeoticus gestured vaguely at the incident, lost, and Venelana looked at her husband fondly. What did Riser do the moment he arrived at the party? She began to guide him through the events herself. He greeted us. No, dear. He called Rias his future wife. Not fiancé. Not Rias. Future wife. A certainty. And that means, of course. He nudged her and she smiled. No point being subtle with her husband. He was gauging you and making his intentions clear in the politest way possible. Now, do you recall how he referred to her the last time he met her? His child bride. Zeoticus recalled and grimaced at the memory. That reaction is exactly why he did that. I have no doubt he received a rap for it from Lord Phenex himself, and nothing short of an order to make things right this time around. Which he did, and at the same time he gauged your reaction to him, indifference, even under courtesy. So naturally, his next move was to compliment me. Another poke at you. He was getting a measure of your relationship with him and he got what he wanted with that outrageous comment. He called you a bakery. Zeoticus stopped as he saw the happiness on her face. You seem to like it. He has a way with words, that boy. She giggled. Those are the kinds of boys that are the most dangerous after all. One of them stole my heart. She kissed Zeoticus on the cheek, her hand rubbing his thigh underneath the table, and watched him blush like a tomato with glee. How cute. Focus, Zeo. We'll have plenty of time to ourselves. Afterwards, Venelana licked her lips seductively. Honey, he cooed sweetly, wrapping an arm around her back, much to the chagrin of her son. Mom, Dad. Bah. It's just a little PDA. She pouted, shaking her head in mock disappointment. How did my son grow up to be such a prude? Some things are for the bedroom. He argued. Yes, you're right, Sirzex. She nodded in complete agreement, a mischievous smile blooming on her face. Some things belong in the bedroom. Like a maid cosplay. She pointed at Graphia standing silently behind her husband and watched her son's argument crumble as he flushed with embarrassment. That's not, Mom. You know. He stumbled over his words and Graphia seemed to shrink into herself a little more than usual. Venelana chuckled. Stones and glass houses, Sirzex dear. She rubbed it in one last time before continuing. Now where was I? Ah, yes. My bakery. She shifted suggestively in her seat. Once Riser saw where you stood with him, he immediately switched back to polite compliments and apologies. He even wished his marriage would be as pleasant as ours. What do you think that was other than a compliment? He was backtracking. Zeoticus answered, and patching the road back as he did. He was smart enough to figure that out. He was a noble after all, and by no means incompetent. He just happened to be utterly average in all aspects of governance, without excelling in any of them. A proper noble that met the standards but never exceeded them, not that there was anything wrong with that. She certainly didn't mind it. Against more scrupulous minds like Riser and Lord Phenex, however, he fell short by 1.5 miles. He wanted to mend your relationship. Get closer to both you and Rias. Carve out a place in your hearts. She said, tapping the table in amusement, as much as he was wont to dislike the arrangement. Orders are orders. But tell me, Ajuka, as a fellow genius, if your father asked you to do something you didn't quite agree with, what would you do? I would do what was right by my clan, and follow my father's orders as asked. I certainly wouldn't cause a spectacle at my fiancée's birthday. Ajuka replied, and Venelana scrunched her nose in mock disgust. Oh, pish-posh. You have the personality of buttered toast, Ajuka. She waved at him in dismissal. Little Riser, on the other hand, I believe is more pepper oil and cinnamon. He's got flavor. Gusto. Chutzpah. She threw in all the words she knew for emphasis. Hence the butler. Ajuka shrugged. An attempt in futility. She chuckled. Even the eponymous Lord Phenex cannot outthink his son's creativity. But then why would he commission the wand? If he knew something like this could happen, Zeoticus asked. Oh, honey. There's no secret master artificer. Riser made the wand. Venelana caressed his face softly, planting a kiss on his cheek. But then why would he hide that? A 10-year-old genius, in what world would he not want to show that off? Especially to his fiancée, and us, if he wanted to get closer, that is. His talent would certainly force us into the position. Zeoticus flapped his arms in exasperation. Now he was thinking. Venelana smiled. That is exactly why. Because it would force us into the position. She explained, he doesn't want to force anything. Call it pride, or call it a conscience, and I do believe the little Phoenix has one. Unlike his father, for whatever reason, he didn't want that. I suspect he wants a natural relationship with us. Not too close, not too far. Just right. Such that if ever he feels the need to break off the engagement, he wouldn't have to worry losing too much, emotionally speaking. He doesn't understand that with time, with our lifespan being in the tens of thousands of years, an age gap of a few years means nothing. But being 10 years old, he probably sees Rias as a child, while with his advanced intellect, he feels himself far more mature, unable to find common ground, now or ever. It is the only childlike thing I have found about him. Let us hope he gets over that in time, or that Rias' beauty captivates him enough to forego his inhibitions, else, we might just lose the best match we can find for her. I have no doubt he will treat her right. Well, that, and he probably wanted to fulfill the bare minimum standard of his father's request. A silent screw you to Lord Phenex. There's also the benefit of hiding his power, his talent, lest he alert the other houses that the Phenex clan has a second rival Phenex now. You saw what they did to the last one. The other houses are already far too wary of the Phenexes as it is. She turned to Ajuka. Rival still hasn't been approved for promotion to ultimate class, has he, Ajuka? Riser probably wants to avoid that. I have already processed the application myself. Rival Phenex will be, properly and officially this time, an ultimate class devil by the end of the week. Ajuka replied, though I do believe there is an element of pride to the whole thing as well. Riser doesn't take kindly to the fact that they need to seek shelter under Surzex. I certainly wouldn't, were I in his shoes. Tough luck, then. Surzex frowned. You were born a super devil. He wasn't. Sooner or later, he will have to face that reality. Though devils grow naturally in power the longer they live, bit by bit, even without training, there is a gradient to power and few ever cross it, even those old monsters from the beginning of devilkind. Even Mephisto has barely reached our level of raw power, and he does not possess the natural finesse we do, in wielding it. Riser will simply have to come to terms with it. Like Diehauser Belial did. Ajuka shattered his friend's argument with a single sentence. That shut Surzex up as Ajuka continued. Do you truly believe that he won't find a way, or like Diehauser, claw his way up to our level of power? With his brilliant mind, I give him 10, maybe 20 years before he matches us in power, one way or another. And he isn't the only Phenex I see doing that. Ruvel. Venelana raised an eyebrow. Hasn't he been stuck at his level for the past century? Not anymore. Ajuka replied, with the new spell, no doubt one that Riser developed, Ruvel will inevitably break past his limits, for he lacks neither the industry nor the inspiration. Soon enough, the Phenex clan will have 2 Satan-class powerhouses, and perhaps the underworld will have a new Satan. You don't mean Surzex spoke and Ajuka nodded. Do you really think a Satan-class Ruvel Phenex will let Seraphal be? They have long resented losing their millennia-old monopoly over the medical sector to the Citrus. That and the sly trick they pulled with Devil TV. Ajuka shook his head. The only reason they have tolerated it is by virtue of Seraphal's strength. Now, with Ruvel rising to match her, it is but a matter of time before we have a new Satan, if he so desires. Or perhaps if he desires his family seat more, it will be Riser who takes the seat of Satan from Seraphal. Either way, her days on the throne are numbered. I can't tell if she will delight in the news or despise it. Surzex chuckled. She has always whined about our workload, and our relationship with other pantheons is at an all-time low as is. If anything, she might gladly give it up. Ajuka smiled for a moment, before he remembered something. Which reminds me of another concerning fact. That new spell, the Black Flame Riser developed. I fear there is more to it that meets the eye. The way it damaged Tannen, it felt like it had divine properties. What do you mean? Divine properties? Like an authority. A divine authority? Surzex asked, caught off guard. Ajuka understood Surzek's apprehension. He had long tried to match the gods with his power, being a super devil born with a level of power bordering on divinity himself. And he had always fallen short. He could match some of the weaker chief gods, the Maya, the Orisha, perhaps, but he had never been able to reach the heights of the major pantheons. Neither had Ajuka, even with all his ingenuity. Such was the barrier separating them from true power. He knew firsthand how difficult it was to match a divine authority, and how far one could reach just by touching upon one. Even Odin could manhandle him if he got serious. All because of the one benefit divinity granted. A divine authority. A firm hold over the nature of the world, on the rules of reality itself that made them nigh impossible to defeat, and absolutely impossible to kill without using something else that was divine. Only a god can kill a god. There was a reason for this saying. Sure, it wasn't completely true. Anyone below the level of a chief god was easy game for them both. The lesser idols, Surzex could wipe them out with but one move at times. But that threshold, they could never cross. Even the Shinto chief gods could be forced to compromise over the promise of the sheer destruction he and Surzex could cause. The same could not be said for Indra. Or Aten. Or Luf. They were about as powerful as Zeus, ordinarily, though he was far from the strongest in his pantheon, being counted among the chief gods simply by virtue of Hades' utter disinterest in Zeus' domain, or anything else from the overworld, bar his wife, the Lady Persephone. All will become part of my domain one day, he had once said, so why must I feud with the rest for scraps? Suffice to say, Hades was powerful, one of the top 10 most powerful beings in the world. But when they got serious, both he and Surzex could match him easily. However, this was a temporary power-up for them, a trick, a skill, magic that raised them high to match what Hades could do without special effort. Not to mention, Surzek's complete lack of control over his own power in that state. Every time he used that power, it was a coin toss. Will he finish the fight before he loses himself, or will he dissolve into a being of pure destruction? Ajuka felt relieved each time he saw his friend use that power, a little guilt gnawing at him, an evil little thought at the edge of his mind. At least his serious power only cost him his demonic power. A sort of bittersweet schadenfreude. And sure, Hades couldn't boost his power like they could, he was a constant, for that is what it meant to be a god, but he didn't need to get serious or expend himself to get there, to that level of power. His power did not come at a cost. He simply was. That was the difference between them, between one who was divine and one who was not. But they could match him, defeat him even, if fortune favored them. So could Michael, if he tapped into the power of the throne of heaven that brimmed with the faith of his flock. Indra, on the other hand. All 4 Satans could try and fight him together and they would still barely hold their own. That was a true chief god. The implication that the 10-year-old Riser Phenex had managed to achieve what they had not in all their years weighed heavy upon him. It was something Mephisto told me, back then when I apprenticed under him. A theory he had regarding the original Satan Lucifer. Of how he ruled hell, of how he raised the extra demons and the pillar clans to their status and built his kingdom in hell without being a god of such. A sinner punished to penance, becoming the ruler of hell in his pantheon. This was unprecedented and more than a little suspicious. While the other 3 Satans were demon gods in their own right, if only lesser idols, Lucifer was a fallen angel, with half a divine authority at most, if that. He was no demon god. And yet he managed to fight at their level, to convince them to join his new, untested pantheon, and to stand them by his sides as 4 equals, when he himself was no equal to them. Not at the start, at least. Mephisto theorized that after losing his heavenly status, his archangel authority and being cast out as a mere subject to hell, he somehow gained an authority of hell, the Christian hell, back then a domain freshly carved out from the borders of underworld and thus not a part of his father's domain. He circumvented the taboo deftly as he spoke, likely the fact that he had a metaphysical hole in his being wherein to slot said authority after his heavenly one was stripped off him. After his death, however, given how secretive Lucifer was, it was impossible to confirm its existence, much less access it. Until now. I believe Riser Phenex has the potential, with his descent and bloodline, his ancestry as it were, to grasp it. He has just touched upon it and already his spells can wield it with a shine unlike any other in our history. If he succeeds, on the other hand, we might yet have a true god among us. It could be our chance at uniting the three factions again. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the great pantheons as we once did. Or it could divide us wholly and inevitably, plunging us into another war between heaven and hell. Venelana pointed out. Ajuka nodded, and spoke in a hushed tone. That is why it must be kept secret. Quiet. Until we can confirm it in truth whether this is a fluke or a surety. A matter of time. Can we seize it? For one of our own. Venelana followed up, almost on instinct. It had been carved into her very bones, the scheming. It was second nature to her. A nature she despised with all her heart. Unfortunately not, and not for lack of trying on any of our parts. It is best that we leave it to Riser. The Phenex are born of divine stock, corrupted as it may be by the power of hell. Perhaps it is that which enables him to touch upon it, perhaps it is something else. Regardless, if we in our greed endanger his chances of grasping it, it would be an incalculable loss to devilkind. No. Not now when we might be so close to getting a demon god again. But once he has grasped it, accommodated it. Perhaps we can find a way to extend its benefits to the rest of us. But not before. Never before. He emphasized, now, we must do all we can to protect and nurture him, if not directly then circumstantially, and bring him into our fold. Venelana smiled warmly at that. If there was such a thing as a good devil, it would be Ajuka Beelzebub. Even now, in the face of unimaginable power, he displayed not greed but care where any other devil, even she herself would not have the barest thought of such a thing. That was what set him apart from the rest of his kind. That was his real power. Not the mutated Astaroth trait, nor his immense demonic power. No. It was this. He cared. Ajuka actually, genuinely cared about making the world a better place, not just for devilkind but for all who lived in it. He was the first to advocate for peace, when their side had all but won the civil war, overwhelmingly so. He was first to petition for kinder, gentler terms for the losing side, so as to spare them their dignity, even against all others demanding retribution to the bitter end. When he realized he couldn't free the commoners from the yoke of the nobility, he offered them social mobility. He created the rating games to give hope to those downtrodden, a ladder to climb out the slaving pits their system had trapped them in. A business to create, a life to live, outside of serving their lords and ladies. Independence, freedom, individuality. Not to mention the free schools he had opened all across the underworld to teach the low-born basic magic, deal-making and other trade skills, knowledge that until then had been limited to the nobility, so that they may make a living, not just survive but thrive. A lesser man, even one gifted with his genius, facing the cruel nature of their world would turn away from the light and use their immense talents for their own ends. But Ajuka, born with such insight as to see past all lies and illusions, looked into that deep, dark abyss, saw the evil in the hearts of men and thought, how can I help them be better? She held no doubt that if he wanted to keep it a secret and steal away this power for himself, he could very well have done so and none would be the wiser. Yet he did not. Even through all the subtle manipulations, the gentle coaxing, the false promises of sharing that power once achieved, to keep them from intervening in it, she could see through it all, straight to the crux of the matter. He had no greed in his heart for it. None. All he wanted to do was nurture a talented young boy into reaching his full potential. It warmed her heart to know he trusted them enough to even reveal it. She had never felt gladder that her son had a friend such as him, and he certainly needed one, to keep his imperiousness in check. Naturally, that wasn't all. There was a reason he revealed it to them. He needed their help for something. Something he himself couldn't do for whatever reason he thought was beyond them to understand. And she wasn't one to refuse it, not when he was being so cute about it. So she took a page from his own book and asked, "How can we help?" Yes. I know. I am late. But in my defense, this chappie is 5,000 words. 5,000, the big 5G, capital. And after having a solid month and a half of my life wasted by my cousin's sister's wedding, and her and CEO husband's subsequent honeymoon tour visit to our home a week later, a week. First couldn't leave us be in peace for an entire week, I believe I can be cut some slack. Comment here if you want the tea on all that drama. Also, major repairs were done in my home recently, so that too. But, finally I'm free. Anyways, regular updates from now on. Thanks for reading and being so cute and kind and faithful to this FIC. You guys are the best readers ever. See you soon, like tomorrow morning with the time skip chapter. Tell me what you thought of this chappie. Don't forget to donate your power stones. Bye. Chapter 49, Lusafad. Lusafad. The old capital. A glorious city past its prime. Ever since the Civil War, it had fallen into, not disrepair, no, the House of Lucifer did manage its upkeep, but rather, irrelevancy. Ever since the capital had been moved to Lilith, so had a good chunk of the population. Much of the vibrancy of the olden days was lost to its time now. Nurarihion remembered them fondly, those times he snuck into this place, in the fog of war to pillage the place of its fine wine and even finer women, it'd be shame to leave such bounty and booty untasted. The only saving grace of the city, now in the shape of a certain litigious mouse's head, if he had 3 ears instead of 2, was the aforementioned third ear itself. Lucifer Stadium. It made up for about half the revenue of the city, creating jobs and attracting investment. It was funny in that way. The headquarters of the old Satan faction, kept alive solely by the grace of a creation of their enemy, Ajuka Beelzebub's raiding games. It was almost like begging your wife's boyfriend for rent money. After all, Ajuka could, at any time, simply refuse to hold raiding games in Lucifad, and the city would be done for. The perfect way to control the rebellious old Satan faction, by controlling their purse strings. A symbolic gesture, and yet it must be so. Utterly humiliating. He got a semi just thinking about it. Nurarihayon snickered at the thought as he sped across the city, slinking shadow to shadow, as he made its way to the center of the city, to the giant sandstone palace in the shape of a church organ, ironic choice of dwelling considering its occupants. Getting past the guards was no mean feat. They were underpaid and overworked, as was custom in this rotten place. It was the wards he feared would give him trouble. If there were any. The place was unwarded. Utterly, completely, stupidly unwarded. He was too stunned to even think for a brief moment. The sheer arrogance. To think no one would dare invade his home out of sheer fear of his wrath. Was Rizavim Levon Lucifer truly so blinded by arrogance? No, of course he was, the narcissistic fuck. The man-child had had his whole life handed to him on a silver platter. Devils, at least those in his faction, worshipped the very ground he walked on. Servants catered to his every need. The power of his bloodline guaranteed him both respect and authority, alongside a healthy dose of utter, paralyzing fear to all those who dared gaze upon him in full glory. No wonder he had left it so open, Nurarihayon thought as he breached the perimeter and began scouring through the palatial estate. No one would be fool enough to try and rob the heir of Lucifer. The first super devil. Though, this fact made his search all the easier. There were few places in this place that he could feel were warded, no doubt the current Lord Lucifer's vain attempt at treading the thin line between losing Rizavim's respect and his life, most likely, for being cowardly enough to put up wards, yet prudent enough to ward the two places that mattered to him most, the Lord's Solar and the clan treasury. And of course, the suspiciously and heavily warded dungeon by the edge of the estate, right next to the stables. I wonder where my target might be, he mused amused. Nurarihayon pulled out his swords with a swish of his kasaya and poured a good chunk of his yuki into it as he utilized his signature yujitsu to slyly, stealthily twist apart the wards, only this time, with a far gentler hand than the last time he did it. The chicken brat hadn't let him live it down, and he certainly wouldn't let the little shit add oil to the fire of his failure anymore. With the skills of a crocheting grandma, he swiftly unwove a portion of the wards on the dungeon, just enough to give way, and slipped right through the crack, before sealing it back up again, good as new. The room was threadbare, made in the style of old farmhouses, just one cot, with a rusty old trunk at its foot and a chamber pot beneath it. A wood-burning stove stood in the corner of the room, though he could see despite the chill in the night air, it had not been lit in days, even as the mother-son pair shivered under a ragged blanket on the cot, huddled against one another for warmth. On the stone shelf above the stove, lay a few packets of plain pasta, and a half-empty shaker of salt. The conditions were deplorable, to say the least. It was even worse than the brat had described, and he wanted the poor kid to spend another year here before escaping. What was he thinking? Nurarihayon shook his head. Sometimes, he truly did not understand the boy's mind. But a job was a job, and he had a message to deliver. Nurarihayon walked over to the bed, and knelt down to face the Lucifer brat, reaching an arm to put a sleeping spell on his mother when suddenly, the boy's eyes shot open, and he swiped his hand away from his mother with such force that had he not been who he was, an ultimate class Yukai, he would have broken his wrist. What shocked Nurarihayon more, however, was how the boy had reacted to him, when he had yet to let go of his stealth. It shot a pang of fear into his heart. Since when did so many little children become able to see through his famed jujitsu? And with such clarity in his eyes too. What an utterly frightening amount of talent. No wonder Riser wanted him. Hell, Nurarihayon wanted the brat in his faction now, and had he no fear of the wrath of Rizavim Levon Lucifer, he might just have dared to break his contract with the Phenex boy without a second thought, consequences be damned. Who dashed? The boy's eyes darted around the room, trying to locate him, and only when he failed did Nurarihayon feel reassured enough to answer. Nobody. He whispered via yujitsu, straight into the boy's mind, lest the wards pick it up. Telepathy. A strange but unique application of his yujitsu skill, based on the concept of hiding one's words, for the ears of another alone. To deceive words themselves and transmit thoughts straight into the minds of his targets, so as to hide the conversation. Don't touch my mother. Do whatever you want to me, but Valis spoke internally, bargaining, as he swiftly adapted to the situation, but he was stopped, as Nurarihayon put his mother into a deep sleep with a spell, before he continued. I'm not here to hurt you or your mother. I'm here to deliver a message. A message? Valley asked, confused. From whom? A friend. Nurarihayon said, pausing for effect, but before that I have a question for you, Valley Lucifer. Do you want to escape? Escape. There was fear in Valley's voice, and doubt, but still, hidden among those emotions was also a tinge of hope. This nightmare. Your father's abuse. Your pitiful existence. Do you want to escape? Do you desire vengeance, Valley Lucifer? Can I? The boy asked, and Nurarihayon looked into his eyes, really looked, for the first time. Those were the eyes of a little boy to whom nothing good had ever happened in his life. A boy who had long forgotten to dream, to hope. He would have to relearn that little lesson soon enough if he was to be of any use to Riser. Yes. That was the word. The one word that instilled in Valley the most powerful force in the world, hope. The force that can tide men over despair and helplessness, over turbulent and harsh times. The supreme weapon against the darkness and cruelty of the world. For what hold does hell have upon those who cannot dream of heaven? For the first time, there hope in his voice as he asked. Will you help me? Yes and no. Nurarihayon answered, as instructed. What do you mean? Valley caught on to it quickly. It wasn't an outright rejection. There was still a chance. And like a sailor in a storm, he grabbed for the straw that drifted his way. You will have to escape on your own, I'm afraid. Then what use are you? Valley lashed out telepathically, across the Ujitsa link. I could have escaped any time I wanted. But my mother. He looked back at her with pain in his eyes. He couldn't just leave her behind. He was all she had. So he endured it all. The beatings, the lashings, the taunts and insults. Every bruise and broken bone. Every spell and curse. So much so that he had developed an instinct to shift subtly to mitigate damage, developing a sixth sense for when blows would come and from where. It was what allowed him to sense Nurarihayon in the first place. All to protect her. Also she wouldn't be left here all alone. Because she was all he had too. It was why he scoffed at the wards his father had put around the little hut. He knew his power. If he wanted to escape, they wouldn't stop him. No, the real chain tying him down was his love for his mother. His father's threats to her, and her well-being. The fear of what he might do to her if he escaped on his own. What use am I? Nurarihayon laughed. Tell me, boy, after you escape, where will you go? Where will you hide? Who will feed you? Clothe you? Shelter you? Who is so brave as to go against your grandfather's will? Valley was quiet for a moment, contemplating the question on his own. He knew the answer. And so did Nurarihayon. No one. He whispered, his voice cracking as his little 6-year-old mind grasped the true extent of his helplessness. And it near broke him. He had tried before, in his naivete, to beg for help. From the soldiers, the servants, the stable boy. Anyone willing to, or within earshot of him, to listen. Yet, none paid him any heed. He could see it in their eyes, pity and fear. Tears flooded his eyes, threatening to spill over as he tightened his shaking fists till his knuckles went white, displaying a level of sheer self-control that could not be expected of a 6-year-old boy. That is where you're wrong, boy. Nurarihayon wagged his finger, metaphorically, and Valley looked up with tearful eyes at the unseen visitor. Once you escape, go to the town of Kuo, in Japan. It is a devil territory managed by Cleria Belial, the overseer of the town. Find her, and speak the words, Victorian tragedy. She'll know what to do. Do you understand? Valley nodded softly, wiping away his tears. Cleria Belial. Victorian tragedy. He repeated. Good. But remember, your grandfather cannot suspect foul play. If he finds out you had help, he will hunt you down himself and there will be no escaping him then. But if he thinks you escaped on your own, he'll think you won't be able to run far and send his guards after you. Guards you can outrun. Risavim Levon Lucifer, you cannot. That is why, you must escape 1 year from now, not today, not next week. 1 year later. Got it. Yes. Valley agreed. Oh, and don't bring your mother along. Valley made to interrupt but Nurarihayon stopped him. You can't carry her without risking her getting hurt from attacks aimed at you and you'll both get caught if you have to match her pace. Your mother's safety has been guaranteed, so don't worry about her. She will be taken care of, but only once you have escaped and reached the safety of Kuo. She will be evacuated a few months after you are safe and sound and the hunt for you has died down. By then your father will be sick with worry of your return, and the vengeance you will bring upon him. Don't worry, he won't hurt her, if only out of fear of your retaliation. A/N, yes, this is canon. He wipes her memory and places her in a human city out of fear that if he hurts her, Valley will kill him. Valley finds her in volume 21 I think, with a new human husband and 2 half-siblings, human. He protects them from Azidahaka's attack but chooses to stay away from them later to keep them out of the way of the dangers of the supernatural world. At that point it will be easy to convince him to give your mother up and place her in a safe human city, out of the underworld. From there we can simply sneak her away and bring her to you. So, focus on your own escape first, okay? Vala's expression was conflicted at the thought of leaving his mother behind, but the next words from Nurarihyon hardened his resolve. Unless you have another choice. He didn't. He really didn't. So he did what he could. He nodded in agreement. Good. Here's the formula for teleportation magic and the coordinates of Kuo, and here is the castle layout and guard spread. He shared his memories with Valley over the telepathic Ujitsu link, something usually used to hypnotize women and plant false memories, now being used for the first time in Nurarihyon's long life, to help someone. It strangely made him glad, an emotion he wasn't used to feeling like this. Truly, Riser was a goldmine of new and exciting experiences. Now if only they weren't all so dangerous. TCH. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. Memorize them right now and never show them or speak of this plan to anyone, not even your mother. If your father reads her mind, it's all over. Vala nodded again and whispered out loud. Thank you. Don't mention it, kid. Nurarihyon replied, I'm just a messenger who was stupid enough to owe a little shithead a favor. Vala cracked a little smile at that. Still. Thank you, whoever you are, old man. I won't forget it. Nurarihyon smiled, and disappeared back out, again.